I stayed up way too late last night. All right, everything working.
You seem lonely, Mojo. I figured I'd come up.
Oh, yeah, I am pretty lonely. Just a lonely guy. I was just setting up the stream. No,
You were what?
I was setting up the stream to stream over on YouTube.
Oh, we're live on YouTube. Hello, YouTube.
Always live on YouTube if I can. Get followers any way I can. One of these days I'll start making some videos, and if I can do that, then I can start making capitalist money.
Capitalist money? Do you think the state only exists because of capitalism?
No.
Really?
No, I think we form societies to create rights and protect those rights.
So you don't think like the contradictions or like the issues between classes caused the state to form?
No, I don't necessarily think there are class issues outside of a state. I think everybody's basically sustenance living without a state. And life is cold, brutish, and short.
So you disagree with Marx then's take on like the fact that the state was only formed to like solve the contradictions amongst the classes or the antagonists between the classes?
Capitalism is something that formed inside of a state for economic reasons.
No, but Marx's claim is that not even just capitalism, but a state formed because there was like an antagonist between the classes. That's why we have a state.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he said that.
Yeah, that's why he said once classes are abolished, like the state would wither away, because the only purpose of the state is to solve the antagonism between the two classes.
I actually think he said the opposite. I think that what he thinks the purpose of the state was, or what he thought the purpose of the state was to keep control to allow the controlling class to keep control.
Yeah, that's exactly what I just, to solve.
Yeah, but that's within a society that already exists.
Well, he's saying that's the only reason the state's formed.
No, he never said that.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Then why would the state wither away once you abolish class division?
I don't. The state as we know it, the state as he defined it, the state being the tool that was used by the bourgeois to keep power and control.
Well, it would be and then you'd create another state to suppress the bourgeois. But, I mean, I think Marx, prior to capitalism, like feudalism, and prior to that, the state's only existence was to maintain the bourgeoisie's power to solve the sort of antagonism between the two classes.
No, I mean, like I said, societies are created because we're communal creatures, first of all. Second of all, because we want rights and we want to be able to live better lives, better, longer, happier lives. So we form societies to work together. We create rights in those societies. We write them down. We codify them. We protect them. And that's the reason we have societies. Those are going to exist no matter what kind of economy or government you create.
So when Engels was talking about the state being in the Museum of Antiquity, what did he mean by that? I guess from your perspective.
Yeah, the state as they know it. The state that exists under a capitalist system that helps keep the bourgeois in power.
Right, but the only purpose of the proletarian state is to ensure that the bourgeois state doesn't come back, right? And once that doesn't happen... What?
No. I mean, if that's true, if what you're saying is true, then central planning goes away, right?
No, not necessarily. Well, I mean, the thing I think about is like the difference between Marx and anarchists is anarchists thought that they could just abolish the state right away, where Marx thought like you needed to create like destroy the machine, create a socialist machine to ensure that the capitalist machine doesn't come back, and then once you've reached full production and you've reached society where you've abolished class, the state would wither away.
Yeah, but you were always complaining that Marxism is about central control.
Well, yeah, Marx was a centralist. He wasn't a federalist. A
Well,
federalist. I agree.
that can't be done with individuals. That has to be done through a state, right?
Uh, okay.
So, in other words, they never imagined the state would wither away. They never imagined it would completely go away. They said wither away just being the state that held up the power for the bourgeois. That's the state that we're talking about.
well, I think Lenin addressed the fact that this was sort of distorted by the opportunists. No, like what you're saying.
I don't give a shit what Lenin said.
Well, I think he pointed out that Marx never actually said what you're saying, and that people who are saying that just hold up the
Well,
bourgeoisie state.
then Marxism should be perfect for you. No central planning.
Hmm?
Then Marxism should be perfect for you. You should be a Marxist. No central planning.
Well, they believed in anarchy, no? Like, well, not anarchy, but they believed that the government would wither away, right? So you'd
Yeah,
form
so
it.
yeah, then you don't get to complain about central planning.
Well, would there still be central planning? I don't
You
think
can't
Marx
have
ever
central
really.
planning without a government.
Okay, so I'm
You got to
confused
pick
then.
one. You got to pick what side you're on, Galt.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out, man.
E-
I'm confused.
Either Marxism is central planning or it's not.
Well, you tell me, you're the Marxist. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's central planning. I think there's a state. I think the state is the authoritarian government of the proletariat, right? The dictatorial proletariat, which is the entirety of all the people as a whole. Once you get rid of the bourgeois, everybody becomes part of the proletariat, and then you have a dictatorship of the proletariat, meaning that everybody gets to decide, meaning that it's a perfect democracy. That's the way I
Oh,
see Marx.
really? So, well, you're actually selling me against it because I was under the impression that the dictatorship of the proletariat would be under socialism and it would exist solely to ensure that the bourgeois state didn't come back. And then once you've ensured that and you've reached a productive state to where basic needs are met, the bureaucracy in the state would wither away, and you'd live in like a society where the state is actually in the, as Engels said, the antiquity, the museum, an antiquity in the museum.
Once again, I do think that central planning is required in all systems. I don't think you get to build interstate highways or international tollways or international airways without some sort of central planning. And if you're going to work from country to country, you're going to have some central resource to deal with other countries as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you're revising Marx to actually sound worse for me. Like, I think the whole like the state withering away thing kind of makes me like, but you're like revising Marx into like some sort of bourgeoisie state. It's kind of weird.
No, there's nothing bourgeois about Marx, about the state that I want to create. Nothing bourgeois
Well,
at all.
the revisionist you're talking about, like, you want to keep a state? Marx told
Again,
me the state would go away, man.
it's going to be required. Um, and I understand that you're having a problem here because you think that Marx was central planning or socialism is central planning, but you understand that without a state that can't happen. So you understand that you don't really understand Marx. I get what you're going through right now. I'm just telling you, we have central planning now. We will always have central planning because we have countries that deal with each other, and we have large
Okay,
groups of
so was
people that
Marx's
have to.
prediction wrong?
I I don't think his prediction wrong. It was wrong. I think you're just reading it incorrectly.
Well, no, because the premise that he operates under is that the state only exists because of the sort of class divide and it, there being an antagonist between the two. And the state's goal is to resolve that antagonist and keep the bourgeois state in power. What you're telling me
Yeah,
is...
I just told you that. You didn't seem
No,
to
I
know
told you
that
that.
before.
I'm sorry, what?
You didn't seem to know that before.
No,
You
when?
you said that in Marx, the state was designed to protect the rights of the people from the bourgeois. That's what your suggestion was, and that wouldn't be needed
Under
if we get rid of the
socialism.
bourgeois.
Yeah, under socialism. That's why
No,
you need to... Yeah, you destroy the
none of
machine.
that shit exists in Marx. See, this
You
is the
don't
problem.
destroy...
This is the problem when
What?
you read AI. This is the problem when you just read AI.
I didn't read AI. What are you talking about? So they
You're
don't
having
talk about
issues,
destroying the
man.
machine?
The bourgeois machine, the
Correct.
government that exists at the behest of the bourgeois.
Right, and his critique of taking the machine, you have to destroy it and recreate a new one, right?
The dictatorship of the proletariat.
Yes, you have to destroy the current bureaucracy. You have to destroy the current machine
That's
and how it
holding up the
operates.
bourgeois. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, and then replace it with a new one.
Yes, the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Correct, and then once the class divide is abolished, then the state would be no longer necessary. It'd wither away.
I mean, if you could get to a point where everybody just gets up and does what they're supposed to do, and nobody's ever going to break any kind of law, and everybody's rights are going to be protected without any outside force needed, sure, the state will absolutely wither away. I don't know that that's possible. I think there's always going to be some sort of central planning that's needed because I want some goddamn pineapples in Colorado.
Okay, so you're saying that like classes, like the reductive idea that if classes were no longer or abolished, that like you would still need a state. So are you saying Marx was wrong in his assessment of why the state formed?
No, I'm saying that you don't understand Marx.
Okay, what don't I understand?
We've gone through this like 4 times now.
Yeah, but do you disagree that Marx didn't make the statement that the state exists or began to exist because of class divide and the antagonist between the two?
No, states are not formed
What?
because of that. The current state that we have is formed because of that, but the state is not, in general, is not formed because of that. If that were true, if that's the only reason that you have a state, then the fact that the bourgeois uses the state to keep power doesn't exist. You're
Correct.
just misreading Marx, dude.
How? Wait, what? How am I misreading Marx?
Again, the state exists previous to economics.
No, I agree. Marx is wrong, but that's not what I mean.
No,
Yeah,
no, you just don't understand Marx.
no, I don't. I think I do, but I think Marx was wrong, and I think you're agreeing with me, which is
No,
hilarious.
but you just don't understand Marx.
Okay. Is that because Marx is wrong, or because I didn't understand?
No, it's because you don't understand it. How many times do we have to say the same thing over and over and over again?
Well, I'm just confused because Marx did.
I know you're confused. I get that you're confused. That's because you don't understand Marx, because you haven't actually read it.
Okay. Well, can you point me to where he says, like he talks about this? Then
I'm not gonna go get you a quote, dude. Just go fucking read the shit.
just give me the book. I'll go read it.
You can. They're in all the books. Go read them. Have fun.
Okay. This is confusing.
I know you are confused. You are a very confused individual. You always have been.
See, I was kind of buying into the Marx thing when he said that the state only formed because...
Yeah, you've said this too.
Yeah, I know. I was buying into you're actually making me like not like Marx anymore.
Yeah, you said this too. What are you doing? What are you doing, man? You're just repeating yourself.
I'm just expressing my disappointment, Mojo.
Like 20 times in the exact same way.
It's what we do, man.
I don't know.
More disappointed.
I don't know who we is, but you go on with your bad self. It would help you or behoove you a lot to actually reread Marx or read it or read it in the first place. I don't know.
Sure. You don't like me using pronouns that are plural?
You can do that if you want, but don't include me in your confusion.
Oh, sorry, T-Rap. I won't drink my coffee again. I know how obnoxious that is. My bad. My bad, chat. I'll mute up next time. Sorry, Mojo.
I didn't say anything, but yeah.
Well, it's like
that is definitely one of my tisms for sure.
Yeah, me too. And I did it, so apologies. What's my utopia? One where the state doesn't exist because there's no class division. That's what I was thinking, but now I'm completely wrong.
Wait, I had not seen that in a while. It gave me a
What's
flash
that?
goal thing. It gave me a flash goal thing. Can everybody send me one rose, please? Just one rose. 1 penny. I've not seen the flash goal. I don't ever get them anymore.
So begging rich people for roads? No. What do you think about this new thing with Israel, Mojo? Do you think it's bad that we're combining technology with them?
Yeah, it's fucking stupidity. Absolute and utter stupidity.
Do you care if we did it with like the UK and other countries or just Israel?
I care if we do it with anybody.
Because I didn't know this. I looked it up. I guess we've done it with other countries that are very similar.
Really? Like who? You think we've done it with Great Britain?
Yeah, we have. We've shared technology. Now, there's a claim that we're doing it differently because that's like the new way we talk about things politically. Now everything's like we're doing it differently. I don't really know much about it, so I was hoping maybe you can tell me.
Yeah, we share technology. That's not a big deal, but to codify it or to force it through policy is ridiculous. I don't think sharing technology is a bad thing. Whether it's socialist society or a capitalist society, I think you probably need to share information. Open source is generally pretty good.
So what do you disagree with the new that they passed with like Israel and our relationship with them?
Well, I don't. I think Israel's not a friend of ours. I think they get us in too much trouble.
Interesting. I'll be right back.
All right. I wouldn't even call Israel an ally at this point. I think they're the bratty little brother that you have to go pull out of the street before he gets hit by a car, even though you don't necessarily know if you want to. You kind of hate that you did when you do it. If you haven't sent a rose yet, can you please send a rose? Please? I don't know that I've ever hit a gift goal. I don't know, because I never get them. It's kind of weird. I guess I decided because I'm not going on camera anymore that I'm a newbie. I don't know. One's fine. I think it's just one per person. I think you can only send one and have it count. I need 4 more people to send 1 rose, please. I should start a poll, huh? Is John Galt confused? Three more? If you're listening, if you're watching, can you please send 1 single solitary rose if you haven't done so yet? Too bad. Now I need somebody else to join me. You done went away. 2 roses. 2 people. Individual roses. Yeah, well, I still have a feeling now that since he has accused me so often of not reading Marx. I don't think he ever read Marx. I think he's just read the AI overviews, and that's about it. So he gets a couple quotes here and there, and thinks he knows what Marx meant. That's the situation we're in. What's up, Stargazer? Yay! Thank you, guys. I had a flash bulb. I think that's probably the first time ever. I do need somebody to talk to, though. What's up, Stargazer? Oh, there are people in the queue. Didn't even notice.
Hey.
How you doing?
I was just talking to our councilman at large, my ex-boyfriend from high school. He
the one that said he was a Democrat and was actually
yes.
a Republican or some shit,
Yeah. Anyhow, they had a thing in the paper about AI data centers. And so I just texted him about, please put a moratorium on it. And he says they've already done that, but they're not sure how to proceed. And so I told him to get a hold of Erin Brockovich, and I gave him her email because she's helping lead the fight against them. So she might have some info,
That's just rude.
What?
I don't know, because he's probably not going to get the answer. Wait, is he trying to stop him?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm asking him to try to stop it.
Okay.
And
well,
he said,
I got that, but I just, from what you had told me about him before, I just figured he wouldn't be the one trying to stop him.
Well, here's the thing. He's got little kids, his like 15 and 11, and, they aren't healthy. I mean, everybody knows. And there are so many of them. I just watched a video, lady walking through her yard, her old home she restored, and trails that her son rides his four-wheelers on, and her huge garden, and right at the end of her property at the fence, that's where they're building it. And so they're moving, they're just leaving it. And then I saw a map of how many there are in the country. I saw a map of how many there are in Ohio. It's frightening. Frightening.
I don't know. It's just the direction we're moving in. This is like people with horse and buggies seeing cars for the first time and saying, God, they're going to take over everything. We're not going to be able to use our horse and buggy on this road anymore. We're not going to be able to, it's going to choke everybody off. It's going to destroy the water. They said the same things.
Well, and I understand what you're saying. I do to an extent agree to it. However, what about the ones that are using up all the water, and the ones that, like there's a farmer that all his calves are being stillborn? I mean,
well, that doesn't bother me.
Not right. I know that. It's just, it's affecting people.
Not making new cows to eat is probably a good thing.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As far as the water, what? I'm not going to run out of water.
No. Maybe potable water or drinkable water. That's going to be a little harder to find if that's what they're using to cool these centers or whatever. But that just means that we already have the technology. We just have to have the will to build desalinization plants.
Oh, right. Oh, like the ones they're bombing over in Iran?
Yeah, like those. And Japan's got a couple really big ones out their coast that provide the majority of the water that Japan needs, stuff like that. We already have the technology. We can do it. It's just not a profitable industry. So companies don't want to do it. It's probably going to have to be something done through government. And we can tax we can tax these data centers in order to get that stuff built, because they're using the water in the first place. I'm good with that. but I think we should be doing this anyway. We should be desalinating water.
Right, right. Our governor has put a moratorium or for data centers or like for not what is it, Amazon and stuff like that. 50-year tax incentives to come build in Ohio. Yeah,
That's probably good. I mean, you don't need incentives. They should be paying to be putting this shit places, right?
They should be paying taxes. Keep our schools going and stuff.
Yeah. Well, and make sure the water's clean.
Yeah.
And if they can't keep it clean, then make sure that we have the money through the government to set up desalination plants. Oliver, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 35 from Texas.
Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why don't you have a picture?
I choose to remain unidentified. Sorry.
You don't have to use the picture yourself. You can use the picture of a flower or something. Tiger face. Just something.
Does that offend you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of lazy that you wouldn't put at least something on your background.
Yeah. Well, I think it's lazy that you don't have a good argument over everything.
That I don't have a good argument?
Yeah, you're talking about data centers and taxes. You don't have a good argument over that. That's
what is my bad argument? Why is my argument bad?
Well, why shouldn't we not why? What is your argument?
I mean, wait, you just said I had a bad argument. You're supposed to know what my argument is. You can't judge my argument if you don't know what it is.
Well, let me explain. Look,
Olive.
Those things are important to society. If you don't want it, then stop bitching about it.
Are you talking about the data centers?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, bro.
Okay, if you'd have been listening at all, you would understand that I'm okay with data centers.
Yeah, he's for them. He's a traitor.
Well, I'm not for them. I'm just okay with them. Well, maybe I am a little bit for them. I think we need to keep up with the rest of the world, especially countries like China.
Perhaps, what about the economy, Mojo? Do you have zero concerns about the bubble? Do you think the bubble's fake?
The bubble for AI?
Yeah.
I suppose it's fake to a certain extent. It's probably going to hurt the people that are creating the bubble more than it hurts.
How is that bubble fake? I mean, somebody tell me how that AI bubble's fake.
Because these companies are valued way too high for what the amount of money they're actually making.
Yeah, and where the data centers, where the data centers going with this?
Huh?
Are the data centers going
sounds
with
like
this?
it.
I can't understand you. You're slurring your words, dude. Are you drunk?
Where are the data centers going with this?
Going with what?
The AI bubble.
That would be where they're storing a lot of the information for the LLMs that they're creating.
Okay, so they're connected, right?
What? No, it's not. The bubble. The bubble is the fact that they are being overvalued, just like the housing bubble. And then when shit hits the fan, a lot of people, including normal Americans, are going to lose a lot of money.
You're going to lose a lot of money.
I actually probably won't, but why don't you explain yourself?
Well, I don't think you understand what's going on right now.
Was that a period?
I think you're too drunk. I think you're too drunk to understand much of anything, sir. Why are you this drunk this early in the morning?
If I am too drunk, then tell me why I am not understanding anything.
Where do you live, Oliver?
Tell me why I don't understand what's going on.
It's 2:00 where I'm at, so it's perfectly legit to be drunk.
No, it's not.
Why? Just because
At
it's
2
morning for
o'clock in the
you.
afternoon, it's okay
Yeah,
to be
this
drunk.
this the saying is
Friday.
it's 2 o'clock somewhere.
Right. It's
That's not the
Friday.
saying. That's not the saying.
It's
So
5 o'clock
no one can
somewhere.
tell me why. No one can tell me why. What you're
Tell
saying
you
is
why what? I don't even know what the fuck you're asking about. You
what
can't
you
even
just said.
you're not coherent enough to actually say something intelligent.
I'm saying I don't want to invest in AI and infrastructure.
You don't want to now? I thought you just said you wanted to.
If I did, why would I do it?
If I did, why would I do it? What the
He says
fuck
you
you're
need to
saying?
explain why he would do a thing.
What
What
the
is
fuck
Yeah,
you're
happening?
saying right now?
yeah. Explain to me why I would do it.
I don't fucking know why you do anything. I don't even know what you do. I don't even know who you are. Why the fuck would I explain to you why you do anything?
Okay, well, why are you doing what you're doing?
Well, so I don't sound like you. That way I just don't get drunk because I
So
don't
you
sound
are
like people
investing
like
in
you.
AI infrastructure. That's what you're doing. If you're not
How the
doing what I
fuck are
do,
there so
then
many
you're
fucking
then
drunk
you're
people on
investing in AI.
TikTok? What the fuck?
Why are you doing it?
Man,
Tell me why you're doing
you were way too drunk to have an intelligent conversation. Fucking A. Fuck. Why is everybody on TikTok drunk all the time?
So, but I don't know if my thing was misunderstood. The reason I asked if you thought it was fake is because you seem pro data center, and you
I
could hand wave the water. You can hand wave, the fact that we need to keep up with other countries, but you can't make an argument against the fact that this is going to impact our economy so bad when shit hits the fan. And most people who know what they're talking about think that it will.
I don't think so. I think that 401ks are probably not invested in these things much at all. I mean, they're going to be mostly index funds. So yeah, it's gonna affect 401ks a little bit, but the stock market always goes up. If you're talking about the stock market, I'm not worried about the stock market either. Even if it goes down for a short period of time, it's been going up ever since it's been invented, ever since it was invented.
Okay, so I might be a little ignorant. If you don't know, it's fine. But can you explain to me why the housing crisis was called a bubble and what a bubble is and how it impacted the market?
The housing crisis was a bubble because people were buying. Well, it crashed the housing market specifically because a lot of people bought homes because we gave them incentives to buy those homes and the possibility to buy homes that they simply couldn't afford. And then when ARMs, for example, adjustable rate mortgages came due after 3 to 5 years. People couldn't pay their mortgages. Everybody was getting foreclosed on. We had a whole bunch of empty stock in the marketplace. There were a whole bunch of banks that had to foreclose and write off loans. So banks were hurting because of it. So it wasn't just a stock market issue. It wasn't just about being overvalued. It was an entire community-wide problem between
Because it was
corporations and individuals and cities and towns and home buyers and renters. Everybody was going through a bunch of shit because of it.
did it have anything to do with dishonesty and people manipulating the market?
Sure. I sold some arms for a while. It's pretty dishonest to put somebody in an arm.
Right, because people were shorting it, right? Because people were betting against the
No,
fact, and a bunch of people
no,
made a lot of money.
this wasn't a stock market issue. There were mortgage-backed
No, the
securities that were
banks. That's what I'm
created.
saying.
Well,
They
there
bet
were
against it, right?
no, they didn't bet against what? This really didn't have the banks lost because they bought mortgage-backed securities. Those mortgage-backed securities were told that they were rated AAA or rated A or whatever the hell it is. So banks used them because they thought they were secure, but they were rated incorrectly because of laws that were passed under Bill Clinton and W. Bush. They were rated incorrectly, so they were taking these arms, these bad mortgages, and they were sticking them in these treasury funds and knowing that these things are going to end up being foreclosed on, which means the fund's going to actually I don't know, fail over time. But the banks didn't know that. They were rated A, so they figured they were good, and they bought some of those funds. So that had a small part to do with it. But I would say the vast majority of it is the fact that most people that bought homes during that time lost their homes.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's definitely different because the people lost homes instead of specific money. But I know you're going to hate this, but have you not seen the movie The Big Short? It is extraordinarily well researched and specifically about that. Okay.
Yeah, it's about the housing crash. I get it. That's why I
Yeah.
talked about the mortgage-backed securities.
Right. So in this case, I guess the analogy for me would be that the dishonesty is leading to people over investing into a technology that is not at the place that they claim it is. And, the fact that it's impacting people in local communities, they're not taking care, they're not like doing it in any sort of ethical way. They're trying to just rush through it. There's a lot of problems with it, but ultimately, if things go badly with the rollout of it, I guess I don't know how to say it. It could have a detrimental impact on the economy. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I guess I won't speak specifically to it. But
It could, but we thought the same thing of the dot-com boom, and that wasn't nearly as bad as everybody thought. Facebook and Amazon and these places started as like nonprofit companies. They weren't actually pulling profits in. PayPal was the same way. There were plenty of the social media sites that were like that. MySpace. The only time they started making money is when they started utilizing advertising, but they wanted to build a base for that ahead of time so that they had a base set up that they could get the best advertising for. Twitter was the same way too. These are all free services that they just tried to get as many people on as they could while it was free, and then they start selling ad space for it. That's where they start making money. So whether it's overvalued or not, we won't know until that until it's fleshed out, I guess. As of right now, I agree they're not producing profits. As of right now, the stock is worth a lot more than the companies actually make or are worth. But that doesn't mean that tomorrow they get some sort of a breakthrough in AI and all of a sudden they're selling contracts all over the world, and none of this shit that we're imagining happens at all.
right. This is a genuine question. I don't know the answer to this. Are there any subsidies being lent out to any AI companies?
I don't know about the AI companies. The Stargazer was talking about like some state subsidies that they were giving to some of these data centers. Subsidies meaning that they just can get away with not paying taxes for a while or whatever.
Tax incentives.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
Yeah, so they're just giving you a tax break. They're giving some of these companies a tax break to put their data centers in their area. Hello?
Yeah, I don't know. I get what you're saying. I think your other points are maybe valid. I don't know if I agree with the water one, because even if we, I mean, like you said, it's not profitable, and like unless someone's going to introduce some sort of legislation to, what's the fucking word? Desalinate.
Desalinate, yeah.
Yeah, the water, then like it's not going to get done, and
It's gonna have to. The Colorado water the compact between our interstate services between Colorado and California and Arizona and I can't remember what other. I think there's 2 other states in there. But that compact's just not going to suffice. We're losing farmers right now because they can't water their crops enough.
right. And
Well, hold on. In that case, see how you're low on water? What if there was an AI center using it?
Yeah, it's going to make it go quicker. And a lot of
Yeah.
these companies go under quicker. That's why I'm saying that legislation is going to have to be passed to fund building desalinization plants. I mean, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen sooner rather than
But
later.
what are they going to put them all over the coast and then ship the water
Yeah,
inland?
yeah.
Yeah, if it goes at the pace that we are moving to socialized healthcare, then I don't have a lot of faith in it because today we've been shouting for decades that people are dying and we need socialized healthcare. And still to this day, people are still out there dying because they don't have healthcare.
Sure, but one person
So you
dying
have,
doesn't affect the economy.
no, but I'm saying that I would, if I was a betting man, I would bet that we see a lot of suffering because of not enough access to clean drinking water before anything actually gets done.
Well, not only that, by using the drinking water, there's toxic fumes. People are getting sick. The noise pollution is bad, and this isn't just scary stuff. It's actually happening.
Yeah, this is all hair on fire stuff. Noise pollution.
No, it's not hair on fire stuff. There's shit going on, Mojo. What? Look at TikToks. Go scan through them. You'll see all kinds of crap.
That's all hair on fire stuff.
I beg to differ.
I'm just not a doom and gloom type of guy.
All right. Well, let's talk about Trump then. He's having a hissy fit in the White House.
Wait, Stargazer, I don't want you to be mad at me for this. I just think that we're going to come up with solutions. I don't think it's something that we need to freak out about. I do think
I'm not freaking
good.
out. I'm being concerned for my community.
Well, that's kind of freaking out. That's kind of the definition of freaking out.
No, if I was freaking out, you would fucking know it.
Oh, damn. Okay. Sorry.
Watch it, Mojo. Jesus.
Yeah, you're right.
You've heard me get testy. I'm calm.
I don't know if I have. That was the spiciest I've heard you.
Just going up.
Doom scrolling is real. Social media is very directed toward the bad. That's a true. I see a lot of good though. I see a lot of good.
You can train your algorithms. I mean, if you don't want to see bad stuff, stop watching bad stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's
true. It actually is very easy to train it. It goes very quickly. I actually enjoy that aspect because I have gotten to the doom and gloom. Everything was political on my feed. And then one, funny thing came up one time and I liked it and engaged with it. And then a couple minutes later, I'm scrolling, another funny thing came up. And so now I got like 50% like comedy stuff coming up with my politics stuff and it really balances it out.
Good.
It's like a nice SSRI.
Yeah, for sure.
Boy, they think you're going to cut me.
What?
They think you're going to cut me. You're going to shiv me.
Oh, me?
I mean, you would kind of deserve it.
No Stargazer hate here. Thanks, UK.
I'm not hating. This is a problem with I was going to say liberals, but that's probably not true. It's a problem with some people on both sides for sure. Yeah. This is where conspiracy theories are born. This is where we start worrying about things, and then commercials with nuclear bombs going off and them show up during election cycles.
Oh, yeah.
Because they want to scare you to control you.
Right.
If they have you scared, you'll do whatever they say when they say they're going to save you.
Yeah, I don't believe any of it.
That's what we all say.
I mean, I take things with a grain of salt. I know. I used to be real hyper, spastic at times, but I'm older now and a lot more calm and just, trying to deal. And I don't believe half the stuff I see either.
That's probably good, or at least check on it. I mean, whether you believe it or not, make sure that you've got at least a second source for it, whatever it is.
Right.
Because social media is a wild place right now.
Oh, for sure.
And you can put some random shit on there that could be completely true or it can be completely false.
Right.
It's
really
tell the difference.
It really is crazy. I mean, there's so many things. Like I feel like every post that feels even slightly wild, I'm immediately just like, okay, great. Now I have to research if this is real. Nope, it's not. Fucking great.
Right.
Wasting my time, wasting my life.
Yeah, I immediately Google stuff. I don't even know if that's a good idea. It could lie to me, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to eat a sandwich. Sourdough bread, Munster cheese, locally grown tomatoes, mayo, salt, and pepper. So I'm going to mute. If you need to drop me, that's fine. But we need more people up here.
What am I, chopped liver?
No, not at all. I was
I'm joking.
Okay, good.
No, we do need some people. If you're
Smoked Munster? Just Munster.
Just regular Munster cheese. I like smoked Gouda.
Oh, smoked Gouda. Yeah, smoked Gouda is good. Munster is like just soft, tasteless cheese, right? Doesn't really have a whole lot
It's
of
soft,
flavor.
but it does taste good.
It has a good flavor. It is pretty weak in terms of like pungency. It's not a strong cheese, but it's got a good flavor. I get that one a lot.
Yes. It's not like a provolone. It's more like a mozzarella, less flavor.
What kind of sourdough?
Homemade. I just bought it at the farmer's market.
Oh, shit.
And she sliced it for me.
See, that means that it's going to be pretty strong.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where most of your flavor is going to come from, is your bread at that point.
Exactly. I've switched I'm not eating wheat bread anymore. I'm switched to sourdough, and my gut is happier.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
that's the good stuff.
fermented things are good for you. You should eat fermented things like tofu and tempeh and sourdough and pickles and stuff like that.
Ginger, I love pickled ginger so much.
Bragg's vinegar with the mother.
Mm-hmm. Kimchi.
See, I've never had kimchi.
Oh, it's great. Find somewhere to get a hot kimchi soup. That's just the bomb.
Okay. Like it.
Yeah, what is it? I can't remember what vegetable it is.
It's Asian coleslaw, so it's made from cabbage. It's an Asian cabbage.
Okay. You know what I like?
So it's coleslaw with Asian flavors, basically.
Oh, okay. I would like that.
Yes, I can confirm.
Jicama. Did you ever eat jicama?
Yeah, it's that's kind of a tasteless root vegetable.
Yeah, like a flavorless radish almost.
Yeah. Well, I would say it has a texture of like an apple. I would make jicama. I use jicama a lot, but mostly it's just for texture purposes. Like if you're doing a cocktail or something like that, like a shrimp cocktail, like a Mexican shrimp cocktail, you want to put jicama in it to have some texture in there.
Cool.
Or a lot of different Mexican dishes will call for jicama just for texture, not for flavor, and it'll soak up a lot of flavor as well. But jicama with
no, go. Ash, look at Stefan. What he's saying about you down there. Sorry, didn't mean to sidetrack.
If you're gonna eat jicama, you have to have tahini.
Okay. Okay, I've seen that.
Not very spicy. It's not hardly spicy at all, but it's pretty salty. But it's a Mexican
bread
type,
correct?
Yeah.
And they put it on like cantaloupe and stuff too.
Oh, it's so good on cantaloupe and watermelon and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to buy some.
I use a ton of tahini. It's very good on all kinds of different fruit. Mango with tahini is good.
Mm.
It's good on a lot of vegetables too. I eat tahini quite a bit.
I just want to address Stephen real quick. I can assure you, I am looking for a real job. It's unfortunate that the AI and tech industry boom has disrupted a lot of tech jobs, but I am on the horizon of finding something. But if you would like to donate, my links are in my bio. Thank you for calling that out.
Calling what out? What did he call out? I didn't see.
Steve was just being an asshat. He's calling me out for having a Cash App in my link in my bio, which I don't even ever tell anyone is there.
I don't see any problem with it. We're all part of the proletariat. There's a whole bunch of rich people out there. If you can afford to give, you should give. Jesus tells you so.
He does. He did. Does?
I don't know. He doesn't talk to me, so I don't think
He would.
likes me. I don't think he likes me very much.
That's the good thing about
I
God.
think he likes most people very much.
He loves all of us, even if we don't believe in him. He still loves us.
I don't think that's true.
I do.
I think he
No, he
kind of hates me.
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I could tell you a story
It
that
makes us, some of us, suffer a hell of a lot more than others.
Yeah, I got a hospital story from my wife yesterday that I wish that I could share with people just to get it off my chest, but I will not make you suffer the horror of the kind of shit that people have to go through.
Is she okay?
Who? Oh, my wife?
Yeah.
Oh, barely. I mean, every day is a challenge. It's like it's nothing new. It's almost a daily thing now where it's like comes home and it's like either this terrible crazy case that I had to be a part of, or someone that I knew for 2 years who I was talking to has died. One of those two things normally on a regular day.
Oh, jeez.
But she's helping people, and
That's good.
it's good. But sometimes she sees stuff that she was really upset yesterday because there was like nothing she could do. It was kind of out of her hands. She was like emailing all these people about this case that was really fucked up, and took it up like all the way to the top of the chain. And
yeah, helplessness is the worst feeling in the world.
Yeah, but this is like a prime example of the problem with privatized, healthcare. It's like this person was on the streets. They had no money. They were mentally impaired, so didn't even know really what was going on or what their name was. And I'm not gonna tell the whole story. But basically the psychiatry department wanted to just say, well, she's good enough to be discharged. And basically trying to make an argument why they shouldn't put her on a hold and keep trying to help her. They were just ready to put her on the street because it wasn't profitable.
Right. Oh, exactly. If she's indigent, no. That's sad. And that's a lot of things like that started when they closed all the psych wards around the country. I believe it was Reagan that did that.
Yeah.
They just threw everybody out in the street or put them in jail, or it's like you're all on your own. So
there's this thing that happened that I guess was supposedly done with good intentions, as all roads to hell are paved in. But basically, at some point, they came up with a law that said if someone is just suffering from like mental retardation or something of that sort and not schizophrenic, then they can't hold them against their will in these places. Only if they're totally schizophrenic and crazy that can they do this.
Right, you've got to be out of your mind and unable to think rationally or be in reality. Yeah, if you're just depressed or want to unlive yourself, that's too bad. Go. So
I think that's part of part of why it's difficult, more difficult now to kind of put people in places where they could probably benefit a lot from, because they're trying to make sure that people aren't exploited and just being held against their will. It's a
Right.
double-edged sword for sure.
My niece works as a nurse in a psych ward at a hospital near me, and she has some stories, but she's helping people. But it's a rough job.
Yeah, someone's got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the same. We got nothing. Boy, TikTok sucks, don't it?
Where's everybody at?
A bunch of other lives going, and a bunch of people are, I don't know, out in the sun.
Fuck that shit. It's like been 100 degrees here for the past week.
Oh, it finally got nice here. It's been beautiful all week.
Where are you at again?
Northeast Ohio.
Oh, right. No conservatives, huh? No one in the gulag? Steven, you want to come yell at me for begging for money? You're right, Timeless. This is boring.
Desperation. Yeah, it is boring. I might just shut down for a while and come back up later and see if I can get more people later.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Good. I mean, it is Friday. Everybody goes out on Friday nights, right? I don't know if that's true. Old folks don't.
It'll probably be more popping this evening rather than this morning.
I don't know if that's true.
No, I thought Friday nights were a bit better. Maybe not.
No, Friday's generally pretty bad. Most of the time people are going out and doing things. Partying, clubbing, going out with friends, going out to eat, shit like that. Date night. Shavi's been coming back around. Are you still in Spain, Shavi? Shavi left the Discord. Fucker. No one needs
Everyone needs a break from the shit show sometimes.
It doesn't have to be a shit show. You guys turn it into a shit show because your hair is on fire.
Look, I don't think I'm not going to sit here and yell about noise pollution. As an audio person, I don't love the amount of noise pollution we have here, but it's already a thing. There's already almost nowhere in the world where there's actually a truly quiet place just because of air transportation and everything else. But I'm not going to yell about that. I just don't like that there are people who are foreseeing something bad happening and they're like, yeah, something bad could happen. And when it does, it's just like, great. Well, someone told you so, and you still let everything get fucked up. Great job, guys.
Yeah, it's generally a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Did you guys
Black pilled now, Mojo?
Do what?
I was just asking if you're black pilled now. Sorry, go ahead, Stargazer.
Did you hear about the volcano that erupted in Russia? It was as powerful as Mount St. Helens, and it stopped air traffic in Alaska. The smoke. I just thought that was interesting.
Yeah, there was an earthquake in Alaska. Type of interesting. Do you guys know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah. Oh, you explained it to me the other day.
I explained it to some people. I don't know who was in the room.
I was not in the room.
I mean, it's just when I first started going live, Penny would come on the lives, and if she thought something was boring, she would just say random things to try and change the subject.
Oh.
And we were having a conversation, and it was pretty deep and heated, and she just didn't like it because she didn't want to talk about it or whatever. So she gets the floor, and she says, "Did you guys hear about the earthquake in Alaska?" And then it starts going off about it, and I'm like, "We were just talking about something else." Yeah, but that something else sucked. Let's talk about the earthquake in Alaska.
I do that sometimes, only because you sometimes they beat a topic like a dead horse. It's like, come on, skip past it.
Oh, see, there's a lot of this stuff you can talk about forever, like
Right.
libertarianism or Marxism or something. These are all philosophies, and most
But
people
nobody
don't know
can
what they
agree
are.
to disagree, though.
I don't think anybody could ever agree to disagree on anything.
Well,
I can't think of something where people actually do agree to disagree. I mean, I've heard people say it. Well, we'll just have to agree to disagree. And every time somebody says that to me, I said, "No, you're fucking wrong. I'm not
Okay.
agreeing to disagree. You're fucking wrong."
I'll give you an example. Liver. My sister loves liver. I hate liver. We agree to disagree.
Wow.
Well, yeah, that's like a personal choice.
Yeah, but you've never had it cooked correctly.
Oh, come on. Like liver and bacon, liver and onions. It's gross. I tasted it one time. I would never eat it again.
Just
I
have
used to hate Brussels sprouts, but then somebody cooked them differently, and I did like them.
That's what I just said. You just got to get it cooked differently.
Like, how would you cook? You're not a meat person. How would you know?
I don't know. Okay. But I do know that when it comes to like Brussels sprouts and broccoli and other things that people don't like, lima beans, I've made some fucking excellent dishes with lima beans.
I like lima beans.
Yeah, see, most people don't. So it just depends on how it's prepared. You can make anything taste good. You can make anything taste bad too. You could take a fucking whatever your favorite steak is and fuck that up real bad too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wait, what were you just talking about?
Liver, steak, lima beans.
Oh yeah. There's a bean diet. There's women that are going on this bean diet where they eat beans every day, and they're losing weight on it.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
Bro,
a lot of
kind of
calories
beans?
in meat. They have a shit ton of protein.
Yeah.
If you cook and prepare them correctly, you do not get gas from them.
Right. That's what I've read.
Well, tell that to my stomach.
You haven't cooked and prepared them correctly.
Or your gut's out of whack.
Or that
Well,
too.
to be fair, it's just mostly canned black beans.
Okay, well, if it's canned black beans, you should probably pour them out into a strainer and rinse them off really good. And then you should probably cook them with epazote.
Wait.
Epazote?
Robot, right over my head. What was it? What went right over my head?
Yeah, epazote. It's I think it's typically, I think Americans call it skunkweed or something like that. It's got a pretty pungent smell, but
I am a fan of skunkweed.
it works really well with beans. It's a Mexican herb that they use, but generally just for beans. And you cook it with the epazote, and the epazote actually takes off the coating on the outside of the beans and nullifies it so that you don't get the gas.
Wait, is it Epsom salt or does it just sound like that?
Epazote.
Epazote. Okay, I'll have to look this up.
I think it's EPIZOTA maybe, or ZOTE, something like that. Epazote.
What is it? Epazote?
It's a weed.
Oh.
I've heard a lot of people refer to it as skunkweed because it's got a pretty pungent smell to it. But you pick it fresh, or you can buy it at Mexican markets fresh, and then you cook your beans in that, and it makes them so that it doesn't give you gas.
Interesting.
And it adds a really good flavor to the beans as well.
Cool.
I don't remember exactly how to spell it, but I just
My
know
sister
that
makes
I grow it.
Somebody had it in the gulag. They wrote it. EPISOTE.
That's something like that. I was thinking it was a ZOTE, but it probably is an SOTE.
My sister makes greens and beans. Oh, that is so good.
Greens and beans would be good, but I'm sure your sister puts fucking ham hocks in it.
No, I don't think she does. I'll have to ask her though. I used to make
lard and ham hocks and beans.
Yeah.
And greens.
Well, lard's coming back, you know that.
I know, and it's fucking disgusting. Rendered fat from a pig? Really?
Yeah. I'll stick to my grass-fed butter, thank you.
Well, and that's fine. That's just fully digested. I don't know why that's a big deal. And you don't hurt anybody with that. Well, the new farming techniques hurt animals, but
yeah.
if you go back to the old ways, you can still.
Yeah, it's what do they say that sourced? It's
humanely sourced.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Ginger lime.
The cows are treated nicely. They don't have their babies torn from them and shit.
Oh, that's good. Hi,
and they are generally given a certain amount of time out in their fields during the day. At least a certain amount of time. What's up,
Hi,
ass
Stefan.
hat?
What's going on?
Piece of shit, bastard.
Right back at you, buddy. You guys have become softer throughout time here on TikTok. So why am I catching strays today?
Oh, you probably don't remember because the next day you admitted that you were plastered when you came up the night before, but you came on pretty aggressive on a panel, so you and I are at odds.
That tracks.
Yeah, it's all good.
I think like everybody. Are you friends with anybody? I mean, do you have friends?
I have a few on TikTok, but most of my friends are in real life. So
people like you. People could stand to be around you.
Surprisingly, huh?
That is pretty surprising, actually.
What do you think are my worst attributes that would cause me to not have friends?
Foot and mouth disease.
Okay. I mean, that's a pure opinion thing, though. I mean, do you think that your opinion about people reflects the majority of people's opinions? That's a good answer. Is that him or me? Why is it dead silent?
Yeah, sorry, I had to mute for a sec. Foot and mouth disease is pretty objective, not subjective.
I think whether or not you believe somebody has that is the subjective part. The definition of it, I'm sure there's a definition that exists, but
there really isn't a definition for foot and mouth disease.
I'm sure somewhere.
It's a
somewhere it has
words.
I just think
it's that kind of stupid shit right there. That
if you join lives, like a lot of you guys, I'm really a lot of panels actually, and a lot of lives. Most people that are there seek out lives where most people agree with them. It's comfortable. They go in, they can hear people dunk on other people. They can hear people gang up on other people. And every so often I join, right-leaning lives because it's interesting to hear what they're saying recently, like some of the topics that they'll bring up, what is it that they believe. I do end up being a little bit of a contrarian even in those lives because it's just more interesting to try to, push back a little bit on some things where if nobody does it, then everybody just jerks each other off in the live. Like, oh, we all must be right because we agree with each other. But sometimes that doesn't work very well and people get offended or they'll assume right away it's because if I question someone that happens to be black, I'm racist. If I question somebody or I get rude with somebody who happens to be a woman, I'm, a chauvinist and a, sexist. And
right. Pag princess. That's what it was.
Yeah, it's a lot of feelings, but really it's a hypocritical stance because all day in these lives, in the comments and on the panels, people say similar things to me and nobody steps in and says, oh, that's over the line. You're an asshole. But when I say similar things back, which is typically how I do this, I give back what I believe to be the same energy that people give me. That's where people are like, oh, you're a sexist and you're this and that. Well, you must have missed the earlier part where somebody said something very similar to me and I didn't react that way and nobody else jumped in and said they were an asshole. So I'm not surprised you would think that about me because that's...
I've never heard anybody challenge you on what you do for a living.
So actually, well, she may have been saying that just to get to me, but Ella was like, oh, I don't believe that. Maybe she was saying that as a reaction to me saying that to what's her name. But it has happened in this
maybe
in
you're
this
too
life.
stupid to realize that somebody is just doing that.
Well, it could be that she was doing it there. But in this live in the past, it's come up where somebody's asked me. I don't usually bring it up proactively, but if somebody asks me, I had never had, and including in this live, anybody that believes me. I think it's partial jealousy or partial, they don't want to believe that someone could make as much money as I do. And so they don't believe it. But what am I going to do? I'm not going to cry about it. I think that's one of the weakest things to get so offended about. Anybody can come up here and lie about what they do. So if somebody questions you about it, move on. Who cares?
Yeah, I asked you what you did, and I never got an answer actually, so I have no idea.
I'll just say that I do business to business services. I'll leave it at that. And I own a company and I sold half of it. I still own half of it and it's grown a lot. So now my revenue has grown to about what it was before I sold half of it. So I got paid out, a few $1 million and paid a shit ton of taxes because I live in California. And then
he never actually asked you how much money you make or what you're worth or
well, I think it's relevant.
All he asked you was what you did for a living, or he said it's never asked you that. One of those things.
Yeah, and then you gave me the most vague thing ever.
Well, and on top of that, you just start going into fucking wages and how much money you're worth rather than the job you actually do. So I think it's pretty telling about the foot and mouth disease.
Not really. How often do I? When's the last time you can think of?
And then you tell me I'm wrong after I explain it to you, without telling me why I'm wrong, and then you start asking me questions. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, you're just an asshole.
Do you think I'm constantly tell me the honest truth on this? Of all the times I've been on here, how many times have I ever brought up anything about what I make?
Constantly. What the fuck?
That is a lie. That is a lie.
Anytime anybody asks you about what you do for a living, you will tell them how much money you make. Anytime anybody asks you about experience, you will tell them how much money you make. And if anybody is talking about anything relevant to what you think you know something about, you will tell them how much fucking money you make.
That is a lie.
It's fucking obnoxious.
It's a total lie.
It is obnoxious as shit. You are just
I literally never
person.
Bring it up unless somebody...
You just fucking did, you dumbass.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is other than today, and then when I was defending myself the other than
today, every fucking time anybody brings up anything that has to do with any business or any fucking money or anything, you say it all the time. Fuck, I could be talking about the weather and you'd be fucking saying, yeah, I make $1 million.
That is such bullshit, dude.
No, it's not.
It's such a lie.
You're an asshole,
It's such
dude.
a lie.
You're just a dumbass.
I do not proactively bring that up.
Bullshit.
That is a lie. That is a straight up lie. I don't know if you're confusing me with somebody else, but I never bring it up unless somebody asks.
I don't know if you're just too stupid to remember what you said 10 minutes ago, but you do. You say it all the time.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I mean, I think...
I just asked you what you did for a living, and you said something with B2B, and I'm successful and make a lot of money, and I partially own the company. You didn't tell me what you do. What do you do? Just specifically. Yeah. Finance, business, what specifically?
Beyond the business to business services, I think it gets too close to doxing or the ability for someone to dox me, which I just don't really want.
Okay, so just tell people that you don't want them to know, and then don't attack other people for what they do. Even if you just said you're an idiot, that's fine. You can attack people if you want, I guess. But to say that someone is not their credentials aren't what they say they are is just weird. It's it was your vibe, and this is your words. You went off your vibe.
I still don't believe her.
You still don't? Wow.
No, I don't.
And then you have to say something stupid like that too. Nobody gives a fuck what you
But
think
why
about
is
it
it?
right now.
I
You
just don't understand,
that,
like,
right?
why you're so offended by this. Like, again,
Because
I
you're
don't
an
care if you give
asshole.
big doubt to me.
You're an asshole, and you don't know you're an asshole, which means you're a fucking narcissist too. You have a mental condition, sir. You need to see somebody about it. You need
I
to get it
disagree
taken
with you,
care of.
but that's your
I
take.
know you
I get it.
disagree because you don't fucking listen. Because you don't listen. Because you're a fucking narcissist. Because you have a mental issue. That's why you don't agree. I get it.
So, Mojo, tell me how many years you've been in the field of psychology.
120.
Appreciate your
Such a dumb
amateur
shit.
diagnosis.
I don't know if I believe you, Mojo.
Oh, don't say that. He might get offended and call you a narcissist.
You really don't know much of anything about much of anything, in all honesty. You come in here and you just say random things and you don't even follow conversations.
I mean, at this point, you're going to say anything about me. So, I actually joined to ask you guys because, I mean, it's part of a curiosity that I think people have that maybe join, and then myself included, is where people feel things might go in the coming elections and what some of the biggest hurdles might be for your party. Obviously, it looks like the Democrats will probably take over the House. Possibly Republicans will retain the Senate. Obviously, that's going to possibly lead toward some investigations that the House doesn't currently want to do, but also blocking of certain things that the Republicans might want to get passed. But in terms of what the next elections will be, one of my questions was, what do you guys think are the biggest hurdles might be for your candidate to win in the next presidential election? It looks like Kamala is currently still polling the highest.
Idiots like
interesting.
you. That's our problem.
Idiots like me, and like how do idiots like me hurt?
Because you just run around saying stupid shit all the time, and you play devil's advocate, saying stupid shit. Idiots like you that will vote for anything because you don't understand anything.
So, what percentage of the population do you think consists of idiots like me?
Quite a few.
And that's going to be the sway, you think?
That is generally the sway, yes.
Oh, so what you mean is low information voters?
No, just idiots like you.
So then, if it's pointless and there's going to be this percentage of people that are idiots like me that are going to do this,
what's your figure out how to sway the fucking idiots like you?
Well,
I gotta tell you not to touch the fucking stove and see if we can get you not to touch the fucking stove because that's how stupid you are.
But the fact, I really do hope all this is making you feel better in some shallow way to say all this, but it's not affecting me if that's your goal.
Well, it's affecting you enough to comment on it. That's fucking hilarious.
So a response means that it's affecting me. I'm like literally
if it didn't affect you, quite literally, if it doesn't affect you, you wouldn't say anything. You wouldn't respond at all.
Well, maybe in a situation where we're just walking by each other on the street, but we're on the panel together here to talk about stuff, so I'm responding.
But basically, you just said that it bothers you that people don't believe how much money you make.
When did I say it bothers me?
You
never said it bothers me. Yeah. I said it happens, and I said I move on from it because
I can't understand why they don't believe me.
And that's different than saying then you give excuses as to why they might not believe you. And it does bother you because you brought it up out of the blue without anybody asking you.
You can say that, but it doesn't
because you bring this shit up.
I already know. Anytime anybody says anything that
you don't know anything, I think you need to first understand that you really don't know anything.
That's your opinion, and you're wrong. But
humility goes a long way.
Yeah, I mean, so again, going back to what I was saying about giving back some more energy, there's a lot of panels I join where it's a very civil conversation. People don't disrespect each other, we move on. In fact, I would say that there's been instances and times like that in the past on Mojo's life. But at some point, if you end up having people that are part of the panel or part of the mod group that take certain liberties to treat people a certain way, then it's like, well, they're going to get back the same energy, and then that just doesn't go well because you guys don't.
You blame your idiocy on other people. Your assholishness, your foot and mouth disease. Now you blame it on other people. That's fucking wild.
I mean, okay, so you've never heard that term before, giving back people the same energy?
Yeah, every fucking idiot that is an asshole says that shit.
You guys, like, it's a perfect world for you to have people on here and allow for them to treat people a certain way and defend them because it's all part of your group.
And here you go again, trying to make excuses for why people call you an asshole.
No, but you guys get so butthurt when the energy gets put back to you, and that's what I'm.
No, you're the one who's butthurt right now. You get that, right?
But I'm not. I've pretty much put you guys all in a category where I don't even care about anything you say.
Well, if you didn't care, you wouldn't be fucking talking to us right now about this. So you do care. The opposite of hate is not love. The opposite of love is not hate. It's indifference. You're going to have to become indifferent, and you are obviously not indifferent.
Yeah. So I don't know if you understand how, like, okay, so it's not an all or nothing thing.
I don't know if you understand a goddamn thing. I mean, it's pretty obvious you don't understand a goddamn thing.
If I join a panel and I don't respect certain people because of the way that they are, I'm still on the panel because there may be some things that somebody might say that would be interesting to me. And by the way, you're talking about idiots not changing their opinion, and you lumping me in that category. There's been quite a few things since I started, joining these panels several months ago, that I have actually changed my opinion on based on things that people have brought up, research that I've done, sure, and things that I found that I just didn't realize before that was brought up, and it has made a difference, honestly, through all this crap.
Give us an example.
So one of the biggest things is that I used to toe the line on a lot more issues on the right, but now, like AB rights, for example, I've completely changed my opinion on ABs because of things that people have said, speaking to people in my life as well about it, trying to think a little bit further than just like what I feel the right-leaning people get so caught up with is they want to dive into the weeds and be accurate based on what they believe to be, this black and white data where if they can say they can prove when conception happens and life happens, then then it's like they oversimplify it to it is unalivement or murder, if you can say that. I'm not sure. And so, but I feel like they're missing the main point. And a lot of times these arguments, the people on the left end up going down those rabbit holes with them. And it's a battle that nobody ends up winning. They just end up walking away feeling like they still believe what they believe because the other person's wrong about when conception happens or whatever.
Here's the thing, Seven. Those people are pro-birth. They are not pro-life. They want you to have the child, but they do not want to help you raise that child.
Well, I can tell you that that's not the case because I know a lot of people that are Republicans that do not believe that. That may be what ends up happening, but that's not what they actually think they believe. So, for me, I've had actually a pretty good, productive conversation with a lot of people on the right about this.
There's cuts to WIC. There's been cuts to food stamps and SNAP. There's been all kinds of cuts. Tell me they believe.
Sorry. So, okay. So if you're talking about policies occurring and cuts to things, and that's telling you, okay, this is clearly what the administration believes.
That's the Republican Party doing that.
Okay, so I'm not going to argue that those things are signaling that that's what's happening and that's what the Republican Party is doing. And I think that anybody who's paying attention to that stuff is being affected by the fact that, hey, it's a good point to say that if we're going to, force people to give birth or outlaw ABs in any way, that we need to also have funding and support for people once they're born, once they're born, easier adoptions, more support, and more funding. I think that there's enough people that are reasonable that would say, I do agree with that, actually. I don't think we should. I think we should be supporting these kids as they're born.
Then I would like to see some changes in the policies for the Republican Party then.
Yeah, and that's where I feel like
that's something you could work on in your party.
Well, I mean, so for me, like that's one reason why, like, I may lean back to possibly voting the other way, because this is the first time I voted for Trump. Before that, it was actually Democrats for a while, and so there's enough people I think who did that. Clearly, look at the polling data, even like the surprising ones where Latinos and Black men, I think a lot of those are in a position where they may swing back the other way as well. And conversations do help. There's a lot of BS that happens along the way with these, like,
Right. I agree.
conversations, but like, you know, but so that's one. And actually I've always kind of been for, some better system for the medical industry.
Okay.
And insurance coverage and all that.
Everybody, we all have health care, nationwide health care.
Yeah, some sort of universal health care, certainly mental health care. So, but for health care, I've never been totally against it. It's really just like, okay, how is it actually going to work? Is it going to lead to a substantial decrease in quality of care? Although I feel like that's already happening even within our current system. So like that is something that I don't really.
Yeah, a lot of that stems from the insurance company themselves and the medical field, pharmacies. Yeah, it's a lot of bureaucratic bullshit. But there's a lot of countries that have universal health care and they do it quite well. Everybody just wants to point to Canada and say it's terrible, but it's not. There's people that live in Canada that come on this panel and say that it's fine.
Right. Yeah. And so I think that I'm not totally, I think, here's what I think the biggest headwinds are for Democrats being elected, or for people on the right that are hesitant to switch to the other side and vote on the other side, is that people have a tendency to look at what it could become, like the most extreme version of what's being proposed. And there's so many people on the right that say, if we make any more steps toward anything that even looks or smells like socialism, that's just going to lead to actual socialism. And no longer will people be rewarded to come here, work hard, build a business, do well for themselves.
Don't you find it ironic that they feel that way and they're supposed to be the party of Christianity and believing in Jesus? And Jesus's philosophies were all socialist.
Yeah. So, but I mean, if you think about like, I think a lot of those people are, and this is where you kind of like hear, I think, sort of the libertarians out there, is like caring about your family, like Mormons, for example, right? Well, sure. I grew up Mormon. I'm no longer Mormon. I do think it's cultish, but I think Mormons are take care of their own really, really well and their communities. And then it goes out from there. And I think that that's where there's a lot of people who believe, I don't think, it gets messy when you have this huge country with a lot of states and a lot of people to try to make policies at a federal level that everybody will agree with and that will help people the same across the country. So starting at the local levels and, again, a libertarian kind of viewpoint there is like more, put more to the state where they can actually do things that.
Yeah. We already have a lot of socialist programs like public schools, our interstate highway system, firemen, policemen. That's all socialistic.
Yeah.
So I don't
agree, and
I'm so afraid of it.
And I'm actually, I supported and donated to Andrew Yang when he was running in the primaries because I just felt like, the believability factor, which I think gets lost in a lot of these discussions. People kind of look at these candidates and they try to decide, is this somebody that's a genuine person that wants to actually accomplish what they're saying they want to accomplish? Right. People liked Bernie for that reason. People like AOC for that reason. People like Trump for that reason. That's really why people. Wait, a lot of people.
No, they like Trump for what reason?
They thought that I think he's let some people down in some of these areas, but they thought that above all else, he believes the stuff he's saying and that he wants to do and accomplish, and he's genuine to what he's trying to do. I'm just saying that that's what people thought. You might not think that, but that's part of what people who voted for him thought. Andrew Yang was in that category, and I liked the simplicity of something that you could introduce that people could understand. It wasn't, hey, this program that works in all these complicated ways, and it might benefit some people over others, and the people that are using these social programs have to continue to prove that they deserve to be on them. He was like, let's not get rid of those programs. This is not replacing SNAP and welfare type things. This is a small entry into a UBI, not a full replacement of income, but some sort of minimum basic income.
I remember.
Funded by, some form of a VAT tax where it excluded consumer staples and other things that would normally, be passed on to the poorer people. So it's like, okay, so we're not going to tax them more and eat up all the
self-talk.
I mean, you can chime anytime you want, but you're saying I never bring any substance to the table, and maybe it's because you guys like to bloviate.
You're saying a lot without saying anything.
So you didn't understand any of that? You can just say that.
No, I did, and that's why I like Pete Buttigieg. He's very articulate, he's very intelligent, and he explains things, very well.
I don't mind Buttigieg either. Actually, I don't know why he wasn't more popular than he was in the.
He's getting there.
I would probably vote for him. Actually, I haven't really looked at his policies in a while, and I'd have to see more stuff. But I would probably vote for him.
Yeah, I'm thinking him and AOC would be a great ticket.
Yes, I just wonder if people are ready for AOC because I feel like I don't even know the polling on this or what your thoughts are, but I feel like the Democratic Party is just still so split on like someone like an AOC versus like a Gavin Newsom.
Oh no, I don't like him.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bryn, want to come up and chat? Somebody else.
I think we're gonna have to reckon with. I think Yang was a little early in his messaging. He thought that like driverless cars were going to happen like within a couple of years back when he was talking about that. And displaced a huge industry of people that drive trucks and things like that. That didn't happen. It's slowly happening. It's slowly still emerging. And I think it will get there at some point. But now we've got AI, which came in and said, hold my beer to automatic driving and autopilot. And now is going to displace potentially untold amounts of industries and jobs. So there's a high potential that there will need to be some form of assistance.
You see a little bit of irony in what you just said.
Irony?
How?
The simple fact that you said that he knew that you think he was right about self-driving cars, but he pushed it a little too hard or thought it was coming a little too fast, and then you turned around and do the exact same thing with AI.
Who?
You.
Oh, you're saying with me it's too early? Like we're just not there yet, so it doesn't mean much?
Yeah, this is what I was trying to explain to Stargazer earlier. I don't think there's any reason to worry. I mean, we've got plenty of water on the planet. We just got to figure out a way to make it usable. And we have plenty of space, so I don't think we have to worry about that. I just don't see it as being as big of an issue as a lot of liberals are making it out to be.
And it may not be for a while. I think what will end up happening is that people, we love as humans to wait
still doesn't
until
address the
things are
fact
terrible.
that you just went pants on fire or hair on fire right after you said that Andrew Yang did that. I just said that was pretty ironic.
I wasn't saying that it's happening tomorrow. I'm just saying it seems inevitable at some point in our future. And as humans, we like to wait until
it's going to happen a lot quicker. As a matter of fact, I think you said.
Oh, I don't know. No, I said it potentially could, which it definitely could potentially.
No, you said it's going to.
No, rewind it, bro. I feel like at this point you're just literally misstating everything that I say. Just because
I feel like at this point you just don't know what the fuck you're saying because you're saying so much stupid shit.
What did I say that was so stupid in that whole thing?
I just told you.
You think that because you thought you heard me say that it's definitely going to happen?
Because I thought I heard you say, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
I mean, rewind it, bro. I'm telling you, I will gift you two galaxies if you watch this afterwards, and you can show that where I said it's definitely going to happen. I didn't. Just stop.
There she goes. Sorry.
What's up, Bella?
Hello. Please don't stop the argument on my account. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you can show the proof, and I'll gift them. But he, right at this point, he's literally just
I'm
lying about everything about him.
literally just lying. Literally. He's
Literally.
literally.
Who just lies about
Why
everything?
you always lying? Okay, let's stop.
He's decided that he doesn't like me, and so now he's just making stuff up. And I'm telling you, if you prove it, you can easily prove it. You're going to have a recording of this. I will
He
gift you
didn't
2
just
galaxies.
decide this. He's felt this way for a long time.
It's reached a new peak.
Oh. You give him too much credit. I don't think he thinks about you that much.
Well, not when I'm not here, of course. I'm not that vain.
Oh, good. I did, Mojo, I did hear you say something about, like, how all the liberals talk about is the water issue. And maybe a lot of the liberals you've heard do because they're not, maybe, like, they're the headliners, right? Like, they just know what they see in the headline in the news. But I think we do not have sufficient infrastructure in place to do with AI what we should and do and could do without it negatively impacting people and the environment. So I think that's really the bigger picture. It's not just about water. It's about the entirety of the infrastructure.
We already have the technology to do everything we need to do. It's just about doing it. And if we choose to do it, we can do it really fast because the technology already exists.
The people in charge of it aren't doing it, though. If anything, it feels like this is get your data center built as quickly as possible before the people can revolt against it, right?
Exactly.
No, they're just moving ahead, trying to get profit as quick as they can. I don't think that's natural.
I have a question. Why do they come in and offer, like, the city council a whole bunch of money to pass it through?
Because people are freaking out about it.
Why do you call it? Are you playing Magamoto? Or are you looking to argue? Because I don't know why you call it freaking out when people are actively being negatively affected by it, like drinking water, like noise pollution, like light pollution. Like there are actual existing issues around these data centers, and I'm not saying we shouldn't have them. I'm saying we can do it in a way that doesn't negatively impact other people.
I'm not sure what noise pollution is, but
you know what noise pollution is?
No.
Come on.
Are you you cannot be serious, Mojo. Did you wake up grumpy? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he must have. Jeez.
Clearly.
What's happening right now?
I think it's wild to think that we are affected by things that you can just close your window and not listen to.
It's not like, okay, I think, maybe I can find some of the, it's not just news articles. It's like, I think it's Vice and NPR and other places that have actually gone to these neighborhoods and like checked out these people's complaints. And it's not just stuff that you can just like easily close your windows to. Like it is incredibly invasive. And I don't think that we should allow for a big corporate business such as tech to affect people's lives in that manner. I think people are more important, and it's okay to put regulation around these things, and we should vote as such.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with regulation. I don't have a problem with government getting involved. I certainly don't want to give corporations any more power than they already have. I just say that it's not something that we have to worry about. It is something that we should probably lobby for. We should probably lobby to try and get them to fix these problems. And if they choose not to fix the problems, we should probably legislate against them. I agree with that. I mean, I know we can make desalinization plants. I know that we shouldn't have to as taxpayers. They should have to as business owners. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I want that kind of stuff to happen. I just don't think the world's going to end.
But why have to go to that instead of letting them just ruin all the fresh water that we have in this country?
I think we're already in the peak of a problem anyway from our normal basic use. The way we've been using water forever has already affected everything. I think this stuff needs to be done. And if there's something that pushes it to get done, it's probably a good thing, honestly.
I mean, we do. I mean, I live up by Lake Erie. There's a shitload of water in the Great Lakes.
Um, yeah.
The best.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I'm good with like setting up pipelines throughout the U.S. for water instead of oil. In all honesty,
Sure. You get a spill, no big deal.
yeah. Then you just grow more plants.
Yeah.
Shitty thing, huh? Yeah. I don't know. I guess an accelerationist might be the term to use at this point. If corporations are going to be fucking stuff up, go ahead and fuck it up, because then you're just going to piss people off even more, and we're going to force you to do it even quicker.
Yeah.
This is your way of getting to some kind of a revolution faster? What is happening?
No,
Yeah.
it's not a revolution, but these are things that we had to deal with anyway. The Interstate Water Compact with Colorado is something that's been failing for quite a long time, and not because of data centers, but for a multitude of reasons. So this is something that needs to get solved, and if this particular issue solves this problem or forces us to solve this problem, then it's probably a good thing.
Right.
I still think that there is also something to be said. Okay, let me start over. Right now, and you said they're just coming from a profit motive, and that's normal. Is it really normal though? Like in terms of, shouldn't they also think about the people they're affecting when they're just clearly not? That would be the version of capitalism that I know I rail so hard against. Like, why should we have to wait until it's too bad and then put regulation in place when it's clear that they don't care, and they don't want to work with us, when they're already showing that by not even asking for the neighborhood's input truly, and just like deciding they want to put a data center in. The only way that these data centers are being stopped now is because local governments or like city councils are putting moratoriums in place. Otherwise, they would just plow all over the people.
Yeah, I obviously don't disagree. I think capitalism is destructive and should be changed. I think that's a requirement that we're going to have for our society. I do think that maybe this is a little bit revolutionary. I certainly don't want, to overthrow the government or anything, but I do think that it gives a lot more reason, a lot more reasons, a lot more people, a lot more reasons to hate corporations and hate the whole notion of capitalism. So it adds to the support that we're going to get for socialist programs in the future.
I see. B is in the request. Is it okay to bring people up, or are you looking?
Yeah, that's fine. No, bring people up. I just haven't had anybody that was wanting to come up. It's been really slow.
I don't know how long you've been up, or if you were looking to argue specifically or something, so I figured I'd ask.
No, I wasn't looking to argue about anything. I'm just sitting here wandering around the map looking for shit I haven't found yet.
You sound a little grumpy.
I am. I stayed up too late.
Oh, yeah.
I stayed up too late, got up too early. I'm tired.
Was that Mario from Stargazer? It sounded like Mario when he gets on the tube.
Yeah, I think it's an owl sound. That's my notifications. I just got a notification. I believe it's an owl sound.
Yeah.
Really?
It sounds more like a cuckoo's clock as a cuckoo clock. However you say that.
You know what? I might have changed it. I'll have to look. I'll look later. I'll let you know what it is.
It's just yeah. I mean, it could be an owl too, I suppose.
Speaking of Mario, my favorite thing about Mario, like Mario Kart, was at the end, Toad would always say, "Toad's the best." That cracks me up. Oh, and I got corn today, sweet corn, And in the bag, there was a little tiny, like trial size ear of corn. So I took a picture of it and I sent it to my daughter. And then I opened it up and took another picture. And she said, "It's so tiny." And she showed my granddaughter. And I was like, "So what, mommy?" She did what? And I was cracking up about it. And she could care less. Anyway.
Stephen, what are you arguing about in the comments?
Doesn't he owe Mojo a universe or something?
Oh yeah, tell me why. They're saying I owe him a galaxy somehow.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Ooh.
Because you did say the thing.
Well, he can easily prove. I'll give him 2 galaxies actually if he can prove that I said. By the way, you said the thing. I like how you don't remember what it is. It is. He specifically said he came in. By the way, it doesn't even matter that he's wrong on this, except that he used that to launch into like attacking me for some reason, and he was wrong on the premise, which he said that. I'm an idiot because I was saying that AI advancements are going to displace massive jobs imminently, like for sure. When I said no, I said that's possible. It's a very possible scenario where that could happen, or it could happen over a longer period of time. And he's like, no, you definitely said it was imminent. I'm like, okay, then pull up the proof. I think this is going to
You're
show
streaming
that.
now, right, Mojo? I'll pull it up. Let me find
It
it.
is streaming. I didn't feel like taking the time to do it. I don't really.
This is going to show that he just is so mad at me that he's saying anything he can at this point to like say, oh, you said this or you did that.
The point that he
I
made
can't.
was that why.
My work is not allowing me to play YouTube video. I'm on my work computer, so I can't. I was gonna find it and play it, but I can't do it. Sorry.
Okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I don't really much care. He was saying that Andrew Yang went a little too fast and freaked people out a little bit too much about self-driving cars. And then he turned around and said, but today we have AI, and that is a real danger today, and we're going to lose a lot of jobs because of that. So he talked about how Andrew Yang played it off as imminent or immediately imminent, and then he did turn around and play it off AI in the exact same way. And
Did you hear that I was saying I was a supporter of Andrew Yang?
It doesn't matter.
It does, because what's the whole point of you even saying that? I wasn't trying to gotcha Andrew Yang. I was saying, hey, it was a good platform. He was just too early.
I just said you were. It was ironic that you bitched about Andrew Yang doing something wrong, and then you turned around and did the exact same thing that Andrew.
But see,
Yang,
that's how I know you weren't listening. Yeah, that's how I know you weren't listening. I wasn't. Could someone else in the panel chime in and say if I was bitching about Andrew Yang? I literally said I donated to his political campaign.
I just got here, bro.
Right before you challenged him 2 galaxies, he claimed that you said something specific, and you said, "No, I didn't. I will give you 2 galaxies if you can prove it." I can't remember what the exact thing is. We'll probably need to review the video to know for sure, but I remember thinking, I was away from my phone at the time, so I couldn't say it, but I remember you saying the thing that you claimed you didn't say a moment before. I could be wrong too.
You can't even remember what the thing was. I mean,
exactly. No, I know.
So here's my thing though. Like, even in addition to coming in and like claiming I said something that I didn't, the whole thing that he's making the point of was based on something. He clearly didn't hear what I was even saying. I wasn't roasting.
No,
Andrew Yang.
I don't care whether you supported. I don't care. That
you just said I was.
It is irrelevant to the conversation whether you support Andrew Yang or not.
Well, it's relevant to what the point that you were trying to make, which is that you were saying,
no, it's
you're
not.
giving
Not
Andrew
in any
Yang.
way, shape, or form is irrelevant.
Wait,
how you were saying that you were saying that.
Why would they bring up that you owe him in the galaxy just randomly for no reason at all? Evidently, something happened.
No one's
why do
listening
anybody say
to
anything
each other to
section?
Understand. This is hilarious.
Like, why does anybody say anything in the comment section? Mojo, do you think I owe you a galaxy? Is there something I've lost a bet to you on that I owe you a galaxy? Or are they talking about this specific thing?
I have no idea.
Someone in the comments said, "Oh, he never pays his bets anyway."
You're the one who's freaking out about it. So I don't know.
You did actually specifically say 2 galaxies.
Right, but in the comments, what they said was, "Oh, it doesn't matter. He doesn't pay his bets. Doesn't he already owe him a galaxy?" So people just say shit.
No, I think okay. that aside, what you're not understanding about Mojo's point specifically is that your support or non-existing support for or against Andrew Yang has nothing to do with what he was trying to say. He's pointing out the irony between you saying that Andrew Yang maybe over exaggerated the fear of self-driving cars, but then you turned and talked about AI and how it is actually a fear. They are both AI.
Ella, you said it yourself. You weren't here for this, so you interpreting for him is.
I was in the comments and in the queue. I was here.
No, because
that's exactly what she just said is exactly correct.
Because she's interpreting what you just said 2 seconds ago. So what actually happened? And again, go back and listen if you want to really dunk on me on this.
What actually happened?
Yeah, what actually happened was that I started out by saying I support Andrew Yang, but give me some second. It's not my main point. But I support Andrew Yang. I even donated to him. And I think he had a good thing going with the simplicity of some sort of universal basic income. And I said the only thing with him, and I wasn't saying this as a dig, I was saying this didn't help him.
Yeah, but nobody said you said it as a dig. It doesn't fucking matter.
Hold on.
That's not relevant. That's what I'm saying.
It is relevant because
it's not relevant. Because there's no relevance there whatsoever.
Because I said, I didn't say what you said. I said he was just too early with it, which is true. He was too early with that platform.
I know, and then you turned around and then you were just saying shit too early for AI.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So here's the part where you said something that was a straight up lie, which is that after I said that about Andrew Yang, I said it was a little too early. I said, but what's interesting is that AI was like, hold my beer. Now it's people more worried about basically AI replacing jobs versus driverless cars. And they're like, oh, it's hilarious. You're coming in. I was making an observation. I wasn't saying anything bad about any candidate or this or that.
I didn't say you were saying anything bad. What the fuck? I said it was ironic that you came back and did the exact same thing that you criticized Andrew Yang for doing.
I didn't criticize him. I was making an observation that didn't help him, that he was too early with that. But here's the thing. Here's the part where the two galaxies come in. Hold on.
Here's the part where he's fucking stupid. Steven is too stupid. Steven is too stupid to follow these kinds of conversations.
I mean, you guys literally, if anybody listens back, they're going to see that you're too stupid to understand that you actually, the part that you straight up lied about that I said I would give you two galaxies if you could disprove was that you said, and you can hear it in the recording actually, what he made the claim about, that I came in and I was like, oh, it's imminent, it's going to happen. I'm like, no. I said, now that's going to be the big threat, and it could happen. I didn't say it's definitely going to happen. They're like, no. And then he doubled down and said, no, you said it's definitely going to happen. I said, all right, well, show me where I said that it's definitely going to happen, and I will give you two galaxies. And now you guys are like spinning out into other things and saying generic things like, oh, my brain hurts and whatever. I mean, that's what you do.
I didn't say my brain hurt. No, I don't recall anyone saying that. What I did say is that you keep saying, oh, I agreed with Yang, or I didn't criticize Yang. This isn't about what you said in terms of how you feel about Yang. It is that you are saying the same thing about AI that Yang said about self-driving cars. You are doing it yourself. That's where the irony lies.
But no, but I don't even agree with that actually, because in order to make that point, in order to make that point and to have some sort of like coherence behind the point you're trying to make, it's dependent upon you saying that I was criticizing Andrew Yang.
Ella, bring Timeless up. He has the clip.
Oh, I can't wait. Start it back a little bit where I was talking about Andrew Yang. I can't wait.
Yeah, see, I don't go through this. He's not in the queue. I don't do this because if I was on studio, I would probably have done it, but I don't feel like looking it up on my PC and then pointing my phone at my PC and unplugging my headphones and turning the volume way up and having to listen to it that way. And
he said, wait, give me a few seconds. He's on his PC.
Yeah, he can't come up when he's on PC, so that would be.
No,
I see what he's
doing. That's
true.
Why doesn't he? But now he's going to have to like point his phone at his PC to play it.
Have him send me the clip, because I think you can do that, right? You can send it to somebody. Because I can't stay on here forever for him to do that. But if he sends me a clip and it shows,
if he thinks he's right, I want him to play another live. But
You can,
I
well, he
don't
can do
know
that
why
too.
you kept going. I actually dropped the shit, and then you kept going with people in comments because you're fucking narcissistic.
Thanks,
I
Doctor.
agree, Brovat. The topic itself isn't important enough to clip, but the fact that there's galaxies on the line, I'm like, fucking bring it.
Of course. Well, actually, you want to sweeten this up?
Can I ask
If you're
everyone a
wrong, Mojo,
question?
you owe me 2 galaxies. Because at this point, I'm just so confident that I'm going to give it to you, and I'm not expecting it. But if you
You're just
actually
so
fully
well. That is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
I can't wait. Why?
Because you said I'll give you 2 galaxies if you're right about
If
this,
I'm wrong.
and now you want me
But
to
if you
put
want
2 galaxies. Now you want me to
I'm
put
trying to
myself in a place
see-
where I'm going to lose to, where I possibly could
I'm
lose 2
gauging
galaxies. You're
how
fucking
confident you are.
idiotic.
I'm gauging how confident you are. Do you not understand that?
Oh my god. Ella, what is, so in the top left corner next to Mojo's name with the heart thing, what is that? Like, I do it all the time, every time I come up.
It is.
But
What is
what is that? So, top left corner next to Mojo's name, there's like the heart with like the number like in it. It's like the white circle thing. You know, what is that? I do it all the time. I just don't know what it is.
We call it the heart me, right? But it's kind of like a checklist of things that you can do every time Mojo goes live. Is that
All right.
And
So
somehow he produces it within 3 minutes.
It costs you a penny, and it gives me 45 points. And what it does is change your name down in the comments from being black and gray or white and gray to colored. So if you haven't done it in a few days, then the Mojo, the tag next to your name will go back to like a white and gray. So then I'll know that you haven't done it. But otherwise, it lasts for a couple of days each time you click.
It turns the whites to coloreds.
Okay, buddy, calm down with that. Okay. Okay, I get it now. I do it all the time.
It does help push out the algorithm. It does help make sure that this is a popular live so that people can see it better, stuff like that. But that's all it does.
Okay, sweet.
Do we know Kenneth?
I think I know who Kenneth voted for.
no? Hi, Kenneth. Would you please? Sorry for the delayed intro, by the way. Would you please give us your age, state, and who you voted for?
Yeah, 53 from Ohio, and I'm one of the founding members of BLACA. I've been down with Trump since like 2015.
I knew it.
Right then.
My turn? Is it my turn? Hey, Mojo. What's up, everybody?
I'm still waiting for a galaxy from you.
Oh, great. I'm glad we can talk about that. I've got the video. Do you want to play it out loud so we can decide? We've got Kenneth here. Maybe Kenneth is a third-party, disinterested party. Maybe he can decide.
I'm not going to watch your clipped video.
Yeah, because you're going to lose.
Clipped video. It's a clipped video, dude.
What do you mean it's a clipped video? It's the exact whole entire conversation. I can clip that. Get out of here.
Really?
You're in amongst people that are going to believe Mojo regardless.
Is it a half-hour video? Because
we can watch the whole entire thing. I started it.
We talked about it for at least a half hour.
No, it starts exactly from the point to where we're discussing moving over to another country. You asked me what countries I would recommend or I would think they would go to. I said Costa Rica. You said, no, they can't go to Costa Rica. You got to own property, or you can't own property in Costa Rica without being a citizen. I said, I don't believe that to be true, which in fact, that is not true. You can buy any property over there that you want. So that was what you were wrong about first. Secondly, we got into a bet over if you earned your income outside of the United States, whether or not you had to pay taxes on it, which again you were wrong on, and you bet a galaxy, sir. And so I just asked you to make do. I just asked you to make do. Hold on, why can't I finish? I just asked you to make do on a good bet.
You can boot him if he's going to continue screaming.
Come on, my guy.
Surprised.
Just be a man, and we made a bet, and just be good on it. That's all I ask.
Is this a time where I pulled up the IRS website and was reading from it? And hold on, you're interrupting me again.
Oh well, no, I actually was interrupted first.
Yeah, please don't
boot him.
You were done talking.
Because you don't want to pay.
I'm asking you a direct question. So if you could let me finish, that would be great. Are you going to stop?
It's 8 minutes. We can just play it for everybody. I mean,
Are you going to stop?
No, we need to. We can just replay it if you want.
Okay, stop. Okay, that's mute number 1. I know we all know how snowflakey you are about that. If you keep it up, I'm going to keep doing it. Is this about the time where I pulled up the IRS website and started reading the language there, and the moment you heard half a sentence that would side with what you were saying, you started over-talking me, never even letting me finish the actual full paragraph that would have shown that you were both not necessarily wrong and not necessarily right, and that it is actually a nuanced situation. Is that the time you're talking about?
If you would actually like to listen to the 8 minutes, you would actually see that what you say is not true. And so
you did absolutely overtalk me.
Who's interrupting now? And so Ella, you would be more than happy. I'd be more than happy to show you that you're incorrect on how that went down. And then furthermore, it was very clear and concise and upfront about what the bet was. I talk about, hey, I don't want this to get into semantics, so this is what I'm stating. Do you agree on the bet? And so it's clear cut. I mean, like at the end of the day. And I really don't care. It's $5. It's more about principle and somebody owning up to an actual loss on a bet, which Mojo refuses to do. That's all I'm asking for.
So I am correct in that you completely started over talking me before the paragraph was finished, because I remember very clearly finishing reading the entire paragraph after you had left.
Again, Ella, I have the whole entire tape there. You sat there and read for about 3 to 5 minutes, and finally when you got to the point to where it was exactly what I said, that's when I said, there it is. You're like, and this is your exact words. Exactly. This is your exact words that you say, which is something to the effect of, you are a abhorrent asshole. And that's as far as you got. And so then you got upset because I decided to, point out that I was right where you were.
You interrupted me. You interrupted me
again, this is
at the exact moment. Yeah, you did. You said, there it is. But you said that in the middle of the paragraph that would have pointed at both of you being partially right and partially wrong. I'm not even taking sides here. I'm just telling you that you got in the way of your own fucking point that day, and you only did it because of confirmation bias. You heard 3 words that proved you right, and you were unwilling to hear anything else in that paragraph. That's what happened.
I don't know you like this, bro, but it sounds like that's correct.
Why am I getting muted? And please don't act like you don't know who the hell I am. Don't make me have to go there. Mojo, all I'm asking is that you just go ahead and make good on the bet, bro, and then we can just call it a day and we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to pay me.
My guy, you know that you lost this bet. I mean, you were categorically and unequivocally wrong. And the whole entire thing you said that they didn't have, that everybody had to pay. And I said, no, sir, you're incorrect. I gave you why you were incorrect.
My original statement was that
disingenuous. Fuck. Why are y'all so? Why? Why do y'all do that?
Why are you so angry?
Why are you happy?
Bro, your blood pressure must be skyrocketing. Take your freaking statin or something. Like, you need to calm down, dude.
I'm calm.
No, he needs
need Mojo to pay me. That's all I'm asking for. And then we. Why? Want to make good? Are you a Welcher? Welcher. So you're a Welcher.
Hey, Justin's gonna pay you the Galaxy. He just wants you to be quiet.
Oh well, it's got to come. Welcher. You're just gonna. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna welch. You're a Welcher. You're a Welcher.
This is ridiculous.
For real?
So dumb. Someone just drop his ass. I'm gonna stop talking.
For real? A Welcher? That's what.
All right. So
a Welcher.
So
for real?
So my statement, my original statement was that you can't leave the U.S. without actually renouncing your citizenship, because even if you do, whatever money you make, you still owe taxes to the U.S. That was my original statement. He said I was wrong. He said, you want to bet on it? I said, yeah, I'll bet $1,000. And then he started trying to weasel his way into some sort of a definitive that might lead to some wishy-washy notion that you can get away with not paying some taxes. And so I specifically stated at that point, most countries do allow you to write their taxes off that they charged you against the taxes you owe in the U.S. That does work with most countries. However, you still have to pay taxes in the U.S. even if you made the money outside the U.S. And then it went in this whole fucking thing, and he said he would bet. Well, at one point he said he bet a Galaxy. Ella pulled up some information on how you would have to still pay money that you made outside the U.S. to the U.S. as long as you were a U.S. citizen, which did absolutely prove me correct. But he had finagled his way around to say, I remember that one of my friends said something about if they didn't work full time, they didn't have to pay something or another. I don't know. Either way, he was a bitch that night too, and he wouldn't stop fucking talking. And so I ended up dropping him, and then each time he's come back since then, I asked him to pay me the Galaxy. He said no, and he does this shit, and that's how it turns out.
I will say that, and this is the point I was trying to make, is that in at large, the information that the IRS provides, it does show that there is an exclusion that can be appropriate, but you have to qualify for it. It's not just available for everybody. Like, you have to still go through the full IRS, like, whatever process in order to, like, be approved for the exclusion. And the exclusion, I forget exactly the amount, but I think that's where, the moment I started talking, like reading that part of the language, that's when Frugal piped up and said, see, there it is. And he never allowed me to finish and talk about the actual, like, the requirements and how that works, and he just considered himself proven correct. And I think that both of you, this is me, my 2 cents, reading all of that information, I think neither of you were wrong and neither of you were fully correct either. And as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to IRS information, that's to be expected. None of us know the IRS regulations inside and out. That's why we fucking Googled this shit to prove ourselves correct.
ADL just sent a Galaxy to me, I assume, because they just want to move on from this fucking ridiculousnhe I assume that's what it's for anyway. Could be wrong.
He said, Dick well, it proved you right. You would play it. I never heard the D word used in that way.
Dick, right? Dick, well, Dick
He
well.
said, Dick well, yeah.
I don't even care if he played. He was just going off, and Ella was trying to talk, and he wouldn't let her talk. And I don't. If it's an 8-minute video, it probably does have everything on it. I don't know why we want to sit here for 8 minutes for $10 fucking. I don't fucking know, but I don't really care one way or another. Frugal's just a bitch, and he won't stop talking, and then he bitches about getting muted. He's a crash out. Like, he's a instant crash out every time he comes on a panel.
Yeah. So here's a little bit of more context around that, how I understand it. Like, if it was me, for example, and I go back to Belgium, but I don't relinquish my U.S. citizenship, and let's say I have an $80,000 salary in Belgium, and I get approved for the exclusion. The exclusion, I just looked it up again. The exclusion goes up to $132,900. $1,000, then my entire salary falls under that exclusion. So I would not owe any additional U.S. federal income taxes, but I do have to pay taxes in Belgium on that salary, right? But if I made more than the 132 and whatever, then I would absolutely owe the U.S. taxes on that extra portion as well as I do in Belgium. So, and not every country has a tax treaty of that kind, if that's the right word you would use there, but it has a tax agreement of that kind with the U.S. Like, I'm sure there are countries in the world where you're going to have to pay U.S. taxes no matter what because they don't have similar agreements.
He's saying that me and Mojo had a thing. I don't think you know who I am. Objective descent. Me and Mojo most definitely did not have a thing. I have 4 kids. I have children. I have a partner. I've been with for 15 years.
Who the fuck is this?
What the
Who
fuck are you talking about?
Why would he send me? He sent me a Galaxy. What the fuck? That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
And a top 5
You know, you and Mojo had a thing and you lost your mind. Don't make me go.
He's here. What The fuck are you talking about?
Sorry, I don't think it was me, guys. I don't think you guys were talking about me.
It was Frugal. Frugal says that we know you and Mojo had a thing and you lost your mind. Don't make me go the something or other. And I guess he didn't finish that, or maybe I don't see the comment. But then he said, why you think you can hang out in disguise and I don't know is beyond me. I think I know who he thinks you are, B. Just disregard. He's projecting like a motherfucker at this point. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I know what he's talking about, too. That's fucking crazy.
Well, who's talking about, sorry?
Who Frugal's talking about? I thought it was ADL that was saying that. I thought it was you that was saying that.
Sorry, what was I saying?
ADL, you weren't doing anything wrong. You were just getting caught up in the mix. Don't worry about it.
God, imagine this is like somebody's brother. He's saying like the most disgusting things in the comments. Is he somebody's? Oh, never mind. I'm not. Ugh, God, imagine that's your family member. Jesus Christ.
Is he saying gross things, really?
Well, yeah, he's bringing people's problems up in the comments. It's horrible.
Yeah, he's speaking to that specific person and their stuff specifically, and I don't think that's necessary, Frugal. Like, have some fucking decorum at this point.
Hey, I'm gonna drop. I'm falling asleep. I'll see you guys later.
How could you be falling asleep during all this? That's wild.
Talk to you later, Stargazer. Bye.
Bye.
Food coma.
Don't be mean, Mojo. Don't be mean. She's been around longer than we have. She has earned the right to nap whenever the fuck she wants.
What time is she on today? What the heck?
Me?
No, Stargazer.
Oh, I don't know. I saw her on a couple panels earlier too, but
can I get her top box? Can I get her top box?
Why?
I just feel more comfortable on top. That's all.
Who are you?
You don't know me. I'm TikTok famous. Y'all don't know me?
No, I have no idea who you are.
Wow. Are you guys new to TikTok?
Oh, I'm sorry, Sammy. I didn't see you. Hold on.
Wait, do you know who I am, Kenneth?
I may have seen you in passing, but I'm people know me. That's why I'm confused why they don't know me.
No, yeah,
I know this guy's voice.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm well known on TikTok. One of the founding members of Blacka, a strong advocate of the 20% of black men who support Trump. And I'm
you're the one that gets roasted by Itchy and them all the time.
Yeah, I'm TikTok famous. Yeah, everybody knows me.
You have like 6,000 followers. Why the fuck should I know you?
Well, I don't pay for my followers. Mine are genuine grassroots. So I mean,
you have 6,000 followers. Why the fuck should I know you?
Know what I'm saying? Those are genuine followers, not grass.
Again, you have 6,000 followers. Why should I know you?
They're real followers.
That doesn't answer my question.
Well, I mean, if you don't, I mean, you can not know me. It's fine. I don't think ignorance is something you should be proud of. Saying what you don't know.
Well, I think maybe you're just kind of pointless in the whole fucking idea of social media.
No, what I'm telling you is originally I came up because the background kind of irritated me, so that's what I originally came up for. And I was hoping to talk about
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bitch at me.
I just don't, I mean, this is America. And for this to be like a Marxism, it's kind of, during this time too, I think we need to focus on making America great. And we know that socialism will not do that.
Oh, socialism will absolutely make America great.
It hasn't made any other country great.
It's made this country great.
No, I'm saying it hasn't made any other country great.
But it's made this country great already.
Socialism?
Yes.
So we have a government deciding on the means of production, owning the means of production here?
You might be thinking about communism in general, but socialism would be things like Social Security, things like Medicare, Medicaid, things like free education.
I don't think that's socialism.
But it absolutely is, because it's owned and controlled by the people as a whole, meaning that we pay our tax dollars, we elect representatives, and our representatives decide what happened to those funds.
I think we determine there's a separation between socialism and what's good for the public good. and things like
Is free
utilities.
education is education good for the public?
Well, I think Thomas Jefferson said that out loud. Yeah, I think
Is healthcare good for the public?
Yeah, but we don't have socialized medicine. We pay for it. So I mean,
no, but we do have Medicare and Medicaid. So specifically for poor people and old people, we have socialized healthcare.
Yeah, but they're not very good. That's why people don't opt for those.
They're a hell of a lot better than a private system.
Not really, because the richest people, the well-off people, the mediocre people, we pay for private insurance.
Yeah, I know. Your private insurance sucks as compared to the rest of the world.
Well, it's the poor that have to. I hate to be like that, but the poor have to rely on things like Medicaid, and we know Medicare is for the old elderly. They've earned that, but it's not socialism at all.
That is exactly what it is. It is exactly socialism.
No, it's not. Socialism is a government ownership of the means of production.
Yes, the means of production are healthcare, education, housing, food.
No,
those are the means of production. Government owns those things. We own the government, so we own those things.
No, I think you did. Where do you get your socialism? Like Karl Marx? Is that where you read your socialism, or you have a different version? I'm just trying to get a baseline here. Where do you get your?
I don't know. Where did socialism come from?
I'm asking. Was it Marx and Engels? Is that where you get it? The manifesto? Is that what you talk about?
What does my background say? What does the top portion of that background say?
Mojo's Vatican City of Marxism. I mean, so it's
Marxism.
Yeah, Karl Marx.
There you go.
So you but nothing you said was Marxist.
Okay, now I understand why I don't know who you are.
Can I ask him a question, Mojo?
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, do you realize and do you agree that we have a government that is a social democracy, meaning we have a series of social programs like Social Security, okay, and other things that benefit the American people, and we have a representative government. Do you understand that constitutes a social democracy? Or do you disagree with that statement?
No, I think it's a constitutional republic, what you describe we have here.
Okay, so how would... do we have social programs in this country?
Yeah, we do have a safety net. Yeah, we do.
Okay. So why are we talking about socialism and communism? What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the government we have?
Yeah, I wanted to speak because I think there's like a cancer developing in a Democratic Party from the left, like personified by Mudani. And I think we need to stop that cancer from spreading to the rest of our country.
Cancer?
Yeah, cancer.
So cancer to you constitutes fixing 175,000 potholes, anticipating snow removal, getting little children care that they need so that their parents can work, things like that. That's a cancer?
Yeah.
Doing things for the people of the city of New York that they like?
I mean, fixing potholes and trying to change our whole ideology are two different spectrums. So I agree that
how do you purport that Mamdani's trying to change the ideology of the people?
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one purporting that.
Well, I'm asking you. You're the one who said it.
I mean, he seems pretty anti-rich. He's pretty adversarial to those who are wealthy. I mean, he's for a large.
He doesn't have a problem with people who are wealthy. He's just asking them to pay their fair share, right?
Yeah, he wants to take from them, right?
Well, he wants them to pay proportionally, okay?
To each according to his means, from each according to it, right? That whole manifesto.
So, for example, when somebody has a apartment in a secondary home in New York City, right, and it's worth over $250 million, he is introduced legislation to tax on that second property. I forget the percentage. Does anybody remember? I think it's 2%. So you don't think that's fair if they have a secondary home?
No. They already pay taxes, and probably more than the average because they have a secondary home. So it seems like we're punishing people for being achievers. And I don't think that's right in America.
Do you think it's right that workers and people don't have enough to feed their families and to buy a home? Young people buy a home, put a down payment, and get a mortgage on a home and pay their rent. Do you think that's right?
No, it's horrible because I have 4 children. And I think the aspect.
What state do you live in?
Ohio.
So why are you talking about New York?
Because Mondani is like the catalyst, right? It's New York City, the world's largest city, and if we let that fester, it can spread to other parts of our country. And I'm trying to nip it in the bud, like the domino theory.
So you want to stop people from getting their needs met, is what you're saying?
No, people have been getting their needs met in America since our inception.
Okay, so you think that the young people in this country, right, who are struggling to make ends meet, right, or to have what their parents had, to put a down payment on a home, and to make ends meet, you think that you don't think that's something that needs to be fixed in America?
Yeah, I do, but I don't think socialism is the fix.
Well, it's socialism per se is. We're a social democracy. Do you understand the difference? We're not a socialist country. We're a social democracy.
No, we're not.
Does anybody else want to get in on this?
No, we're a constitutional
I would
republic,
like to.
man.
Yes.
Thanks, Ella.
Oh yeah, you want to? Ella, go ahead.
Well, I was just curious, because Tennis is asking, everybody, do you not want everyone to have their needs met? And you made the claim that in the U.S., everyone has their needs met with some exceptions. I am curious what you understand and what those needs are, because as far as I know, there are, it isn't just a few exceptions that, suffer from food insecurity, for example. It isn't just a few exceptions that don't have, a lot of people have shelter, but it's not always a good shelter, if that makes sense. It's not stable shelter, let me put it that way. Most people have stable employment, but even then, it's often it's underpaid, right? Like a lot of people are overworked and underpaid. Most people don't actually have true financial security. Most people don't have a good mental health. Most people don't have good social connections, and these are all needs. And I think what Mamdani is doing in New York is improving all the things that we're lacking on. And I don't understand why that is a bad thing.
Well, he's trying to change the system that has built the finest economy, the world's greatest country in the world. And we have a basis of our ideology. We're based on that, and we spread that ideas across the world, making the world the finest it's ever been. So I don't think we want to replace what has built this country with something that is proven to be false and detrimental. So,
how is it? I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah. All right.
Okay. I again, what do you think it means to be the finest there's ever been when people are hungry, when people don't have consistent shelter, when people don't have a super stable employment or are overworked and underpaid, when people do not have the resources to manage their healthcare, their mental health, when people are one giant emergency bill away from being completely broke? How is that the finest system there has ever been?
I think it's been a test. We're like the shining city on the hill. I mean, a lot of people from around the world come here to be educated. They come here for medical services. They come here for the work, as shown by the borders. So we have not only exported our prosperity, but people have come here and immigrated to get that prosperity. And for you to say it's something wrong with it when people are fighting hand over, they're trying to compete with ICE in order to stay here. So for you to take this stance and all your whiteness to go here and say, well, we're not good, I think it's a problem.
What does skin color have to do with anything?
I'm black. I'm black, so it's part of my thing.
I hear you, and I understand that in some cases we want to keep skin color in mind, because I do believe that there is an issue with systemic racism in this country. You're not going to hear me say that this country isn't great. I am going to say that this country has the opportunity to become far greater than what it is right now, and our current trajectory is not doing that.
I don't think you're in a position to determine that. I think the past and our past performance is indicative of future results. So if you know we're the greatest, we've always been the greatest, I don't see how you can sit here and say, if we just do it this way, we'll be more great. Because people smarter than you, people smarter than you and I have a foundation in this place, and they built a wonderful country.
So how would you describe the current state of the economy? Let's put it to you that way.
Yeah, I think we had like the largest decrease in inflation the last month.
So you're looking at a month? Is that your measuring stick? I mean,
well, yeah, we're going month to month, yeah.
It went up over the last month. Just so you
And
know.
we had the largest decrease. I think it starts somewhere. I mean, we had to invade Iran, so that caused a blip in the system.
Okay. It went up last month. Our inflation went up last month.
No, I think no. I just saw the news report.
I don't know what news report you're looking at. But
It was like CBS News, Reuters, but inflation. Even I think the president touted how far inflation has fallen the last month. Employment.
All right. So as of June last month, 3.5%.
Yeah.
The last report that came out was 4.2%.
No.
Yeah.
3.5 was the last report coming out.
Joe, what was it when Trump took office?
When Trump took office in
The second term, obviously.
look it up. I got a whole graph here.
I think it was 2.4.
It was 3%.
Yeah, it wasn't that
low. It was 3. It was 3 on January 1st, and it was 2.8 on February 1st. So it was somewhere between. It was probably 2.8. I'd have to look up the specific
As long as
number
it
on
didn't take
January
that,
20th.
as long as it wasn't 9.2 like it was under Biden. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Somebody else.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Mojo. Go ahead.
No, because I would take forever. You guys have fun.
I'm just trying to figure out by what metric are we measured as the greatest?
If you want to go militarily, economically, culturally, what other metric would you like to go by?
So militarily, yes, but let's go with culture.
American culture. We export more culture than anybody. Hollywood, our music, our food, the way we dress, that's American culture. Our freedom, even every people call them the leaders, the president, and that's American. Everybody wants to be American.
No, they
don't. No, no, they don't.
And that's culture right there. That's culture driving that admiration for this country.
So you said how we dress, correct?
Well, I mentioned a lot of things.
Well, I know, but I want to do one piece at a time. So you said how we dress, like we're the leaders in fashion.
I wouldn't. I think we decide the trends in fashion, and we're the baseline. If we wear it, everybody else will.
I would disagree with that. I think that the fashion comes off the runways of Europe and into New York, but I think that's a smaller piece.
I don't think people in my community are trying to be like Europeans. I think Europeans are trying to be like us. Our culture
Europeans are just doing the European thing, but that's okay.
Yeah, they're copying off of our culture here. So, but we're American.
No,
you actually don't know about fashion.
Oh,
yeah, I was.
Okay, so
I was.
Oh, sorry,
That's okay. That's okay. I was born and raised in Belgium before I moved to the United States 22 years ago, and I can assure you that Europe is not copying from the U.S. They are simply trying to do their own thing.
Hey, you copy like hell. You came all the way over here to copy.
Actually, I would argue that we typically tend to copy, we typically tend to copy the Europeans, because usually something that has been in Paris Fashion Week, we will see it in our stores like 3 years later.
It's the truth.
And
the Italians. Like, if you're talking about Yves Saint Laurent, you're talking about Givenchy, these are the fashion houses of Paris.
Yeah, I'm talking about New Orleans, New York, Charlotte. I'm talking about our hubs of fashion. Atlanta. We create the culture here, and the culture that we create.
Charlotte is a hub of fashion.
Yeah, I mean,
when did that happen?
The chocolate city. That's what I'm talking about. The chocolate city.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you talking about Black culture?
Well, Black
or
culture
American culture?
Well, Black culture is American culture. right?
It's part of American culture.
Yeah, I think that it is all
it
together. Yeah.
No, it's not. I mean, we have to give credit where credit is due.
We're a melting pot.
Yes,
sir.
No, let's give credit where credit is due. We've given you guys so much credit over the years. Let's give credit where credit is due. American culture is black culture, from rock and roll to rap to everything. Even Beyonce had the best country music album of the year, right? So all culture is black culture in America.
But was that because? Hold on. But was that because it was actually?
You guys are going to be scared to argue this, aren't you?
No, I
not at all.
He's right. No, I think he's
100%
right.
agree with that.
I think that black culture is a big part of American.
He's full of fucking shit. Don't fucking do that.
But generally, it's full of shit. But I'm not gonna argue that black music and black culture and is not a very big part of our culture. Why would we do that? That it's included. We're including.
That's not what he said, though.
It is a culture. I didn't
It's
say
not the
there you
culture
go.
in and of itself.
See, there's a problem with that fucking statement. There's a huge problem with that statement.
I'm trying to think about what is white culture in America. What original white culture emanates from
Mayonnaise.
There is
a large part of what you are claiming as Creole, like black culture in Louisiana, actually came from indigenous folks in Canada. So there's mixture, right? There is kind of like a clash of cultures that came together. Yes, it is.
No, because they're not making culture now. But we're still there. We're making culture. So I'm thinking you're wrong.
We're melting pot.
The Canadians didn't make black culture. They didn't make jazz in New Orleans. They didn't make
So
the blues.
this is a really interesting bit because I actually agree that it's very much American culture, and I'll explain why, but also why it ended up in Europe as well, and that is because let's look at the roots. Before jazz, we had blues, and before blues, where did blues come from? A lot of that came
black people.
Exactly.
Everything was
because
born,
of slavery.
Everything was born from
Michael, what are you doing?
Everything. God.
It's a pretext.
What the fuck is that sound?
That's what it is.
Stop.
You don't know
Someone mute this guy.
etiquette, then I don't know what to tell you.
Are you yelling at us or are you yelling at you?
More than I have to.
Someone, Ella, mute this dude.
Michael, do you know that you're here?
No, he doesn't.
Mojo.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Jesus.
It wasn't working
Christ,
for
that was
me
annoying.
either.
So,
It wasn't working
anyways,
for me either. I'm sorry. All music came from classical music. Let's be clear about that. There were no fucking black people playing that shit.
Beethoven was black, probably.
Probably.
Okay.
What?
That's
fucking bullshit.
We've gone too far, Kenneth.
No, but that's going back too far. Yeah, technically, there's some truth.
What do you
to that,
mean
I
it's
guess.
going back too far? If you want to talk about the roots of all music, the roots of all music were fucking white people in Europe.
Yeah, you guys, that's not true. You guys don't make good music. You don't make good music.
Well, there was a very important brass.
This is a
very important. Hold on.
You have no rhythm. You have no rhythm. Jesus.
There was a very important branch of music that started coming out of slavery music. Right, this is where blues started coming out of, and
I'm not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this because what he's trying to do right now is turn this into a conversation about black people being superior to white people, and I don't really feel like having
that's not true. That's not true.
Blogger. That's exactly the
no, I'm not. I think we're equal.
That's exactly the motivation of Blogger.
Some of my best friends
and I have
are
no
white.
interest in having these kinds of conversations. It's fucking gross and it's idiotic. Now that being said. I'm sure at this particular point in time, you have no idea what the fucking word republic means.
The word republic?
Yeah.
It comes from Plato's Republic. He wrote a whole thing about it.
What does the word republic mean?
Like a confederation of states coming together for one.
No. That would be called a confederation. Why is England not a republic?
I don't know. Because they didn't call themselves that? I don't know.
They don't have a constitution, right?
Why? That has nothing to do with a constitution.
We're
a king or queen. They have a king and queen.
We're a constitutional republic. I know that.
But you don't know what republic means.
I said where it came from, and you denied that. I didn't know.
Yeah, but you don't know what it means. That's the
I said Plato's Republic. He had a whole.
Yeah, but
book
you don't
about
know
it.
what it means. That's
I read
what the
Plato's
problem
Republic.
is. You don't know what it means.
I read.
You don't know
Plato's
what a republic is.
I just told you what it was.
No,
It's
you
okay,
did not.
Kenneth. You don't have to know everything about everything. Listen, I don't know a lot of stuff.
True.
So
He's trying to demean my intelligence, thinking he's smarter than me.
No, he's not. He's
He's
just saying you can't make a claim.
He's trying to exert his white superiority.
In this subject, he might be.
He's trying to be
just
superior.
like,
No,
dude, I hate that people do this. It's not racist. I don't know what you're talking about. I think that he might be smarter in this subject.
Yep,
this is exactly the bullshit.
That's why he wants you guys to capitulate on music and capitulate on culture.
You try to get me in a gotcha moment, think you're smarter than a black man, and I proved you wrong. And now
No,
you're
he was smarter than you. You didn't know what the term republic meant. It's not personal, right?
I cited where the word came from.
Kenneth, I don't know nuclear physics, and I don't take it personal when a nuclear physicist comes up and asks me what's the definition of nuclear physics, and I say I don't know. I don't take that personal. You don't have to take it personal.
Well, in Plato's Republic, he compared democracies with republics. He said that republics were good, democracies were bad.
That wasn't the question. He asked you what a republic was.
I know what you're trying to do.
You can have a democratic republic. There are two different things.
I'm letting you know, in Plato's Republic, he compared the different types of governments, and democracy and republics were opposed to each other. One was good, and one was bad.
I'm going to explain to you. Kenneth. Wait, let me explain to you what a republic is.
I don't need you to. Please don't.
But you do need it.
Well, why do I need it?
You said that we're not a democracy, we're a republic.
Yes.
You can be both a democracy and a republic.
I mean, we vote. That's democratic, but we are a republic.
That is all democracy means, is that we have the right to vote. And
we vote for our representatives. But I just want to point this out just from a broad... Wait a second, Kenneth. Wait. Just a quick second, Kenneth. I just want to say that I never heard anybody debating about whether or not we were a democratic... whether we were a democracy or a constitutional republic before 10 years ago. Like, this debate did not exist.
Yeah, yes, it did. You just
no,
weren't
it
paying
did
attention.
not.
You just weren't paying attention.
No, I don't think so. I think this is just a total gaslighting thing that you're doing here. No, so you agree with us that we vote in our representatives, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. That we can agree on that.
But there's a difference between a direct democracy and a representative.
But you had to add a pronoun there.
Well, I'm trying to specify. I'm letting you know what the difference is.
You just used a pronoun. Are you okay with using pronouns?
Is that your part of gaslighting? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, you just used a pronoun.
I mean, I'm not going to fall for your silly tricks, silly
Mojo,
rabbit.
technically an adjective.
A silly rabbit. Yeah, tricks.
Well, democracy is not a... We're a direct democracy. Yeah, that's technically an adjective. Direct.
I was comparing it the way I was telling you the way
because
the
a
Greeks
democracy. Our democracy would be a noun, wouldn't it? So wouldn't direct be a pronoun?
No, direct democracy is what the Greeks did. They had one man vote and they voted for everything.
No, I'm not talking about I'm sorry. Like a referendum. I'm sorry that you can't follow a conversation. That's not the way the conversation is going right now.
Hi, as someone who does editorial review on a daily basis, I can confirm that Sammy's right and it's an adjective.
It's an adjective? Okay. I apologize. I was wrong.
Yeah, because otherwise it would be an adverb.
Can it be both? Can it be both?
No, I think
so. Democracy can be.
I said the wrong thing. So it's an adjective. So you had to add. You had to add an adjective to democracy, direct democracy, by saying direct. That changes everything. Now we are talking about democracy in general.
It clarifies what type of democracy we have.
Yes, that changes it.
No, it clarifies it.
We do not have a direct democracy.
I know we don't. I'm the one that told you that, sir.
Okay, but we do have a democracy.
We have we use democratic methods.
People.
Yeah, that's the preamble, right?
Okay, we have a democracy, and you still don't know what.
I mean, many people would disagree with you. Let's just agree to disagree. We don't have.
No, let's not agree to disagree because you're just fucking wrong.
Why are you cursing, sir? I didn't curse at you.
I like to curse. Wrong. Come on, Kenneth. Cursing's fun, dude.
What's wrong with you?
You're wrong.
Me, so many things.
I need you to understand that you're wrong before you have this conversation.
I I think I'm more educated.
Who the fuck muted me?
I guarantee you're not more educated.
It might be background noise, Ash.
I think I am, to be honest.
I guarantee you're not.
Maybe. Started my dryer. Sorry.
Kenneth,
I think you're both very smart men. How about that?
I'm smarter than he. I'm smarter than he is, though.
Smarty.
No, we're not doing that.
But Kenneth, I'm sorry to tell you, but you, before you realized you slipped up, you just almost admitted that we are a representative democracy, and then you're like, I mean, republic, bro. You just said it.
Okay. Well, what a typo? You talk about a typo?
No, you meant it. We are.
No.
Are we not?
I've said it over and over again, repeatedly. We're a constitutional republic. I've said it over and over again.
Okay, so what was your point about splitting up the types of democracy?
There's a reason that they say this. They say this because being a Republican is good, being a Democrat is bad. So a democracy is bad,
Right.
a republic is good.
That's
why they say
what
this.
caused this debate.
So
And like I said before, this debate started like about 10 years ago or less. Okay? So you conservatives cannot handle the word democracy.
I
But you want to dilute it.
Democratic, which is too close to the Democratic Party.
You want to dilute it by saying we're a constitutional republic.
No, I think
instead of admitting that we're a democracy.
Yeah, but you don't even know what Plato said about it. You don't know what a republic is.
And Plato, he was an ancient political thought. So this conversation,
yeah, but you don't know what a republic
is. It did not just start 10 years ago. I'm letting you know it didn't start 10 years ago.
This nonsense that you're saying we're a republic, not a democracy. That nonsense started about 10 years ago.
No, it didn't. I remember listening.
I remember. Yes.
I remember writing
during Trump's first administration.
I remember riding in my mom's car listening to Rush
Because he brainwashed you into thinking that the radical left-wing Democrat. So you don't like the word Democrat, so you don't want to call us a democracy.
What are you talking about?
Let's not tell him what he thinks. Let's not tell him what he thinks.
No,
we don't really know what he thinks.
This is a debate that spans out. Like, it's not just him. It's not just...
No, I want to know, how are you going to tell me what to think? And you can't fathom what I think.
I'm talking about the argument and the narrative. That's what I'm talking about.
And I'm letting you know it predates 10 years ago, ma'am. What is wrong with you?
No, it does not.
So the whole republic versus democracy only goes back 10 years ago.
The United States, yes. Calling the United States a republic rather than a democracy, or insisting we're not a democracy, that stared 10 years ago.
So when
correct.
So when I used to follow like Ron Paul and libertarians, when they were citing that was wrong. I was making that up.
They were wrong too if they said that. I don't think they did say that though.
You don't think Ron Paul is a bad? He's a libertarian. You don't think they believe in a republic rather than a democracy? I don't think they
care about whether it's a republic. I think they probably understand. I think they probably understand what a republic is. You don't.
Yes, I do. I just told you what it was.
No, you did not.
But Kenneth, do libertarians want a republic?
Yeah, they want a constitutional republic. Yeah, they believe in what the founders proposed.
Do you know what a libertarian is?
And I still can't even describe what a fucking republic is.
They believe in limited federal government. Yeah, they want freedom, economic conservatives, but they want liberal social policies. That's what.
Are you a libertarian? Are you a libertarian?
I mean, I believe some. I hold some of their values, but I'm blacker. You know, I'm black MAGA.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
I don't think you guys are a monolith, so like MAGA thinks very differently.
Yeah, I believe I support Trump. That's what I mean.
Yeah, do you support? Well, yeah, I guess I'm saying I've met libertarians who are also MAGA, so that's why I'm trying to ask you questions rather than assuming I know what you think.
Yeah, I'm one of the founding members of Black. I support Trump since 2015.
You still support him?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You still?
Definitely now.
Oh, come on, Kenneth. You're smarter than that.
I mean, holding strong, showing strength and conviction. How could you not? How could you not?
That's a very broad stroke sort of reason to support somebody. It's to say that he's strong, and I mean, you're not being specific about his policies and what his policies do to citizens.
No,
what about his policies that you like? What policies do you like that you support that help American citizens, if any?
Tax cuts, securing the borders, retreating back from NATO, acquiring
Why do you want to
Venezuela.
retreat from NATO?
Because I don't think we
Why
should.
does that so? Why is that a good thing?
Because I don't think we should be protecting Europeans.
Okay, so should we be protected?
Yeah, we are. I mean,
Do
the
you
oceans.
do you think that it's a good thing for our borders to be protected?
Yeah, but yeah, we're protected.
And how do you think that we maintain our freedom in the world?
With our military.
And that's the only thing?
We can use diplomacy too, but NATO is not that. That's not it. NATO has ran its course.
When did you stop? When did you stop supporting NATO? How old are you?
I'm 53.
Okay, so did there come a point in time when you stopped supporting NATO as an ally to the United States?
Yeah, when they start perpetuating conflicts, causing more hostility than they were solving, and they outlived.
And what were those hostilities that they caused?
The most recent one in Ukraine versus Russia.
Oh, so you think Europe caused the hostilities in Ukraine?
I think them being there make Putin feel some type of way. He didn't want NATO, his enemy, on his border, and I think that caused the issues. Yeah, he's even said that.
So, were you in favor of the invasion of Russia to the Crimean Peninsula in 2014?
Oh, well, if white people want to take over that shit, that whatever.
No, I mean,
did you say white people or do you say
Did you support Putin's takeover of the Crimean Peninsula in 2014?
Like I said, I don't.
It's just this very simple question.
I told you I don't care about white people taking over white people's territory. Why would I care about that?
That was the best. That's the best response.
So what I'm trying to understand is your understanding about what our safety and what our security and our borders means and how we attain that in the world.
We don't border Crimea. We're nowhere near the Black Sea.
Hey, Kenneth.
Yeah.
Do you care about white people taking over brown people's territory?
Yeah, I don't see. I don't,
like Israel.
I don't believe brown is a race.
I mean, I was thinking about us in Venezuela, us in Cuba.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cuba's ours. We should reacquire that for once and for.
We never owned it.
Horrible.
After the Spanish-American War, that's our territory.
What are you talking about? We don't own Cuba, and we have no right to Cuba.
After the Spanish-American War, that was ours.
Okay, you want to go back to the Spanish-American War. Can somebody confirm or deny that? So you think that we should invade Cuba? Is that your position?
No, I think we should blockade them like we're doing and make them surrender and capitulate.
To what? What should they surrender? What should they surrender to?
Let go of their failed communist ideology.
Okay, so do you know how we treated Cuba for the last 50 years?
Yeah, they needed that.
No, but what did we do? What was our relationship with Cuba over the last 50 years before we blockaded them?
Embargo? Is that what you mean? Embargo?
Yeah.
So, Kenneth,
they tried to put. Wait, tell me. They tried to put nuke missiles 90 miles off our border. You want us to be nice?
They did. And so what did we do? What did we do? We used our military to take them out, to stop them from doing that. Yeah. And then we had an embargo, right? For 50 years.
Rightfully so.
Okay, so now we should really quick, Sammy. So now we should block them from getting goods and services to their people from other countries. Is that your position?
Yeah, so they can fall and we can reacquire our territory.
We never owned their territory.
Somebody's fact checking your Spanish-American War thing. I think we can come back and we can reaffirm what I'm saying.
I'm fact checking you because I wanted to make sure before I said it, I was correct. But are you confusing Cuba and Puerto Rico?
I mean,
because we received Puerto Rico and Guam and the Philippines.
He's going to say they're all the same.
Because of the Spanish-American War.
What did it say about Cuba?
We did not, nor have we ever owned Cuba.
What did it say about Cuba?
We just went through the history of Cuba. We just went through it. We had an embargo for 50 years. But now we're blocking them from getting goods and services, fuel, getting energy to their hospitals to treat little children who are sick, right? And we're preventing them from getting the things that they need. That's what we're doing. And we don't have a right to do that.
Yes, we do. Yeah, yes, we do. We have a right.
One moment, please. Kenneth, one moment, please.
I think the Monroe Doctrine gives us the right to do that.
Nice, doggone.
Kenneth, one moment, please. Leon, welcome to the panel. Can we get your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
I'm 18 years old. And I voted for none of them because they're both stupid.
Okay. Welcome to the panel, I guess. Mojo, this is all you. And then I'm going to let...
Yeah, I knew that he was going to be useless. He's been on the panel the last couple of days.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's all right.
Are you just throwing out history headlines that were in the textbooks? Is that what we're doing right now, Kenneth? Because first you were talking about the Spanish-American War and about how we acquired Cuba, but we never did. And now you're throwing out the Monroe Doctrine?
Yeah, I let you know that we have interest in anything in this hemisphere. So when you say none of our business, I'm letting you know through the Monroe Doctrine, they're in our hemisphere.
Do you believe in sovereign countries?
If they're strong enough to remain sovereign, then I believe in the concept.
Oh,
that's a
okay.
very.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a very interesting premise.
Too many liberals on the panel.
I know. I'm actually...
I have to drop anyway. I'll see you guys later. I do. I have to go. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Tennis. I should focus on work, but I don't know if Brobot's around or anyone else. Oh, Sammy's here, so she can help while you're playing the game and stuff. Yeah.
While I'm playing a video game and trying not to argue too much.
I mean, if you want to argue, you should argue. This is your panel, after all.
Well, no, I can't. I mean, we got too many people that want to ask questions and talk.
This isn't that the point where you...
I'm telling you, I could get into a very long conversation about this, and I know exactly who he is and what he does and what he believes. So it's fine. You guys go ahead.
You know me?
How about we make space for Mojo to argue for a bit, and then y'all can chime in again. Does that work for everybody?
Yes.
No. I said no.
He don't want this smoke. He don't want this smoke. He don't want this smoke. Trust
your superior intellect, Kenneth.
I'm just saying, he's met his match. That's why he's deferring.
I don't like popcorn, but if I did, I would have some.
Well, maybe Kenneth is just like an argument he's had like multiple times, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty complicated. It's going to be hard to defeat me in any type of argument because I'm well versed, educated, articulate, funny. It'll be difficult to defeat me.
No one's doubting that, my friend. No one's doubting that.
What is your agility level?
My power level?
Your agility specifically.
You want me to check my scouter?
I need your dexterity score, please.
My power level is over 9,000.
Yeah, it's really important. It depends on how we approach the argument.
I'm sorry, but what is your item level though? Like, I need to know.
I don't know. Say it again, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I was joking around. It's a World of Warcraft joke. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna see myself out. I'll be back later.
Actually, Ella needs to know how many pets you have because that's the most important part. And do you have a wyvern?
All right. I'll see.
A little baby dragon?
Yes. You know about little baby dragons?
Yeah, I told you I'm well versed. You think I was joking? Everything you know.
Video games?
Yes, I'm a gamer.
You're a gamer? Cool. High five. Anyway, Sibo's referring to Crimson Desert, but I also play World of Warcraft. But in either game, you should have all the pets you can possibly find.
You know what's crazy? I started off at Final Fantasy 11. That's how old I am.
Yes! High five. See, we're friends already. We got this.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, when I was a teacher in my school, I actually started the first anime club in my district.
How does someone like you become a Republican? How does someone like you become a Republican? How does somebody like you become a Republican?
It was kind of cool because we had, my urban school and all the little black kids dressing up as anime characters, practicing Japanese. It was something to behold.
Okay. See, there's an issue. Can't answer a question.
Yes, I've always been a Republican. I've never been a Republican, but I've always been conservative. I'm like, my hero is Clarence Thomas.
What makes you a conservative? What are your
I believe in
strongest conservative stances?
I believe in small government. I believe the
Small
government is harmful.
What Republican president has ever decreased the size of government?
Oh, that's what I wanted Trump to do.
Yeah, but what Republican
I'm
president
not.
has
I'm
ever?
not. I'm not Republican. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, we vote for Republicans and Democrats. You voted for Donald Trump. You say you are a conservative because you want a smaller government. Can you please tell me which conservative, which Republican, what person that you voted for has decreased the size of government?
None of them.
Okay, so you might be voting for the wrong party, don't you think?
Well, I know the Democrats will not decrease this. There's no hope for them decreasing.
Bill Clinton actually did decrease the size of government.
I know he didn't.
Specifically.
No,
Yes, he did.
I think Newt Gingrich was the reason for that. He was
Newt Gingrich couldn't do anything without Bill Clinton's signature.
the 104th Congress and Newt Gingrich, the Republican Revolution.
Again,
don't do that with me.
Again, Newt Gingrich could do nothing without the signature of Bill Clinton.
Yeah, I mean, he made him sign it.
No, he can't make a president sign anything.
Yeah, the people made him sign that bill.
The people didn't do shit.
He didn't want to do it, but Gingrich.
He did want to do it. That's what he fucking campaigned on.
You think he wanted to follow the Republican lead?
He wanted to decrease the size of government. As a matter of fact, Al Gore specifically talked about how many people it took to change a fucking light bulb in a goddamn nuclear plant. As a matter of fact, he wrote an entire paper on this and how we can decrease the number of people that do that so we can decrease the spending that we're spending on these fucking plants. I'm sorry that you don't understand politics, but you are voting for the wrong party.
No, I'm not. I told you I voted for Trump because he said he's going to drain the swamp of all the Clintons, all the Obamas, all the Bushes.
Did he?
Yeah, he got rid of the Clintons and Obamas and the Bushes.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. They're gone.
They're still around.
They're no longer elected.
Bro, they're going to be elected next time, dude. Come on.
No, they're not. They're done, and he's finished them.
Well, that's what happens when somebody wins, right? But you're not getting rid of them. He just won, so of course they're not in office. But they're gonna come back. He's not doing anything for you.
I think the sentiment is the die has been cast. We're not going backwards to big government America.
You don't know that.
I mean, I believe that, and neither do you. That's what
I know. But what I'm trying to say is that if you wanted him because you wanted the establishment Democrats out of the picture, but the establishment Democrats are not in the they're not out of the picture.
I wanted both establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats out of the picture. I wanted to usher in a new.
He is establishment.
No, he's not. No,
what makes him different than the rest? What makes him different than the rest?
Because we had a whole movement, the Never Trump movement, the rhinos, the way they try to treat him. I mean, I don't act like the Republicans like Mitch McConnell, like Trump.
What is a rhino? You're not a Republican. How could you call anybody a rhino?
Well, I know what a Republican in name only means. I mean, I know.
Yeah, but you're not a Republican, so why does it matter to you?
What I'm telling you is that I didn't like. I like when Trump took over.
That's what I thought. That's what I
like.
Thought. Now go ahead and stutter.
I like when Trump took over the parties. He made it into his own, and now we have MAGA.
Let me ask you a question, Kenneth, if I may. It sounds like you were looking for an anti-establishment candidate. Is that right?
Everybody was, right, or no?
Right, but I'm asking you specifically.
Yeah.
Okay, so did that supersede everything when it came to policy? Was that the most important thing, regardless of policy?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Why?
I mean, am I right? I mean, seriously, right? We didn't want the continued establishment with the all the way what they were doing with our money, what they were doing with our military. We didn't want that anymore.
So you don't see that things are now dramatically worse than they were prior to his second administration?
No. How are they dramatically worse?
Inflation, manufacturing jobs are leaving, layoffs are happening, the job market is terrible, corporate debt has expanded.
Corporate debt?
Yeah, corporate debt, like the debt that corporations take on in order to fund their business.
But
has skyrocketed.
But if their debt is increasing, that means that people are investing in their vision. So I don't think that's detrimental to the country. If, if they're extending debt, they're like, yeah, we believe that you're going to make it up. That's confidence.
Corporations acquire debt for different reasons. One of them could be expansion. The other one could be trying to compensate for lack of profit. So that really doesn't matter.
No, I'm
But
saying
what I'm
that people,
saying is that
people extend their debt, they mean they believe in the mission, the future of that company, and that's a thumbs up to their prospects. You don't extend debt to people if you don't think they can pay it back. You know what I mean?
well, yeah, you do. I mean, companies do that all the time through
No,
predatory lending.
Tony Soprano does that. That's what the mafia does. But banks don't do that.
Have you heard of mezzanine funding? Do you know what mezzanine funding is in business?
What the hell? Hell no. What the hell is that?
Okay. Mezzanine funding is basically the short-term loans that companies take out in order to bridge the gap between where they are now and where there will be when they acquire more stable debt. Okay?
Hold on.
So,
what does that have to do
Sorry,
with what we're
Joyce.
talking about?
Pause for a second.
You are in the weeds.
Hold on. Pause for a second. So I'm definitely not going to do this as well as what Ella does. But thanks everyone for being here today. If you are a conservative or op, please put a red heart down in the chat. Also, Mojo has 80 people in here, and we're only at 10.4K likes. That should definitely be higher because honestly, what are you guys doing? If you're able to tap away in the chat, then you should be able to tap on the screen and get these likes up. Also, I am going to rotate out Ash and B because I know you guys have been up here for a while, correct? Because we got a couple more lids in the panel.
All good.
Yeah, rotate me out.
Hey, Sammy.
Also, make sure you are sending your daily heart me, liking the live, and gift the panelists and the host, please, and thank you.
How's it going, Sammy, Mojo, Kenneth, my favorite blagger? I hopped up here when you were talking about NPR and crediting that to Newt Gingrich and spouting some nonsense like you usually do, but at least your own brand. When we're talking about NPR under Clinton, specifically, it was 103rd Congress. From 93 to 95, it was a unified majority for Democrats. You're thinking specifically about the Republican Revolution that came in 95 and Gingrich's focus on his dismantling of the federal government. However,
I said
the 103...
I mentioned the 104. I mentioned the 104th Congress. I didn't say anything about the 103.
Yeah, so the 103 is actually the one that passed, I think, 380 of the initiatives, so the majority of the initiatives, 90%, under the NPR plan from Clinton.
No, what I'm telling you, Newt Gingrich and the Republican Revolution forced Clinton's hand and made him be more fiscally responsible. That's
incorrect. Partially incorrect.
That's undisputed. That's undisputed.
No, so Congress holds the purse strings, right? So they would put forth the budget. Correct. The NPR created the operational machinery to effect a surplus budget. I can't argue that
don't do that. Don't
actual.
Do that.
I can't argue with you that we had. Hold on! Don't interrupt me.
Don't do that.
Don't interrupt me.
Don't try to use fancy words to lie.
Don't try to interrupt me. I'm trying to give you credit where credit's due. The fiscally conservative Republicans of that day, which does not resemble MAGA or the Republican Party of today, which are the fiscally irresponsible party between the two, did bring savings and put forth a budget. But a budget is not a partisan thing. It's a bipartisan bill that goes through committees. So the operational framework of the NPR had to be in place in order to provide a surplus budget.
Would you consider the Big Beautiful Bill a Republican bill or a bipartisan bill? It's a budget bill, right?
It's a Republican bill.
Okay, so you said a budget bill, which is a Big Beautiful Bill, cannot be a Republican or a Democrat. It has to be bipartisan. So I'm trying to explain that one.
Well, yeah, so you can have leanings, right, of one way or another. I would say the Republican 104th or 104th Congress.
We're talking about no, that's not what you said, sir. And stick to what you said, and then apply it to today.
Sure.
You said budgets cannot be Republican or Democrat; they're bipartisan. Would you consider the Big Beautiful Bill, which is a budget bill, bipartisan or a Republican bill?
I would consider it bipartisan, heavily leaning towards Republican, or today's
You
Republicans.
consider the
One Democrat voted for it.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
the difference
bipartisan.
is they are bipartisan funding vehicles because they're created, right, through committees. But the party in control of Congress has ultimate pull to get what's in and out of the budget. So the Republican budget passed in the 104th Congress, the one where we saw the surplus under Clinton, leaned heavily Republican. And I credited.
After you saying that, you still think you're right?
Yes.
So whatever you said, whatever you said previously. Whatever you said. No, listen. Whatever you said previously, you still stand by what you said previously.
100%. The NPR provided the operational framework for surplus.
I mean, let's not do that. You said I made you repeat it. Made you repeat it. You said budget bills are neither Democrat or Republican.
I said they're not partisan. They're bipartisan funding vehicles, but they do lean one way or another.
And I said the big beautiful bill is what? Bipartisan or is it Republican? And you said what?
It leans Republican, but yeah,
it leans or it is Republican.
No, it's still bipartisan.
What is the point of this?
Yeah, what is your point?
I mean,
because I just credited the fiscal Republicans.
No, I'm pointing out that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just CPA, MBA that works in fiscal policy. What the fuck do I know? You're the founding member of BLAGA.
I'm just saying what you just said didn't make any sense whatsoever. Everybody knows it, and you should have realized that. When I pointed out your fallacy, you should have realized it immediately.
What they say, guys, never argue with idiots. They'll drag you down to their level.
You just said
your experience.
Ma'am, you heard it.
Apparently, it's too complicated for us to discuss.
Ma'am, if you want to be honest, ma'am, tell him he's wrong, and let's tell the truth and shame the devil.
Well, first of all, I think you guys are going. You switched the topic on him specifically to go. He was talking about the 104th Congress, which you asserted was forced on Clinton. So you have a Democratic president and a Republican. I can't remember. Was that when the Tea Party got in?
No.
Or is that the other
it predated
conservative party?
That's going to be
I remember in the 90s.
The contract with American Republicans. They came in with that's what that is.
Yeah. That was Joe Scarborough and all those wackadoos. Exactly. Yeah. So
that you follow every day now. You love Joe Scarborough now, don't you?
I don't watch him.
You don't watch him and Mika Brzezinski?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you? You might learn something. Anyway, so I think that's where the confusion was coming from, sir. And then you went right into this bill, and he's trying to talk. That bill may have been bipartisan, meaning the 104th Congress. I don't think this bill was.
No, he said that's what he said. He said all budget bills.
This is
I don't know why. I don't know. We're having this discussion. None of these budget bills are passed without the signature of the president. Not a single fucking one of them that can that happen. So I'm sorry, you don't get to say that he was forced to do anything. This was a work. They were working together to get these budgets done and get them passed.
So Newt Gingrich.
This is something that Bill Clinton ran on as well, and he did decrease. I don't agree with him decreasing that. I was a voter for. You're going to stop. You're going to chill.
Be clear. I want
You're
to
going to chill. You are going to stop. You're not listening to me. Why are you not listening to me?
Because you're not telling the truth.
But I am telling the truth.
So
you cannot pass a budget. You cannot pass anything without the signature of a president.
I understand that. Even though you're wrong about that, because the housing bill just passed without a signature. You're all wrong. Everything you're saying is
if
wrong.
you have a veto-proof majority, that is correct. There's not been a single budget bill that's ever existed in history that had a veto-proof majority.
I'm just saying, you're saying things that are wrong, and you expect me to be quiet?
No, you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know shit about politics. That's a problem.
I knew that the housing bill passed without a signature.
No, you don't even fucking know what a goddamn republic is.
Hey, Mojo, you know what the funniest part about this whole thing is? It wasn't even the 104th that created the surplus. That was 105th. So he's not even right on which
We're not even talking about
Congress.
A surplus. We're talking about cutting our.
I know, but he's arguing that the 104th Republican pushed through the savings, and they did.
Whatever. God, this is so fucking.
You just don't know shit about fuck. Don't get your blood pressure up.
I don't.
You guys okay?
I can't even.
You guys are scrambling now. You guys are really. You're circling the wagons now.
Sir, what is
Now,
wrong
we just
with
got to
you?
find one thing you understand that we can talk about at depth with you. That's all.
Yeah,
we want.
it seems like whenever we were talking about the complexities of corporate debt, you couldn't keep up with that and then said, oh, well, you're in the weeds. When my point was, you don't understand how debt works. You don't understand how debt works.
I do. You should see my credit score. I know.
I know you got a lot of debt. You should understand how it works.
That shit works horribly.
So I'm trying to, we're trying to come up with an argument and articulate, but you just keep.
I keep finding holes in your bullshit and pointing them out, and you're mad.
No, you
called steamrolling.
That's what it is.
And gish galloping.
No, you keep saying bullshit. I'm like, that's not right, and you get mad because I'm pointing you out.
That particular response with any argument is you basically saying that I don't know enough to be able to have this complex.
But I do. That's what I'm telling you. I do know enough.
Oh my God, you don't even understand what he's saying to you now.
Yes, I completely.
He's saying that's what you're saying about everyone else that you're talking to, and you're not listening because that's evident because you took what he said as a personal affront or attack on what you're doing about you not knowing anything. He's saying your only defense to an argument or part or way you partake is saying, well, you, the other person, not you, Kenneth. The other person you're talking to doesn't know enough to have the conversation, but you took that as he was saying that about you. You just got to use your ears more, man.
Hey, he was talking about me.
No, he wasn't.
And who was he talking about there?
This is live on YouTube. You can go play it back.
No, but who was he talking about there? Ask him who he's talking about.
Joyce, do you want to repeat what you said?
No, just ask him who he was talking about, and we'll debunk your shit right now. Who are you talking about, sir? Were you referring to me?
I lost part of it.
So he took what you said as him saying, or you saying he doesn't know what he's talking about. Did you not just say that the problem here is whenever you have a conversation with them, he immediately goes to on the attack of saying whoever's saying whatever they're saying doesn't know, inferring that he is saying that about other people and you weren't saying that about Kenneth?
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing is that the moment that the conversation gets a little complicated, instead of listening to the other side, because I wasn't trying to attack you or insult you or anything. If you don't know what that is, it's a very obscure part of our corporate debt structure. So it's okay if you didn't know. And I was sitting here trying to explain it to you.
Guys, can we just move on? He's not going to accept.
Why are you doing this?
Because
I'm kind of sick and tired of jumping around. You guys aren't letting any kind of conversation finish at all.
Okay, can we go back to the idea, what we were talking about with the I think it was the Monroe. Was it the Monroe Doctrine? Is that what that was called?
The Monroe Doctrine with the Roosevelt Corollary. Yes, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. So do you believe that if the United States, say, loses its military power, hypothetically, like it was true with the War of 1812 and several other events and elements in our history, do you think that it's appropriate for a stronger power to come in and tell us how to run our government?
It's the real world, yeah.
So you're okay with that?
I got to deal with real world politics. If a stronger person imposes their will upon you, you can't really do anything.
Even if that means their particular policy is unaliving groups of people for whatever reason they want.
Yeah, a case in point, Middle East. Case in point.
Well, I can't really argue with somebody who believes in G-side, so.
I don't believe in it. I just said it happens, sir. Well,
no, you just said that if the U.S. My question to you was,
don't do that.
U.S. is hold on,
sir, don't do that. You already lied on me.
No, you were the one that said it.
No, I did not say it. No, I want him in jail. And
so
I'm telling you what's happening over there. And how dare you say I believe in that when I'm a whole black man that suffered under the oppression of you people.
Did anybody else hear what I heard?
No, you heard it with your white ears.
What do you mean,
that's
you
nonsense.
people? What do you mean by you people?
You literally just said that someone else had the right to invade and take over our country, determine who we want, what they want us to do with our laws, and then also you were okay with the fact that if they unalived a bunch of people for whatever reason, that it was fine because they were stronger.
I did not say it's fine. I said might makes right, and if you can't do anything about it, what do you do about it?
conversations very literally, and that is exactly what you said.
Aren't you the one that owes somebody some money for misquoting them? Wasn't that you?
No.
You're
Why
terrible
are you
listening,
doing this?
Kenneth. You're terrible listening, man.
He just said I was supporting of G side when I opposed it.
Yeah, you're just terrible at listening, man.
You are.
Jesus Christ. I mean, what kind of shit was that? What's wrong with you?
You're just like making up shit to argue against.
He just
quite
made up some
entertaining.
shit. He made up shit about me. Just now,
You
heard
literally
him.
you literally believe in the one singular policy of American imperialism. You literally said that is true, and you literally said that was fact.
Yeah, I do. I do believe in American imperialism.
Okay, so
I don't believe in G side.
I guess that's not freedom. So only freedom for us, not freedom for anyone else.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
We are the beacon of freedom, so we're spreading freedom around the world.
There's freedom in many countries. Actually, in some ways, there's more freedom in many countries.
Not like our freedom. Our freedom is special.
No, it isn't.
Well,
Name one thing that's special about our freedom that doesn't exist somewhere else.
If you don't love America, just say that.
I didn't say that.
No, say if you don't love America, just say you don't love it. Just say you don't love America.
Is it possible to impose freedom at the point of a gun?
Yeah.
Really? How?
The Civil War did it. The Civil War did it, right?
The Civil War imposed freedom?
Yeah.
Do you think that Jim Crow laws didn't exist?
What are you talking about? I said that you asked if you can impose freedom at the point of a pew pew.
Yes.
And I said, yeah. I said that's it.
Yes, and I said, do you think? Yes. And I said, do you think Jim Crow laws didn't exist?
What does that have to do with the Civil War?
That has everything to do with the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
Okay,
Who was free? Who was free? And what gun was used to free them? When did you become free, sir?
Oh man, I've always been free. What do you mean?
In your lifetime, sure. When did your ancestors become free?
We've always been free. Yeah,
Really?
we were.
Slavery didn't exist?
No, my people weren't slaves. My history dates back to before the founding. My people were never slaves. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, then I don't know what your history is.
Well, you think all black people? You think all black people are slaves?
But you use that as an example. Do you?
I'm asking you. Do you think all black people?
Do you think that slavery was ended when the Civil War ended?
No.
Do you think that they had? Do you think that black people in this country had equal rights in this country when the Civil War ended?
No, we were occupied. Of course we did.
Okay, so how do you enforce freedom at the point of a gun?
Because the North invaded the South and told them to get rid of slavery.
But yet they still had slavery after that. We still have slavery today, and the equal rights that we're talking about probably still don't exist today either. So how do you enforce freedom at the point of a gun?
Another example is probably WW2, right?
Yeah, but no, you can't even finish this example.
I mean,
this as an example, and you're wrong.
I said the Civil War enforced freedom at the point of a gun, and so did WW2.
Yeah, but it didn't. It didn't solve anything, did it?
It did. It did.
No, it didn't.
It solved the issue of chattel slavery in America.
Chattel slavery in America, possibly.
And then we went right into Jim Crow.
No, we didn't, because I'm a Northern black, so I didn't have Jim Crow.
Nobody said that you did, but we did as a country.
No, no, the South did.
No, we did as a country.
No, the South did as a country.
No, we did as a country.
As a region.
The South has always been part. The South has always been part of the United States.
No, I mean Jefferson Davis would disagree.
Did he lose?
So would Stonewall Jackson. So would Robert E. Lee.
Did they lose? Did they lose?
They did, but
okay,
they would say.
I'm sorry, they don't get to write the history. Then it doesn't matter what they say.
I'm just letting you know that I'm just letting you know they.
I'm just letting you know it doesn't matter what they thought. They lost.
Hey,
they
were
lost,
your people?
And we still.
No, I'm FBA.
They lost, and we still have slavery. We still have slavery today that exists all over the world, including in the United States of America. As a matter of fact, we codified it into the Constitution.
I know, and Kamala Harris used that to lock up blacks.
Okay, I don't care what Kamala Harris did. I'm asking you simply,
can
freedom be enforced at the point of a gun?
Yes, I believe it can, yes.
Okay, but you were not giving me any examples of that.
I gave you two. You didn't accept them. So
No, you didn't.
I don't
You
know
were
what
wrong about those. You were wrong about the one that you gave me.
I don't think you were. You can determine whether I'm wrong or not.
I'm sorry, but you're still not free. The black people in the United States of America are still not free. Fuck,
I'm
the white
freer than
people
you.
in America, still aren't free.
Okay, then I guess freedom does not exist then.
I'm telling you that freedom can exist. Maybe it never has. Maybe it can in the future.
Well,
I'm not sure.
What do you
but I'm
consider
telling
freedom?
you that it cannot be given at the point of a gun.
What do you consider freedom?
Not being forced to do anything, which is why you use a gun.
That's what freedom is. That's your definition of freedom. Not being forced to do anything.
Yeah.
Kenny, were your people in Ohio back then or Kentucky?
No, we were in the black states of America. The foundational black states of America, where we originated from.
Where was that? What modern day state?
South Carolina, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi. The black states.
The South.
So you were in one of the states that they abolished slavery in. I was thinking maybe Maryland, Kentucky, Delaware, Missouri, where slavery was still legal after the Emancipation process.
Well, I didn't say I know Lincoln was a bastard anyway. He didn't free anybody.
You just said he came down there and freed the slaves.
I don't want to make a controversy. I know you whites believe what.
Well, no. Which is it? Because you said that they freed the slaves, and you just said they did.
I'm all FBA. I don't even believe in the slave trade. I don't believe that ever happened. I don't want to delve into that bread, Joe. I'm FBA.
Oh, so you don't want to deal with facts. You're just making stuff up and holding to it.
I just
Got
don't
it.
Believe, I just don't.
So you're not worth talking to, Kenneth.
I don't believe the stories that white people have passed down.
You don't believe in the transatlantic slave?
No, not at all. I think we were already here.
So the documentation.
You were not already here.
We were blacks were already here.
Everything you're saying.
There's no slave ships. You can point to me one.
Hey, in geometry, what is the shape of the Earth?
Flat as a motherfucker.
There we go.
Okay.
And I bet we've never been to the moon, right?
It's just programmed.
Of course.
Do you think we went to the? You think?
Well, I know we did.
I mean, the moon is just cheese, so.
How do you know that? They lost all the footage and everything. You still believe that?
I wish I could bottle your bliss and just sell it. Be a billionaire.
She believes we went to the moon.
It's ignorance.
You think white people went to the moon and hit golf balls? You think that's
willful ignorance?
So Kenneth, weren't most gospels, or no, not most gospels. What was what music was born from the slaves singing in the field?
You talking about the gospel music, old Negro spirituals, swing low, sweet chariot?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, are you telling me that black people actually didn't do that music? Because if they weren't slaves, then they wouldn't have had anything to sing about.
Yeah, what? Black people always had reason to sing. We're the ones who created music. What do you mean, ma'am? We created music.
Not to mention the Haitian Revolution.
We are rhythmic people. We are rhythmic people. And if you say we were at work and we started singing songs, I mean that happens today. I'm at work sometimes. I start singing, and am I a slave?
To conspiracy,
so
maybe. Yeah.
So you guys were indigenous here.
Yes.
There was no slavery, apparently.
There was no slavery.
Yeah, I did. I think we were occupied people. I didn't ever say there was slavery. We were forced to work. We were occupied.
Occupied, because y'all were already here.
We were here, yes.
Ginger.
And
Ginger.
the sign.
Wait. Ginger. Are you there? Ginger. Ginger. Hello. Cromwell, can I get your age and who you voted for? Are you here, Cromwell?
Yeah, 40, California, Madam Harris. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can I just disprove this notion about the moon?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah.
California Harris.
Hello?
Yeah, we heard you.
I think he has a
Can you hear me?
delay. Yeah, there's definitely a delay. He can't hear us.
Yeah, Cromwell,
Drop
we
and
can
come
hear
back
you.
down.
Yes,
Can you-
Cromwell, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Hello?
I don't know, Cromwell, try dropping down and coming back.
I'm interested to hear you, Civics.
So, very easy, Kenneth. If we didn't go to the moon, who placed the reflector beams? Because you can hit the moon with a laser and it reflects back. How did those get there if we didn't go to the moon?
I just don't believe they're there.
But we can do it right now.
I think the firmament is over the earth, like God said.
You can look at a telescope and you can see the
I don't believe
equipment
it.
they left
I don't believe you.
Civics, it was the indigenous black people on the moon.
Yeah. Here, I'll make it easier for you to understand, Kenneth. If you stand on the ice wall, you can see it.
I'm sorry.
I just don't believe that the technology, the pictures that we saw. I don't believe it's real.
I don't believe your disbelief, Kenneth.
I mean, a lot of people.
I think this is a shtick. This is just something you do. It's a shtick.
No, I think a lot of people share my
It would
thoughts.
have to be. No, Kenneth, the reason is you said you're an educator, right? You're a teacher? Are you a teacher in a public school district? They would never
not
allow
public,
you.
Public school.
You teach at a private school or at university?
I teach the world on a street.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense because they'd never let anyone teach who believes what you do.
Yes, they do. You know, I mean, we teach from curriculum. I don't get up there and tell.
I do
preach
know
it.
that.
Yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about. If I believe something, I'm
You
not
just
going
said you're not a teacher.
I mean, I'm thinking you're trying to dox me.
Why would I dox you?
Because you're the white woman in y'all tell.
I love how he does that, but doesn't even believe in a slave trade. Like, how can you? I don't understand how you're going to be able to like bridge these two things together. You can't just say, "Oh, well, you're viewing things from a white lens," and then go around and say, "Well, you know, the slave trade didn't really happen, and you know, it's okay if the country is militarily weaker for us."
How is that incongruent? How is that incongruent? What I'm saying?
Because it's not even what is the point of racism, and what is the point of all of the like, where does your ideology come from as far as the separation of race? Then that's my question.
Well,
how can you say we have a different perspective if something like colonialism didn't happen that gave us that perspective?
No, I think you guys occupied black territories in the Americas. So I think racism. I mean, I think racism stems from like the Europeans. Portuguese, I think, codified it.
Oh, what did they do? What did they do?
I said they codified the races, and you guys played on that.
For what specifically? What reason?
What reason? What the Portuguese made up racial classification?
Yes, and the Dutch and the English and all of the European countries. Why did they do it?
Because you guys wanted to feel superior as part of white supremacy.
Why would we need to do that? Like, I'm just trying.
Low self-esteem. Low self-esteem. Our penises are bigger. Maybe.
So when did the idea of whiteness come about, Kenneth?
I don't know. Shit.
You don't?
No, I don't care.
Because before 1492, it didn't exist. People were.
I don't believe McGraw
Venetians
Hill,
or French or
I don't believe
English.
McGraw Hill. I don't believe any of that.
McGraw Hill?
Yeah, all that. I don't believe that history. It's too many inconsistencies.
Okay.
It's kind of astounding that you're saying the system of racism arrived because white people were feeling bad about themselves. That's a very interesting mischaracterization of history.
Well, why else would you put other people down that had different skin color if it weren't because you feel bad?
I don't know. Maybe forced labor.
Well, I mean, what are
maybe
you
to justify the fact that you're making people inhuman.
No,
don't let yourself get riled up by him. He's
I'm
not
sorry.
worth it.
I'm
Yeah, I'm black.
It's just
I'm
not
only worth. I'm only worth.
It has nothing to do with your race, sir. And stop
three-fifths.
making assumptions that you know anything about any of us on this panel.
Well, you just said I'm not worth it. I said I'm worth 3/5.
No, because of the positions you're holding and the misinformation.
No, I'm telling you what I believe. I did not say you must believe what I believe.
Well, your belief, you can believe in green men flying above in your firmament. It doesn't make it real.
Well, it comes to the
So,
point.
Kenneth, you believe in the 3/5 part of history, just not the other stuff? Is that the one thing in the McGraw history you believe in?
No, I believe.
That's what I was gonna say, Dad.
I was making a reference that you can understand, and also a pun.
So you disagree with 3/5?
No, I think you probably
did that happen.
I believe. I'm sure it did. I'm sure.
Oh, but you don't believe in history.
I think white people went to their Congress and said we want to be represented, but we want to count the Negroes as full people, and the people of North said no, they're only 3/5.
But
so
you were
believe
here.
That because I came up through what, black history rather than white history? Is that why you believe?
It seems right. The way you treat us,
right.
Yeah, the way you treat us now, I would believe that you don't want us fully represented. It's consistent.
So that part of history is right. What other part of history do you believe in?
It's consistent.
Well, I have a consistent question for you. Since you don't believe that we went to the moon, can you prove that white people exist? Are they real?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
How?
What do you mean?
Well, how do you know?
Are we doing this? You on mushrooms?
No, I'm asking you, dude. You seem like an intelligent.
I wish.
Like an intelligent man. So, can you explain to me how white people exist?
Just astroplane. I don't know.
You can't prove it.
Yeah,
Can you prove it by seeing it with your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, I see white people everywhere.
Cool. I can see the fucking equipment left on the moon.
He just said, "I see white people."
It's like a Temu version of Sixth Sense. I see white people.
The same way you use your eyes, I can look at a telescope and look at the equipment that was left on the moon.
I don't believe that.
Okay, I don't believe you see white people.
Why? They're everywhere.
You see how that logic doesn't make sense?
No, they're everywhere.
So is the equipment left on the moon.
Prove it. Prove it.
That's inconsistent because I don't see that.
No,
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that.
I know you want to nitpick, but I just don't believe in the moon
It's not
landing.
nitpicking. It's just your whole stick that you do about inconsistency. You don't have any defensible position.
I thought it was filmed in a studio.
And if you don't have any defensible position, you can't attack anyone else's.
I'm not attacking anybody. I'm letting you know what I believe. I don't believe in the moon landing. And
yes, you do.
And a lot of people.
You've seen it with your own eyes.
No, I didn't.
You've seen videos.
I don't
you
know.
can go to a telescope, look up on the surface of the moon, and see what's up there.
Okay.
Oh, so you're just choosing to be ignorant and blind to that?
I mean, what am I going to look for? I mean, I'm not going to look for nothing.
Yeah, you could if you want. You're just willfully ignorant because it's hard to think about things like these. Or you just don't want to go to a telescope, I guess.
Would you agree with me that a lot of people share my views?
No.
You think a lot of people on this earth, this planet, believe that the moon landing was real?
Yes.
Yes.
I just disagree. I see dissentiment all the time.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I don't see it. That doesn't exist. You're the only person. You're the only person I've run across.
Like the way they launched Artemis on April 1st. That was crazy work, right?
What about it?
Why would they do April 1st for the Artemis launch?
Shit, that didn't happen. I didn't see it.
What?
I didn't see it.
You didn't watch you people attempt to go to the moon again?
It was a studio.
It didn't happen.
Wait, he just said attempt to go to the moon again.
Oh.
The crazy part about it, you
didn't see it either because I didn't see you see it.
I just don't believe it, sir.
I don't believe you don't believe it.
I think that black people were already here, and we were occupied by a white power.
What happened to your civilizations then? If you were already here, what you have had civilizations or footprint?
Yeah,
where are they?
Well, a lot of stuff went up in the Great Fires and a lot of stuff is not like we seem. You know what I mean?
No.
A lot of things.
Where's the evidence? I mean, we can see evidence of ancient Greeks and Egyptians
Yeah, a lot
So
of
where
things.
is the evidence that you all were here?
I think a lot of things aren't as we seem. And I'm not quite sure because it's been hidden. I don't have all the answers, but I know what McGraw-Hill has been telling me doesn't fit.
I mean, it doesn't, but not for the
Can we
reasons
bring
that
this
you're
back to
describing.
politics? Ken, I got some questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a registered Republican?
No, black men don't vote.
Did you vote?
What state are you from?
Ohio.
Wait, did you
I
vote?
did. Madam Harris.
Yeah, I voted.
Kenneth, did you vote? So you're not a black man?
Yeah, I voted.
So you're not a black man?
I'm just speaking about the demographics. We just don't vote that much. Yeah, we voted for Obama because he was black, and I voted for Trump because I wanted to change.
I was black.
His skin color. His skin color.
He was made in a studio.
Civics, you just made me spit out my drink.
Landing, by the way, same studio.
I voted for Obama because I wanted to see a black person on the wall of presidents. I was tired of in class showing all white people on that wall, and I thought a black face would do us good. So I voted for Obama.
Kenneth, I thought Mike was right.
What? No, I never know.
Yes, you said might makes right.
Yeah, I do.
So
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
If all the white people are the presidents, then might makes right.
Yeah, I wanted
That's
to change
your own logic.
Yeah, I wanted to change that dynamic by voting a black person in twice, and we did that.
So why didn't we do it again?
No, a black didn't run again.
Are you saying?
Yeah, exactly.
But a black woman did. So which is the issue? What do you mean,
She wasn't really black.
She went to
She's
Howard.
only 3/5.
I'd say you're not really black because you vote.
I mean, she wasn't really black. I mean, let's be clear. She's from like New Delhi or somewhere, like India.
Her dad is Jamaican.
Can we go back
So are
and
Jamaicans
ask-
not black now?
No, they're not. They're Jamaicans.
How did you say you knew that Obama was black?
I just voted for a black face. That other stuff didn't matter to me.
I mean, according to Trump, Obama is from the Middle East.
He's from
Kenya.
Kenya.
No, Kenya. That's right, Kenya.
Yeah.
So then he's not black, he's Kenyan.
I said a black face. He has no slave blood running through his veins. We all know that. But I wanted to see a black face on the wall. Because we had too many white faces on the wall. We needed to mix up that monotony. We needed to break that shit up.
Okay, I know I just got my LASIK done, guys, but if I'm not mistaken, are Kamala and Obama the same exact skin color, or I'm just tripping?
Basically. Not only that, so
obviously
he's just admitted to being a teacher. So I know for a fact that this man is more intelligent, and this is just a shtick.
We know he's not half white.
Obama
he's half white. Obama's half white, and his dad is from Kenya. He's not
This is a
FBA.
stick.
He's not from us. He didn't have no. He didn't pick cotton. His people didn't pick cotton.
Sophie, what you have to realize is Kenny has a disappointing
life. Whoa.
And he gets on here to get a rise out of people. This is how he gets his show.
No, I figured that. And his coins. So
And if you follow Itchy or Liv or any of them, you would know that Kenneth actually got kicked out of Blaga. Even though he was one of the founding members, he got kicked out of Blaga.
Ooh, that's rough.
By the other people.
Was he not black enough?
I'm blacker than 1,000 midnight, sir.
Did you get kicked out of?
No, I mean I'm one of the founders. How can I be kicked out?
All right.
So you keep saying that you're one of the founders, but are you still in Blaga? Like the Blaga on TikTok?
Yes. Everybody knows that. When they ask for Blaga, my name pops up. Everybody knows that. You even know that. So don't play me. Don't play me.
y'all are having patience of Job. I'm really. Is there any other conservative in this, or can we just ignore him and go and talk? Because I don't talk nonsense.
Can we talk about something else? Would that
Even
make you happy?
Donovan is no. I
Can we
can't
talk about
do it.
something else that make you happy?
No, I'd love to talk to any of the other friends on the panel and listen to what's bothering them. Kenneth, you can take a break, maybe mute, take a drink, relax, listen with the 2 ears. You'll be fine. I promise. Nobody? Civics? Seriously? Come on, man.
But I'm
Cromwell, we haven't seen you before.
I'm so interesting though.
Yeah, I've been watching a long time. I try to stay off lives, but this one was too good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Kenny is fun.
Well, I just
Yeah,
want
he is.
Tony to say no. That's ignorant one time for me.
I still think he's a registered Republican and a rhino in heart.
I don't care anymore. He blew it.
Actually, I mean, if he's the whole might makes right mojo, isn't that a Marxist ideology? Or
Is
at
it?
least the Galt says.
Don't say that.
That's
Mojo,
what
he's one of
Dr.
you.
Galt says.
I think he's correct. Might does make right. That's just the reality of the world that we live in, though.
Thank you. I'll go
But it
mute now.
shouldn't be. You're supposed to be more educated, less savages.
We
You know,
don't re-
democracy and freedom and all of that, except for at the point of a gun.
So we don't
and that's
recognize
just
reality.
silliness.
So we should not recognize
so-
reality.
Well, I wish you'd recognize reality,
that's why
but
I
we're
said
going to move on, Kenneth.
Whoa, okay.
Damn, you put him on mute. Good for you.
She's not a
He can still talk to himself.
I'm sure he does.
No,
And
I think
answers.
You know what? That's not true. I really do think he might be a Republican, and therefore voted for Trump. But the whole other part, if he's an actual teacher and went to 4 years of school and is teaching in a classroom, no, it would be too much against his morals. That cognizant
What?
dissonance
I'm a
would
Hampton.
be crazy.
I'm a Hampton University grad, HBCU grad.
So it's Kamala. You have
No,
that
she
in
went.
common.
She went to Howard.
She went to Howard. Yeah.
Are you from my state?
Say again. I can hear you.
Are you from my state if you went to Hampton?
If you thought I'm not from Virginia, but I'm matriculated. I'm matriculated
I'm
in
fine
Hampton Roads. 755.
Yeah, he lives in Ohio, and they're always weird. Sorry for any Ohioans here.
What is wrong with you, man? Why are you so mean?
I'm not mean. I'm exhausted by the tomfoolery, sir.
I mean, why are you? I mean, you're evil. Why are you doing this?
Evil? That's a pretty strong word.
I mean, you're doing things that I haven't done anything to you.
Well, can you prove that
No.
she's evil?
I mean, listen to her words. I mean, she's just so mean. Is that your role to be the evil one on this panel? Is that your job? Is that
You
your-
haven't proved she's evil yet.
I mean, because she's coming at me for no reason.
Where's the proof of that?
I mean, I feel personally slighted.
Aw. How can I make it up
I
to you,
haven't seen
Ken?
anyone slight you.
Since I'm so evil, then I wouldn't be able to, right?
I just want to know what your issue is with me.
Because you don't think we landed on the moon?
Yeah. I just
Illogical,
believe it. Yeah.
irrational. Oh, come on, I need another I.
Irresistible.
Ignorant?
Yep.
I don't like calling.
He's an
You need to mind you
irresistible.
button.
I don't like to call people ignorant, although sometimes they are. And in my terms, that means they just don't know it. And so they
No,
can
but
ask
I'm
for the
far-
definition.
I'm
But I wouldn't
far
call
from
them
Isn't the
ignorant.
ignorant.
definition of ignorant that you don't even realize that you're ignorant?
But I'm not ignorant, though.
I didn't
It's-
say you were.
It's
did.
arrogant ignorance for me. That's what this is. It's arrogant ignorance.
I just want to say, Kenneth
I
is
would
one of
throw
the
in some
great,
ego in there, too.
Kenneth is one of the great intellectuals of the right on TikTok. I do love listening to him.
Oh, then I missed it.
Oh, I like
I'm
Ken.
still-
I'm not trying to give him shade for that.
No, like seriously, like, honestly, guy, like he takes all the most.
Joey's an idiot too. Just so everybody.
Oh, no, I'm not call. Oh, I didn't want to call anyone an idiot. We're not allowed to call people names. Remember that?
I don't know who said that, but Joey is an idiot.
I will say though, I would like to compare IQ scores, and we can determine who is closer to an idiot, me or you, Mojo.
I have a 3,258 IQ score.
Well, there you go. That's proof right there.
What a fucking stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
Well,
sadly, I know my number, and I don't agree with it.
What is the IQ score to be marked an idiot? Do you know?
Isn't it below 70?
Like 985 or something, I think. 75.
One higher than what you have.
I see.
Are you so insecure about your intellect you went to get an IQ test, or like were you forced to like disqualify out of like certain classrooms?
Yeah, great question. Unfortunately, sometimes you do get exposed to an IQ test.
So it's funny, Joey, where are you from? I mean, what's your heritage?
I've been all over the world, man.
Yeah, so where are you from? Where do your ancestors hail from?
I was born in Philadelphia.
And before that, your great-grandparents, or are you telling us you're Indigenous American?
Well, I am. Well, I wouldn't say I'm Indigenous, but I would say I'm an American.
All right, so here's the problem with Joey.
Here we go.
The problem with Joey is that he came up on the panel one day and decided that he was going to tell HR what India was all about and what their what kind of troubles they've gone through and the history of India, and he was going to school HR on these things.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's rich.
Yeah, because
I
she
think
was promoting revisionism. It's quite simple.
I think Joey took one of those cognitive tests that Trump took and thinks he's a genius now.
Well, I think I do call out people who promote revisionist history to people who are uneducated. That's all.
But history is always being, in a way, rediscovered, or stories that should have been told aren't being told. Isn't that part of history too?
I agree. But the difference between revisionism and having an alternative narrative of history is when you willfully remove information and deny reality. So
you mean like Trump is doing with the Smithsonian?
That is,
right?
that is a lot of
deflection.
semantic gymnastics to get there.
Yeah. So that's exactly what's happening, though, with the Smithsonian.
A big deflection from the original point.
No,
so
it
let's
isn't.
return
It's
to
an
the original
example.
point.
Joey, it's an example of revisionist history.
Unfortunately, Trump is not tied to the theme of exploring India's complex history.
No, and that wasn't the discussion either. You came up about IQs, and then someone explained who you were, and then you talked about revisionist history, and then I said, as an example, what Trump is doing with the Smithsonian. So there was the flow of our conversation for the 3 minutes you've been up here.
Do you trust the Smithsonian? I mean,
Why wouldn't I?
Because they've been doctoring history for a long time.
Everybody's been doctoring history
I
for a long
mean,
time.
I'm just saying, why would you cite them when we know they doctor it?
I don't know that.
You just said they did.
No, I said they're being accused of it. I said Trump is doing that, and his target is the Smithsonian.
So you don't think the Smithsonian is doctoring history?
Yeah, it's almost like everyone claims the other side is doctoring history, but when I can give you evidence of people willfully denying reality, you can admit that they are being bad faith in doctoring. And I do have evidence that HR doctors history.
Where do you get
an idiot and invoked an IQ argument? And I will say,
Kenneth, Joey, where do you guys get your information usually? Like, if you need to go somewhere for an objective fact, where do you go get it?
so are we? Well, no. Are we going to get into like metaphysics of what is reality, or are we just going to talk about what our preferred sources of intelligence are?
The objective reality that you can observe in the world around you. Where do you go for information about that?
Yeah, I would say one of the best ways to determine what source you should use is you should examine what is the topic that you're exploring. There is not a universal source of truth. And depending on the subject that you're studying, there's more authoritative sources.
Okay, so can you give me some guidelines or examples if you're going for politics or history? What are you looking for in those, and what sources have you directly used?
Okay, so if we want to focus on history, what type of history? Are you focused on modern history, pre-industrial history, European, American?
Pick one.
Be more specific.
Just pick one. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
American history.
If we want to study Western civilization, I would recommend beginning with the Greek classics, And I would encourage you to study, in particular, the evolution of the Republic in the United States and the long philosophical history that went into the foundations of the Republic, whether it's the Renaissance, whether it is the study of the end of monarchy, and the idea of governance and constitutions. Because that is really what drives the arc of Western civilization. It's ideology.
So other than the classics that you mentioned as far as the Greek plays, I'm talking specifically about events in history that happened. So you can go back to, the Caesar invading Gaul. You can go into the Renaissance and what happened with that, the Reformation. You can pick anything, Chinese history, whatever, the first, dynastic civil wars. Pick something, but where do you go to find out about it? I'm just curious because it sounds like you're saying when I ask you, where are you getting your information? You say, well, what information? I'm like, any information. And you're like, well, what does that mean? So I'm just literally asking, like,
so I'll say this.
Where does it come from?
I'll give a simple one. Anything that is pre-1400 is going to be incredibly dicey in terms of reliability because there is almost no primary sources that have survived the test of time for over 1,000 years. So anything Roman
Cicero's writings are pretty good. They've survived for quite a long time.
May I just finish, though? So unfortunately, with Roman history and anything essentially pre-Roman, only about 1% of the books from that time period actually survived. And so while we might have original documents that we do believe are accurate, when they talk about historical events, the authors of those books were not alive when those things happened. So we are playing, we're essentially talking to someone who wrote about 300 years after it happened.
No, Cicero was alive during the time of the fall of the Roman Republic. He was around.
You can use one counterexample, but unfortunately, most of the encyclopedic knowledge that we have of the Roman Empire
was around.
Is not. Let me finish. Most of the encyclopedic knowledge is not primary sources in the ancient world. And you can sit here and say that we have primary sources, but we don't. We don't even know some of the Roman emperors because there has been a total destruction of their legacy because they were so hated. That is the reality of ancient history. So when we want to go that far back, it's incredibly hard and it's incredibly biased. Now, post 1500, post printing press, that's where you can start to get into the fights over what is primary, who's more legitimate. And actually, you're going to have to realize that both primary sources will contradict each other because they were controlled by their individual nations and controlled by their individual biases.
Okay, what makes
the go on, Joyce.
Nope, Pete, you got this. Go ahead.
No, you go, because you typically have to drop early, so go.
Oh, no, I'm actually good. I'm going to enjoy the circus for the next couple of hours.
I would love to jump in here. So you said anything pre-1700 is dicey because encyclopedic 1500s encyclopedic knowledge didn't bear through, survive to modern days. But didn't you, in just a separate conversation right before this, say that if you were going to study modern Western civilization, that you should start with Greek?
You should start. It's not that you should end. So one thing that you should learn on your journey of studying history is that you can only work with what you have. And unfortunately, a lot of what you're having is only fragments of the past. And you need to dice together the fragments and you'll understand why no one can agree what history is because most of history has been annihilated by the victor. And in my mind, that's actually a good thing. If you have been defeated and your civilization has been thrown into the ash bins of history, you will never exist. You will never matter. The historians will never know of you. And that is the reality that we live in.
Okay,
so when you're talking about
years, how are people going to look?
Oh, sorry. So when and I get that, I agree with you that most history hasn't survived, right? But you're saying you should anchor into Greek contributions for studying modern day Western civilizations. Are you specifically talking about what informs modern day Western civilization from what standpoint?
Great question.
Are we talking about go ahead, where are we starting? Law and order, philosophy, what exactly are you talking about?
Yeah, great question. For me, It really boils down to what type of literature did our ancestors read, and you should take samples of all of the literature from every time period so you can see the transition phases, going all the way from the classics of the Greeks who did survive the test of time, and how our ancestors also studied these books and then wrote their own. So every time period, take a sample from that time period and understand the connections, because at the end of the day, the impact of what was written 1,000 years ago still reverberates to today. Now, it's not necessarily going to be true, because the farther out you go, the less likely it is to be true, but it does influence the reality that you exhibit and exist in today. Does that make sense?
Oh my
no,
God.
it sounds like you said a lot of flowery things. Let me get more specific. If I was trying to get an understanding of Western civilization, like law and order, where should I start my research?
So are you specifically focused on the philosophy of justice or the practicality of justice? Like how to actually run a legal system?
How did we get here?
This is a really pointless conversation.
I'll arrive at the point in a second. Your Honor, give me a little leeway.
Before.
Let me give me a little leeway, Mojo. So I'm specifically trying to just get a general understanding of the current state of law and order in society in our U.S. Western civilization today. Where would you start?
Personally, I would argue that you should, if you only focus on law, skip a heavy focus on Greek, because the Greeks didn't contribute a lot to our legal code, and just skip right to Roman law, which then deeply influenced European law and essentially medieval law, which then informed English law and common law, which then influenced our current legal framework.
Based on your own...
So you don't think I would take it... You're saying skip Greek, jump forward to law, but I should ignore like the pre-Socratic frameworks that were installed in Roman law?
Well, on a practical point, which was why I specified philosophy versus practical, the practical implementations of Greek law don't exist. The philosophical frameworks do. You might say they loosely influence Roman law, but Roman law is distinct and separate and is a much bigger contributor to American law. Philosophy, in my mind, just so you know, I'm opposed to philosophy. I view it as a very mental masturbation, so to say.
I would agree.
But Joey, how do you determine our law when you have a Supreme Court that's constantly dictating what happened 250 years ago as completely different law?
Great question. This is where we're kind of getting to the foundation of like, what is law? Is it really like this abstract thing that's greater than the individual? And I'm aligned with you. I believe that laws and words are, they're just flowers. You can say whatever you want. A law.
It's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. I'm sorry he didn't say any of those things. You don't agree with anything that he said because he simply asked you a question. You are saying absolutely nothing and saying a lot of it. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing here.
I'm just testing this, the extent of the bullshit he can put out there.
My whole point is that he has no sources, basically. That's the whole thing.
I
is
told
that even
you,
if he
he's a
says,
fucking idiot. The guy's a fucking idiot.
It's a very direct question. Like, I can pull sources from even like the Commonwealth documents, or I can pull sources from the Library of Congress. I can pull sources from a lot of places, and he doesn't name anything.
Is this guy rubbing cum on his face?
Yeah, so like back to in Mojo where I was going with this law and order, it's bullshit to trace it back to Roman or Greek and then skip forward to Roman while ignoring the pre-Socratic influences on Roman law, because we have common law in this country, and judicial precedence wasn't a thing during the Roman era. So if you want to gain a understanding of current date law, you wouldn't go as far back as, Rome.
Well, I would say that you underestimate the conflict between the executive and the Senate. And that history is inevitable, reoccurring, and is playing out as we speak.
No, we can
I find
just go
it
to England for
interesting.
that.
I find it interesting that you brought up the executive and the Senate while I'm talking about presidents, which is the highest law in our land is the Supreme Court. So it'd be the judicial branch
100%
that sets precedent. So it sounds nice, and you have a great cadence, You just lack the breadth and experience to really pull it off competently, I think.
Well, I will say, instead of you endlessly asking questions like a 10-year-old child of why?
The Socratic method, you mean? You mean the Socratic method?
Did you know that when you only ask questions and refuse to take stances, you are admitting that you lack knowledge and substance and convictions?
No, you don't. Depends on.
No, I think you're looking for information.
I see. Now, let's ask you this. Instead of critiquing, how about you take a stance and I can endlessly critique and dissect and nitpick because it's so easy to do that. So please take a stance.
Fantastic. Ask me a question.
So, you believe that the judicial system is the
How do you
highest... Because I'm repeating what he said. Now, are you listening?
Let him ask his question.
Do you actually know what it means to hear words? Like, do you truly know that when I make noises and it's transmitted over the internet, that you are actually hearing what I say?
Yes.
Perfect.
Is that supposed to be an onomatopoeia?
Well, unfortunately, that's not an onomatopoeia is, but nice try. I can also say big words.
Hey, Joey, ask me a question.
So, your stance is that the judicial system is the sole branch of government that can interpret law. Is that your stance?
No.
Okay. Could you restate your position then?
I'm asking that when you have 9 justices determining something that has been precedent for a long time, a completely different, perspective, that now that's just law. Why does it change? It should be precedent. Once something's precedent, it's precedent.
Gotcha. So you do believe that precedent should never change once it's established by the Supreme Court?
Under certain circumstances, yes.
Oh, so certain. Explore to me why you determine when it's acceptable to break precedent and when it is not acceptable. Could it be that it's your subjective emotions that determine this?
No, it's technology, information, advancement in our society. There's plenty of factors that change things over law. Guess what? We don't have Greek law. Things changed over time, just like you said. So it's not the same factor. But when you change something within a lifetime of precedence, that's the problem. You're talking about Greek law that was 1,000 years ago. Of course it's going to change. But when you change precedence within a lifetime, that's completely different.
Well, first off, I just want to say, the question was asked, where should I begin? A student was asking a teacher. So that's not my argument that Greek law binds the U.S. Constitution. And my response to you is quite simple. Does the United States government have the right to flexibly interpret laws within a year or a decade in order to preserve national security, to preserve the nation, to preserve the rights of individuals that have been trampled by previous precedents? Can dead Supreme
That would
Court
be a loaded.
justices violate the Constitution?
Joey. You know that would be a loaded question because that also they can have that interpretation, but they also have to be sure that it doesn't violate the Constitution.
So when we overturn precedent, are we not saying that the previous precedent violated the Constitution?
The Constitution would be the precedent. Every single law that you push out has to follow the Constitution.
But do sometimes precedents violate the Constitution, therefore we have a right to overturn it?
No. Sometimes laws do that are passed by a state, or states come in conflict and want to do something that the Constitution prohibits. Then is normally when the Supreme Court makes a decision. And then based on those, you have stare decisis. And after it's considered precedent, it's not supposed to be changed. It's crazy. So, the best example we've had really is the 14th Amendment challenge, trying to be overwritten by an EO. That should have been a 9-0 finding. But because the Supreme Court, in my opinion, has been corrupted by 2 justices completely, this court is failing and should be impeached.
It sounds like you want to violate the Constitution, which is the document that you so desperately want to protect. As the defender of the Constitution, I will prevent the enemy from within from destroying a beautiful institution.
So I think
how am I the enemy within?
Yeah, no, I love
Marine.
That's me. I'm the enemy within. It's in my bio.
Particularly, the enemy within in this instance is a political Supreme Court. So the judicial branch should be apolitical, and in being so, it should be made up of a reflection of the population. Now, that being said, when we talk about precedent should be long-standing and upheld, but not irreversible or overturnable, as the society reflection in that Supreme Court changes over time. But a precedent shouldn't be irrevocable or unchangeable. But the enemy within here is the political Supreme Court. So it's severely.
And I specifically mentioned corruption.
Everyone,
Wait, guys.
I want to add to that because when the Supreme Court justices, the one that Trump's put in his first term, said that precedent was so important, and then they ended up overturning it anyway. So they just completely lied.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like they did lie. I feel like they did lie, right? But here's the thing: as long as the Supreme Court is a representation of the society it represents, so if we did a individual poll of every citizen in the U.S., that should closely align with the Supreme Court swing one way or another. And yeah, they went against the will of the people. So the Supreme Court is kind of the enemy within right now because it's become a political device.
No.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you just described something that isn't political. When you say that they go against the will of the people, that means they are apolitical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm saying that they should closely align with the society that they reflect.
Their job is not to align with society. Their job is to interpret the Constitution.
Mojo, don't you think that if they say something in a public hearing to get the position of a justice, that they should have to stick to that or get removed?
No.
Oh,
so
when I was talking about
their
corruption,
interpretation. Sorry, go ahead, Fee.
When I was talking about corruption, I was speaking about Clarence Thomas and his $200,000 mobile home, and the fact that we don't have a code of conduct that they have to adhere to, like they do in all of the rest of
I want to
government.
answer your question directly.
Fee define onomatopoeia.
I disagree with you.
Stop. I want to answer the question that was asked. All rulings are going to be subjective based on the current reality and the current case that's in front of them. So they can say that they are against overturning Roe versus Wade, but then there might be a compelling case that comes up that forces them to change their stance on that. That's not corruption, and that's not something that we should revoke their judgment for.
All right, so Mojo, with
I can't believe Mojo's defending the Constitution better than these liberals. My God.
Sadly, never mind.
Fee, can you define onomatopoeia for us, please?
Why?
Because you earlier argued that
was JD that said that.
Oh, it was JD. I apologize.
Yeah.
Right, that sounds a lot like Fee. Holy crap, he thinks you and JD
I know,
sound
that's
the same.
fine.
What the fuck? That's wild.
JD, can you define onomatopoeia
Good
for
one,
us,
Guy
please?
Fox. You tried to get a gotcha. You couldn't even fucking dunk the ball in.
All right,
Good one.
can you define onomatopoeia for us one time, real quick? JD?
Oh no! You fucking look dumb. There's no point in this point. You already flopped. You flopped so hard. It's
No. Again, just because you sound like a woman doesn't mean I
time.
flopped. I just want you to define the word.
Yeah. Define the word, JD.
Move the
JD, define the word.
Who gives a
Define the word,
goddamn?
JD. You made up a word and you used it in the wrong way. I didn't attack you because I wanted to give you an out. But guess
Wow.
what now? Define it. Define Onomatopoeia, JD.
You guys are such small men.
Yeah, let's do the Jordan Peterson shit real quick. So
No. Because you tried to embarrass
What do you
Joey by
mean
saying
when you say believe?
no. Because earlier you said
Shut the
nice
fuck up.
onomatopoeia to Joey when Joey didn't say an onomatopoeic word. You don't know what the word means and you just tried to sound smart. So it's a little embarrassing on your end. Can you just define it for us one
Okay,
time?
so since you are so much smarter than me, what are the first 3 articles of the Constitution?
No, don't pivot. Just answer the question. Define the word.
All right, both of you go on camera and whip it out, and we'll get this over with real quick.
I know, right? Like,
back to the SCOTUS
what the fuck?
thing.
You already suck
I'm
so
sure
hard.
that
Don't try to
Ellis.
fucking
I'm
make
sure
yourself
that
look better
Ellis.
by saying,
I am sure. I am sure that Ella is still in the comments with her tape measure. She knows exactly how large these two are.
So we're not going to define the word. Okay, got it.
So Mojo, I want to go back. You said it is not the will of the people, but the job of SCOTUS is to interpret the Constitution, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And to make sure that legislation doesn't violate the Constitution.
Right, so interpretations are subjective, correct?
Well, to a certain extent, yes. They're not supposed to be. I mean, they're going to try and make it as objective as possible.
Yeah, but they're subjective, and then precedent kind of enters in. So, like, if there's precedent set before us, this is the way it should be interpreted. That's going to influence their subjectivity.
There is precedence that is wrong. The rulings on Jim Crow were wrong, which was overturned by Brown versus Board of Education. So there are times in history where the Supreme Court will get things wrong.
Right. So did they have it wrong at the time that they made that judgment call?
That they made? I don't even know what judgment call you're talking about.
So what you said, they had Jim Crow precedent they said was wrong.
Yeah, they said it was wrong. It was wrong because it was not constitutional according to the new amendments that were put in the Constitution, 13, 14, and 15.
So the new constitutions came out post that or prior, or are you saying that the Jim Crow?
13, 14, well, Jim Crow is what existed during Reconstruction all the way up until the 1950s, I guess. And that would be a set of laws that specifically, or mostly in the South, that discriminated against black people in a number of different ways. The Supreme Court upheld a lot of those laws throughout that process or throughout that time period. That was basically overturned through Brown versus Board of Education, which said that separate drinking fountains are inherently unequal. So you can't separate segregation. What it said is segregation is unconstitutional.
Mojo, you are so well. I can't believe
they thought it
Thank you
was
so
constitutional at the time that they passed it.
They thought it was constitutional, but they were also racist.
Right. So as the makeup of the country and the opinion of the country and the racism dipped down, the country makeup changed and we course corrected and said this was bullshit. We course corrected
because that was the intention of the 13th, 14th, and 15th in the first place. They were just able to misinterpret based on the racism that they had.
We will win the 14th Amendment. Don't worry. Birthright is not settled.
It is absolutely settled. I don't know how much clearer it can be.
And you might. We have a democratic backsliding in our country, and that usually precedes huge progressive leaps forward. So if you win it today, you'll lose it tomorrow.
I'm a big fan,
Joey.
By the
Joey,
way,
I want to add to that.
I'm a big fan of our Supreme Court and the structure that it's set up under. I do think that we should expand it because we've expanded our population by so much and we have so many more districts now than we used to. So I do think that we should have a 13-seat Supreme Court. However, yes, I think the Supreme Court being the ultimate arbiter of what our laws are and whether they're constitutional or not is absolutely the way this country should go.
And Mojo, just
Joey, I have a question for you, man. So, if you don't believe in birthright citizenship, right? And what happens if one state recognizes it and one state doesn't? Are we no longer United States? Like, you would not be able to travel through certain states that don't recognize you as a citizen if you were born in one that was a citizen.
Great question.
I love that he said that, though. But Joey, real quick, can I just respond to him? Because the Second Amendment is constantly challenged by blue states where a lawful pew-pew owner in Florida can't travel to California with their pew-pews and, maybe get arrested because California has been trying to usurp the, Second Amendment multiple times. So there's an example. We have examples.
Here's your problem, though. Here's your problem. The problem is that the Second Amendment doesn't mention guns.
And Guy, I'm a Second Amendment guy, dude. I'm a Marine. I totally get you. But if you have a CCW in one state, doesn't automatically recognize it in another.
Not always.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily. You have to have it. The states have to agree to it mutually. So California's got really, really restrictive laws.
Oh, and we can't even buy Glocks anymore. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where every state views the Second Amendment differently. So I don't know how you're applying.
The Second Amendment needs to be rewritten. It has to be rewritten.
I agree with you, Mojo, but I'm trying to talk to Guy about a gun. You can't bring an illegal gun into California because obviously they're going to flag it.
Right, but it's only illegal because California made it illegal.
Yes,
by overstepping their mandate.
Yes, and Guy, I 100% agree with you. I have guns that I've had to fully make stupid because I have a scar, and it has to be the dumbest scar on the planet because of how California laws are. But if I had that in a cool state, a pro 2A state,
this goes back to what I said. You guys, they can regulate guns all they want because the Second Amendment doesn't say anything about guns. It says arms. And when it says arms, it means all arms. It means any arms that the government has. And since we've regulated a lot of those arms already, we have already nullified the Second Amendment completely, meaning that we can regulate guns too.
And Scalia said that. Scalia agreed.
Yeah. And also, just so you know, Cromwell.
Yeah, go ahead, Billy.
Yeah. The way you resolve it is quite simple. The federal government controls Social Security. We can use federal power to tie citizenship to your SSN. And we will refuse to issue SSNs to states that continue to grant birth certificates to illegal immigrants. And that will be the resolution. And we will use the power and purse of the federal government to beat them into submission.
But your version of the 14th Amendment is if you're born to somebody that's non-documented, would not get an SSN.
Correct.
So
I'm sorry, Joey, would you restate? Sorry.
Yeah, that was a fucking wild
statement. No, everyone is.
Would you please restate your plan?
Citizenship. He doesn't believe in birthright citizenship. So if the parents are not citizens, then the child is not a citizen. Therefore, they are illegal immigrants and they can't be given a birth certificate.
No, I'm just specifically
going to deport them to.
Specifically, I'm curious about the mechanism. You're saying that you'll enforce states to abide by the federal. Like, yes. How are you gonna push big government? Can you restate that part?
Great question. So we have the playbook. It's ready to go. So even if the states issue the quote-unquote birth certificate, we control Real ID, so we will refuse to issue a Real ID, and we will refuse to issue an SSN, and we will refuse to issue work authorization, and we will use the power of federal law enforcement to ensure that every worker has work authorization.
And you're going to do this from the federal level?
We are going to balloon out Homeland Security's budget. We're going to balloon out the Department of Justice budget.
Wow.
And we will ensure that all of the states who defy the federal government understand that they are dependent upon the federal government.
So you don't believe in our country.
Wait.
Everyone, hold on a sec.
Sorry, go ahead.
Nope, go.
States' rights?
I'm just fascinated by this. You're saying if a state doesn't listen to the federal government, you guys, I guess, have the playbook, so you're bumping the Real ID up to the federal level, not the state level now, so you're taking that away from the states. Social Security is a federal level agency, so they do control the database of Social Security numbers. So you're not going to issue Social Security numbers to who? Like everyone in the state to penalize that state?
Anyone who does not verify that their parents are lawful citizens.
That's indirect.
Wait a minute, though.
No,
what about
you
legal
cannot do that. Guys, it's not possible. It's settled law. The 14th Amendment, sorry. So you don't believe in our Constitution then, Joey. You believe in the 2A, but not the 14th.
No, I believe that I am interpreting the Constitution properly.
But you're not.
You are the ones who are creating an abomination.
How do you interpret all persons?
Only citizens.
It doesn't
say that. It does not say citizens, and they say citizens.
They are under the jurisdiction.
They say hold
of
on.
their foreign government.
The Supreme Court just ruled on it.
Hold on.
And if you believe in the Constitution, the separation of three co-equal branches.
They say citizens throughout the Constitution. They say things apply to citizens. In this case, they said all persons. They did not refer to citizens. They mean anybody standing on our soil.
Right. Just like the Fifth Amendment.
Unfortunately, these foreign aliens are under the jurisdiction of their home country, and they're not.
That is true. Then we can't. If that's true, then we can't deport them.
Oh, wait. So you believe the United States doesn't have the right to inflict protections against alien invaders?
If they are not under our jurisdiction, then they are not subject to our laws, which means we cannot deport them.
Hey, Mojo, quick thing. Do we have the right to blast Teist? Do they have to
we should kill them? Are you honestly saying right now we should kill them?
No, Mojo. What I'm highlighting to you is that foreign aliens are not under our jurisdiction.
They are, otherwise we could not deport them.
So, let me ask you this. When the United States conducts military operations against foreign nationals, are you saying that they are now under our jurisdiction?
The United States does not commit military actions on our soil against anybody.
I don't understand what's hard to understand about this. If they're in the continental U.S. or Alaska or Hawaii, that is considered in the U.S. They have rights. You brought up a situation that was outside of those borders.
Oh, so now you believe.
Don't forget that our territories too.
So once we remove them from our country, such as El Salvador, they no longer have constitutional protections, correct?
It depends.
You can't remove them. You can't remove them if they're not subject to our jurisdiction.
Wait. We don't have the right to remove people who are foreign aliens?
No, not if they're not subject to our jurisdiction.
Great. Prove that.
I can absolutely prove that.
I think what he's saying.
This would be ambassadors and ambassadors' children.
Right.
We do not have the right to remove them because they are not on our soil. We can't do that. So it's written into the 14th Amendment itself.
So what you're saying is that we can force the host country to recognize them as diplomats, and we can remove them without jurisdiction.
That's done by a treaty.
You can't force anybody outside the country to do anything. And if they're not subject to our jurisdiction, then you cannot force them to leave this country either.
Well, this is so wild. So do you guys support like foreign diplomats' children who were born in the United States to be U.S. citizens, or people? Let's say
no, because the 14th specifically says that they're not.
It specifies it not. Can you give the actual exact?
Because they're not subject to our jurisdiction.
Do not apply.
You guys, one at a time, please.
Hey, Cromwell, when Mojo's talking, we don't really talk. No, that's okay. I mean, it's kind of silly that they're proponents of the Constitution but don't understand it. Especially since it's been ruled on recently.
Okay, I'll stop. You guys go ahead.
No, I want you to speak. Because when they're speaking, it's 3-on-1.
Do foreign nationals have the right to the Second Amendment?
The answer is no.
I don't believe so.
Oh, congratulations. It's almost like not all elements of the Constitution are extended to foreign nationals because they're not under the jurisdiction of our Constitution.
Okay, but all right, Joey, good question.
But they are.
But are they under the jurisdiction? Are they covered by the Constitution from the First Amendment and the Fifth Amendment and several other amendments?
Nope, not the first.
Yes, they are.
Why? Why not then the second also?
Does the second?
I mean, that's a good question, Guy. But I think over time it's changed. I mean, maybe in the beginning they were.
Does the second say all persons?
So
It does not.
Does
The
the
14th
first? Does the first?
The 14th does.
No, but does the first? We were saying like, what if a person's granted freedom of speech, expression is granted the Fifth Amendment?
The Fifth Amendment does say all persons.
Does it?
I don't know if the first does or not, and I don't think they actually have the right to free speech in this country. I think they can be deported for saying specific things.
Mojo.
I mean, they can threaten people, but none of us can.
No, anything that challenges national security makes them immediately revocable. And I look forward to denaturalization of national security risks, especially of green card holders.
Really? And how many generations, Joey, has your family been here? I mean, Trump's only one generation in.
Oh, that's what makes me so great. I am so protective of the citizenship because I'm only 2 in. So I'm going to become the boot to ensure that the citizenship is not sullied by these new arrivals.
Oh, God.
That's ridiculous. Can we pivot back to the asinine thing you said about the Social Security number lever you talked about for federal government to
Why it
extend
wouldn't be
its
possible.
power?
It wouldn't.
Why is it racist? Well, Fee, why is it racist?
It is fee, and it seems that this policy typically only applies to black and brown people. White South Africans are accepted.
Wait, no, Joey said national security risks. Are you insinuating that only brown and black people are national security risks?
No.
A bit racist.
I'm not.
I will
okay.
deport a Russian. I will gladly deport a Russian. I will gladly deport a German. I will gladly deport a Spaniard, and I'll even deport an Anglo-Saxon. Nothing would give me greater joy.
But you're all upset about the ones that are here legally, which are the majority of what, and have never been proven so far to be a security risk to the United States.
Well, let's just say,
not to mention the deportation,
are all national security risks. I look forward to the denaturalization of national security risks.
And the 19 hijackers that attacked us on September 11th were here legally.
Thank you for proving his point.
No, my point is, so it doesn't matter. So for you, all immigration should be stopped.
No, we never said that. He said national security risk. He said subversive ideology. He said people who actively want to upend and overturn our systems that argue that that their way is the right way. Yeah, there are people who say this. And the people right now that are being subject to deportation hearings and proceedings.
Hi, Guy, I got a question for you.
Sure.
What about white nationalists? They're against our whole Constitution. Should they be deported?
I'd love to see that happen. Sure.
Yeah.
Also, just so you're aware too, I'm fine with deporting Third Reich fascist supporters. Doesn't bother me. Commies and fascists get the boot.
Couldn't agree more.
I will gladly crack the baton on them because they are all anti-government radicals that need to be suppressed.
According to you.
According to you,
the Constitution.
No, the Constitution doesn't say that.
That the state has the right to preserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That we shouldn't protect the nation.
Oh, Joey.
The First Amendment gives me the right to be a fucking communist, you bastard.
We have made...
It sure does.
There's that anti-constitutional sentiment Joey has.
Yeah.
It's very un-American.
There is the Communist Act of 1954 if you want to read it.
We made special exceptions for you, Mojo.
That act is unconstitutional. It has never been used.
Yep.
Never been used?
Not yet, and it has been used. We used it in the first and second Red Scare purges.
Hey, Joey, can I
as a
take it
threat.
back?
Nobody's ever been convicted under that fucking act.
Please continue.
Hey, Joey, can I ask you a question again about how we talked about the 14th Amendment? So when someone comes here for a work
Hey, Mojo,
visa,
1 second, Mojo. Ella wants up.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I guess I'm the only mod up here, huh?
You're on your game, Mojo. Hey, Joey, So you talked about a social security number regarding citizenship, right? So if somebody comes here for a work visa and they get a social security number to pay their taxes, they're not a citizen. They're here as a non-immigrant for a certain period of time.
You're correct.
Are they changed? Is that different?
No, you are correct. We do give social security numbers to lawful permanent residents and people who are on here on like H-1B and things of that nature. However, it's revocable. And we should use the power of the Social Security Administration to revoke the SSNs and revoke the work authorization of these individuals.
Why?
Okay. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. So if they travel to a state that doesn't recognize them as a citizen, should they get deported?
The federal government doesn't recognize them. So the whole point is that the federal government is the arbiter, not the states.
I am here as someone who had a green card for 20 plus years to prove you wrong.
You did not have a
So first of all, I think, and this is just my interpretation of this conversation, I think that there is a bit of a misunderstanding between how a person is covered and what the consequences can be if you break the law. Those are two very different things. So like any person on US soil is covered by the Constitution. Period. This was very clearly explained to me both when I went for my green card, when I went through the process, and when I went for the citizenship interview. With that said, what is different between, let's say, a green card holder and a U.S. citizen is that the type of quote unquote punishment is different between the two, right? Like as a U.S. citizen, you can break the law, you're not going to get deported. As a green card holder, you could break the law, but there is a good chance you might get deported as opposed to just receiving like local prison time or something, right? So those are the differences. But at the start, you have the same constitutional rights as any other person. The only difference is you cannot vote. That's it.
Okay,
that is
so you already named one difference. We also talked about the Second Amendment as a non-citizen. You can't use. No, hold on.
That's incorrect. You don't have to be a citizen to own a firearm. You cannot be here illegally because you cannot prove who you are. So you cannot do a background check. But if you think that the only people that can have a background check done is a U.S. citizen, then you're sorely mistaken.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But okay, so we've established that some states issue driver's licenses and IDs to undocumented persons. That exists, right? We know that happens. So if they have proof of ID, can they walk into a store and purchase a pew-pew? No. The answer is no. Nor should they, by the way. So with
they could, depending on the state. Yes, you could walk in there, and you could have a matricula consular, or you could have a green card. And as long as you are able to be searched in the database, if you're registered with the U.S. government and you are here legally, then yes, you could in some states actually be able to do that.
I just mentioned though the fact that undocumented.
Talking about illegal.
No. You're trying to muddy the waters.
I think you misunderstood.
Was somebody here illegally and somebody here who on a green card or here with status.
All right, Vader.
Okay, thank you. Just as long as we're being sure here, because you're trying to be disingenuous.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to respond to you. I'm trying to say to you that undocumented persons, meaning without legal status, can get driver's licenses in the United States in some states, correct?
No, because you would be documented if you had to get an ID. Number. You would have to have an I-10 number.
Yeah, that's what they need.
Wait, you guys consider I-10's documentation? You are absolutely out of your fucking mind.
That is documentation that proves permanent domicile at a minimum, yes. I mean, you can laugh maniacally all you want, but I'm giving you
Vader. Every I-10 person who is registered with the government is now being fed to the federal government to Homeland. So
that's great. I don't know what that proves as far as like my statement being incorrect.
Doesn't prove your documentation. It's going to be used to deport you.
But also, one of the reasons that it came up here is like
federal government considers an I-10 legal documentation. Are they insane?
No, okay, so the I-10 again, but that means that you have legal status with the federal government. Minnesota passed recently, or a couple of years back, driver's licenses for all, which the only requirements were passing a test, provide identity documents, so like a foreign passport, and proof of residency, which isn't like legal residency, but just prove that you have that you're renting an apartment or you have an electric bill, which all of these can be done without legal status in the United States. So once again, I'm asking you, if they can get issued driver's license, which gives them an ID, can they walk into a store and purchase a pew-pew?
If you are here to prove who you are and you are submitting that documentation to the U.S. government for review and it is approved, you are not here undocumented.
Oh, Lordy.
Guy.
I don't understand how they don't
I don't know
know
what state
that.
you're in, Guy.
Oh my God.
But like here in California, we have to gross our weapons, right? So we have like a 10-day waiting period and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are other states different?
Sorry.
No, the answer that everyone is just dancing around is no, they do not have the right to purchase a pew-pew, which goes against Ella's original statement that all persons in the United States are bound to the jurisdiction and of the protections of the Constitution. And yet, no, they're not.
That's what
they're
it
not
says.
guaranteed.
That's what the Constitution says. Like Mojo already went over that with you. That's literally what it says. All persons.
We've exposed two
All
examples in which
persons.
they're not given the same rights. Okay.
All
now let's
persons.
vote and then I'll-
What I said
Mojo,
was is the
reset your
difference
gift
in
goal.
what I said was is the difference in consequences. So like everyone here is covered by the Constitution. If you break the law, your consequences might be different as an undocumented person or
wasn't
as
what I
a
was
green
talking
card
about.
holder or a visa holder compared to a U.S. citizen. That's
That's
what
not
I
what I was
said.
talking about. That's not
Ella,
what I was
address
talking
the
about.
issue of firearms. Do illegal immigrants have the right to firearms? Ella, yes or no? Under the Constitution.
I am not
I've
sure
already
about
addressed
an illegal
this.
immigrant.
I've already addressed
They're not.
I've
They're
already
not,
addressed
therefore
it.
they're
I've
not
already addressed
subject.
this. I've already addressed this. I've addressed it because it does not say all persons get access to arms.
And we addressed it.
It does not say that,
First
but
Amendment.
it does say, but
Neither
it does
does the Fifth,
say,
by the
but
way.
it does say, but it does say in the 14th Amendment, all persons born on our fucking soil are American citizens.
Perfect. The Fifth Amendment doesn't say all persons, by the way.
It does too.
No, it doesn't. It says no
Yes, it
person
does.
shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless a blah, 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 blah. Doesn't say
No
all
person. But oh my God! It
Wait,
says
keep
no
going
person.
though. Hold on. There's more to the Fifth Amendment than that.
Can you show us where it says all persons?
Yeah, read the second portion of the Fifth Amendment.
If a person here is here illegally and they are in illegal possession of a firearm, would they be subject to prosecution under U.S. law?
Not only would they be subject to U.S. law, they're also subject to the laws of their homeland.
Cool, then they're subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Thank you.
Oh, wait.
You know why, Joey? You know why they're dancing around this? Because they don't want to admit that
They didn't dance around anything. You tried to muddy the water.
You don't want to admit the fact that an undocumented person does not have a right to go in and purchase a pew-pew. And therefore, it shows an example. It shows
No
an
one
example
said
that-
undocumented.
I'm saying that no,
Why
they do
can't I
not.
just
An
finish my thought?
undocumented individual does
Why
not
do
have
you
the right
think-
to
why
walk
is
into
the
a
First
store. Hold on.
Amendment-
So they do not, but the fact that they cannot, and if they did and they were caught, then they'd be subject to prosecution, shows that they're subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. So even under your example, you are wrong.
The question is the jurisdictions of the Constitution and all the constitutional rights. We're highlighting they don't have all the constitutional rights.
Do you know the exceptions for why somebody can not be subject to jurisdiction of the United States? What is the exception?
Well, for one, we have diplomats, and two, we also have valid military targets that are being held on U.S. bases.
Valid
But Joe, I don't think anyone's arguing that the Constitution covers everyone.
Yeah, so for example, right, like is a U.S. base U.S. soil? Yes or no? It is. Therefore,
Yes.
Guantanamo is a U.S. soil. They're not protected by the Constitution. Fuck no.
They're considered foreign enemy combatants, but they are subject to certain jurisdictional analysis under the UCMJ. So yes, and the UCMJ is in some parts subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S. Constitution.
And Vader, just so you know,
Why
we're
they
going to
are
mark
given
them.
the right to habeas corpus, which there are several court cases on this specific issue. So again, you are wrong.
Well, not only that, Vader, we will treat them as foreign combatants and use the Enemy Aliens Act to deport members of foreign T organizations that
Alien
have
Enemies Act
infected this
hasn't been
nation.
used since recently. This is the first time it's been used since the 1950s. So I don't know what you're trying to prove by saying that you can use the Alien Enemies Act to suspend habeas corpus for anybody within the United States. And then also the fact that we're saying this with like just a proud chest is just really utterly, it's just strange. Like it's an uninformed opinion supporting some sort of like emotional reaction to people that you don't like, and I find really uneducated.
Vader, that's where you're confused. It's not a matter of people we don't like. It's people that we recognize are trying to sow discord and to usurp our norms. Like when we talk about the First Amendment, when we talk about the First Amendment, you guys, yes,
the people that are usurping our laws. I'm really glad you brought that up, Guy. So as far as
you're gonna let them slide, you're gonna really let them slide on the U.S. soil for foreign bases shtick.
Yeah, I know. But if we're here on the UN, like we want to make sure that we're following U.S. law. Well, 8 U.S.C. 1401 says that birthright citizenship is guaranteed. So why do we want to follow the law when it supports your political ideology, but not when it does, or, you know what I mean?
Okay, so then I'll answer that because it's not a matter of like what my preference is, but when we recognize a hole in the system where it's being abused by individuals who create this commercialized, attempt to try to have American-born citizens, but then are raised.
There's no evidence of that.
There actually is evidence of that. There's a Chinese multimillionaire. I'm going to give you the example if you want. There's a Chinese multimillionaire who's been using surrogacy, to have multiple American children, who are American citizens. Now, the case that's being held in court right now is whether or not he has rights to them as his children. Now, not whether or not, because if he takes them at birth and raises them in CCP China, and then they come back to the United States after being indoctrinated, they don't have no loyalty to the United States. Do you feel that they are American citizens?
China doesn't allow dual citizenship.
Lord, give me strength. Bro, can you just answer the question? Because this is something that's actually happening.
China doesn't give dual citizenship.
They get permanent residency.
No, they would have citizenship.
So just so we're clear, so do I think that they are loyal to the United States if they come back here?
Legal permanent residency requires an immigration form.
Well, I don't think that's
what immigration form did they get legal permanent residency from if they were born here in the United States?
Chinese permanent residency, American citizenship. You guys are so dull.
What form did they get that was approved by CIS or USCIS or the CBP that gave them citizenship or a LPR status? If they were born here in the United States and have a birth certificate in the United States, you don't get LPR status. It's immediately revoked.
All right, cool. So right now, this is the case. Okay, Go Junxuan and hold on. I'm going to give you the case.
American.
Ma'am,
is the mother American?
I'm going to give. No, it doesn't need to be American. You guys established that fact already. That
Is
undocumented
she
parents.
on U.S. soil?
You just established the fact that the mother or the parents don't need to be American. That's your argument.
I'm not running from that argument.
Let me give you the case real quick. Okay.
Let guy do his thing.
It's not hard to listen for 30 seconds. Ella, please don't interrupt. Just let me give you the case.
I'm sorry. I was going to do a quick mod announcement. Mojo, can you please reset the gift goal? It's been asked about for several times in the chat now because y'all are getting heated.
Yeah, that's nice. That's really nice. Right?
You can do one at a time.
No, Ella.
Thank you.
Soviet Russia.
Okay, I need you to stop. I need you to chill, Guy. I need you to chill, Guy. I need you to chill, Guy.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you that.
Are you done? Chill the fuck out.
Super chill. I just don't like commies coming up and taking liberties.
You can eat a dick. She is one of my mods, and that's the way it works on panels. Generally speaking, the moderator, you listen to them.
When they're Soviet spies, but okay.
You're an idiot. God, you're an idiot. God, you're an idiot.
Go back to Russia.
Oh my goodness.
Who's Russian?
Jamila, my name is Katya, and I am your personal.
Mojo, what's your real last name?
Oh, now we lost all the opposition. That was not my intention. I just wanted
No,
you
so
to
hey, so I'll let you tell. I'll tell you the truth. These guys that are saying that people come over here and somehow get LPR status when you're already a U.S. citizen is bullshit. Once you're a U.S. citizen, LPR status does not apply. It's immediately denied. I promise you that. I've done this for 15 years.
I don't understand this.
Sorry, Sylvia.
Can she do a mod announcement?
While Guy is still down there, I don't understand why you think just calling people commies because Ella had to make a mod announcement and then getting all butt hurt and leaving. I don't understand. Aren't you guys supposed to be alphas?
You kicked him, Mojo?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't offended. I don't oh yeah, I consider myself communist. Ooh, scary. I don't know.
Okay, that's not why I kicked him. That's certainly not the point. I'm sorry. I was going to let it go for a sec. I do agree that sometimes mod announcements are used to calm down a panel. I don't necessarily disagree with you using it in that particular case for that reason. So since you were going to do that and he decided to be an asshole about it, I made sure he wasn't going to be an asshole about it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, it was just to kind of reset your gift goal. And I did want to ask because we had a bunch of libs in the queue as well, if any of the liberals wanted to swap out. But now we don't have any opposition, so I guess it does.
This panel a lot. Can I ask you what immigration status you came over?
Kind of crazy.
Are you crazy?
Well, he just spoke over me when I was introducing myself. Hi, everybody.
Oh, you're going to be a pain in the ass today too, aren't you?
I'm not. I just wanted to say that Guy and Joey are a great example of the talking past each other, because we are looking at the Constitution as universalist and liberal, and they look at it as hierarchical and protective in nature, like that hierarchical nature structure that they believe that Trump is protecting them and whatever hierarchy they perceive themselves to be at the top. And they don't see it from our perspective of universal rights, even though that's what our Constitution now ordains, right? They are a great example of this. That's why we talk past each other. That's why it seems like they're constantly contradicting each other, like themselves, right? They are like the perfect example of that article.
Too much seasoning.
Nuh-uh.
How you been doing, Mojo?
Am I wrong? Oh, I'm sorry.
Ella, and I hear that you're an immigrant. 20 years?
I am.
And you
I actually send it. I think Ella would make a great spook. No one would ever see it coming.
Hold on for a minute. Hold horses, raccoon. You come from...
Raccoons riding horses?
You come from...
Me?
No, where does Ella come from?
Oh, why is this relevant? I'm not sure where we're going. I don't mind sharing. I'm just kind of curious.
I just wanted to know what you did to come here.
Why? Oh, well. Oh.
Got on a plane. What the fuck?
I did arrive on a plane. This is correct.
Or a banana boat or whatever.
No, she came on a plane.
Did you just say banana boat? Are you serious?
Yeah, he did.
Come on,
She did.
It's a joke.
It's interesting. She can't spot an accent, right? She has no idea like where that accent could possibly be from. Because when you tell her she's gonna be like, oh well, I guess that's fine.
Are there a lot of redheads in Chiquita Land?
She seems like the sweetest from like some southern state.
You're having problems, man.
So Ella,
yeah.
When you came over, did you come over as an LPR?
What now? I don't even know what that is.
Legal permanent residence.
Oh, I had never heard that. It's an acronym, right? Yeah, I'd never heard that before.
So we use a lot of acronyms. I'm sorry.
How much did you pay for your green card?
I met my ex-husband.
Not necessarily, no.
I met my I met my ex-husband when he was stationed in Germany, and I lived in Belgium. So that answers your question, Stallion. I am from Belgium, and when he was when he was done being stationed, I later on, after he went back to Texas, where he was from, I joined him about 2 years later. I did the thing that the Trump administration is now changing and are no longer allowing to do. So at the time, I came over on a tourist. I came over on a tourist visa, and in the time that I was here on that tourist visa, no, because that doesn't immediately grant you the status.
You'll be going back home soon?
Oh my God, can I please finish? And then you'll know. Oh my Lord. So while I was here on the tourist visa, I started with an immigration lawyer to start my green card paperwork. And while that was going, we got married. And so he did become my sponsor, if you will. But I technically did it on my own. But anyway, so
yeah. So let me educate the panel. She came over as a B1, B2 visa. She came over as a traveler.
Yeah,
and then she was married during that time. And then you file an I-130, which is a family petition. That family petition allows you.
I filed on my own before I filed on my own before I got married. I think it was something with a 90 in it. Does that sound right? I don't know. It's been so long. Yeah, it's been so long.
Okay. I thought you said you got married while you were here.
Yeah, no. So yes, that's correct. So I came here on a tourist visa, like the card that you sign on the fucking plane, right? Like it used to be a little green thing that you would fill out. That. So it's a 90-day tourist visa. Within those 90 days, I engaged with an immigrant lawyer to start my petition to become a green card holder, and then I got married. So I got married while I was already engaging with the immigration lawyer.
That's awesome, Ella. My husband came under the Reagan administration.
Reagan? Who's Reagan?
Damn, he's old as fuck.
But did you stay because of an I-130 though?
I don't know who Reagan is.
I'm sorry, Crumb. I apologize.
Did you say so? If you have a pending application for immigration,
yeah, I did.
Overstays and deportations are a little bit more difficult.
Yes, they are. And that's why I said it. I sort of did the thing that they're now changing and are definitely not allowing anymore, right? So I'm probably putting myself in a difficult spot by speaking so openly about it. But I mean, I'm a dual citizen at this point.
No, we love you, Ella. Don't worry about it.
Talking, Ella. Ella, I just have a problem with you. You're not getting food stamps or anything, are you?
Oh my God, what's wrong with
Lord.
you?
Well, I know that a lot of immigrants come here and they get stuff, so I'm just asking.
That's not from the federal government.
Are you worried about your food stamps being interrupted, Stallion?
I don't get food stamps.
It's wine stamps, okay? No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Do you get any? Do you get any government help?
Don't answer that.
Are you worried about losing your government help? I mean, why does it matter if she gets government help? Are you worried about losing your government help?
I just see it as, she came on a free ride, basically.
She's an American citizen.
Illegal. No, don't even mention that yet.
I paid several $1,000s to this immigration lawyer. I did not come here on a free ride. Thank you very much.
I understand that you paid $7,000 for a lawyer, but I'm just
several.
You basically did come on a free ride. You got married. Without that marriage,
that's not a free ride.
That's not how immigration.
How do you determine a free ride when she came over here legally?
Well, how did she get a house and a car?
Ford liberals talking at the same
right or wrong? Ella, how did you get a house and a car?
Authorization.
So aggro and got a picture of a woman.
I think so, Mojo.
Stallion, do you understand that there is such a thing as legal immigration
I understand.
that allows you to gain all of the privileges of being a citizen, of being a permanent resident, right?
I mean, but we still have people sleeping on the street.
Hold on, I'm not done. What that does is while you're here, you get a job and you pay taxes and you pay into programs that you're not likely going to be able to draw on for a very long time until you become a citizen, which you pay an enormous amount of money for. You take a test, you get background checks, you get fingerprinted, and all of this costs an enormous amount of money. All the while you are working and contributing to the country. You prove yourself. The people who are here as immigrants are so valuable and also provide so much value to this country.
Did you see what happened to Lake and Raleigh?
I have a question.
Did you see what happened to Lake and Raleigh?
I have a question. Stallion.
Hey, Mojo.
Do you think that you could pass an immigration test?
I don't have to take one.
I know, but
I
do you
don't
think
have to
you
take
could
one.
pass?
Mojo, she wouldn't pass shit.
Gosh!
Cromwell.
Do you think you could pass one?
Sure. Hand me a book. Give me a pencil and a piece of paper, please.
We could
It's
audibly here. We could
Yeah,
give
'cause
you
that's
a
how it's
book.
conducted.
Paper?
It's an oral exam.
It's an oral exam. Yeah.
Yeah. You are sitting in front of somebody who has a booklet in front of them with over 150 questions, and you have to get a certain amount of those questions correct in order to pass the test. And it can be any number of
That's
those
a piece of cake.
It's actually not a piece of cake. A lot of people like you come up on the panels.
Let's
and we'll
test it.
ask them, and
Immigration
we'll-
test.
Oh my God! Do you not understand that that your sentence doesn't begin in the middle of mine? Like, have some
As you
self-control.
just interrupted Mojo. But you interrupted Mojo.
No, she's fine.
Take a deep fucking breath and relax, okay? It's a lot of people will come up here and we will ask them these questions and they fail miserably.
Hey, Hysteric, can I ask a few of those questions?
In a second. We'll get you in a minute.
What the fuck?
What? I mean, I'm just saying, Stallion, if you are so confident that you can pass the exam, Mojo can pull it up right now and ask you some of the questions and see if you can get enough questions right to become an American
All right,
citizen.
Mojo. Put it up on the big screen.
I already know a few of them.
I can't put it up on the big screen.
Hey, Stallion.
Who's this Stallion dude?
You don't have to.
Stallion,
yeah.
how many amendments are there in the Constitution?
Why does he?
There are 25 amendments.
27.
Wrong.
Oh,
That's
27.
incorrect.
Awesome. Next question.
What is the largest lake What is the largest lake in the United States?
I think it's Lake Michigan, correct?
Nope, Lake Superior. Wrong again.
How many senators are there?
Like 100 and something.
No, 100.
You can't give
you
can't give
how
half
many reps
answers.
of Congress are
100
there?
and something. Say it one more time.
Oh gosh, you can't pass the citizenship test if you tried.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could leave.
You got 3 questions wrong.
You know, the conclusion you should draw from that is that you can leave because clearly you don't have enough patriotism in this country to at least know the basic facts about it.
Wow. I pay taxes. That's good enough for me.
Sir, why are you so like peeved today? You okay, dude?
Yeah, because I'm tired of, people like Ella and Raccoon and Mr. Dogman up here thinking they know everything.
Yeah, but they know more than you do about this country.
I doubt that.
I guarantee they do. They had to pass that test that you just missed the first 3 questions on.
Yeah. I'm also
and those
different.
were, I would like to point out that those were relatively easy questions. And if you want to understand the context of it, there are, so like the list of things that you have to learn, you can pull, like you can download the list of possible questions that are given during this interview. I think it's 120 plus questions. And when you sit for your interview, they've increased it now. I think it used to be that you were asked 10 questions or 12 questions that you had to answer 6 correctly. It's different now. I think they ask 20 questions, but I don't remember exactly how many you have to have correct.
I think it's 20 and 12.
Oh, okay, there you go.
They asked 20 questions. You got to get 12 of them right today, I think.
Yeah, they changed it last year.
Mr. Stallion, are you willing to do the test for us?
Wait, why didn't you let Ella
I don't have to
finish?
take
What
the
the
test as an
fuck?
American citizen.
I don't think you're putting together
So,
that you
And
have a lot
Mojo,
of
I don't
animus.
appreciate these people up here,
Oh my
being
god.
biased, whatnot.
No, we're
but
trying to make you appreciate that you have a lot of animus for people who have taken a lot of time out of their lives to really understand the country that they're immigrating to and have spent a lot of time contributing in far greater ways than it seems that you have, but yet you do not take any responsibility yourself for just having been born here.
Wait a minute, hold up. When has picking fruits and vegetables in the field became a greater value than what I bring to this
You
country?
think that that's what I do for work as an immigrant?
I'm sure if it wasn't
in,
true,
do
your
you think
daddy or
that
your
that is
mom
what
did.
most?
Hold on. Can we just pause for a second? You realize how incredibly racist that statement was, right?
I'm married to
Yeah.
a Cuban, for God's sake. Come on.
I don't give a fuck where you're from. Your comment was racist.
Why are
Well,
we
picking
arguing with
fruits
this man about the test that he won't even take?
Let's move on.
Wait, don't do that.
And
Let's move on.
arguably picking fruits and vegetables for people to eat in this country is a very honorable position to have in this country. It helps to feed people. It helps farmers.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It is an honorable thing to do. For you to criticize them for doing that really shows the level of your character, not theirs.
I was joking around. Relax. I was joking. Relax.
You're absolutely not. I can hear the animus in your voice.
I'll tell you what, I wasn't
tell
joking
her
when
to
I
move
called you a
on.
fucking racist. I'm not joking about that.
That's your opinion.
That's not an
You
opinion. What
liberals
you
are so
said was
quick to call
racist.
somebody racist.
What you said was racist.
Mojo, would you agree? All
I
I
agree
do
with
was
what?
pick fruits and vegetables in the field, but doesn't bring value to this country. How's that racist?
I think that is absolutely racist, and I think that if you don't think it's racist, you are absolutely a racist.
I want to move on from the conversation now. Let's move on.
Okay, so I would be willing to do that, but I would
I got
also
something
first like
prime
to.
right now.
Okay, so
Vader
you came.
hasn't talked
Okay,
yet. Hey,
Stallion,
Vader.
please hold a moment. Please hold a moment, because you were saying to Mojo that you don't appreciate what people are saying to you. However, you came up here quizzing me as if I am some kind of a criminal, and then you decide you just want to like nonchalantly move on.
Well,
I don't
I
think
thought you
so.
came here.
If you're going to, no, if you were going to come up here and treat me in the way that you did, then you also have to understand that when you make racist remarks and you don't even understand that people like myself in HR took the time to actually learn not only how this country works, but also the language, the legal system, anything and everything that could take place in those 120 plus questions and then some. And then you're going to sit there and say that you should not have the same knowledge as an American citizen.
Going on a rant right
You
now?
are incorrect. If anything, you should know this stuff better than we do. Yet you don't.
I love you.
Ella, why are you going on a rant right now? It's over and done with. Let's move on now. Thank you.
Because you are a racist piece of shit. That's why.
Yeah.
What did the Germans say? Oh, fuck, I can't even say it. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, because you probably only speak one language.
No, I do speak Italian, but I don't get into that. I speak
I
whatever.
doubt it.
Yeah, I speak English because this is where I was born at.
Why don't you tell us how many senators there are in Italian?
No, I'm cooking something in the fryer.
Okay, well, in Italian, tell us how many senators there are.
That's just.
I don't have to tell you shit. I don't have to tell
But
you
come on,
anything.
that's
Let's
like
move
a
on.
basic. That's a basic knowledge question when talking about civics.
I don't have to answer it. Let's move on. There's other people on the
All
panel
right,
that
what would
want
you
to
like
talk
to move on to? Because it seems like you don't know
Vader
much
hasn't
shit about
talked yet.
shit.
Hey, Vader, how you doing?
I'm not sure you want Vader.
Don't address me, plebeian. The fuck?
Yes, you did. Let's see who else. I don't want to talk to civics. He's a rat.
He's a rat. What does that mean?
I'm a rat now.
What? He's a stool pigeon.
Can you spell pigeon?
Stallion, I'm new. Talk to me.
Can you spell pigeon for me really quick?
You're a stool pigeon. I don't have
spell
anything
pigeon.
to say to you.
Spell pigeon.
I don't have to. Let's move on.
You can say you don't know how. That's fine. No one's going to judge you.
Mojo, I came up here with respect and Ever since
No,
I've
you
been up
did
here, I've been
not.
disrespected.
No, you didn't.
To be fair,
Ella, I
Stallion,
wasn't
Talk to
disrespected. I
me.
just figured
What do you
that.
want to talk about?
Okay.
Nothing. I'm out of here.
Crom, let Mojo speak for a second.
It doesn't matter.
You know, not to mention, you came here on a free ride and you're talking to an American like this?
Kidding me? You
What
know,
free
you've
ride?
been rude from the moment you came up. That's
I'm a Marine.
unacceptable.
Everybody lucky
Go
we're
fuck
not like
yourself.
fucking Germany and.
Well,
He's
you're,
not German.
how did you even get out of high school?
Hitler said
Okay.
it.
Sie ist eine Rassistin.
What?
You want to hear German? Sie ist eine Rassistin. Okay?
Stallion,
What are you speaking, Stallion?
it's not Italian.
Hitler. I'm
No, it's
giving out
not.
Hitler speech.
Quoting a Hitler speech?
Are you reading it from your like nightstand?
Wait, didn't I
No,
hear
they're
that?
frying.
Didn't I hear that you had a Cuban?
Ever since I've been
ancestor?
up here, I've been disrespected.
I
It's
thought
ridiculous.
so. Then
All
you
you
just
match
stop.
energy.
All you have done is disrespect people while you've been up here. You have said abhorrent things. You have not made one clear or cogent argument, and you have just been disrespectful to every single person here through their either
then you
through
can
their.
leave.
I don't have.
There's the door.
Here, everyone here. Nobody here has found me to be disrespectful. The only thing you have done is attack people's character and attack people's heritage. That's it. That's all you've done. You haven't made a clear argument. You haven't said anything or
There's
stated
no
any
argument to be
facts.
made. I said,
That's
let's move on.
That's all that you're doing. You're just here to like enrage people. You're here to what? To make your party look bad? Because that's all you're doing.
Well, there's the door. Leave.
Wow, you really just like
Do I
don't
have to
have.
show you the banana boat you rode in on? Leave.
You don't have.
thought
We're
you said-
literally
Wow.
we're on TikTok. There's no fucking doors here, you genius.
So what part of what you just said was respectful and not racist?
I don't believe saying banana boat is racist.
It is.
It's not. She's not
It is.
Cuban. So what
It
the
is
banana boat
racist.
could she have rode in on?
It is racist.
It's not. You're
It
just,
is.
It is.
You're a liberal, so everything's racist to you.
You also
No,
have
no, no.
idea
It's just
what I
incredibly ignorant. And somehow people like you don't believe that intellect is something that we should
You
strive
can drop
for.
down and allow somebody else to come up. You have to bring anything to this conversation. You can go.
I mean, that's
I
kind of
thought you
like
said you were
using calling
Cuban.
us,
I'm just
calling
confused.
us all
I'm
the N word and
confused.
saying it's not
I'm
racist.
confused.
because
I'm still
white.
confused. I'm
Respect it.
confused. I'm confused. Stallion, do you think this is your panel?
Part of it.
Not really. I mean, you can leave whenever you want.
I
Or you
just,
can say more racist shit, and I can kick you.
it's not racist. What I'm saying, it's just I see that these people think they can just come up here and say whatever, and I have to give them
It seems to me that that's exactly what you did. You came up here and you said whatever. You came up here and you started attacking people immediately. You came up here completely disrespectfully. You were not here for a conversation. You were here to be an
I'm
asshole
gonna
and a
go.
racist. I'm not sure why.
You should go. Thank you. Bye. Don't let the door hit you
Mojo, I
in
was hoping to
behind.
actually talk to her, man.
No, she's
'Cause I
really
think-
not. She's honestly not worth talking to. She's dumber than a box of rocks. Like she genuinely.
That's
is.
my favorite part.
But
That's
she's
my
a
favorite
dumb
part.
racist drunk. You realize she was drunk,
Yeah,
right?
but I don't know
Oh,
if
was
y'all
she?
remember
Oh, no, I
this,
didn't
but
realize that, no.
You
this
guys.
is not this is not the first time she's done this to me. She's questioned me like that a couple of weeks ago as well, and we went through the exact same spiel, and it ended the exact same way.
Oh, okay.
I don't know you. I've seen you, Rosa Cooks.
I've been on your
I
panel
thought-
before, Mojo, but you dropped who I wanted to
All
talk
right,
to.
I just got a restriction for bullying.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You're so mean, HR.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing, host. Nobody stood in line before birth and chose a country. If she thinks she's better than someone because of where her mother spit her out of her fucking hoo-ha, that's not patriotism. That's fucking arrogance. The woman didn't even know how many senators we have. She sure as fuck doesn't know anything about civics. She's ignorant and fucking racist, but that's quintessential MAGA. Ella, you handled yourself very well. I'm sorry that you had to be, I'm sorry that she was even able to address you. I wouldn't have even
I
spoken.
was under the impression that the people that used motherfucking on this app were all conservatives.
Well, that's funny, Mojo. That's in a whole nother story. But no, I'm not conservative. We kind of did it as a
name change.
Yeah, we did it kind of as a troll, and then the person who started it in our group was like, "Yeah, well, I didn't know it was like where where it derived from, but it did. It derived from a bunch of like conservative, MAGA, far right, racist people and Zionists. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm stuck with it for 7 days, so."
Okay.
Hey,
I was
Power.
just wondering, 'cause
How do you pronounce that name?
Motherfucking Rosa Cooks.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. I mean, until I went on like my friendlies panels, like other creators, and they were like, "Rosa, oh my gosh, what is that?" And I was like, "Uh-oh, okay." I didn't realize it had such a reputation, I guess. You know what I mean?
It's so cool. You're good.
Yeah, every other person I've run into with motherfucking is generally a conservative, and a pretty radical one at that.
I found that out. I mean, I use the term all the time, but obviously in this context. But yeah, that lady was a joke, man. I just can't believe the arrogance of people. I mean, United States, we did nothing, right? We achieved no great feat to be a United States citizen. We were born here. We don't choose where we're born. And Ella, I respect the way that you came here, and I'm happy that you were able to do that. But you made a great point. Donald Trump has effectuated that process exponentially. He has made it so if you have a green card and you want to apply to be a naturalized citizen, you have to go back to the country in which you originated from, where that was never a long-standing process. He stopped asylum for 37 countries, remained in Mexico, revoked TPS status for many people who are here legally. He doesn't want legal immigration, while simultaneously, this is the last thing I'll say, and you can drop me, Mojo. They had the refugee cap at 7,500. Do you know how many of those 7,500 admissions?
666.
7,497 of them approved were white South Afrikaners. And this is not a lie. You can look this shit up. 97% of them were white South Afrikaners. That's our refugee program, which is extended across the globe. It wasn't, privy to just Africa, just white South Afrikaners. But of course, Trump did that. So this is not about immigration or being here legally. This is about perpetuating whiteness, white people remaining the majority through perpetuity. It's about racism and has nothing to do with legality of immigration. So, I mean, people need to wake the fuck up. That's all I wanted to say. It's really, really fucking sad.
Thank you, Rosa.
The first question they ask about people that are being unalived in the street, was he here illegally? The gentleman in Maine was here illegally. And then their next question is, well, what did he do wrong?
Yeah, we all agree.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm on a panel of everybody, like-minded, intelligent individuals. But yeah, I just came up here to say something to that fucking Third Reich fucking chick.
Yeah, that's a problem, though. We end up with 7 on 1, and nobody can say anything.
Yeah, of course. You can drop me. I just wanted to say, Ella, great job. Much respect to you. You handled yourself really well. I wouldn't have been so composed, but you're amazing.
We love you, Rosa.
Thank you so much,
I
guys.
didn't even feel that composed, so I'm glad it came across like that because I was boiling.
Yeah, no, you were using far too big words for that chick. I promise you that. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Keep up the good fight.
Okay.
I think I need to take a vacation from your panel, Mojo, because I keep coming up here and then all the op goes away. So I don't know.
Okay. Well, there's things that you learn when you're on a panel, and that is how to deal with a panel. So sometimes you got to let it go, and sometimes you have to stop it. Sometimes you just have to stop it by muting somebody and asking them to go one at a time. Sometimes you have to speak a little louder and tell them to go one at a time. And sometimes you have to just mute people and make them go one at a time. And if they will refuse to do that, sometimes you have to kick people too. So there are times, there are plenty of times where it is justified in muting people. And I know CS had done this long enough to where she garnered respect from people and didn't have to mute a whole lot of people. But nobody respects me, and I'm still gonna fucking mute people, so fuck them. And I'm okay with you guys muting people as long as it's not overdone just to have you talk. But if it's done to try and stop like everybody yelling over each other, it's wonderful. So I think that
it's wonderful. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I think I probably let that go too far. I probably should have said something to Guy Fawkes about going one at a time a little earlier, and then that wouldn't have happened. But he obviously was feeling disrespected and wanted to disrespect, and I think he took it out on you, and I guess I wasn't going to have it at that point. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but so I just wanted to make
too.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make one thing really clear mostly for the audience. There are times where, the left does kind of cry racism. I called it out immediately because that shit was fucking racist. And it was immediate, being like, she just said it, I'm calling that shit out because some people don't fucking know. What she said was incredibly racist.
Especially the, what
shit.
Like they're just picking, I forget what you said, like strawberries and something.
Our fruit.
How is that adding? And it's like, one, it makes this idea that like all immigrants, that's all we do. And two, it gives the idea that that's not important when we've seen what happens, right? When these people aren't doing that job, like when we don't have that part done, it affects our economy directly. So to say that it is not important is just wrong. But yeah.
So you guys had Joey up here, huh?
I'm sorry. I was just gonna say they're so ignorant regarding the massive amount of like immigration we have. Because we have immigrants, we have non-immigrants, and then we have non-documented immigrants. And they don't understand the difference. Like when someone here is an LPR or a legal permanent resident, they're here legally. They went through the right pathway. And they still bitch about it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I was reading the comments. It was Guy that called me a Russian spy, which just made me laugh because that's just, I'm guessing he heard me say over the last couple of days something about anarcho-communism, right? So that's where that comes from. And I don't really care. That's not offensive to me at all. But the German part, it's also not offensive. I think it just shows that they don't know geography, because that assumes that Belgium is part of Germany somehow, which it is not. So it just shows that she's dumb.
I mean, it's not offensive yet, though, right? Like, it's not offensive yet, though, because we haven't gotten to the point where we're, like, actually jailing commies. But there will come a point where that rhetoric, if we do get pushed and we do start seeing jailing of commies and people on the left, progressive, even Democrats, we will get to the point where that those words become very dangerous.
That's true.
Can you expand on that, though? I guess I'm not understanding.
Like, when you call somebody, first of all, and Noam Chomsky writes extensively about this, but, like, for example, instance, when you call somebody a terrorist, you have now labeled them not unable, but undeserving of representation of the law, right? Like, terrorists don't get right to lawyers. They don't get legal representation. And so now they're not able to be, they're not able to, I'm really struggling with words right now. They're not able to be represented by the Constitution. The Constitution no longer applies to them anymore.
If you're an American citizen,
if you're called a terrorist, you don't get representation of the law.
You do if you're American. So there's a difference between being an American one, sadly, and being one like that's at Guantanamo Bay, because there is no jurisdiction there.
There is no such thing as a American terrorist.
Well, I was going to say that next. We don't have that definition.
Oh, okay. So there's no domestic terrorist.
No, that doesn't exist yet.
There is no law against that suggests that domestic terrorism exists. You can be charged with other
I have a
crimes.
question.
Okay.
So do they get legal representation if?
Yes.
Like
yes.
They
Like
do?
Timothy
okay.
McVeigh.
Well, then I'm correct. I'm made correct.
Like Timothy
Mojo, I have
But
a
that still
question.
holds up. Like the ideology still holds up, though, right? Like if you get called a Russian spy when they're talking about jailing Russian spies,
That would have
that
to mean that you're
accusation.
somebody from Russia or a Russian citizen or a Russian immigrant that's not a citizen.
And again, they would be subject to
I'm
our
just saying,
laws,
like, yes. I'm just saying that somebody calling you that when we're talking about jailing people who are communists, leftist, progressives, the term's not dangerous now. We can kind of laugh at it now, but if we ever do get to the point where we are jailing people for those reasons, that term starts to become dangerous. I guess that's the thing that I'm trying to say.
I'm not worried.
Hey, Mojo,
about it.
that's why I have my question.
I'm not worried about it. I put in my bio the day I joined TikTok. I put in my bio that I am the enemy within, because Donald Trump called me the enemy within. God damn it!
Whoa.
You okay?
Emotional about it? No, I'm kidding.
No. I just said something stuck in my throat. I am the enemy within, and they're going to call me that. And he's going to say what he says about domestic terrorism and shit like that. But he has no standing in law to do anything about any of us. I can be a communist. I can be a Marxist on our soil. He can't do a goddamn thing about it.
Right, Mojo, but this is where my question comes in. If I'm not wrong, and if I am wrong, please prove me wrong. Wasn't there recently a court case where they said Antifa was a terrorist organization and then added like 30 years to their prison time? Even though Antifa's an ideology, it's not a terrorist organization.
That was the one in Texas, right? But I don't know if they added the extra time based on the ideology. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, but I do know what you're talking about.
But they charged them as terrorists as Antifa. So
Yeah, I thought that too. That's the ICE one, when they attacked the ICE facility.
Right. So when Mojo's saying there's no domestic terrorism, well, there's already a court case that established domestic
That's
terrorism.
going to be definitely appealed. And I'm not
100%.
sure. I have to look at what they were actually convicted of. But even, like I said, Timothy McVeigh wasn't one, but he did a heinous act. And again, that case will be appealed, especially not for all of it, because it went wrong. But the person who wasn't even there is the one that got 30 years.
Right.
That's the case that I think could be successfully appealed. I just have to do more research.
All right, so the charges were conspiracy to use explosives and providing material support to terrorists. Those are the charges. The judge gave maximum sentences, which is why they got so much time for those particular charges. There was no specific extra time added for being a domestic terrorist. The president did label them as an Antifa terrorist cell. However, that was not used in the ruling and when they handed down the sentences.
Yeah, and it also, like, aside from the main defendant, I guess, who was convicted of attempted murder, the other defendants, they originally received sentencing from 30 to 70 years, but it says that later on, defendants who ended up pleading guilty received substantially shorter sentences. So I don't know if that makes it any better, but I guess.
I do agree that these will be appealed. I agree that they will be overturned. I think the sentencing is way too harsh. I don't even think they had the evidence to show that these were convictable in a court of law. I think they might be overturned completely, but I guess we'll find out. But they were not. There was no extenuating time, extra time added for domestic terrorism. That was just the absolute maximum sentences they could receive.
I gotcha. Okay.
So what if they go around and they take people's citizenship away, or they try to, like if that ever happens, could then, if you de-citizenize somebody, weird word, I know, but if you de-citizenize someone, there you go, thank you, Fee, the smart one on the panel. Yes, there you go. Denaturalize somebody, and could you then classify them as a TS group or a TS person?
You can't.
I think that's irrelevant.
You can't denaturalize somebody that was born on American soil. You can only denaturalize somebody that got naturalization through a legal process.
Correct.
I guess what I'm trying to see is I'm trying to I guess I'm being stupid right now, but I'm trying to predict what this administration is trying to do with, like, rather than looking at everything in a vacuum as one step at a time, look at it as a whole and what they're thinking about. If that makes sense, does anyone understand what I'm trying to say?
I do understand what you're saying, but I don't think I mean, there are lawyers already doing this. They're already anticipating through the legal system how the worst possible thing could happen. And if you want to feel better, there's a lawyer with the last name Elias, Elias, who has preemptively been prepared for most of these constitutional issues and have won like over 95% of them, if not more, in court already. So again, they're already planning for the worst. There you go. And they're also talking about the worst that could happen with the election. Like, what if the federal troops went in? What if? So the what if scenarios are already being thought about and some actively fought. Okay?
Yeah, so how it works is this. They put, like, CIS will put a team together that does, like, denaturalization, right? And they issue what they call a notice to appear to court. And then they go to a EOI court, and that EOI court determines what their eligibility is. So there are some degrees of layers to determine if these people are deportable or not. So you're not going to get somebody that was naturalized, denats them. It's going to be a pain in the ass. Because the last one that I'm aware of, it was a guy that was like a Nazi, and he was found to be a Nazi from, like, way back in the 40s. So it's really hard.
I have a question, Crown. Do you work in that line? Like, are you? I don't know.
I've been doing it for 15 years. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I've worked in several. That's why I don't come up in these lives, because I don't like to, because of my profession and my security clearance. I don't like to be in these lives, but your guys' live is so effing good that, like, it's so good. You guys are so fantastic. I love it.
That's weird. Everybody hates me.
Listen to these compliments,
Mojo, I didn't say
just
I liked
take
you.
it.
Mojo, I didn't say I liked you. I liked your people.
Okay. I feel better now.
Good. Because I know you're playing your game.
But I agree. Yeah. I do. In general, the people that come up on this panel are, like, I don't know. Since the start, I started listening. Things have, like, there's been a turnover of people, right? But, like, just continuously, there's always been a core group of people present that is just so smart and that I've learned so much from. So, yeah.
Yeah. If you have any questions, let me know.
Well, I actually sort of do, because so here's me, right? So I got dual citizenship recently, and but I do keep up with the news in terms of immigration. It's still very close to me, I guess, but I get concerned. So, like, I only in the last couple of days again started speaking up a little bit more about my ideology, and I have recently reached out to the volunteer community that I was a part of, because, like, ICE was actively present in my neighborhood, and so I'm trying to help out there again. But I'm a little bit concerned. Should I be more careful than a quote unquote born American citizen? Is it risky for me to do this? Or I don't know. I guess.
You're Nats though, right?
Yeah.
Nah, you're fine.
Okay.
They're not gonna denats you. Good luck.
Okay.
But
they could give you a hard time though.
Yes.
They
Yes.
could
You're
arrest
right,
you. They
Mojo.
could keep you in jail. They could actually charge you with something or investigate you. Who was that kid that was at the school? One of the first people that were affected by the new ICE policies. What was his name again?
There are a lot of kids, Mojo. The one in
Mojo,
Boston.
you're totally right. But they're not gonna denats you. They'll just give you shit.
They'll cost you money.
Right.
I think they can. There are only specific ways that they can denaturalize, and that would be if you falsify paperwork and stuff like that. That's certainly a reason. Another reason would be to give material aid and support to outside organizations against the United States.
So Elma, I'll tell you this. Elma, I'll tell you this. When you come in, because you said you came in as a B1, right?
Mm-hmm. That is the tourist visa, right? Like the 90-day tourist thingy.
Correct.
Yes.
We look at everything. So we see it from the beginning to end. Right? So if there's one inconsistency, it could be something so stupid, we can play with that. Now, are we going to denats you for it? No. But can we give you shit for it? Yes.
I see. I guess I haven't even traveled since all this started because I've just been
why not?
Extra careful. I have a very Hispanic sounding name. Like my full name out there in the real world is very Hispanic sounding to the point where like every doctor's appointment, like if they call me for a reminder, it's always in Spanish every single time. So like I'm cautious, I guess. But anyways, I don't want to make this about me. I was just curious if I should be more careful,
Well, I think at this point in this life, you should be more careful. But when we actually get an administration that's actually a fucking good one, then no.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think you should be careful too. I think that doing what you're doing like on TikTok and stuff like that, no big deal. But if you were to go running around and go to the protests or go run down the street from the protests and say, ICE is down the street, they might have reason to pick you up, detain you, and that might just make your life miserable. I don't think they can denaturalize you for that, but they will try and make your life miserable, I think.
Yeah. So it's also, here's been my biggest thing. I would like to go home and visit my family. I've not seen them since my lung surgery, really. But I'm afraid to travel because, like, what if they don't let me back in? All these things spook through my head. That's,
do you have a blue passport? Sweetheart, do you have a blue, sorry, Mojo. Do you have a blue passport?
I do.
You're going to be fine.
Yeah.
I think.
Ella, and you don't have to say it. And don't say it if you don't want to, but what country are you from?
Oh, I'm from Belgium.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
You're totally fine. You're totally fine.
I think HR was worried about that too. Flying, specifically leaving the United States, I think she was a little worried that they might at least give her a hard time when she leaves or if she tries to come or when she comes back. Then she's probably going to get a hard time.
Who is that, Mojo?
HR.
Heuristic.
But in HR's case, but in HR's case, I think it would most likely be because of how she looks, right? Like I think that's where I can kind of fly under the radar, and I'm probably a little less worried than, people with green cards or visas or naturalized citizens
Wait.
that are not white, right? Like that's a thing.
Are you saying she's picking fruits and you're not?
Jesus Christ, civics. Fuck. I don't even know what to say to that.
Let's be clear. She's picking spices.
Good Lord.
I don't know.
That was kind of early to be drunk. I'm not going to lie.
No, Ella, I think you're totally fine. I don't see an issue with that. Honestly.
Are you drinking, civics?
We've had 3 or 4 different drunk people on the panel already today.
Oh, I thought you were referring to yourself. I'm sorry.
No.
That's what I thought too when he said that.
She also spelled stallion incorrectly.
No, but Ella, I think you'd be totally fine to go to Belgium. There's no issue with the European countries or the European area.
Cool.
It's more the 40 countries that we had the issue with, but that's already been canked too, so you're fine.
Yeah. HR, you should just come with me, and then like we can enter the country back together, right? I'll protect you or something.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, all you have to do is say she's with me, and it'll be all right.
Yeah.
I go through a different security area, so she's not going to come with me.
They don't want to fight some redheaded ankle biter, you know? ICE is just not equipped to do that.
Redheaded ankle biter. That's fucking hilarious.
She's tiny. Having seen her on some of her walks, she's tiny.
She doesn't sound very intimidating, that's for sure.
See, I worry also because of my travel history. Like I've traveled to India and Iran and throughout the Middle East and East Africa. I have family throughout the world. I've traveled to places like Malaysia. So like I also have not that I did anything shady in any of these places, right? I was traveling with companies or with institutions, like Western institutions. And also, I'm Tanzanian, and Tanzania was considered a terrorist harboring country after 9/11. And my story is, really confusing, right? I have this Tanzanian dual citizenship, but I don't look African. I'm clearly Indian, and I have an American passport. I just look like I don't really belong anywhere. So...
There are a lot of Indians in West Africa, though.
And there are a lot of East Indians here.
Yeah. So me and Mamdani actually share quite a similar history and lineage. We both left East Africa at the same time where lots of Indians were being expelled because of post-colonial elections and post-colonial violence, and we came here in the same year and we're the same age.
Yeah, that's why I was asking before when we first met. I was like, "Are you Ismaili?" Because my best friend is Indian, Tanzanian Ismaili.
Yeah. There's a big group of us. A lot of people I know went to Canada, so that makes sense. A lot of people I know we know from Kenya went to Canada.
By the way, in terms of traveling. In terms of traveling, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but there are specific places when you're flying back to the US, you can get customs done on the other side as opposed to doing it here in the US. Last time I flew through Dublin. So I went from Seattle to Dublin, from Dublin to Brussels. And I did the same coming back. And so I did my customs check before I got on the plane in Dublin. And so I was able to just walk off the plane straight to whatever Uber I was taking when I landed here in the US. So if that makes you feel better, maybe travel over. I don't know which other places do it, but Dublin I can confirm because I did it there.
Toronto does it.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about European or Canadian travel. I'm more concerned about other places. Just because one, the American passport is not looked on as favorably. I think we dropped to the 10th or 11th spot, and there's just animus now, right? That's my word today for some reason. But when I go to Tanzania, I just travel with my Tanzanian passport. When I go to Kenya, I travel with my Tanzanian passport. But I'm not too concerned of traveling to Europe. My main concern right now is really just that there is stuff like that Cuba report that was put out. They list a bunch of, they very vaguely kind of define these groups that they want to have money in order to target. And they list groups like the DSA, right? I've been a card carrying DSA member for 4 years, right? They're literally listing institutions and people specifically in this report, saying that, the DSA is trying to liberate Cuba for whatever reason. And Hassan Piker is on this list, and Mark Marco Rubio is trying to get money in order to increase surveillance on these people, or these are the things that I am worried about, right? I've also written against Israel, like in formal papers talking about economics and genocide. So these are the things that I kind of worry about. Like, I'm probably on a list somewhere.
Yeah, that's why.
Do you have dual citizenship?
I do.
Okay. All right.
But that's why I asked Crum at the start, like in terms of what I do locally, like in political organizations, if I should be more careful. Like that's like the DSA bit is kind of what I was worried about.
Yeah, I don't go to protests or anything like that. I just keep out of like being able to be caught, quote unquote, caught in the shuffle. I try to do more things like behind the scenes, like mutual aid stuff, trying like more organizing than like putting myself out there, because I do have higher risk.
Yeah, heuristic, that might be problematic, and even being back in the scenes, it might be, an issue. I will say that.
Yeah, I'm aware. Look, I also know that like the institutions where I go to school and the institution that I work for, these are also very powerful institutions that would 100% not want to lose me either. So, and like my boss is like very aware of my concerns with certain things. So I also try to use like what connections and people networking that I have to stay safe in a lot of ways.
Yeah, and that's a safe way to play it.
Yeah. Okay. Sometimes it's good to sell your soul to the devil, guys.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, get it out.
I said I would the other day. I said I'd sell my soul to the devil if I could start from scratch.
Mojo, I'm with you, man.
Why would you say that?
Start from scratch? What does that mean?
You like golf, right, Mojo? Let's go make a tea time.
You can make a Faustian bargain. In the end, he's saved by the angels. Mephisto doesn't get his soul.
Crump, by the way, you're not like an undercover, right? You're not like getting all information.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
I said you're not undercover here, right? Trying to get information from us.
No. I'm a totally cool guy.
It turns out he's the spook the whole time.
No.
Right? Sit down.
No, I'm not the type to give. No, I
would have stayed in the comments.
I am so upset with the current situation. You would, if you knew me, you would believe me. Don't worry about it.
No, I believe you.
Yeah, heuristic. There's been a bit of like, and I guess civics too. Like the one of the, I'm not going to be too specific. One of the local DSA chapters has had to move their typical location because of threats and things like that.
Yeah, we had to do that once already when we were doing like Know Your Rights like seminars. We like got and like talking to people on the streets and stuff just so people like understood like what was going on and things like that. Like we got threats and we had to like shut down our like local office, and like everyone like retreated to like the main office in Hartford.
What kind of threats did you guys get?
Just like people who like clearly knew where our office was, like leaving messages and throwing bricks through the windows with like messages on them, like calling people communists, saying that we're gonna get raided, all that kind of stuff. It was like really, it was pretty scary.
People home and stuff.
Hold on a second.
Saying that like our communications, like somebody within like our signal chats had been talking to authorities, and like not that we were doing anything illegal, right, but like somebody within our signal chats was like sending information. Like it was like very like it was very kind of just like jarring.
Oh, for sure. That's not cool.
Yeah, it's just crazy the way these people talk about like worrying about Sharia law, and it's like, you guys want to take away the rights of women, you want them to like dress modestly, you want people's free speech to be taken away, you want people's autonomy to be taken away. Like, you guys are the same thing. in a
It's
different
exactly
font.
the same thing.
And Brendan in 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go.
Was I supposed to say something?
Hi, Donovan.
I am cooking jerk chicken. Please continue.
Hey, Brennan. I'm a little confused by your picture. It looks like testicles.
I'm sure it would to someone like yourself. That is a tree.
I know. I get it.
It's meant to represent a couple things. One, the trees from Tolkien's Legendarium. And then
what
the
is
other.
Telperion and what is the name of the two trees?
As soon as I said it,
I'm so glad that you know the two. I'm so glad you know the two trees. Have you read the Silmarillion? Because it's so good.
Read it like 6 times.
Oh my God, Brendan! I finally like something about you. That's great.
Yeah, so
Brendan,
it's about that, and it's supposed to be a yin and yang representing balance.
Is it that one side is educated, like with the full of the tree, and the full of the tree is educated, and then the other side is a bunch of ignorant, stupid fucks?
I always thought it was a cat's face. Or that.
No, I see the tree, but I'm saying like one side is educated and one side's dumb because they have no leaves.
They're two different kinds of light. One is a more warm light, the other is more cold.
And which are you?
Eventually, one of the trees gets turned into the sun, and the other one gets turned into the moon, and that's like the birth of the moon and the sun. It's like a mythological creation story of the moon and the sun in the Tolkien's The Silmarillion. It's very elegant.
This is after Melkor. This is after Melkor and Ungoliant destroyed the
two lamps.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know,
Heuristic, can you write the name of that book in the comments?
I think I'm an absolute dork until I get on my panel with all you fucking people.
Why is that?
Then I realized that I'm the cool person.
Well, okay.
Mojo, please.
Tolkien wrote the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings as a kind of like mythos story of the British people. Like that was a kind of the idea behind it, right? To write like kind of like the Norse have their own thing. This was like his version of like a mythological story of creation of like almost like a pagan-esque creation story of the British people. And the beginning of the Silmarillion and the First Age elves are so fucking badass. They are so fucking badass. They're so lame. Like the elves are way more lame in like in the Middle Age, in like the Third Age. And okay, I'm gonna stop because I know how fucking nerdy I sound right now.
Hey, so you want to feel better? I'm reading a book called God and Anatomy. It's a historical perspective of at least the Judeo-Christian God and the mythology behind him.
Guess what I'm doing right now, you guys. Okay, two
What?
things. One,
Playing a video game.
No, I'm finally logging off from work. I'm so happy. It's fucking Friday. Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, fucking exciting news. Blizzard has officially announced that they will be releasing a Jimothy as a pet that you can get in the game, and I cannot fucking wait. There you go.
Oh my God, the like scoliosis raccoon.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's so cute. That's so cute. I love Jimothy. You know, Holland had like when he was coming off the plane, when he got back to Norway from the World Cup, he was like holding a like statue of a raccoon.
Went to a taxidermist and got a raccoon.
Yeah, like how funny is that? Like
Then they sold out.
Then
there was a run on them. Yep. I missed the World Cup, actually. That was a reprieve from some of this world right now.
Yeah.
I just want to yell nerds really loud.
Why? Because
Yeah,
we
but
all
you're
are
a movie
nerds.
too.
We
You
are
were
nerds,
getting
dude.
you were getting in an argument with JD yesterday.
You have a
You were getting in
controller
an
in your
argument with
hand
JD
and been playing a
yesterday.
video game for 10 hours. How are we
He
the
doesn't.
nerds?
I don't have a controller in my hand.
Oh,
I don't
He's
have
a
a video
keyboard
game.
warrior, literally. Sorry.
By the way, Brendan, are you well versed in the Bible? And I'm not meaning this as a setup. I'm just reading
raised
about.
Catholic.
I'm just reading about a sea dragon, a god who took on a monstrous sea dragon in a physical fight and won.
Sounds like Beowulf, but okay.
That's in the Old Testament.
Yeah, lots of cultures actually have dragons. Almost all cultures have some sort of myth of dragons. It's actually pretty interesting how that kind of cross cultures.
Young Earth creationists say that represents dinosaurs.
Maybe, but it's interesting that we all have like a big giant lizard flying one that spits fire.
Have
If
you
you
ever
want
seen?
to, oh, go ahead, Civic.
Sorry, just really quick. That was kind of the plot line of Breath of Fire. That movie with Christian Bale and Matthew McConaughey. That was in like the early 2000s.
Rain of Fire.
Rain of
Fire,
Yeah,
yeah.
Rain of Fire was
amazing.
Yeah, they alluded to that in the beginning, that every culture has documentation of these dragons.
A little bit of a pivot, and I know people aren't going to click on it in the Discord because I don't often post very specific political things, but I posted a link in General Shenanigans to a website that kind of like analyzes the special elections so far and compares them to previous years and gives like, I don't know, some kind of a forward idea of what it might look like in November. And it has, if you scroll down, I think about halfway, it has like an exhibit with a slider. So it's like a interactive exhibit where you can kind of see like how many special elections are won or how many seats are flipped and what that then looks like. So I just wanted to tell people it's a pretty cool site. I enjoyed plucking through it.
Yeah, I feel quite I do feel confident that we'll take the House. I think it's going to be a harder fight to take the Senate, but I do hope that we aren't overestimating the pull to the DSA in terms of like maybe we win a primary, but maybe we don't win against like the Republicans. Like I think like I'm just worried about that, like especially with the talk from the establishment side that has been kind of like railing against the DSA, like doing the work of the Republicans for them for some strange reason. That does like make me a little nervous.
I know you will have at least 2 reps from the ones from New York that will get in because they've already won their primaries. And I don't think they voted for Republican for decades at this point. So we'll have some of the DSA in.
But the Senate is so important this turn around.
Yes, it is. And with the Maine fiasco, I think we'll be lucky if we're 50-50. And yeah, Ossoff is
But
in a real
50-50
fight.
doesn't benefit us, though.
I understand that.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Do we really think Ossoff is at risk? I mean,
Georgia, yes.
okay. I still think
Really?
no matter what happens, we have to vote. We have to get everybody out and vote.
Well, what about Texas?
Who's?
No.
No, Tallarico and
Rico
Paxton.
and Paxton. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Paxton is a disaster. But is there enough Republicans that just don't give a shit and they just vote Republican because they vote Republican?
Well, I think part of it too is like the states have been gerrymandered to shit.
But the Senate, it doesn't matter. The Senate is irrelevant to gerrymandering.
Oh, that's true. But I'm also worried about that. But I don't know. Like Texas it's always going to be a toss up. I do think that all of the media that I see from the right covering Tallarico, it's all cheap shots. Like they don't really have anything they can really hit him with. And like Ken Paxton has some of the worst press. Like the worst press.
Can I ask you, are you in Texas?
No, I'm in a blue state.
Yeah, I'm in Cali. I'm in Cali, so it's irrelevant for me.
I'm in Connecticut.
But I'm watching it.
I'm in Connecticut.
Oh yeah, you might be even bluer than me.
Yeah, the Northeast is very reliably blue.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jersey was almost purple until this last election.
New Hampshire is kind of a toss-up.
New Hampshire is the Florida of the Northeast.
True.
But we're talking about Texas.
I think if anything, people will not show up to vote on the Republican side. I do not see a huge migration to the Dems, but I do see Republicans sitting this one out if they're really unhappy. They just won't go.
Do you think it's because Trump's not on the ticket, or they're just lazy?
No, I think it has to do with, well, Trump not being on the ticket is one, but two, the economy's not doing great. The gas prices are up again. I mean, Fox Network yesterday, there was only 2 categories where the Republicans took it, but everything dealing with, and they were national security and immigration. Those were the only places that the
Immigration's huge,
Republicans won.
though, in that state.
I know, but everywhere else it was. Now, this wasn't a Texas. This was a national one.
Oh,
so I'll have to go down into Texas.
You know, one of the things about these tariffs that I pointed this out to Mojo is there's the Forced Labor Act of 1930 that was basically ratified by a bunch of different countries through the UN. 179 countries ratified it. We are using this as a basis to put tariffs on 60 countries, and we have not ratified that same thing. And our 13th Amendment allows for the forced labor of incarcerated people. So like it's like such a sham, the like basis for this, and it's so like very clearly contradictory with like the, you know, when I read the like when I've been reading through it, like, and this time around, like last time with the tariffs, like people knew that they were coming. A lot of companies like front loaded and bought a lot of things, brought them into the country before the liberation tariffs. And they really absorbed a lot of the initial cost, right? Initially, companies were paying about 67% of the tariff cost, and we were passing down about 22% to us. And then by the time it was like August, we were getting around 55% of the tariff cost, and the companies were taking a smaller bit of it. And this time, like, companies did not have the chance to do that because the tariffs have been on and off for so long. Like, these are going to pass through into the economy faster than they did last time. And with this added, like, Iran, like the Strait of Hormuz being closed and the attacks in the Red Sea Strait as well, along with the fact that as long as China is continuing to use their reserves, like the demand for oil is lower, so the price will remain a little bit lower until they come back into the market, which they will at some point. Like, we are not looking at this is like a very perfect storm of some really high prices, and we have the Fed interest rate is coming next week too. So, and like major sell-offs in tech, right? Like we're starting to see that bubble like kind of flitter a little bit. And we're also looking at this like circular financing that's happening in tech, and it's starting to look in the data like subprime loans. So like the bubble is here.
The pricing model, the pricing model for traditional SaaS.
Well, come, hold on. Civics is asking something.
So the pricing model for traditional SaaS is kind of in limbo right now. We don't know how to charge for all of this injected AI that everyone's been fucking asking for because the traditional models don't know how to fucking price it. Right? They're not making revenue. So is it a subscription? Is it a seat? Is it per use? Right? So it's tough to model that. So we have to go with a per use for now with like an asterisk that's like, this is subject to change. And it's just difficult to plan out certain, at least pricing models for the roadmap based off of like, we don't fucking know, right? Like, the bubble is there. And then the other thing that I want to say is that you're absolutely right. Like, when they knew that the tariffs were coming, they were able to front load, like you had mentioned, but they were also able to adjust certain things. And after the Supreme Court ruling, I know of some of my friends that are in imports in the States were like, oh, well, thank God the Supreme Court ruled on that. We don't have to worry about tariffs again. And now the fucking new tariffs just landed on their lap and they're like, we're fucked.
Yeah.
These are like small to medium businesses.
And there wasn't a whole lot of planning for this. I don't think people think he was actually going to like pull the trigger here. Like, I know we were a little bit more blindsided with it. And like a lot of the companies we invest in are also like, yeah, we don't know what we're going to do yet. And again, like this like circular financing is starting to look like a subprime loans, right? People with no revenue stream to not being able to like actually inject that money back into the economy or into some sort of like revenue and interest in capital, right? Because we don't know where that's coming from with 60-to-1, price versus earnings. Like,
what does that affect, though? I mean, does that, okay, so you compared it to the housing bubble. We were talking about this earlier. The housing bubble was different because people actually had homes that were foreclosed on, and people were trying to buy homes, and interest rates were going wild, and the arms that everybody had to deal with were a pain in the ass. So it affected normal people as much as it affected anybody else. How does this affect normal people?
Think of it more like a stock market crash.
Yeah.
So think of it more like
a lot of
the way that it'll express into the economy is a stock market crash alongside like we're doing these very expensive build outs of data centers. That's the collateral. Right? Like that's essentially what starts to fail is like all of this becomes like abandoned projects. Like there's no more money to fulfill them. There's no one to build them. Like everything contracts. And again, that
so
in
like
the midst
people
of
lose their job and stuff too.
Well, some towns will go bankrupt because they're fucking. They're gonna be left at the bill.
Yep. And
Can I ask a question?
There's just really quickly, there's just going to be like a ripple effect essentially, right? People losing jobs, abandoned projects. And remember, like, even if you look at like the Fred manufacturing, like if you look at it, it looks like we've had this big spike in manufacturing, right? Even though we've lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs since 2023. But when you look at what that spike is, it's data centers. So you're going to also see like a crash in like our manufacturing like sector. And you can also see this because investors are demanding quite a large yield for 30-year bonds, which means people are really anxious about anything long term.
Sure, but other than
Can I ask?
Go ahead. Mojo. Go ahead. I'll stop. Go ahead.
So here in Southern California, they're building a lot. They're building both homes and they're building a lot of businesses. Is that the same thing you're talking about?
It depends, right? So it depends on like, are the people building homes, are they small businesses or like local contractors, or are they bigger contractors who are
large businesses?
Like if they're large businesses, it could look really different because a lot of their financing, a lot of their like extra money and liquidity is probably tied up in the stock market, right? So they're using like dividends and things like that to help prop up large builds, or using certain things as collateral, which will which will now become more risky. Credit will unwind essentially. So everything will have more risk to it. There'll be a contraction in the US economy. But again, like, this is an agile, very large economy. Like, it's hard to predict exactly how things will happen and what will happen first. But we're just putting a lot of stress on an economy that, like, was just kind of getting out of being very stressed. And now we have all of these kind of fiscal decisions that have been made, like very self-inflicted, and they're really hard to reverse. That's the problem. Like all of these things that are happening, we have ways to reverse each one of those things, but I don't necessarily know what the strategy would be when they're all happening at the same time.
Or heuristic, if people or entities or however you like, because I'm not big into business. Like, my expertise is not in business, but if a company is going to build multiple humongous, like what do they call it when you have like trucks coming in and out all the time?
Warehouses?
Center?
Yeah, warehouses, right? And then they're also building homes all around it. Don't you think they have a future vision that there's going to be equity?
Yeah, I would say California is gonna always be a kind of a unicorn. Like California's economy on its own is like the fourth largest economy in the world. So like California has more room than a lot of other states do, right? But what ends up happening is like it gets affected by, well, one of the things that's a problem is the monetary system, right? Throughout all of this, the value of the dollar will decrease. Now, the saving grace we have is as the value of the dollar decreases, someone like me who's like Forex trading something else is going to buy up dollars, right? Like with whatever I have, because dollars will be cheap at the time, right? And that will bring it back up. And that's hopefully the saving grace. But like a lot of countries are not feeling very like, they're concerned about what's happening in the United States. They might not do that at the same levels. They're kind of quietly making their own deals, doing different multilateral systems, and that might affect that. And what we really just don't want to see happen is seeing like what you really need to pay attention to is like the bonds. And so all of this is going to affect your ability to pay back debt and your ability to have credit. So like they're all still functioning off of this idea that credit is still stable. When this as these things happen, and it won't be all at once, it'll be slowly, credit will become less available to businesses. Interest rates will start going up. Things will start becoming more expensive, and expenses that they didn't necessarily foresee when they started these projects.
And look how much Marco Rubio was freaking out that Brazil and China made a deal to be able to sell oil to each other in their own currency. Like that to me is one of the first big dominoes that they're avoiding use of the US dollar. And not only our bond market, but our entire fucking modern monetary theory is based off of the US dollar being the world currency. And if they're now starting to deal, buy oil from one another and trade in other resources in another currency, two large economies like Brazil and China, in China, like that kind 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 in China, like that
barrels of oil, and again they have pulled demand, and that's why oil right now is not skyrocketing overnight. It's because the global demand has shrunk from China just being able to use strategic petroleum reserves. And this is scary because they won't do this forever. They'll eventually want to come back into the market, and when they do, that's when we'll see the real spike. and however long this goes for, and it doesn't really seem that there's any end in sight. Not to mention the amount of spending that we're looking at, right? Like the amount of debt that we're taking on while all of this is happening is also very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. $1.5 trillion to the military plus the $150 billion they already got in the big beautiful bill. Now another $96 billion that they got for the war in Iran. Like, this is an enormous amount of money, and it's not like we didn't have to do this, right? We are in a very precarious place.
So what's the outcome?
Like I said, it's like an unwinding of credit, like credit being able to, like, things becoming very expensive, and then simultaneously not being able to take out much credit. And while jobs are being lost, and inflation being so hot, you can't really cut rates. Right? You have to keep rates high, otherwise the inflation will get out of hand. But and that's what the Federal Reserve does, right? It has it can either cut rates in order to help the economy grow because people are losing jobs, or they can increase rates because the economy is burning too hot. They will be between a rock and a hard place, and really with the tariffs and the oil shock. And the possibility of a bubble bursting, like, you don't take the risk. You don't cut rates.
So I feel I have the same question. What's the outcome?
It's hard to predict. It really depends on how and when this all happens, right? You're going to see people lose jobs. You're going to see prices go up. You're going to see wages stay stagnant. You're going to see companies contract. You're going to see expansion stopped. You're going to see growth slow down. Like, you will see a lot of recession things happen. You'll see consumer spending going down. You'll see yeah.
I think inevitably you're going to see a kneecapped Democratic administration trying to pick up this mess, which is going to fucking suck. But more importantly, the decline of empire has already started. Trump's just accelerated it like a motherfucker. But at best, you decline the empire into something like what happened to the UK. Still relevant, just not on top anymore. That's the best, a soft landing. And just inevitably be okay with China's going to be the new superpower, or
and
it's
historically,
all out fucking war.
Yeah, historically, it doesn't. Historically, like, great powers don't go down without a fight. And when you're losing economic hegemony and you're losing technology hegemony, you're backed into a corner. You end up using physical hegemony, which is the military, right? You end up doing stupid things to try and keep your stuff, to get yours and make sure that you can maintain power. And with a bumbling, incompetent, administration, the leadership is just very, very unpredictable and clearly not very competent. Right. So, and that's the thing, we have an incredible military. Don't let Hegseth fool you. We've been spending lots and lots of money on the military. We are the most well-trained, most well-equipped, deadliest army in the world, hands down, no question about it. But in order to effectuate all of that power, you need strong leadership. And hopefully, upper echelon military leaders will be able to stop Hegseth and Marco Rubio and Trump from doing things that are stupid. But so far, that hasn't been the case. And that's what really worries me.
It worries me too. And when I talk to people like you, it's kind of nice, actually.
Really, it's nice. The doom and gloom is nice. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's nice. It's no, Mojo.
She's
it's
the harbinger of death right now. What are you talking about?
Mojo. She knows what the fuck she's talking about.
Oh, don't let her fool you.
Wow.
Yeah, I made all that up.
No, Mojo. I just like that there's people that know what the fuck they're talking about, because this is not my world. My world is totally different than your world.
Yeah.
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 He also
Listen.
thinks that humans have nature, and I don't know.
All right. Calm down, okay? Calm down. Don't let your nature get the best of you,
Mojo
Mojo.
has no world. He just, plays his video games.
One of the things that is important, though, is that we're going to have to deal with sooner than later. Not only have we pissed off our allies, but there is a growing global distrust that the American populace may elect not necessarily Trump again, but another Trump, another bombastic idiot that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Right?
Fuck no.
Like that's the problem. Which is why it's important that we show up in midterms and that the pendulum swings the other way, letting the rest of the world build confidence and being like, all right, well, they're not completely inept. But you keep electing dumbasses like this, the rest of the world's going to be like, why the fuck are we doing anything here? They're flying from the seat of their pants.
And that's the thing. Trust is really hard to gain back because it's not just like, oh, we elected someone Democratic now and we're going to like figure it all out, guys. Don't worry. But it's like, will you guys continue to elect people who are reasonable and able to work within international and diplomatic lines and actually solve problems? And amongst like, while all this is happening, it is like juxtaposed behind like a failing climate structure. We're about to see a super El Nino this summer or this winter. We're talking super dry west and a very, very, very cold east. Like it is not looking good for things like wildfires. It is not looking good for like a whole lot of potential problems that are happening while we are restructuring and refitting our whole government for NOAA and the National Weather Service and all of these things. We're flying kind of blind right now, right? And all of that will take time to do. And like being prepared for that stuff is another hit to the economy. In the last 4 years, the United States has lost over $1 trillion to infrastructure damage from climate change crises. The United States gets a lot at least in terms of like the global north, we actually face quite a bit of climate damage, right? We're just rich, so it doesn't seem as bad as what's happening in the global south because there's already climate refugees happening, right? So there's this kind of looming backdrop of like some other stuff going
climate
on.
Refugees. Could you square that? What is a climate refugee?
Places that are becoming uninhabitable where people are now having to leave those areas because they're uninhabitable.
There's basically a fucking ocean growing in Pakistan where people used to live. They all have to live. They have to move somewhere. There's hundreds of thousands of people.
And like islands that are literally going under because of rising ocean levels. Like there's the entire islands where people live that they can't live there anymore. They have to leave. There's no choice.
Where is this island?
And a lot of it's in Oceania. There's like 1 million islands in Oceania, so a lot of it's in that area. Also, a lot of places in India now that are like covered in floodwaters and debris, and a lot of people that have had to move in places that were very fertile and had very like big villages are like completely decimated in India. Thousands and thousands of people that have had to leave. And also in Kenya, also in Madagascar, also in Malaysia, all of these places have been hit by major climate crises.
And the heat
climate
waves
crises is a flood. Is that right?
Well, it could be both ways.
It's more than just floods. There's also fires, but you have to understand a lot of these places don't have the same infrastructure build out that we do. So like they're no longer habitable for these people, and it's going to take a lot of time for the soil to work again because they're flooded with salt water. Like this isn't like I'm not trying to. This is just clear data in the science, and there's clear movement of people because of it.
Well, I think they also include like more intense weather here in the U.S. too. So hurricanes and tornadoes and whatever becoming more intense, which causes more damage. Even if they're not more hurricanes, there's more damage with the hurricanes that do come.
Yeah, and what we're seeing with that too is like a lot of insurance companies are now refusing to insure a lot of places in these areas. And in the last couple of hurricanes, like in North Carolina, like insurance companies just refused to pay out. They didn't have the money.
Oh, and Florida has gotten super expensive because of the hurricanes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Or
we've been
uninsurable.
bitching about climate change for fucking 30 plus years, and the right is just like, it's a hoax, it doesn't fucking exist. And it's like, cool, but the insurance companies are aware of it. Then that's all that fucking matters. You can deny the science all you want, the insurance companies aren't.
I had to change my house insurance in Colorado because they also had a branch in Florida, and they were trying to write off some of their Florida shit on Colorado. So I had to change to a place that didn't have a branch in Florida to get cheaper rates.
Yeah, someone I know is trying to put a home in theirs on their property, but they have a hard time getting it approved because of fire insurance.
Civics, will you bring Ella up?
Hello. If y'all want some good resources on how climate change is affecting insurance or how insurance companies are adjusting because of like more intense weather, this is kind of doxy, but check out Milliman. It is an actuarial company. We do a ton of work around climate change in the insurance space. And we publish an extreme weather in Europe report because people think of climate change as like, oh, you know, everything dries out and it's a desert or everything drowns. But it's just what Mojo said is a really accurate description. It's just intense weather. And so in Europe, it's been a lot of flooding, like a lot of extreme changes from going from crazy flooding directly into really big droughts. It's causing like issues with farming, like entire crops have just been wasted because of intense weather. It's affecting the economy over there directly in some of the countries, and we're going to start seeing the same trends here in the US. I know that it always sounds very hyperbolic, but there is definite truth to it, and it can be seen in the analysis that actuarial companies are doing.
Can you be specific? I agree with you, but be specific.
Specific about what?
What specific changes that we have to deal with here in the United States?
In the US,
I don't have the education or experience of what you're talking about.
Yeah, so in the US specifically, what was already pointed out by the panel is definitely the increased hurricane and tornado weather and the expansion of like the time that it used to take, right? Like we would have hurricane season for a shorter period of time than what we do now. And the hurricanes were less strong than what they are now. And so insurance companies are doing a lot more risk analysis around this to see, like some places, according to some insurance companies, are just uninsurable at this point because of how bad it's gotten. Same thing with wildfire. The wildfire season has gotten a lot longer. It's a lot like the wildfires are growing in size. Like every year we see the next biggest fire we've ever seen. And so that's also translating into the insurance space. Like, how do we insure for it? What do you cover? What do you not cover? And what is still attainable at this point or sustainable? Civics, I saw you on mute.
I totally agree. So when I bought a house with 4 acres out here in Southern California, and when I initially bought it, no one would insure me. So I had to get Cal Fair, which is Cal Fire, and the initial price was $2,200. By the time I left, it was closer to $5,500. So I totally get what you're saying.
So that's what you're going to feel, right? Like, insurance at the end of the day is the more customers you have, the bigger the pot is. But if you're somewhere that's relatively safe, but you're part of the same insurance company, you have to pay the bill for the people that have to deal with floods and wildfires and hurricanes, etc., right? And that's part of the problem is yes, there is economies of scale as the company grows and has more customers, but their coverage also starts to dwindle and everything goes up, right? Like, and God, this fucking administration not defunded, but just cut funding to some of the early warning systems of severe weather. Like, I don't understand what the fuck was going through. Like, that's where you want to save money in alerting people that severe weather is coming. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, or alerting people that and I mean we have cut things that nobody knows, nobody realizes we need until we don't have it anymore, right? And early warning systems for these things is one of them, because like having time to prepare is a huge asset as it relates to like stopping damage and, more importantly, preventing loss of life, right? A lot of people sometimes need quite a bit of convincing to evacuate. Some people are old, some people are sick, right? Like there's a whole slew of things that they're not thinking about. They're thinking so simply, and they're not thinking anything through. And like, again, the other backdrop that we're facing is also the public health infrastructure that we've lost. The cyclospora outbreak, the screwworm outbreak, the amount of measles that's going around. Like, we're 5 years away from measles becoming endemic, which means people will be getting it all the time. Like, this is a huge problem.
But,
so while all of that is happening with climate change and people being sick,
let's stop now. All right, outside of that, like, what would you do to stop it? These are natural disasters.
No. So, but here's the thing.
I think you brought in like more like disease and stuff. I'm talking about tornadoes. I'm talking about
one of the things.
Natural fires. I'm talking about this.
Here's one. I understand what you're asking. One of the things that we could have continued to do is create more alert systems, right? Make sure that rural areas have more availability for alert systems. And we literally paid money to stop green and renewable energy projects. Like, things we already paid for. In order to scrap those projects, we ended up having to pay a bunch of money out to now not have that technology and give more money to fossil fuel burners, essentially exacerbating the problem. Like, we're already at a point of no return, right? We already increased the global temperature to 1.5 degrees, and now, like, we're just making it worse. We're not actually shifting towards something that could be more stable, that could help at least slow down what's happening, because we can't stop it now, but at least slow it down. Like, we don't have a lot of options when it comes to the climate change and the natural disaster stuff. We can only increase preparedness and plan for the future better. And we decreased both, and we spent a lot of money to do that and got nothing out of it.
We could.
Again, very irresponsible funding. Irresponsible fiscal spending.
I think we can reverse it, but it is going to take a long fucking time to reverse the damage that's already been done. So we do need to move. I mean, it's imperative that we move to green energies now. It's imperative that we get off of fossil fuels right now. It's imperative that we create walkable cities, stuff like that. We need to build differently, and we need to think differently than we did in the past.
It starts, Mojo, with admitting we have a fucking problem.
Mojo, I don't disagree with you, Mojo.
Mojo, you're wrong though. We can't.
There's gonna be so many jobs that get lost. How are you going to cover those jobs?
No. It's not. The green energy, green technology, and creating new infrastructure for those things will create jobs. But Mojo, you're wrong. Like, climate science is saying that we are not going to be able to reverse this. Like, we are headed on a path. Like, you have to understand the way biology functions is that it gives us lots and lots and lots of opportunities to correct, but eventually there's a cascading effect. Right? And it's just very difficult to stop. Like, the earth will still be here. The earth will be fine. We won't. Life will find a way.
Talking about
the amount of habitability, the amount of space of habitability that we will have is far less. The biodiversity we will have is far less. We can only slow down this process and hope we reach some sort of technological evolution that allows us to eventually change it. But we are not at the current technology levels where we can.
Why are we warming? Why is the Earth warming?
because we're burning lots and lots of fossil fuels, and and we're also not containing very much carbon dioxide in the soil anymore. We're over-tilling the soil. The natural processes that usually capture carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere are no longer functioning very well on the planet because we have over-tilled and overused the soil. And so
And what happens if we replace those?
do you know like you remember the carbon cycle
Yeah,
from
but what
like
happens
100
if we
years ago when
replace
you were in
those?
school?
What happens if we replace those? What happens if we create new carbon sinks? What happens if we get rid of the particulates in the air? We can reverse it. I agree that it's going to take a long time, but we can reverse it.
It would be a Herculean effort that would take the entire international community working together towards one common goal of reversing it. We might have some of the ability to change these things. We do not have the political or social will. Like that is nowhere in sight.
It starts with not taking the right side of the aisle denying this shit. Like we're past denying it. That's the dangerous part. Is that there are still dumbasses on this fucking app that are like, it's a hoax. It's not fucking real.
I agree.
Like, yes, it is.
I agree with you, brother.
And it's going to evolve into climate fascism because they're going to start. We're going to have climate refugees, and then you're going to see more authoritarianism rise after that. There's going to be a lot more.
Mojo, you know that if we bring up any good option, the right is just going to kick it down as some hoax.
When HR said I immediately thought of Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah, that's exactly why I said it. The other part of it too is it's specifically burning fossil fuels. A lot of the talking points on the right are like, well, oil's in everything. We can use oil in lots of different in lots and lots of different processes without burning it, right? We put it in a lot of things. We put it in plastics, we put it in this. That doesn't require burning it, right? The carbon cycle is what is going on right now that is really, really been affected, right? And as this has been happening, the ocean is acidifying, and the ocean currents, the current that makes Europe have this Mediterranean climate, that warm air that comes from the Gulf up to the Mediterranean, and then basically goes into a sink where the like between Greenland and Iceland, there's so much fresh water melting from those glaciers that water can't sink to the bottom and come back down the east coast, and it's slowing that ocean current down. We don't exactly know what happens to the climate when that ocean current slows down, right? It's not just the carbon cycle. It's these other processes that are being highly affected by it that we don't completely understand what the ramifications of that is yet.
Yeah.
Okay, my problem is that if you do the doom and gloom shit, if you tell everybody we're already past the point of no return and we're all gonna fucking die, then nobody's gonna be motivated to do anything.
Yeah, I listen to the scientists. Listen to what they have to say. Allow them to do their work and give them the resources and the support to do what we understand and know to do. And then we can go from there, right? But people need to either I don't know if they need to be afraid or they need to experience it firsthand. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just telling you what the facts are.
Hey, no, you know what's funny? This whole thing started from Adam and Eve, so why can't we do that again?
So I think
I don't agree with that, but I'm just saying if you're making
hold on, Ella, go ahead. She's been interrupted a bunch of times now.
I'm sorry, Ella.
It's fine. I just run out of steam, I think. I'm with HR here, and I hear Mojo when he says doom and gloom. I don't think it's necessarily doom and gloom. I think it's urgency, but a lot of people don't respond well to urgency. They feel like they're being told what to do. They feel like it's hyperbolic, and then they kind of just like go into this automated response of like, whatever. And so there is something to be said for encouraging people to think about this a little bit deeper without freaking them out, I guess that's like the simplest way I can put it. But HR is correct. Like, even if we were able to get this great effort of all of the nations working together to reverse all of this stuff, it wouldn't be actually any better, not in our lifetime and not in our children's lifetime, right? Like, it would take a significant amount of time. Like, we're destroying it faster than it would take to repair. And
we had.
That's.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Keep going.
I was just going to say that, and I think that's just something that we have to keep in mind. And meanwhile, if you're curious about the biggest like things of activity that are causing it, stuff like deforestation, electricity generation, which is why we talk about like renewable energy so much, and in general, like oil and transportation too. Like, that's why California does this special fuel thing that they do. Like, they've made a change in their local environment by making those changes. And if we could encourage people in general to do that, even on a smaller scale, it would make an effect overall.
Yes, and
about the.
Sorry, just really quick. It's not just about we have to trust the climate scientists, because at this point, it's the mitigation of the inevitable and how to best attack it. But there is some good that can come of it. It's like, I don't know if it's the punch in the face that some people need, but we had historic meetings and like the Paris Climate Accord is, whether you like, they're critics of it or whatever, but like getting that many countries to agree on something is fucking historic. And then some dumb fuck like Trump and the right believe that, like, oh, that's a waste of time. Like, fuck that. There was so much accomplished at the Paris Climate Accord. Like, I encourage you guys to read what the outcomes were and what the goals were for 2030 and 2035.
Agreed, civics.
Yeah, and just one final thing, right? When all of this starts to take shape and countries start realizing that like something needs to be done, they're not going to be turning to the US, because there is one country that has been doing absolutely historic things as it relates to climate science and as it relates to climate change, and that's China. From reforestation to tons of different scaling, tons of different renewable resources and making them cheaper and making them better, thorium nuclear reactors, like all sorts of things. And they're the ones who like everyone is going to turn to when it turns out that everyone needs to start it here.
Nate down there listen to this, but I just wanted to say one really quick thing before we get. This is why it was like, this is what pissed me off so much about when AOC was ridiculed for the Green New Deal. We had a fucking opportunity before China got involved for us to actually do this shit, and she was laughed at, and the rest of the fucking country was like, Green New Deal, you guys are fucking crazy. We had an opportunity fucking years ago to get ahead of this. Now we're catching up. Sorry, go ahead, Nate. Welcome to the panel.
100%.
Hey, thank you. I think we can't deny that the global warming, but the question is can federal government do something about it and be effective without crashing the economy?
Absolutely.
So much of the farming infrastructure is built on the diesel engine, and you can't just and the fact that fossil fuels are not the only ingredient that's causing global warming. The amount of cement we lay in the cities needs to stop, and for the U.S. can maybe be the example in the world, but you're talking about the Paris Climate Agreement, and there's a couple countries there that aren't participating that are the main polluters, the main villains in this whole mess.
So first of all, we're not saying that in order to combat climate change, we put a ban on all fossil fuels, right? It's about increasing where we can using renewable resources and being able to offset some of that, right? And you're right, the cement part is part of it too. So we need to start thinking about different building materials, a different way of building out cities in general, right? That don't require stuff like that. There's some things
wait. Building out why do we need to grow our cities?
Whatever it is, whether we're building out,
why are we growing our cities?
Whether we're building out in rural areas or we're
why are we growing the population?
I can answer that.
Like
basically,
we need more housing, dude, because we're also in like a housing crisis. And
why do we need more housing?
Okay, we don't need suburban.
Are you trying to get to immigration? Because that's a really dumb argument right now.
Everything is it's all one big multivariable equation. So they are
change the way we build cities.
Housing is a global problem. So I'm not just talking about America. I'm talking about globally. Housing is a problem. Housing is a problem in Europe. It's a problem in India. It's a problem in Australia. It's a problem in the U.S.
Okay.
So regardless of where it's happening,
you don't have to make it, supply
has to go up.
Hold on. It's not complicated. The larger the population of the Earth, the more damage the humans are going to do. Unless we're all living in the jungle and eating coconuts and pineapples.
Incredibly reductive. They said like Alfred Matheson said the same thing. We're never going to be able to feed this many people, and then boom, we had GMOs and we were able to feed lots of people. But we need to be listening to evidence-based research. We need to be listening to scientists on how to best do these things and not listening to politicians with separate agendas who are just trying to fulfill shareholder value. We need to start doing things with practicality in mind. We need to start doing things with science and evidence-based in mind.
Okay, yeah.
Love it.
Yep. I agree.
I think the shift to a focus on, and I don't mean the only focus, right? But if our government were to put a little bit more focus on, Crom, could you mute, or someone who has the wind tunnel? Okay, it's gone. Sorry. If our government were to put a little bit more focus on climate change, I think there is an opportunity to even like build more jobs and kind of shift our some of our economy. Like people who work in the oil industry, for example, like a lot of those workers could possibly be retrained if their jobs were to become unnecessary, right? But at the same time, like all of this, like renewable energy, for it to really truly work well, like the electric grid needs to be modernized. Like I've heard Paladin Civics talk about this before, but just that idea alone would create so many jobs. Like, I don't know, I'm like construction crews and engineers and whatever the hell it takes to do that. So it's not just about safeguarding or trying to look out for our climate in the future. I think it's also just an opportunity for the U.S. to build for us within the U.S. and for the world, and get something
the U.S. is already doing their part, but we have these countries that are gross polluters and are horrible at our horrible guilty parties of polluting the world. If you've seen the video clips of like in these third world countries where they're just dumping trash into the ocean and plastics and how they view it and how they treat it. It's
we do that too.
It's going to take a long time, but
we do that too. This isn't a third world. This is not a global South problem. This is also our problem. We are also the ones who for a very, very long time stifled the ability for a lot of these places to industrialize, and then picked up the problem, did not invest in green technology, and have not allowed them to properly industrialize. That is absolutely true. And here's the thing.
How did we do that? You got to be specific about that.
What do you mean?
When did we do that?
Stopped?
What do you think all the regulations come from?
Okay, first off, you don't want countries to be industrialized because they're going to pollute more if they're an industrial nation. That's why China and India are gross polluters, because they're in the having the industrial.
China is solving that problem, though. China is solving that problem.
Hold on, lady.
Don't do that,
they're
Nate.
they're going through.
Nate.
No, just let me finish up here.
No, you know better than that. Don't call anybody lady on my panel. Don't fucking do that.
Just finish what you were saying, Nate. And let's try not to interrupt one another.
Or not. That's fine too. Silence is wonderful at this point.
We are able to do these things, and the other countries aren't. I mean, it's basically putting food on their table for their families in these countries. And who are we to, mandate something that is it is our business because we're living in the same world, but we can yes maybe set the example, but I don't see that.
Nate, what I'm trying to explain to you is that we had the opportunity to offset a lot of their industrialization by investing into green technology because it's been more expensive wait, just let me finish. It's been more expensive for a long time, but we didn't take that opportunity. But China has taken that opportunity. They're building thorium nuclear reactors. They're reforesting tons of parts of China. They are building different types of turbines, different types of batteries, and humongous wind farms, humongous solar farms. They are using things like bullet trains and electric cars. They are actually very, very much trying to reduce their footprint, and they are building that infrastructure out so that eventually they can go net zero. We are not doing that. We are now increasing our demand for energy tremendously because of data centers and our increased use of technology here, and we aren't using the best possible solutions. Okay. We are just throwing money at the problem, burning diesel fuels.
You're wrong about China.
Wait, I'm almost done. Burning diesel fuel in Memphis, Tennessee, where 35-year-olds are ending up with COPD. That is absolutely irresponsible.
Yes, agreed. Yes. But the federal government is so dysfunctional and inefficient that you can't
because of Trump.
You can't wait. What?
Because of Trump.
Because of Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Explain that one to me.
Because we had a bunch of different green technology and green energy projects that we already paid for that we ended up having to pay.
We already paid for.
Yeah, we already paid for them, and then he stopped them. And then he stopped them. He pulled out that funding. All those companies had to be paid back by us, and then we put all that money towards fucking fossil fuel companies that are making the problem worse, dude.
Supply side economics.
How does that not register with you? Supply side economics has fucking failed us.
It's a global economy. We got to stay competitive, and the thing is,
we're losing our competitive edge, Nate. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. In terms of energy,
with the data centers.
No, we're losing our competitive edge in terms of how we get.
Okay, so that's good. What about the data centers to stay competitive with China?
Oh my God, he just does not understand what I'm saying. Somebody else do this.
I'll do it. Nate, here's how we're losing our competitive edge. When I made the comment about us being able to invest in green energy,
can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're walking away from your phone.
Sorry.
No, I don't need you to explain how.
Hold on.
I really don't.
You obviously do. So because we didn't invest in green energy, not just for ourselves. Not just for ourselves. Stop it. Not just for ourselves. We could have been a leader in that industry. We could have sold that technology as American companies to the rest of the world. The problem with the developing world needing to industrialize, because they do need to industrialize.
Stop.
We could have sold them our technology where instead of using old technology
that they
for the love of God, buddy.
Just stop.
Can you answer the question?
Just stop.
Let him finish, dude.
So we could have been a world leader in renewable energy that we could have sold, and that could have been another competitive thing that we sold to the rest of the world. And they could have been industrializing and converting their existing energy into this new technology that we could have been leaders in, but we chose not to fucking do that. China has. and the rest of the world is not going to buy Chinese technology because they know that they need to do that in order to meet net zero, which they all agreed to at the Paris Climate Accord. That's what I'm explaining to you, Nate.
I have a problem with what you guys are saying. My problem with what you guys are saying is that we could have done this. We should have done this instead of what we should do now.
Well,
we just have to. We have to
federal
decide.
Government? Are you
We
saying
have
the federal
to do
government
it
or private industry?
I mean, either
what's
way.
preventing private industry from developing the hardware, the green energy hardware, and selling it to other countries? There's nothing stopping
because the
that.
private industry relies on quick
Government
gains. They don't
subsidies and government subsidies.
Okay, government subsidies. No.
Yeah,
no,
we
no
had
more
lots
government
of subsidies. We
subsidies.
gave lots of government
We're
subsidies.
39 trillion in debt.
Oh my God, dude! You really just like have no impulse control at all, and it's very frustrating.
What do you mean impulse control? What are you talking about?
Meaning that you can't wait until somebody finishes speaking to fucking talk.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm that way too, Nate. I feel it though, but
I'm just trying to say, what I'm trying to say is a lot of government subsidies were given for this green and renewable technology, right? And companies it was profitable for them to build all of that out. But when we stopped those projects midway and had to just pay people anyway, we just lost that. It was all sunk cost. And all I'm saying now is that it's not just the federal government, right? It's the story, it's the thing, or the narrative around the green technology here in the US, right? It's the lobby for big oil that has been lying to us and greenwashing things for a very long time, that has not made it seem like a desirable thing here when it is a desirable thing, when the technology has been getting cheaper, when the ability to store sunlight in sodium batteries is here now, and that problem is solved. But we didn't scale any of it, and China has.
Okay.
Nate.
Okay, and so
I'm still having a problem with you guys saying we didn't do this.
Understood. The solution there.
I look up at the landscape. I look up at the mountains behind my house, and there's wind generators littering the whole thing. So I mean, to say that the whole project or the whole movement was halted because of the Trump administration is false. It's just a lot of this has to do with what's good for the economy is good for the people, and it's supply side economics. So we're going to cut taxes and we're going to cut regulations for the good of the economy.
How irrational is it to continue to do something that is clearly hurting the planet, clearly causing damage in infrastructure, life, and land and owner, all of those things. Companies are paying through their nose for climate damage that's going on, for not being able to farm. Yeah, farmers are paying a big price for tons of problems that are going on, and we could be fixing those problems if. Oh my God. Okay.
Do you live on this planet?
No.
Well, explain to me how farmers are paying.
Do you breathe
the price.
oxygen?
Hey, what do you need?
I'll say it again. It's a global issue.
Stop talking.
I would like to follow your direction and focus on what we can and should do moving forward. And it's easy to focus on what Trump reversed, but I think it would be better if we focused on trying to get those things back. And I think putting the conversation in a place where there's action and forward movement is probably better, because this is just going to be a never-ending whatever this is with Nate. That's just going to frustrate the hell out of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things we can do. I think one of them is to really look into expanding nuclear and thorium energy. I think those are two really great sources of energy that are very clean, that have great new technology that makes them very safe. I think that's a big one, especially for data centers. Like nuclear energy would work really, really well there. So I mean, there are solutions, but we need the political and social will to execute on those things, which means that Republicans and people on the right need to get behind using clean and renewable energy and stop giving so many subsidies and stop putting all of our eggs in the basket of big oil.
Okay, well, I agree. The problem is corporations are our government. And it's the same thing in the healthcare industry, where big pharma and big insurance companies are in control. And so until Congress aren't puppets that are on the strings of the corporate donors and lobbyists,
so go vote blue then. Vote for Democrats who aren't taking money from super PACs. Vote for Democrats who aren't taking money from PACs. Go vote for Democrats who are only taking money from small dollar donations. Then go vote for them.
It's on both sides of the aisle.
Go vote for those people, because I don't see anybody on the Republican right who is not taking super PAC money, who is not taking corporate money, who is not taking PAC money. All of the Republicans are doing it. The only people doing it en masse. Thomas Massey, sure. The only people en masse doing that are Democrats. So go vote blue, Nate.
Okay.
Good. I'm glad to see you agree, finally.
Well, that was easy.
Is that the objective here? Is that really the solution? Is that really the solution?
You're the one who is saying you don't want to have a Congress who is bound to companies, but you want to have a Congress who is bound to the people. So if that's the case, then follow the money, Nate. Follow the money and tell me en masse who is not taking money.
You can't solve the problem, the problem of the establishment, the problem that is our lawmakers and our political leaders who are their political careers come ahead of the interest of the middle class, and so you can't.
When the middle class is the one who funded their entire campaign.
Okay. All I'm saying is you can't point to one side of the aisle or the other and say it's your fault or it's Trump's fault.
She just did.
Because no,
she just did. She just did. She just
no, I'm
said
saying
there's
you can't.
one. She did. She just did. She said that there's one side that is funded by the middle class, and it's not Republicans.
So you're saying that the left is completely innocent from corporate
no one is making no one has made an absolute statement. I said there's only one side who there are candidates en masse who are not taking PAC money, not taking corporate money, and not taking super PAC money. There's only one side that there are plenty of candidates who have taken that pledge, who decided not to stock trade, who have decided not to be corrupt, and actually only take small donor donations from the people who are actually electing them, so that is the only people that they are beholden to. And that's what you're asking for. There's only one thing, and you have to get them into Congress. That's the whole thing.
Fantastic.
So vote blue.
So what is the solution? What is your solution to all this?
I'm just giving you're the one who said the solution.
No.
You said that people in Congress have to have the political will.
God, taking a step back from this. Okay. So the left is taking less big money, and are less corrupt. Okay. But now that we've crossed that bridge and we're all on the same side of the river, what you like that metaphor? What is the solution? What is the platform
to build out clean energy? The only things we can do.
Wait. Do you
want me to answer? Do you want me to answer?
Yes, I do. Do you really think the federal government can save the world and reverse climate change
I think the federal government is the only entity that has enough power to really make a notable difference in it. And there's two ways. One, you increase our ability to see what's coming, to be able to have enough data, have enough equipment out there, have enough warning systems so that we can at least decrease damage and decrease loss of life. The second thing we have to do is start planning for the future, increasing clean energy, using things like nuclear energy, downsizing how much we are reliant on fossil fuels and burning fossil fuels specifically. We can still dig for the fossil fuels. We can still use oil and plastics. We can still use them in all those products. It's just a matter of stopping to burn them and making sure that we are trying to offset what we cannot change in terms of burning fossil fuels and like funding R&D in those areas so that we can create more wells for like sinks for carbon to take carbon out of the atmosphere, regenerative, starting to give farmers, instead of giving them subsidies every year, give them money to switch into regenerative farming so that the soil can start taking carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere into the soil, right? Those are farming
Excellent.
that keeps the soil healthy, right? These are
That's
all
excellent.
these are all things that the government
saying.
can incentivize to do.
I think that's excellent. I agree. I think, yeah, what a great thing. But it has to be a gradual shift and a well thought out and planned shift. You can't just start. You just can't start signaling.
So what's your solution?
Wait. Why does it have to be gradual?
Because major movements in like the oil markets cause the gas prices to go up and diesel prices to go up, which is kind of the same thing. Fuel prices go up, and that creates inflation, cost push inflation, which is catastrophic for the economy.
But we're going to start moving away from using fossil fuels, including oil.
Well, I know that's why it's got to be gradual.
Well, no, it doesn't have to be gradual because people move their stocks from oil companies to green energy companies.
Not only that, but like again, like nobody here is saying that this is going to happen, overnight, right? Like it will take planning, it will take time, and yes, like a slow moving away will change things in the market as well. But like if you're going to talk about inflation, like you can't just dismiss how this administration has put us in a worse spot as it relates to inflation. Like we are in a worse spot to do. I mean, dude, inflation is already at 3.5.
How did they do that? Okay,
tariffs.
Inflation's bad. How did they do that?
Like
tariffs did not cause inflation. But anyway, don't worry about that.
Wow.
Yeah, they didn't. So
no, but they're still here. We just got blanket tariffs today.
Yeah.
On 99.4% of all imports.
Okay.
So that's going to increase inflation. Inflation is going up because there's a chokehold that is Strait of Hormuz. Like inflation is going up, dude.
Let's get back to green energy. And you're talking about all the innovation and all this implementation of wind generators and electric cars and the infrastructure, the power grid to charge the cars, all of the and whatever you were saying about farming, it all sounds very good. But the thing is that all being done by the federal government agencies? Who's doing that exactly?
We can incentivize the private market to do it while simultaneously having some of our own government structure doing it. That's fine. The government hiring people, the government spending money is a good thing.
No, we're $39 trillion in debt. It's not
matter.
Oh my God, dude.
Yes, it does matter.
Hold on. It doesn't matter. We're already in a crisis as far as the climate goes. It doesn't really matter if we have 50 trillion or 39 trillion or 70 trillion. It doesn't really matter at this point. But, okay, so I know I hate going back, but there was a large wind turbine project that was going on off the northeast coast, I think the coast of Maine or something like that. And Donald Trump came in and shut it down. It was like 3/4 finished. He shut it down and they started tearing it apart. We had already funded this. We'd already subsidized this. It was being built, and then he gets in office, shuts it down, and starts tearing it apart. That makes absolutely no sense. And then at the same time, he's trying to get a natural gas pipeline running through the northern states as well, which is ridiculous. He's moving from green energy back to natural or back to fossil fuels. That this is exactly the opposite of what we need to do. We need to fund those turbine projects. We need to fund desalination plants. We need to fund wave energy. We need to fund all of these things. And if it means that we have to go deeper into debt, if we don't do that, we're all going to die, dude.
Yeah, well, the thing is, with those wind generators in the Northeast you're talking about, that was a security issue for the country, and that was interfering with rate. That was interfering with the radar operations.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. So
no, you're even laughing when you're laughing when you say that. You know you're full of shit.
Connecticut won. We won. Connecticut, in Connecticut, we won our case, and our windmills are still going up. So if it was a national security problem, we wouldn't have been able to do that. Ours are still going up in Connecticut. I'm in the Northeast.
We just have to move toward that, and you don't get to bitch about fucking.
No,
you don't get to bitch about debt anymore. I don't know why you ever bitched about debt anyway, because it was always the Republicans adding into the debt and Democrats adding less to the debt. So I'm sorry, you've always voted the wrong way. You've always voted the wrong way. So start voting the right way and start using. If we're going to have debt, start using that debt to fix shit.
Using debt to fix shit?
Here's
using the money?
Look, Nate.
Start spending on. Wait! I want to hear this. Spending money on what?
Instead of spending on Elon Musk, start spending on green energy.
Spending on Elon Musk? How are we spending on Elon Musk?
We spend a lot of money on corporate subsidies, right? There's a lot of money being spent on corporate subsidies. It's not necessarily that we have to increase spending. We have to change allocation of spending. And of course, like along with all of this, we can also change some of the tax system that's going on and make it a more progressive tax system, right? Like there are things that we can do. There are different ways that we can change.
It's not a revenue problem. It's a spending problem. Okay.
It's an allocation problem. It's an allocation problem. We can allocate money to things that are more important.
No, see, Washington thinks that they have their own private ATM to just take the taxpayers' money and spend it however they want. We've seen evidence of that. In
the Republican Party.
Yeah, except Biden put toward infrastructure and green energy. Trump is putting it toward his own pocket, toward I don't know, sovereign wealth funds and cryptocurrency and terrorists like that.
Reflecting pools and arches and dude, no, if you can't see the basics of how fiscally irresponsible this administration is being, just the big beautiful bill is increasing our debt $4 trillion over the next 10 years.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
That's just settled fact.
It's just okay. According to
it's
who?
Settled fact. According to the Congressional Budget Office, dude.
Okay, I've heard this talking point.
It's not a talking point.
How
it's
the
a
big
fact.
beautiful bill is automatically going to, in 10 years, going to
it's a
increase.
Fact.
Okay, so it's a spending problem. It's not a revenue problem. Okay, and the thing is, the priorities or the ideology is different for the Conservative Party. So we're going to spend money on Border Patrol
and fossil fuels and Border Patrol. Yes, what the fuck do we need Border Patrol for right
Border
now?
Patrol, and also you're going to spend money. You're also spending money giving it to Israel, which are dropping bombs, which are putting more particulates in the fucking air. The amount of bombs they've dropped on Gaza is more than the nuclear bombs that we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Right? The amount of particulate that's gone into the air just from warfare, which is extremely damaging to the planet. Yeah, that's not fucking helping either.
I'm not going to disagree.
Right, but you're not going to agree to any real solution. You're just going to say, well, we probably can't do it. Well, it's the market. Well, it's this. So then burn and drown at the same time.
No, I'm open-minded towards it. I'm open-minded towards any solutions you have, but I need something tangible, and pragmatic, and viable.
Give me your solution.
And I don't see the federal government doing any of that.
I have given you tons of solutions. I have planned out things to the best of my ability. I have planned things out. I have told you things. I have given you basic outlines for things. I have given you my argument. Why don't you give me your solution?
Okay, I'm asking what your solution is. I don't have a solution. I don't have a solution, but
then
I do know this.
Then stop critiquing mine until you have one.
But everything can't be on the back of the middle class taxpayer.
It's not. Put it on the back of the rich people. Fuck
Put it
them.
on the billionaires. Put it on the centenarians.
It already is a what?
The middle class is already set to foot the bill, inevitably.
Yeah,
because we're gonna either pay for it now or we're gonna pay for it even more later.
And look, if all of those assets are real enough to leverage against for collateral, they're real enough to fucking tax that transaction. Make sure buy, borrow, die is something that dies. Like there are functions to help to make sure that the middle class isn't paying for it.
It's not a revenue problem. Federal government has shown to be.
You can't just keep.
Hold on.
Federal government.
Hold on. You make $10. You spend $20. Is that a revenue problem or is it a spending problem? Can you fix it both ways? Can you make more money at the same time you spend less money? Can you make more money by increasing the economy as a whole?
Well, not that there's economic principles that would argue against that. There's a thing called the Laffer curve, where you set tax rates.
The Laffer curve is bullshit, by the way.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna go because I'm getting really frustrated now, and I think I need a snack.
No, stay. I want to hear what you have to say.
No.
It's nothing. I think you say a lot of really good things.
It's nothing on you, Nate. Honestly, I really just do need to get a snack.
All right.
Yeah. All right. I'll come back around if I'm awake later.
All right. Bye, Harvey.
Bye. Oh my God, that's gonna be my new nickname.
What was the nickname?
You're a deaf.
Oh, absolutely, she is. We're all gonna die. Who cares? Just fucking lay down and take it.
Well, according to AOC, we have 5 years left.
AOC never said that shit.
In 2019, she did.
Stop.
12 years we have.
That was without any kind of mitigation. Then we had the Paris Climate Accord.
Yeah. And so the Paris Climate Accord in itself is going to reverse global warming?
It was agreement with
no one said that.
Most of the countries of the world.
Okay, and then was every country in the world participating in this accord? Like, which ones weren't?
The U.S. backed out of it.
Okay.
The ones that can afford to be a part of it. Not everyone can revamp their infrastructure, right? Some are up-and-coming countries.
Well, yeah. This live has been shit today.
Oh.
Nate's not helping.
Oh, you. So where are you in Fort Collins?
No.
I always try to guess where he lives in Colorado. No? Okay, Greeley. You're in Greeley.
No.
It gets pretty warm out there in that area, huh?
Sometimes there was over 100 yesterday. I don't know exactly what it was today. We'll get 100 again in the next couple of days. We had a monsoon. We'll probably get more rain. We had a huge downpour a couple of days ago.
Yeah, you get a lot of afternoon rain out there. It's good.
We had in the past, not so much anymore.
What's
So what?
Hold on, just really quick. What is there to do in Aspen in the summer, Mojo? If you've ever been to Aspen in the summer.
I have never been to Aspen.
What are you doing, Nate?
So I don't know. Never been to Aspen. I kind of don't like mountains.
You know, that's interesting. I never went to Aspen when I was living there either, or whatever random reason.
It's too fucking expensive. Everything's too expensive up there. What the fuck you go up there for?
You can ride up there with your buddy on an undersized motorcycle.
That's what you did. Oh no, that's Dumb and Dumber. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. I've done some stuff in the mountains. I know that I have gotten to a point where I actually needed oxygen, but
climbing one of the 14ers?
no, not climbing, but one of the towns that's at the very top. I started feeling nauseous, and they sell canned air everywhere. So I was told that's what I needed. So I did, bought some, and it worked.
Fine air. I said this the other day. They're going to have us fine air soon.
Yeah, well, canned air is different. I mean, it's needed when you're so high in elevation that you lack oxygen. So you have to take that. But it's been kind of popular in Colorado to have oxygen bars.
Do that.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna hop up to you guys.
It is at 5,000 feet. Yeah, you're up there.
I'm sorry, Steve. I think we started talking at the same time. Were you saying something?
Yeah, Nate had brought up the Laffer curve. I don't know if he's ever heard of Civic. I don't know if he's ever heard of the Kansas experiment, but they tried that and it failed miserably. Kansas cut taxes, income taxes, and then they ended up having to roll it back because it just didn't succeed. It's a failed experiment.
The Laffer curve makes a lot of assumptions. The assumptions that it makes is that if you give tax breaks to the wealthy, that they're going to own businesses, and those businesses are going to hire people, which are going to create more products, which are going to create more jobs, which then is going to create more demand, and then the middle class is going to end up paying more in taxes because they're making more money because they're buying more products and they have more demand. It makes a lot of assumptions to get to that curve that you're talking about.
Well, yeah. But the theory is that if you lower taxes, that's going to spur the economy, which
what I just said.
Increases total revenue, obviously.
That's exactly what I just said. But you don't increase revenue if they don't fucking spend the money on their goddamn business, or if they don't own a business in the first place.
Well, yes, and so that's interesting. You should say it like that because the amount of the minimizing regulations and taxation will incentivize small business growth. That's the
not part of the
that's the
Laffer
idea.
Curve. That's not part of the Laffer curve. That's just a new libertarian. That's just a new libertarian idea. But I'm sorry, I'm not willing to have fucking rivers catching on fire because you want to get rid of regulations.
Well, I think in regard to that, I think we all need to be good people and good citizens and responsible. And I think we are in general. I think people are environmentally conscious. I think it's big corporations.
You might be right, but it's the corporations that are fucking setting rivers on fire. And those are the people that you're going to have to deal with when you're cutting taxes.
Well, no. The thing is, corporate taxes is a whole different animal. If you're talking about
even if you cut taxes on their individual incomes and they get most of their income from corporations, then they're just going to simply spend the money through the corporation, or they're going to spend the money on their income instead of through the corporation. Either way, they're going to end up saving money on their taxes both ways, and they don't have to do anything with it. They can buy another fucking yacht with it from Europe that doesn't even go to this fucking country.
Well, I don't know what are you talking about, like CEOs and board members that are with their outlandish salaries?
Corporations.
Yes, with their outlandish salaries? Or are you talking about the corporate tax law?
They can change their salaries. I'm talking about both. It doesn't matter. If you don't increase both...
It's been that way for years and years.
I understand. So yes, that's why we're in the situation we're in. When Ronald Reagan took office and instituted voodoo economics, we had a $700 billion deficit or debt. $700 billion. That's it.
I thought we weren't going to talk about the debt. Bitch about the debt.
I'm not bitching about the debt. What you're talking about, it's been that way for years. Yes, it's been that way ever since
I'm talking about corporations paying
that
like
way. Yes, it's been that way. Yes, it's been that way since we instituted supply side economics.
No, you can't blame one party or the other for corporations being our government and in control.
I can.
Oh, it's usually the left.
You're right.
It's usually the left.
You can blame whoever you want.
Ideologically.
But corporations are interesting. I mean, if you look at the accounting principles that apply to corporations, who owns the corporations? The stockholders. Stockholders pay a lot of taxes on capital gains and dividends, but corporations are a great thing for the consumer because there's a thing called economies of scale where they can produce goods and services at a really competitive price.
Economies of scale mean that you want monopolies and not fucking small businesses and competition at a market price.
The Justice Department, there are guardrails in place to prevent monopolies, but
that's government regulation that you want to get rid of, by the way.
Those aren't the regulations we want to get rid of.
What regulation do you want to get rid of?
I don't know.
That's what I thought.
Which ones do you want to get rid of?
None.
Which ones do you want to keep?
All of them.
Zoning regulations. I'd like to get rid of zoning regulations.
Why do you want all these regulations? You don't trust people?
I don't trust businesses. I don't trust capitalism.
Or the phrase regulations are written in blood.
Hey, Mojo. Did you ever see the movie Dr. Zhivago?
Fuck, that's old as shit.
Watch it. You'll be moved by it. But that's
I can't watch movies that are that old.
It's not just old, but it's 3 hours and 19 minutes long, but it depicts the Russian Revolution and the oppression and communism. There's duality in everything, and
now you're communism might communism. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It might sound pretty good for about 10 or 15 years, and
was pretty good for the average fucking Russian. What are you talking about, dude? 90% of Russia was in abject poverty. The Tsars lived in a literal gold palace. It was undoubtedly better for the Russian people. Not better for the Tsars.
In the long run.
I'll grant you that. Or the kulaks. I'll grant you that. But it was in the long run, it was undoubtedly better for the Russian people.
In the long
90%
run, yes.
abject poverty.
Yes, in the long run. But the thing is, capital. Yeah, we don't.
You don't stand a chance here, dude.
I'm not going to start going down the road of explaining why capitalism is better than communism, but
because
it might not. It might not be. There's pros and cons with each, obviously, but and especially for the kids coming of age in this country, in this economy, I can understand it. I really can. So I feel bad. I feel bad for kids coming of age in their 20s who want to participate. Can't buy a house in frickin' Aurora, Colorado.
Fuck the
real quick, Nate. The academic literature definitely is in favor of market economy and lower taxes and lower regulations. So
No, it's not.
It absolutely is. It
No,
absolutely is.
trickle down economics has never been proven to work, ever.
I'm sorry.
Every major economist, trickle down economics has never been proven to work ever. When you're talking about tax
it's
cuts, this
absolutely
idea
in the
that if
academic
you,
literature.
no, it's not.
It's absolutely in the academic literature. I can pull up papers. I can pull up my textbook and show you.
I don't care about your textbook that was written by a capitalist.
I know. That's why you're a
What does that do
communist.
for me? It would be like if I didn't believe in God and you started trying to prove God exists by quoting me the Bible. That does nothing for me. We're just going to miss each other with this conversation.
What are you arguing for, Zach?
I know, it's like these are like age-old disputes that are just
Zach.
They're not even disputes anymore. Like it's
Zach.
it's
What are you
over.
arguing for? I want to know what. Or TJ, sorry. What are you arguing for? It sounded like Zach. I'm not sitting at my phone. It sounded like Zach. TJ, what are you arguing for? What do you want?
What am I arguing for?
Yeah.
In terms of
a solution to anything.
A solution to anything. It's kind of a broad question. You're gonna have to narrow it down a little bit.
Well, you were just talking about economics in your textbooks and shit like that. So
Yeah.
what are you arguing for?
So I guess the point that I'm making is Nate's correct, and that lower taxes and a lower regulatory burden economy is going to be the most ideal economy in terms of providing the most growth and lifting more people out of poverty.
Okay, that's wrong.
It's not wrong.
That's been proven wrong.
Why is that wrong?
Then give me your source on that.
That was proven wrong by the what is it? The golden age, the golden asshole, the golden whatever the fuck it was in the late 1800s, whatever they called it. Huh?
The golden
asshole.
What did they call it in the late 1800s? I can't even remember.
Gilded Age.
Gilded Age. Yeah. So the Gilded Age proved that wrong because we had like an 85% poverty rate at that point.
What's our poverty rate now?
We have approximately 35.9. Last I looked yesterday, it was 35.9 million Americans in poverty, which is right around 10%.
How are they measuring poverty?
By the poverty rate.
By their annual salary.
Okay. Yeah, I don't look at salary as a good barometer for poverty.
I bet that poverty rate is in your fucking textbooks too.
I don't know if the poverty rate's in the textbooks, but
how they figure poverty rate? I bet that's in your fucking textbooks because I read the same fucking textbooks.
I don't know if it's in the one that I have, but
de facto it is annual salary that is measures or what they use to affect poverty rate.
The most free market that we had in this country was in the mid to late 1800s, and that's when we ended up with an 85% poverty rate in this country. So I'm sorry.
Okay, well you need to take a logic class at the community college in your
area. So why don't we have an 85% poverty rate today, Mojo?
Because we have socialism.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do. We started instituting socialism after the Gilded Age. FDR would be the one that did it because of the fucking Great Depression. We started making sure that the people that were on the bottom weren't so fucking poor.
Having social programs is not the same thing as socialism.
It is.
Okay.
Combined with the dollar being the reserve currency of the world means we have more buying power and more security as well. But those factors, like nothing happens in a vacuum, right? Those factors combined are why we have, these levels.
Okay, I'm going to define socialism as the means of production being owned and controlled by the people as a whole. You are probably going to define socialism as the means of production being owned and controlled by the government. Now, the Social Security is a means of production. Medicare and Medicaid are means of production. This is healthcare. This is
no, they're not means of production.
They are. They're a means of a service, the production of a service. Services.
No, it's not a service.
It is.
No, it's not.
Healthcare is a fucking service.
Okay, well,
retirement is a fucking service.
Time out. But a social program is not a service. Like if you're just transferring money from one person to another, that's not a service. You haven't produced anything.
Are you fucking kidding? What does a waitress produce?
Time out. So what you're talking about in economics is called...
What does a waitress produce? What does a waitress produce? What does a waitress produce?
Why are you talking about waitresses?
Because it's a service economy, and I'm talking about goods and services.
Okay. What does a waitress have to... What does a waitress have to do with a transfer payment?
Because healthcare is a service.
Yeah, healthcare
and Medicaid are services.
They provide money for those services, but they in and of themselves, just transfer payments are literally excluded from GDP. They're not included in GDP, and there's a reason for that.
They are services. This is wild. Okay, so socialism is the government being... your definition is going to say that the government is in control of the production of goods and services. Services meaning healthcare or access to healthcare, because insurance companies are also a service. They don't provide healthcare, but they provide access to healthcare, and they're still considered a service. So Medicare and Medicaid is an insurance company, which is a service under our economic system, and that service is only controlled by the government, or I would suggest that it's only controlled by the people as a whole because we have a democracy.
Yeah, and I had those studies for TJ if he would like to hear them about trickle-down economics essentially never working.
I don't think it's black and white, Mojo.
It is black and white.
It most definitely is.
We're partially socialist here in the U.S. because of social programs.
Yes.
And then the fact that we are in a progressive tax system, and in the top 10% of earners pay 3/4 of all tax revenue taken in by the federal government. So that it's along a chasm, along a continuum, a spectrum of possibilities in regard to complete socialism or complete capitalism. It's not black and white in regard to that.
Okay, we're not talking about that.
Yes, you
are. No, we're not. He was asking why we no longer have an 85% poverty rate. And I explained because of socialism. And then he said we don't have socialism. Those are social programs. I explained why it's socialism instead of just social programs.
Well, I'm okay. Well, I'm not contesting what you said. I'm just adding to it.
You're not adding to it. You're changing the fucking subject. TJ, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But what you're saying is you're talking about the service after the money's received. But the process of transferring money from one person to another is not. It's literally not included in GDP. Like when economists go to
it is. It always is.
No, it's not. When economists go to
I'm sorry. When I buy a hamburger, I am transferring fucking currency.
But you're receiving a hamburger in the process. When the government
and I'm receiving insurance for healthcare in the process.
When the government takes money from one party and gives it to another, whether we agree with that, whether they should do that or not, there's no service or product that's been produced.
I'm sorry, but government spending is absolutely included in GDP.
Government spending is when the government spends the money to receive
spending.
Right. When the government spends money to do things like, I don't know, build a building, yes, that's included in GDP.
Or run an insurance company?
The government transferring money. It's the economic term is called transfer payments. If you go look up GDP,
or run an insurance, run an insurance company. Are insurance companies included in the GDP?
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know if insurance companies
when we pay interest on the national debt on the bonds that we issue to print money. Is that part of GDP?
The interest?
No, the answer is no.
So GDP is C plus I plus G plus X minus M.
The only reason that they do exclude it from the GDP is because it does not reflect current production.
Because it was
It doesn't
already
reflect any
added.
production.
It was already added when the money was taxed and given to the government. That's when it was added. So the
Right, but the
spending on
question
it's
is
not going to be added.
right. But the question is when you
So TJ, I'm sorry to interrupt. TJ is saying that it is not part of GDP. Payments from the federal government to social programs. There's no way that would be considered GDP.
And on top of that, when recipients spend the money, that those purchases are counted under the GDP as well. So
Of course,
so Social Security, the payment from Social Security to not Social Security. Let's do Medicare and Medicaid because these are going to be insurance companies.
Well, why don't you just use Snap?
So the payment from the government to a person for their health care under Medicaid is not going to be counted in the GDP, but the money that was transferred from the government to the person to the or the healthcare provider, that is included in the GDP.
yes,
Okay. So that service is included in the GDP.
yeah, I said that earlier.
Okay. So Medicare and Medicaid are included in the GDP as is Social Security, as is WIC, as is SNAP. All of these things are, yes, as soon as they spend the money, it's added into the GDP.
Yeah, once they spend the money, yes. But just
TJ
the
was spot
process of-
on in what he said. He's absolutely accurate that those payments to individual citizens in the form of welfare or social programs is not part of GDP.
You are so behind in this conversation, sir.
Am I?
Yes, you don't understand what we already moved past that portion.
Oh, I apologize. It sounded like you were still arguing against it. Who cares about okay.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily care about GDP either. I'm just telling you that this is it's socialism by definition, and the only reason we have lower poverty right now is because of socialism. There is no profit motive in making sure that poor people get health care. There's no profit motive in that.
Well, I think it's interesting that part of that, if people become, if the society becomes sick, it's kind of our responsibility to take care of those people who are disabled, handicapped, or whatever. I think it's a very kind thing. The problem is,
you sound like a
problem
Democrat.
is, and that is our culture.
Just stop there. You don't have to say anything after that.
Well, no, I think it is our culture to be kind to people who are less fortunate.
Perfect. That's perfect. You sound like a Democrat.
Well, the problem with that is,
since when is being kind to people or engaging in charity like a democratic thing?
Yeah, why is that
say
partisan?
charity? Nobody said charity.
I mean,
okay, so the thing is,
you're talking semantics.
The thing about that is we have all these nice programs to help people that are less fortunate, just like I said. But unfortunately, we have a lot of bad players out there that take advantage and exploit these things that come from other parts of the world that are in our country, which is a huge
Now you
problem.
want to bitch about immigrants again. What the fuck?
That's my main thing.
I get it.
Are you talking about Elon Musk? Because if you're talking about Elon Musk, I'm completely supportive of what you're saying right now. Talking about people coming from other parts of the world, mooching off our government. Yeah, you're right, Nate.
By the way,
I'm sorry.
Charity. Charity is.
You
want to
look up what
when
Elon
you say
Musk
charity.
did
You said charity for a particular reason, and that reason is that you're going to take it away from a government responsibility and move it toward charity. There's a reason that you say shit like that. That's why I had to correct you.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to TJ.
No, the point that I was making was that being generous and helping people who are in need is not a Democrat thing.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
In fact, if I remember correctly, I don't know if this is still true, but I think Republicans actually donate to charities more than Democrats.
They donate to churches more than Democrats.
And do churches engage in charitable activities?
Most of the time they buy fucking helicopters and mansions.
Really? Because the churches that I've gone to, not a single one of them have purchased a helicopter.
But they buy Cadillacs.
I don't know if that's true either.
Yeah, my childhood church, he had a 1964 GT Mustang, Ford Mustang, man. It was beautiful. Pastor had it, head of the church and everything.
Yeah, the
Wait, I'm
pastor's
sorry,
always
Mojo.
going to
Didn't you
have a
say that you
beautiful
used to
car.
own a Porsche?
I did.
Is
I'm a
he
Barbie.
the
Okay,
church?
do you
I'm a
not
Barbie
see the
girl, dude.
hypocrisy there?
No, I'm a Barbie girl.
Oh,
Dude, I've owned a
say I
Porsche
disagree with
too.
that.
I had a 996
I never owned a
turbo.
Porsche.
Mine was just a 924. It's one of the old school ones. It was the one
I like the
in
994
It was
though.
the one in 16 Candles that Jake pulled up in at the end of the movie.
Jake.
Well, of course it was, Mojo.
Jake
Of
and
course it was.
16 Candles. Oh, God.
Everybody my age wanted that fucking car. I'm sorry. And I happened to buy it after I got out of high school.
Everybody makes mistakes.
You were slaying it back then, huh?
Wow. Yeah.
To hug, you can't hug a memory, though.
That's what happens when you're fucking plagued with a beautiful mind. and humility. And humility.
So what is Elon Musk done?
I'm sorry, Ella. Just kidding.
What? No, I don't know why you're apologizing. I was just trying to chime in about the donation part. I was curious and I looked it up. So if you exclude, what is that? Tithes? Tithes?
Tithes.
If you exclude those, then the Democrats actually, or like the left actually donates more. The bigger difference is that Republicans tend to donate larger amounts to fewer organizations, and Democrats tend to donate smaller amounts to more organizations and are a bit more diverse in what they would donate to. So they would as to where the Republican side would donate more to religious organizations and maybe local community groups tied to their churches.
Perfect.
Sure. People donate.
We don't need federal government for any of that stuff.
It's important to them.
We can just be good people on our own and help your neighbor, help your community member.
Churches aren't good people.
Oh boy.
I'm not even going to comment on that.
You can't even guarantee that is going to make it past the pastor's wallet. You can't.
Yeah.
Well, the same thing with federal government.
Yes, you can. They have a trail, a paper trail.
That's true. That's true for charity organizations.
No, churches are not charity. Churches are not charity organizations, and nor do they have to supply their books to anybody.
Wait. I'm sorry. Corinne Brown spent how many years in jail? A Democrat?
Here's something important to understand that when you...
I don't think you want to compete.
These times...
Religious...
Hold on.
Sorry.
Ella was talking.
Yep. I'm continuing to read, but so the tithes, is that really how you pronounce that? That seems so weird to me.
Tithe.
Oh, okay.
It is kind of a tricky word if you're not if English isn't your first language.
Exactly. Yeah, I can't do it. So that thing, they are often used as the salaries for the clergy and staff, for building maintenance and utilities, for worship services. So it's not I think the difference lies there. It's it's not that churches are bad people per se, but it is that their donations don't immediately go back to the community or to minorities or whatever true community events you want to donate to or do charity for. It just goes to the church and to make it look pretty and to pay your pastor. So
yeah, but the church uses their facility. I mean, depending on the church, I'm not going to sit here and say that there aren't corrupt churches or that there aren't churches that don't do the right thing in terms of what with the resources they have. But they're definitely I've gone to churches where they open up their facilities and do have charity events, or they'll do something for the homeless. That's just, I mean,
they collect charity. They collect charity. They have charity events.
TJ, where I live in Idaho here, it's Mormon country, and they're beautiful people. They'll help out. They'll get a group of 12 people and go clean up somebody's yard, some old lady's yard or something, and it's really nice. And
Oh my God, it's so nice.
That's the sense of community that we've lost in a civilization with, removing politics completely.
Yeah, like the churches that the same churches that will give some breadcrumbs to the homeless person and then vote Republican against actual social programs that help hundreds of thousands of people. Miss me with that bullshit.
Well, you got to look at the long run. You got to the national debt.
Fucking hate that shit.
I'm not going to bitch about the national debt, but it is the number one issue facing this country next to immigration. Absolutely.
Immigration's more scary than the debt.
Yep.
Money's not real since we got off the gold.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, bro.
Yeah, borders aren't real either. Get over it, bro.
Agree. But yeah, don't lose sleep over this, Nate.
For anybody who thinks money's not real, if you could just send me your bank account login information.
Since we got off the gold standard, specifically.
When did we get off the gold standard, and why?
I don't know.
Send me your bank account login information, por favor.
Okay, so
it's an imaginary number that I need in order to survive. I just
Great.
have a
Then
bank
you'll have no
account,
problem.
log into
no
20 different fucking bank accounts.
Then you'll have no problem sending me your login information.
And what nefarious
I
reason
said I needed it to
for her bank
survive.
information?
Okay, then
Yeah.
I guess it's real. It's pretty real, then, isn't it?
I mean, you know what? I'll take that back. It's real for the poor and it's real for the middle class, but it's not real for the wealthy.
It's a real social construct, and it's a real physical exchange in order to have an economy at scale. That doesn't mean that what it is a real thing. It is a concept.
Wrong again.
I mean,
wrong again. How could you
prove me wrong?
Say that? How can you possibly say that? It is our currency, which we use to instead of trading and bartering in town square.
What kind of currency do we have? What's the type of currency?
It is the earmark of a developed nation.
What's the type of currency?
Just because it's not backed by any gold, because it's fiat currency, doesn't mean it's not recognized as having value.
Sure,
So,
but if everyone
I'm not
just
sure what your point is.
if the point is that if everyone got amnesia tomorrow and forgot, then it would disappear because it is a figment of our shared imagination.
Wow, buddy.
Do you have any idea how important currency is for the economy?
It's only yes, I do, and it is important to the stability of nations and our economy. But I'm talking about something else. I'm sorry that you can't track. It's all right. You guys go on.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about finance or economics.
Really?
Are you being sarcastic, TJ? Or I mean, you're the one who said trickle-down economics.
He works in finance. He's got a degree in finance.
Oh, yeah, because I was about to say. I mean, you did say trickle-down economics is undoubtedly good for the economy, which is wild.
That's what the academic literature suggests. So
no, the academic literature actually points in the exact opposite direction. It does not.
So this is.
I'm about to crash out like Steven and start accusing him of not being in finance.
Yeah, I don't think that you're in finance if you think trickle-down economics works. Trickle-down economics only works if we can ensure and regulate that they throw the money back into, like Mojo was saying, the wages, the betterment of the company. But they don't. They just throw it in stock buybacks, right?
So Nate, just to put some context from my background, I'm a licensed stockbroker. I'm also CFA candidate with level 1 already under my belt. If you don't know about the CFA, it's one of the most well-respected finance, economics, and investment certifications you can have.
They teach you how to read a study.
Not just in the United States, in the world. So when I go to take the exams, I actually have to bring my passport because it's a globally recognized certification. This is directly from one of my textbooks. Preconditions for growth. Countries that have not developed a system of property rights for both physical and intellectual property will have difficulty attracting capital. Tax and regulatory systems, all else equal, the lower the tax and regulatory burdens, the higher the rate of economic growth. Free trade and unrestricted cash flows. Free trade promotes growth.
Your book is wrong. I don't know what to tell you. David Hope and Julian Lindbergh did a study on this in 2020.
So Nate, I want you to ask yourself: are you going to trust CFA Institute curriculum, or are you going to trust?
Why are you talking to Nate?
Because what I'm going to tell you guys is going to be completely irrelevant. You're not going to listen to any of it. So, Nate, I want you to ask.
But I'm going to argue against it, though.
Let me finish. Nate, I want you to ask yourself, are you going to trust the CFA curriculum or are you going to trust some random people on TikTok?
I would not trust the CFA curriculum if my life fucking depended on it, bro. Multiple studies have been done on this. Academic studies that have actually tracked the economy through the years that have proven that trickle-down economics just doesn't work. Your book lied to you. I don't know what to tell you. It's the fucking Bible at this point. It's full of nice, beautiful fairy tales, but at the end of the day, all I do with it is wipe my ass.
TJ, I completely concur with you. I think supply side economics is the answer. I think we need to have we need to have limited government.
You guys want to go make out or something?
Yeah. And I think it's awesome.
I support it. I support your right to do that.
That was pretty well.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to laugh at that. That's perfectly acceptable. Sorry. Go ahead.
That being in that industry, you have to have a pretty intensive background check to. They go pretty deep down.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care about his qualifications. TJ,
I do. I think he's
do you care about? Okay, Nate here cares about the debt. Do you care about the debt, TJ?
Sure. I mean, you have to care about that at some point.
Okay, when was supply side economics instituted in the U.S. as a norm?
In the modern era, I mean, under Reagan.
Okay. Do you know what the debt was when Reagan took office?
I think earlier you said it was like $800 billion or something.
$700 billion.
Yeah.
He tripled the national debt when he was in office, and then H.W. Bush doubled what he tripled.
And we also brought down the Soviet Union as well by doing that.
Yeah.
I agree. But the modern era of trickle-down economics, the modern era of supply-side economics has led us to a $30 or $40 trillion debt.
Okay, so when Reagan took office, he took over for which president? Jimmy Carter, right?
Yeah.
So we were in an economic...
I was trying to say something smart-ass, but I couldn't.
We were in an economic... huge economic slump. Interest rates were like 19%.
Yeah,
inflation was through the
because
roof.
of Nixon and because of the
and
war in Vietnam.
Reaganomics fixed everything in the early 80s, and it was boom times. Unfortunately,
I agree, but we still kept adding to the debt because that's what trickle-down economics does, is it adds to the debt. It spends money while it's decreasing taxes, which means we're taking in less revenue, and it's always going to add to the debt.
In the short run, yes, but I'll refer back to
we have proven the short run doesn't exist with supply-side economics.
Let's move up about 40 years, and let's look at the 2017 Jobs and Tax Act. If you look at the revenue graph, revenue actually continues its upward trend as far as federal tax revenue after the tax cuts.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect. By the time the first year was by the time that it was fully implemented, the TCJA, we're already into COVID. And it did go up the following year. However, we didn't have a full year of that at that particular point because it took a little while to implement all those things. And then by the time that following year came around, we started moving into COVID. So no, we never actually got to see an increase.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's the big asterisk next to all that, which was COVID. But
I agree.
Trump had
you can't make a judgment. You can't make a judgment based on that. I agree with that.
And but there's duality in everything, and I understand that, and so the thing is, what's good for the economy is good for the people, but there are ramifications of that. And there are
that's
evil.
Bad for the economy, then supply side economics is bad for the economy.
No. But when the economy's booming and the velocity of money is increased, meaning it changes hands quite a bit more times, each of those transactions that that generates GDP is a taxable event, which creates tax revenue at either the local or the state or
but
the
you
federal
expect
level.
people to spend more money instead of save it or pay off debt, which is
Well,
exactly what didn't
unfortunately,
happen that didn't happen when we gave out stimulus checks.
But it's not a partisan thing.
I didn't say it was.
Our political leaders have failed us in regard to their fiscal responsibility. So government at whatever
I don't disagree,
level,
but it's supply side economics that they all utilize.
okay, I don't mean to but
Yeah, that was quite a
but there's duality in
that was
everything.
quite a screech that you had there. It
I know,
sounded
I
like
always
your balls
do that. I don't
dropped.
know what it is. Yeah, but I'm just saying there's duality in everything, and you can't just say black and white that supply side economics is bad. But,
Yes,
but
you
the
can.
thing is, and
Totally
my example post Jimmy Carter, post 70s, is viable in that the country was struggling, and that those economic policies brought us out of that. And yes, unfortunately, going forward with things like with the spending on the federal level, it's just out of control. But the thing is, you also cannot blame the sitting administration, because it's Congress that creates the spending, the budget and the spending bills in regard to discretionary spending.
Well, it's a mixture. I mean, it's usually the president and Congress that put together that come up with a spending bill, but the president has to sign it. So,
well, he does sign off on it, yeah, or he or she, president.
yeah, they can say no.
Like that?
No.
Yeah, AOC all the way.
Reminded me that we haven't had a woman president yet, so no.
Hey, what?
My only point is, TJ, I think you were just wrong about supply side economics. I think your textbook is wrong about supply side economics. I don't know why the fuck they would still teach that shit. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I mean, you're also a communist, so like, I'm not going to take what your opinion is very seriously.
No,
it's well known.
There's all sorts of studies that show this.
It's like a well-known fact within.
No, it's not a well-known fact.
Listen, you're different. You're an investment, so you're not actually in like. So I think investors and economists look at the world very differently, even though your guys' field is essentially running parallel to each other. Economists look at the data that is available to them and make a conclusive, conclusive. I don't know, theory based off of it. I'm sorry, I'm really struggling with words today. Conclusion. You're an investor, so whatever, conclusion, thank you so much. You're an investor, so whatever is good for you is what you are going to want to see. You are always going to look at data that supports your ideology because it makes sense to you, because that is how you make your money. No, economists don't necessarily make their money that way. They make their money by analyzing the economy.
So the thing is, real quick, I got to respond. Hold on, Nate. I got to respond.
The numbers that are published.
Nate.
No, I'm going
to. Nate. She was talking to TJ. Let TJ respond.
So in order to successfully invest, you have to look at things objectively, because if you don't look at things objectively, it could cost you a lot of money. So you can't be biased in your evaluation of investments. You cannot have your ideological views cloud your judgments in terms of evaluating an economic situation. So you're just factually wrong on that. In fact, two of the most respected news publications in the world are both financial publications, the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg. So you're just wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, and when you're talking about investment, you're talking about tax cuts. Absolutely, investment benefits from tax cuts. You do not benefit from getting taxed more. You just don't. So when you look at the economy, yes, you are always going to vie for tax cuts. That is what makes you money.
Because it's better for businesses.
But it only makes you money. You're a small sector of the economy. It does not benefit the middle class. It does not benefit the lower,
Yes, it
the
does.
impoverished class. It just doesn't, dude.
job.
And there's data to back it up.
Great job.
It's a well-known fact. It does not. It does not. Here's a study. Here's a study from David Hope and Julian Lindbergh. The economic consequences of major tax cuts for the rich. This was published in 2022. Thomas Hungerford made a study that analyzed top tax rates from 1945 all the way to 2012, finding that tax cuts with the American economy did not promote job growth, did not improve the living conditions of the average worker. These are well-known studies. This is not a small sample. No, it's not a sample at all, actually. It is no, stop.
Okay,
It's not a sample at all. It is actually analyzing the economy from 1945 to 2012 as a whole.
Okay, I'm going
This
to
is
give
a
you a
great
hint.
study.
Nate, I'm going to give you a hint. The more you talk over her, the longer it's going to take for her to get out what she wants to say. And then we all end up having to listen to both of you talk over each other. Just let her say what she's going to say and then respond. Please.
He left.
So this is from the paper, The Macroeconomic Effects of Tax Changes, Estimates Based on a New Measure of Fiscal Shocks. This is from the abstract section. Quote, the resulting estimates indicate that tax increases are highly contractionary. The effects are strongly significant, highly robust, and much larger than those obtained using broader measures of tax changes. The large effect stems in considerable part from a powerful negative effect of tax increases on investment.
Who did this study again?
Christina Romer and her husband, David Romer. They're both economists. And this is a paper, by the way, that has been cited nearly 4,000 times. High citations like that indicate that it's a very, very well done paper.
4,000 times shit, bullshit. Wait, you said it increases investments. Investments in what? I seem to remember her saying something about stock buybacks. That would be considered an investment.
It depends on how you're going to define investment.
That's why I asked about what's your definition of an investment.
Are you talking about CapEx?
I just said, she just told you that they end up, it could possibly work. That's what she had told you. B had told you this earlier. It could possibly work if they were actually giving wage increases, if they were actually improving their businesses. But if all they're using the money for is stock buybacks or investments, then you're not helping the economy at all.
You guys are only looking at the economy from a monetary perspective, and you can't do that.
No, I'm looking at it and how it benefits the average person.
You should also look at it in terms of the products and services that are provided throughout the economy.
Okay, we're falling miserably behind on that shit.
No, it's been unbelievable, the explosion in the standard of living. I mean, you literally have homeless people with access to iPhones and the internet.
Okay.
Yeah, do
that
they
is
have access to
unheard
homes?
of throughout history.
TJ, I want to ask you something. Do they have access to homes? No.
Yes.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Listen, it's okay.
This is so
It's
fucking
okay. They have access to
They're not iPhone-less. They're not iPhone-less, TJ. They're homeless.
Biometrics.
Sorry,
I want to clarify. Most iPhones are not made in the United States of America. Actually, I think the vast majority of them are not made in the United States of America. That is not American manufacturing. That is not increasing our economy in any way, shape, or form. What was the other thing you said?
Why not?
Why? Because they're made by little Chinese kids with little fucking hands. What are you talking about?
So?
I would like to chime in that they don't have the phone. Let's not even focus on just the iPhone, but they don't have the phone for shits and giggles. They have the phone in order to try and get out of the homelessness that they find themselves in. Because today, that is a necessity, right? In order to do so, you have to be able to apply to jobs. You have to be able to find shelter. You have to be able to do all those things. And everything is on the internet these days. Not to mention that a lot of homeless people share a phone among several people. Like, it's not a luxury, it's a necessity for them to get out of the situation that they're in. And even then, it's not always helpful.
That's not the point. The point is that the explosion in growth isn't just monetary, it's also technological. So in economics, we call it total factor productivity, where you have an explosion in technological advancement. And that increase in technological advancement increases the standard of living among everybody.
But that is
something I want.
Homeless people having an iPhone is not an increase in standard of living. I don't know.
Would it be better if you took their iPhone away from them? Do you think they would be better off if you took that phone away
That's
from
not
them?
what she's saying. You guys are talking. You're talking past her, TJ. That's not what she's saying.
That is what she's saying.
What I want to say is that if people who are struggling, not just homeless people, but poor people and lower middle class, if they can't buy a home, they're doing what? They're renting, right? How are they? And when you are asserting that trickle down economics grows the economy, are homeless people and lower middle class and even middle class people out spending money growing this economy? Are they spending?
Sure.
No, they aren't, because they don't have the money because they're paying their rent. They're struggling to pay their rent and get food on the table. That's not growing the economy.
Okay, so they can all stop.
Are they out spending money?
What do you think would happen if they all stopped paying their rent? What do you think would happen to the economy?
Well, that's one factor.
Do you think that would be kind of a bad thing for the economy?
Well, yeah, but
Okay.
Are they out spending money? Are they going Christmas shopping? Are they buying birthday presents? Are they paying for their health care? Those are the things that grow the economy. So if trickle down economics were a real thing, right? Then the investors and Walmart and corporations would be, hey, we're getting rich. We're gonna increase wages, and we're going to give back, and we're going to create more jobs, and no, that's never ever worked. I don't know where you think that could. It's never worked ever.
Wait, I'm sorry. Make your last point again.
That trickle down economics does not grow the economy.
No. Because the logic train that you were talking about with like Walmart. Go through that one more time for me.
So if Walmart is getting rich and corporations are getting rich and banks are getting rich and investors are getting rich, they're not giving back to society in any way. They're getting bonuses. They're getting bigger paychecks. They're not increasing their wages. Look at the wages. Wages have been stagnant.
Well, so the only way
people spend money. How can people get a mortgage? How can people have a deposit for a mortgage?
So Walmart gives back in terms of the products that they provide to people. When we're talking about Walmart, it's actually people who are low wage people.
Walmart, correct me if I'm wrong, but they keep people at a certain wage, right? And how does that work? Somebody else knows this about what Walmart does.
They keep their wage just below the line so that they are forced to collect like food stamps. That way the government has to subsidize basically their workers because they want to make billions in profit instead of actually paying their workers enough so they can cover their own health care and food. Because I kind of conflated those. Sorry. I was talking about food specifically.
Yeah. So Walmart's not doing any favors for anybody. They're getting government subsidies.
If you think Walmart is that bad, I'm going to ask you a question. If every Walmart in the country disappeared tomorrow, what would happen?
You would
have
shit.
thing.
All the people.
You would have shit tons of competition created. There would be new shops popping up every single fucking day in every community across this nation if every Walmart disappeared tomorrow.
Yeah, all the shops they crushed would have an opportunity to come back.
Also, why don't they do that now?
Because they can't.
Because of Walmart.
Been crushed.
Wait. I'm sorry. Wait. Stop. Hold on. Is Walmart holding a pew to their head?
No, but if they try and start a business, they'll just lower.
Yeah, actually, economically, yes.
Yeah, they're holding a low wage worker in fucking Bangladesh to their head. That's what they're doing. We can't compete with that, dude.
It is capitalism specifically that's holding.
I've never gone to a Walmart in Bangladesh.
Hold on. it is capitalism that is metaphorically holding a gun to their head because they have to make money in order to live. So they have to work somewhere. They might not be living in an area that there are a lot of other opportunities. So they have to work at Walmart to survive. In order to work at Walmart to survive, you get such a pay that you also have to get money from the government in order to eat food. You understand that?
People who work at Walmart full time can't make a decent living.
You should
define decent.
Wait,
Okay.
Don't do Jordan Peterson. Define decent.
You should want these large corporations to disappear, because that puts more competition in the marketplace. Because there's still going to be a demand for the products that they sell. But if you get rid of the super large companies, then there's a bunch of people that are going to be able to start up smaller businesses selling and doing the exact same thing that Walmart was doing. And that creates a lot of opportunity for people. And that's also going to give you a competitive marketplace.
There's nothing stopping people from doing that now. There's nothing stopping you.
Walmart is.
No, there's nothing stopping you.
Wait, hold on. There is, because Walmart will specifically lower their prices until those companies go out of business.
Or they buy them out.
So Walmart is able to provide a very inexpensive product to the public.
They have enough money in the bank to where they can actually take a loss.
Yeah.
For a while, just to run these businesses under.
Do you think
and
people
they're
are going to
catering
shop?
to people,
Right.
and they're catering to people who need to find the best deal because they don't make enough money.
No, but people don't go to Walmart because their prices are expensive. People go to Walmart because their prices are low.
Okay, so you're missing the point. The point is,
what I just said.
That, just really quick, that if a person who is struggling financially, are they going to go to Ned's hardware store and buy a wrench for, I don't know, how much a wrench is? I mean, at Walmart. Are they going to buy a wrench for, let's say they're $10. Are they going to buy it?
It's a lot of different wrenches.
Whatever. So are they going to buy the one from the small mom and pop shop on Main Street? Or are they going to get it, $5, $10 cheaper at Walmart?
Okay, so if Walmart's providing products,
are you going to answer my question, please?
Yes, I am. If you'll let me finish. God, I only got 3 words out. So Walmart is providing products to people at a lower price. You're saying that it would be better if these people went and paid higher prices.
I'm asking you,
if people paid higher prices for these products.
Sorry, TJ. I'm asking you, is this person who's struggling financially, are they going to buy the wrench? Okay, speak to the wrench, okay? It's a specific example. Are they going to go to Ned's hardware store on Main Street and buy it for the higher price, or are they going to go to Walmart and buy it for $10 cheaper?
They're going to go to Walmart to buy it for $10 cheaper.
Thank you. And hence, what happens? They price out the smaller businesses, and that's bad for the economy. That's bad for competition.
So you think it would be better if...
Do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree in terms of what you're suggesting, because what you're suggesting is that it would be better if prices for goods and services were higher.
In a sense, actually, TJ, because it becomes this revolving door of we have to buy from Walmart because they're cheaper, but then the person buying from Walmart is also working a similar wage to those who work at Walmart, right? So the Walmarts of the world, the Amazons of the world, not only are they contributing to the loss of these small businesses, but they're also contributing to the loss of wages overall. And they're setting the standard of what
they're also providing products at a much more affordable price.
Comes with the prices.
I have a question.
Cheaper products.
So, if Walmart goes away, and these new shops on Main Street pop up, they might start more expensive, but because of the competition, because it won't just be one Walmart, it'll be many little shops. Wouldn't the price go down eventually?
No, because Walmart's always had a low price model. And they've been around for how many years now?
They have a low price model because they buy cheap shit from China. But if you add tariffs, then they're going to have to raise their prices anyway. But I think the problem actually lies in the fact that if they can run all the other companies out of business, they can charge whatever they want.
But they're not doing that. So even if that's true, no, because they're operating with their products. People shop at Walmart because their products are so inexpensive.
TJ, do you like American made products?
If it's then you're
can I
proving my
finish?
point.
Hello.
Sorry, I was just running to
Can I
her.
talk?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Or once they've run everybody, fuck. Now I don't even remember what the fuck I was going to say. God, you fucking asshole.
Once they run the competition out of town?
No, that's not what I was going to say. I don't remember now. You said that they have a low-cost price model. They have switched everything. Yeah, they've switched everything to China, which is not necessarily bad. I don't think that's necessarily bad. If they can produce products cheaper, they should produce things cheaper. I don't know that we should be producing hammers in the U.S. that are cheap and break after a year. I don't know that that's something that we'd be good at or something we should be focusing on.
But that's the point.
But if they can raise their prices once they run everybody else out of business, then they will. And they do that in smaller areas. They do raise their prices. They don't have the same prices all over the country.
Even if they don't, the term boutique is synonymous with like small mom and pop shops, right? And that's for a reason. And the word boutique has a positive connotation because it generally refers to something that's made with quality by hand. And that's what we're losing out on a lot. And there are some things that can be made cheaply in China that are perfectly fine. I'll agree with that. But there's also a lot of stuff that we don't have access to anymore because everything's been like fucking optimized to the point where the strength of a whatever screw is just barely so that it withstands a certain type of wood, but then you go into a slightly harder type of wood and it breaks. And like just little shit like that is what I think what draws people to wanting to buy American made things. Obviously not every little thing should be made in America, but like we need the boutique mom and pop shop so we can have quality products again and pay our American workers in order to do so.
Yeah, Ella, to answer your question, competition does to answer your question, competition does help determine the market, but also scarcity, right? Like the more scarce a product is, the more expensive it becomes, as well as wages. And so this like ever revolving door, I guess that's not even the proper term. It's just always bouncing back and forth. You know, wages go up, commodities, depending on what it is, can go up as well. Scarcity, things start to become scarce, and then things go down. Once more competition is in the market, then prices can go down. I'm not sure what that would look like for America because America hasn't been a manufacturing hub for a very long time.
So I'm going to. I'm sorry.
No, go.
I am not good at economics. But I'm trying to understand. And so I'm looking at a real world example, in this case, myself. So I used to live closer to the city, well, in the city really, and I had access to farmers markets and small mom and pop shops. And my groceries were cheaper than where I am now, which is in the suburbs, where the only thing available to me are the large, like, grocery chains. And even though you would think that they're cheaper, they're not. Like, so how does that then work in your logic, TJ? How would you explain that?
What do you mean? Well, what? Sorry. How do I explain?
Well,
what
you
again?
were saying that a Walmart is typically cheaper than a mom and pop shop, and I'm telling you that in real life it worked out the very opposite for me. So how do you explain that?
Well, I mean, somebody was able to set up shop and sell products at a cheaper price than Walmart is. That's how I explain it.
Nobody's selling anything cheaper than Walmart.
She just said they were. That was her whole point.
Walmart could have raised their prices because if No, go ahead,
if these larger chains are supposed to be so much better and so much cheaper, then why is it that me as a regular person was in the city where I had access to farmers market and local mom and pop stores? Why is it that my groceries were that much cheaper getting it from there than it is now from these large chains in the suburbs?
Because they had no overhead. They had no overhead, Ella. It's straight farm to table.
No.
Gotcha.
No, it's because there's less competition in those where the chain stores are at because they've already run the mom and pops out of business, which means they get to charge whatever they want because most people aren't willing to travel that far to buy something cheaper. So they're
Right.
not going to go into the town to buy something cheaper at a farmer's market when they can buy whatever they're going to buy at the local Walmart because it's right up the street.
There's more options in
the
the city, really quick. There's more options in the city, any bigger city, and there's less options in the suburbs. And like where the main streets are, like the little towns, all that stuff has gone to, I mean, how many little towns do you see with little mom and pop shops anymore, or any variety of them?
So
The bigger stores have run them out of business.
So Ella, real
In the
quick.
cities, I'm sorry, really quick, I'll finish up. In the cities, you find more boutiques.
Yeah, you gotta kind of think of Walmart as like a kind of like a plague of locusts, right? It goes through a town, undercuts all the businesses, and then it basically puts all the businesses out of all out of work. And when everybody gets too poor to really shop there, the Walmart decides to close shop and then move out, and the town is basically left in ruins economically.
So Ella, I'm sorry. I just want to understand your situation. Were you saying that which location had the farmers markets?
I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? So, like, wherever I lived previously, I was in an area that didn't really have the big chain grocery stores. It just had farmers markets and, like, small mom and pop shops. And after I moved, I was forced to move into the suburbs for whatever reasons. It's not applicable here. But so after I moved into a more suburban area, and all of a sudden, all that is available to me are the large chain grocery stores. But when I listen to you talk about Walmart, you claim that everything is cheaper at the large chains than it is at a mom and pop store. And my real life experience was the opposite of that. And it's not that one mom and pop store was able to provide me the things cheaper than these grocery stores are. They all were as a collective, because I wouldn't just shop at one place. I shopped at several places, right? So I'm genuinely coming from a place of trying to make sense out of what you're arguing for, and I can't.
So I'll try to answer as objectively as possible without diving into all the details. I suspect the first place you lived in, you probably lived somewhere that was more country, so to speak. Whereas when you moved into the suburbs, real estate's going to be more expensive, which means it's going to be more expensive to set up a mom and pop shop in that area. So in that situation, it's not even necessarily Walmart's fault. It's just that the real estate it's the real estate, so just so much more expensive. Walmart.
I was in downtown Seattle.
I'm telling you that's not the case.
It was the opposite. I was in downtown Seattle, and downtown Seattle does not have there's no Walmart, there's no Kroger. We don't have that in downtown Seattle. What we do have is smaller mom and pop stores and the farmers market, the local farmers market. So that's where I would shop, and it was cheap. Now when I go to the store, I pay double.
I wonder,
he's
Ella,
talking about cost of living. He's talking about average rent, average mortgage prices, what the gasoline costs out there, stuff like that. I think he's talking about those things.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to answer as objectively as I can, I just need more information.
I wonder, Ella, if because Seattle is a very lib town, if legislation was put into place to sort of keep those large conglomerates out.
AOC kept Walmart. She kept Walmart out of New York City.
I think it was Amazon you're thinking of.
Oh yeah, I think you're thinking of Amazon.
But you have
Amazon. Sorry.
You have to see the problem with with monopoly, right? I mean, you have to see that problem, right, TJ?
Well, I mean, yeah, but I don't consider Walmart to be like they're an oligopoly. I wouldn't consider them to be a monopoly.
Well, maybe not in every marketplace, but can you concede to the fact that they are monopolies in specific places?
I mean, I guess sure. If you want to isolate like a specific geographic region, sure.
Yeah, and I think that's where they make most of their money is in those places. They get to run everybody under, and then they get to charge higher rates at those places because they're the last man standing.
I don't know. I mean, Walmart shopping at Walmart is not the same thing as shopping at like
Louis Vuitton or like
No, of course
Michael
not.
Kors.
The purse isn't going to be fucking $30,000, but still, it's going to be more expensive than if you had Walmart next to a Target, next to a King Soopers, next to a mall, a shopping mall with local boutique shops. If you put all those things together, then the price of whatever purse you're talking about is going to be cheaper, obviously, because you have competition. But when the competition goes away, Walmart can charge higher prices, even for the fucking TV that you could probably go down to a Costco and buy for $500. But if they're the only place that people can go to, it's probably $600 or $700 there.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how. Like, I haven't looked at like how they price in terms of like geographic locations.
Well, every business is going to price that way, aren't they? Isn't that what you're taught in business school, to price that way?
Well, I mean, just like in economics, if there's less supply in a certain area, then yeah, prices are going to go up. That's true for
exactly.
That's true whether you're a large business or a small business.
Yeah, but if they have the capability of running other companies under, they can make sure that there is less supply in that marketplace.
So whatever business operates the most efficiently, they by definition are going to be able to have a better chance of running other businesses out of business.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but that also gives them a better chance of running everybody out and then raising the prices and forcing everybody to pay higher prices, and they can pay lower wages for workers because there's no other place to work either.
Right, but you also have to remember that if prices are going back up, then that means other people are going to want to enter the market.
Sure, but it's cyclical. They just get to start the whole process over again. They can make sure that none of those companies can come in, that they can't even start their business.
They even buy out some of the more regional, smaller stores. Like, does anybody know what happened with Toys R Us? Like, that was a very solvent corporation.
Didn't they make really bad stock market choices?
That's not what I read. I read that Toys R Us was a very solvent corporation that had employees that they stayed there had careers at Toys R Us. And a bigger corporation bought them out. Sorry.
Wait, they filed for bankruptcy. How are they solvent?
I think they went under. I think the majority of the reason that Toys R Us went under was because of online marketplaces.
I think they also had a lot of debt too.
iPads.
All right.
Huh?
I was going to say iPads.
You just watched
put toys out of business.
Yeah, it's like they had a storefront, but like they just couldn't compete with like the Amazons and the central hubs for where you get stuff. Like no one's going to Amazon for toys; they're just going to go to fucking Amazon. Obviously,
it was a
they know they got their Prime delivery and everything.
I think they also had a lot of debt.
No, I think you guys should look it up. I think Toys R Us went under for other reasons, and that was because corporations bought them out and caused them to go under. And that happens a lot.
She's right. Yeah, that's the number one reason. I just looked it up. She said Tennis is right. It says in 2005, a group of private equity firms, Bain Capital, KKR & Co., and Vornado Realty Trust bought out Toys R Us for about $6.6 billion. Much of the purchase was financed with debt that was placed on Toys R Us itself, not on the buyers. As a result, the company owed billions, it paid hundreds of millions of dollars each year in interest, and it had much less money to renovate stores or reinvest in e-commerce.
And before all that happened, thank you. And before all that happened, it was not an insolvent company. It was a thriving company. And that kind of thing that she just outlined for you, it happens in a lot of different, it happens with food companies, it happens with fast food companies. This is a thing. This is like Elizabeth Warren, which she really talks a lot about this and tries to come up with, regulations to prevent this from happening. But yeah, private equity is buying out smaller corporations and causing them to go bankrupt. And those people lastly, I'll land my plane, and those people who worked for those companies lose their jobs.
I think you have that backwards. I think usually companies are on the verge of going bankrupt and then they get bought.
Well, didn't B just read you the article about it? I mean, did you just like
but you didn't
go in one ear and out the other?
You didn't listen to all of it either. She ended that article or that paragraph with they couldn't compete with e-commerce.
That was part of. I'm sure that there was a factor, but without private equity going in and buying them out, that wouldn't have happened. And that's what I read when it was a while ago when I did this.
I don't know why you think that. Like, they just didn't. I'd have to look into Toys. I need to look into it.
I would suggest you take a look at it.
I should restart. I have a question for you, TJ. How do you feel about Temu and the de minimis tax?
I don't know much about it, so I can't really comment on it.
De minimis? What was that word? That was
De minimis. De minimis. It means like negligible.
Small. Yeah.
It's Latin.
A tariff. I'm sorry. It wasn't a tax. It was a tariff. If you imported less than $700 worth of products, then you don't have to pay a tariff on those products. Donald Trump got rid of that exception for de minimis, and that has basically shut down Temu from working in the U.S.
Okay, I mean, I'm not a fan of tariffs, so
there's a whole shitload of that ones that just got issued.
Yeah,
he just issued a bunch on claiming that he's doing it because of unfair trade practices in other countries' marketplaces or how they treat their workers. Which
I'm not. So for context,
that's the whole slab of new tariffs going out today.
I'm not sure if I've spoken with you before, but I'm actually not a Donald Trump fan. So
we're just talking about tariffs.
You voted for him though, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't vote at all then?
Yeah, no, I didn't vote. I thought you knew this.
Yeah, I did. I just can't. I talked to too many fucking people. I try to remember what everybody said they voted for and shit, but I can't remember all the time. Sorry.
Why didn't you vote?
I mean, I didn't like either person, and also my brother was getting married at the time, and so I was busy doing lots of stuff and just didn't like one, I was out of town. Two, I just was, because I was busy.
Excuses.
I didn't research the issues as much as I normally would have, and I was just like, I'll just sit this one out.
Wait, this last election you sat out?
Is it?
Yeah, 2024.
Hold on, hold the fuck on. You're telling me that you study the economy and you just decided to not vote? Like, what the fuck?
Isn't that quite privileged of you? Like, in being the student that you are and understanding the economic situation in this country the way you do you not think that it is a privileged position for you to choose to sit it out? I think it's kind of fucked up.
I don't know what you mean by privileged.
Totally fucked up.
It's a privilege to be able to make the choice and say, I don't it's whatever. I didn't really research it. I'm too busy. I'm going to sit this one out. While there are people in this country who probably go to the voting box because they really need something to change in this country. So yes, privileged.
Yeah, even if you didn't feel strongly about any candidate, you still should have had an opinion. A bit the ideas on how the economy is ran are wildly different. So
I do have an opinion. You've been talking about my opinion for the last hour now.
I realize, but one of the two is likely more aligned than neither one of them. So how can you, in good conscience, just say that I'll do nothing at the end, where maybe the worst outcome is possible if I don't contribute?
Wait, repeat your question again?
Head Mojo.
I just want to explain the privilege a little bit here. If your life is not going to change too much, no matter who the president is, then you are very privileged in the life that you lead, because there are a lot of people that were greatly affected by who was chosen as the president.
Yes, thank you, Mojo.
And not only that, aside from the economy, there are other really, to me, pressing reasons why we need to vote, like civil rights. Like, wouldn't you does that concern you at all?
Well, that's a privilege too. If he doesn't have to worry about civil rights violations, he is privileged in the fact that he is a white man living in a white man's world and doesn't have to worry about shit like that.
I wish it was a Barbie movie.
That's okay. Never mind. I'm not going to comment on that.
Right? It has to be true.
Legal protections for minorities than there are for whites.
Oh
That's
my!
a privilege.
And why do you think those are necessary? Good.
Well, why they're there is irrelevant to the point that I'm making. There are more legal protections for minorities.
It's completely relevant to the point you're making.
Why did they need those legal protections? Why do those legal protections have to be made?
Which legal protection are you talking about?
The ones you're talking about.
Multiple protections.
The one you're talking about.
I'll give you a recent example.
Okay,
Time out. Provisions that
Stop.
Provisions that prevent ICE from racially profiling.
If you guys want to talk about this, you can talk about it calmly. I'm not in the mood to deal with you guys yelling. So
that's privilege too. Listen to the privileged white guy, and don't yell.
I would like you to notice, TJ, that the people. I would like you to notice that the people who are yelling at you the loudest are probably the ones that needed the protections. Just so you know.
Okay, well that's fine. But they can talk to me in a rational tone. I'm not in the mood to deal with people yelling right now.
With that said, Wall, please read my head because what the fuck? No, I mean that's why I said talking the loudest. At least I think that's what I said. That's what I said in my head. Mojo.
No, that's what you said.
Just on a side note. Yeah. Mojo, just on a side note, the Clockwork Spire fucking sucks, okay? I cannot figure it out. That is all.
What is the Clockwork Spire? Which one is that?
It's it's the last spire I need in Crimson Desert, and I've been running around in this bitch for like a good hour now, and I'm mad about it.
What do you have to do? What can't you figure out?
I can't figure out how to get to the top. It's one of the spires where you have to get to the top in order to get to the abyss, and I can't figure it out.
Is it mirrors?
Is it what?
Mirrors that you have to adjust? I mean, is there something you have to do, or are you just trying to climb stairs, and you can't get up, or what? Okay, I'll look it up. Never mind. Go ahead. You guys continue.
When was the last time you voted, TJ? In a presidential election, I'll say.
2020.
And who did you vote for?
I voted for Trump in that one.
Okay. Now, if you could have voted, who would you have voted for? Or if you were inclined to vote, shall I say, in the 24 election?
I probably would have voted for Trump, although I wouldn't have been happy about it.
Okay, so do you have any, now that he's in his second term, do you have any specific issues with how he's running the country?
Sure. I mean, like I said, I'm not a fan of tariffs. I think that he has abused the legal system pretty significantly. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, like the last, I don't know how many years, I would say probably since 2020, like I just haven't followed politics as closely as I used to.
But you're up here talking about politics.
Okay, shit. I haven't done this one. Sorry.
So what do you think about the immigration situation?
I mean, from everything on the fringes that are very extreme, I think people on the extreme left are like, let everybody in, no questions asked. And I think that's very stupid. People on the extreme right are like, nobody should come in. And I think that's also very stupid.
So, I mean, do you agree with the way that the immigration laws are being enforced presently?
I mean, I'm not an attorney, let alone an attorney in terms of immigration. I know that I would say that the government certainly has a right to enforce immigration laws. How and what those laws should be is a different question. Every country has immigration laws, and they should have immigration laws. There are security concerns that you have to take into consideration. What those laws should be, and how you should enforce them is a very different question.
So when you saw Trump deploying troops, first of all, the National Guard in certain cities to enforce immigration, was that something you were on board with?
I mean, I don't know enough about the situation, like in who was getting arrested and who wasn't getting arrested, to really be able to make that determination. Like,
wait, how old are you?
I'm 35.
35. So, I mean, you're old enough to know that we don't have, prior to his taking his second term, we haven't had military on our streets, right? Like, you know that.
What do you mean we haven't had military on our streets?
We haven't had the National Guard or masked immigration soldiers on our streets. We've never had that since, I don't know.
Immigration
We haven't had
soldiers?
the
I don't know if
National
that's
Guard
true.
since 1969, I don't think.
Essentially, we've never had it where it looked like a full-on military invasion on our streets.
I don't know if that's true.
We haven't. And
Remember
so
in downtown LA?
we had active duty military in LA. Okay. And
I thought the Kent State thing had included that. Wasn't the National Guard involved in the Kent State?
Yes, that was 1969. Kent State, 4 people were unalived. Yes.
Oh, I was thinking that was in the 70s for some reason.
That was 69. So I'm just wondering what your perception is of that.
I don't know what the laws are.
Either way, you weren't born in the 70s either, were you?
No, I wasn't born in the 70s.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
But historically speaking, knowing that was the only time in history between now and then we've had military deployed on our streets. I'm just wondering what your perception is.
So are you mad about the military being deployed on the streets, or are you mad about why they're being deployed on the streets?
Yes, I think it's unsafe. I think that we're a free country and that we should be turning our military against our citizens and against human beings on our streets.
So you're against what happens.
And the resulting, and concomitantly, people have unalived because of it.
Okay, so then you're going to be against the military enforcing civil rights, because that's what happened. We deployed the National Guard to enforce the Civil Rights Act. You're aware of this, right?
That is not why the National Guard was deployed in 1969.
But you just said that you're against deploying the National Guard. They were deployed in order to enforce civil rights.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were.
You're talking about Brown versus Board of Education, which was 1954.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that was the Supreme Court had to enforce the law to allow a little child to enter a public school.
Well, but that's irrelevant to the point that I'm making. You said specifically, like, I was very clear about this. I asked you if you were just against the National Guard being deployed, and that's what you said you were mad about. The National Guard was deployed in order to enforce the civil rights. Are you mad about that?
Not in 1969, not at Kent State.
No, not
it doesn't. When it
1969.
happened is irrelevant. The point is they were deployed to enforce civil rights.
No,
It's
they
completely
were not.
relevant.
Listen, TJ,
Well, I think it was different.
the reason they were deployed in 1969 was because students were protesting. They were speaking out against the Vietnam War, and they were on campus, and they were pewed on their campus.
But I'm not talking about that instance.
Yes, I am.
Then what instance are you talking about?
When the National Guard was deployed to enforce civil rights in the South.
In the South?
Yes.
Yeah, I think all three of us are not even thinking about the same era. Like when I said military deployed, I was talking about how ICE was deployed to LA and just came in fucking on like basically Humvees and shit, and just like dominating the streets and taking people.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Dennis,
terrorizing
you said
people.
that you were against the National Guard being deployed against Americans. The National
Yes.
Guard was deployed against Americans to enforce the Civil Rights Act.
It was, listen, let's be clear. If you're talking about Brown versus Board of Education or Little Rock, Arkansas, what happened was the governor defied the Supreme Court.
Sure.
Okay. So President Eisenhower deployed National Guard to escort children into public schools.
Sure.
Yes, you
and the
are
National
correct.
Guard was never used to enforce the Civil Rights Act.
Correct. Do you understand the difference?
Okay, well, regardless, they were deployed to enforce civil rights, whether it was very specifically to the Civil Rights Act.
1954. That was like 80 years ago.
That's not the point. The point is they were deployed.
Yes.
She said she's against the National Guard being deployed against Americans. They were very specifically deployed against Americans in that instance. Are you against that?
No, I'm not against.
Okay, then you're mad about. Then you're not mad about the National Guard being deployed. You're mad about the National Guard being deployed against things that you don't like.
No, hold on. Are you talking about the southern states that were part of the Reconstitution?
They were
No.
The southern states?
No, he's talking about Brown versus Board. When they were, and that is 1954.
Yeah, and the governor was defying the Supreme Court. Okay, the governor of the state was saying, no, we are not going to desegregate. We are going to prevent children, despite the Supreme Court saying that they had to desegregate. The governor said, no, fuck you. All right. So they brought the National Guard in and they escorted children into schools. Okay?
Right.
They didn't pew anybody. And that's exactly what they did. TJ, the way that the National Guard is being deployed, was being deployed until the Supreme Court spoke up, around Christmas last year and said no National Guard.
Can I mediate this?
Go ahead.
All he's trying to say is that you're okay with the National Guard being deployed, but for the right reasons. That's all he's trying to say. And you can just say yes.
That. He didn't say that. He said that they were somehow deployed to protect people, to protect civil rights. Yes. In terms of those children, yes. But not those. They were deployed in '69 against students who were protesting. It's a wholly different story.
Right, but my point is that your claim that you're against the National Guard being deployed against Americans is incorrect. You're against the National Guard being deployed against Americans to fight things that you don't like.
I am not. I am against them for being deployed against Americans, not against defiant governors.
Yeah, but for things you don't like. You can say yes to that. There's nothing wrong
No,
with that.
I'm not.
It doesn't change your argument.
He's blurring. He's trying to muddy the waters, and
no, it doesn't change your argument.
No, that's not. No, yeah.
No, I know it doesn't. But he's trying to make it. He's trying to state it a different way, and he's incorrect. He's not acknowledging what I'm saying. He's not acknowledging that the military is being deployed on the streets, and people are unaliving because of it.
Well, for one, the National Guard is. I mean, it's in the name. It's the National Guard. Their role is to protect the United States from within the United States, right? When 9/11 happened, it was the National Guard that launched fighter pilots up into the air to shoot down any planes that might have been hijacked. The National Guard, the purpose of the National Guard is to protect the United States from within the United States. Now, let me finish my point.
But generally not from Americans.
Okay, but whether you agree with why they're being deployed is a different question. But that is the point of the National Guard.
Well, I've made it clear what I disagree with. And I'm asking you whether you agree with deploying soldiers on our streets, to terrorize people who are protesting and speaking out against the government.
If that's really what's going on, then yeah, obviously I would disagree with that. If they're being deployed because there's a genuine threat to the United States, that's a different question.
You think there's a genuine threat to the United States right now?
Do I think there's a genuine threat in terms of
anything?
Not anything.
There's always threats that could occur within the United States.
There's always, you're speaking generalities. Are there specific threats within the United States that would require the National Guard?
Sure. So, for example, when the conflict with Iran broke out, the FBI actually sent a warning to the state of California about drones being deployed within the United States. So, yes, there are threats that can occur within the United States. Absolutely.
Come on, be for real.
I thought that was even credible.
It's so disingenuous.
That's not disingenuous. You can look that up. That actually happened.
Yeah, that's called like fear mongering.
Yeah, agree. That wasn't a real claim.
Wait, what drones are they talking about? I don't even know if that's true.
It was a claim that was made, but no, it was not true. There was no credibility to it.
So there's a fear that Iran has snuck drones into the United States to launch attacks from within the borders of the United States.
With what? What are they going to attack with?
Drones.
Kamikaze the drones?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Are you not following with like modern warfare and like what's going on with drones?
Kamikazing them into people or something?
No, into buildings.
They're into buildings? They're not sneaking drones big enough to do any damage to buildings into the country.
I mean, I don't know how you would know that, but
because they don't fucking sell those. What the fuck?
They would have done it a long time ago.
Yeah, individuals can't own a fucking drone big enough to do damage to a fucking skyscraper.
One second.
Everyone in California thought it was just like going to be, what is it when a country launches attack against its own citizens and then says that somebody else did it?
False flag.
False flag. Yeah, everyone in Cal, we all thought it was just going to be some false flag to get rid of us.
I could understand if we were worried about them having predator drones that they could fly over the ocean over here or something like that, but fuck, nobody's got a predator drone in their fucking house. It's not something you can just carry around with you.
Also, those Sahara drones, like they look, they people. I think a lot of people think that they're small, but I've seen pictures of them with like scientists or people building them, and those things are actually big. Like I was surprised at how big they actually are.
Yeah, it was the FBI. I have the article right here. ABC News says the FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for the war. This was in March 11, 2026.
Okay, so what was that about me being disingenuous again?
Oh yeah, the FBI made that shit up. Yeah, that wasn't real.
So are there any other threats that you would address where we need the National Guard deployed?
I don't know. Here's the thing.
Are there any that you can think of?
So, okay, here's the thing. That kind of information is going to be...
that's a no. Sorry.
Okay, so that kind of information is going to be classified. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that, and neither do you.
So in Los Angeles, or in Portland, or in Chicago, when National Guard troops were deployed, and it's happening right now in Washington, D.C., do you see a need to have National Guard on our city streets?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with those situations. If they have sufficient police there to handle the situation, if there's violence, then, I mean, I guess you don't necessarily need the National Guard.
So in
I'm not an intelligence analyst. I'm not an expert in intelligence, but I would suspect that if there's one city that has pretty substantial National Guard presence, it's probably going to be Washington, D.C.
Well, we never had it before.
It's okay, TJ. We know that you're not an expert.
We've never had a National Guard presence in Washington, D.C.
No, not like now. I mean, we did on Jan 6th. We eventually they were called out, but prior to that, no. You can look it up. Search it up as these.
I don't even think DC has its own National Guard. It would be Virginia. The Virginia National Guard.
We have National Guard from all over, from various states in Washington, D.C. right now. Just like kind of looking at their cell phones, walking around the National Mall.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What would be a situation in which you think the National Guard should be deployed?
Where there's...
disaster relief.
Disaster
relief.
They were
deployed after Katrina.
Yep.
And even then, I would be skeptical about it.
National disasters.
So are you
where
in favor of
there's
just
enemy.
completely abolishing the National Guard?
Me
What?
personally, yes.
No, I don't think so.
But I'm
I
an
don't think.
extremist, so.
No, I don't think we should.
I gathered.
We should definitely have protection. Um, sometimes there's a lot of rioting, and it needs to be controlled, and police can't control it. That could happen.
Do you think
That could
do you
happen.
think it would have been justified? Do you think it would have been justified to deploy them during the George Floyd riots?
No.
I think police had. I think police got that under control. We have law enforcement. We have
The
state
threat-
law enforcement.
Yeah, the threat needs to be larger than the state law enforcement. In all the cases that when they deployed the National Guard, the states had been saying that they're good, yet he decided to deploy them anyway.
Did they do it for Rodney King? Ibanez, you're in LA. Did they do it for Rodney King?
I'm going to say yes.
I think so.
I think
Yeah, I
they
think they
did.
did.
That was huge.
Okay, so then it wasn't 1969. It was the last time they were deployed.
That
Yeah,
wasn't for civil
I would agree.
rights.
Let me look it up to make sure.
We have to look
Yeah,
that
I don't
up.
think that was civil rights either. I don't think that would ever be considered civil rights.
That wasn't civil rights. That was a riot. That was a massive riot.
But they also deployed.
Nah, that was not a riot.
They also
What,
deployed.
Rodney
Cry of the
King?
people.
Rodney
It was
King
It was absolutely a fucking riot.
was huge.
You call it a riot, I call it a cry of the people.
Okay.
They had Asian dudes with fucking guns on the roofs, like taking pot shots at people. What are you talking about?
Fires. They were burning businesses in
Weren't there
downtown
like close to
LA.
100 people that unalived?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I was a kid at the time. I wasn't
No.
there. I was a little kid, but like the
It was property
shops like
damage.
close to my uncle's place.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Striker. Yeah, no, I think that was a lot of property damage in downtown LA. There were a lot of fires.
They did deploy them for Katrina too around the Superdome, but it was specifically to keep people in the Superdome, I think.
Oh my God.
63 people unalived.
Mojo, it did it.
You did it? Okay. Good. I've not done that one yet, so I don't know. I couldn't help you.
Yeah, I mean 63 people unalived in the Rodney King riots.
Okay.
Who said W rooftop Koreans? Shut up.
No, that actually happened.
That's wild.
That did happen.
I don't know
They were
if they-
protecting
I
their
don't-
businesses and their homes and shit like that, but it did happen.
I don't know if I don't
There
know
was
if the
a
National Guard
there
was
was a-
deployed though.
There was a lot of conflict between the African American community and the Asian community in that region. There was another before.
Oh, do
Look
you
it
know
up.
why?
I'm pretty sure the National Guard was deployed for that.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, it was. It was.
But
Yeah,
the
just
thing is, also, when it comes to deploying the National Guard, the president is to confer with the governor of the state first to see if they can, if they need the additional support that law enforcement cannot cover. Right? So in LA, in early part of his administration, he did not confer with Governor Newsom. He just deployed troops. Not only national.
No, it was much worse than that. He actually, if you listen to Newsom speak on it, I think this is truthful. I'm not saying everything he says is truthful, but he said that Trump called him and they had a very nice buddy conversation. He thought everything was cool. And then like 2 hours later, he heard that he deployed him anyway. It's like, what the fuck?
Right.
So-
He didn't give him permission is the bottom line. He didn't say, hey, yeah, we need the support of the National Guard. So he defied the law as it's written insofar as deploying the National Guard in a particular state. And the Supreme Court
let me just
that
make
down.
this simple. I think what she's talking about is the National Guard being used for a protest against ICE. So ICE being the force that they were sending out in unmarked vehicles, masked. Generally, they were wearing body armor and military equipment and utilizing military equipment to do these raids. And I think she was talking about the National Guard being used specifically in LA for that purpose to make sure that those ICE agents were safe against the people, which is wild because in the past, ICE has generally set up these things ahead of time. They call the workplaces, they get things set up, they do a raid at the workplace. The people that own the workplace know that the raid is coming. They kind of have it all set up and ready to go so that nobody's harmed in the process. They show up with a couple agents. Everybody gets walked out. They check everybody's papers, and then the people that are good to go back into work, and the people that aren't are taken away. I mean, that's the way it worked under Obama. I don't know why we changed that, and we're just kidnapping people off the streets right now, but that seems to be what's happening.
Because people are heartless, that's why.
And
it's even crazier too that like
the National Guard actually did like a show of force in a park in LA as well.
Yep.
Like they got on their foot.
Yeah, that was
MacArthur Park. Yeah.
Yeah, MacArthur Park.
Yeah. I mean, that was pretty wild. That was an absolute intimidation tactic.
Kids were like in summer camp at the time too. Like they were freaked out. Like, okay. Yeah, we don't need that in our country, in my opinion.
And then the sandwich. Guys, remember the sandwich? The fucking dude that got indicted for throwing the sandwich at a fucking National Guard or like an ICE agent or something.
That was the best.
That's a fucking sandwich.
Yeah, and he got off.
And all the Republicans were saying sandwiches are dangerous. They were fucking serious. They were trying to defend that shit. It was so fucking funny.
They hate sandwiches and love doors.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of bread, right? Because the jalapeno might like act as like, get the eyes. Yeah.
Hot mustard.
What's crazy is that like during the, you want to talk about like the National Guard like protecting people. What's crazy is that like at the time during the ice raids, the National Guard of Oregon, the chief, I forgot who, but he basically said that they're the protest against
They're breaking up, dude.
The National Guard just hacked your connection.
Second?
The National Guard just hacked your connection. They heard you talking shit.
Oh, is that what
you were breaking up a little bit?
Could be. I'm sure Donald Trump's listening to my fucking feed. I mean, I'm not that important or anything, but I do call myself a commie, so I'm sure they don't like me too much.
There's some new video that I haven't been able to confirm or deny legitimacy of. It's just like Trump like standing there by a vehicle and then just, like falling to the ground, and like the guy next to him trying to like help him back up. Anyone see that?
No, but I'm gonna look it up right now.
Can you say that again, Ash?
Thanks, B. Yeah, so it's this video that I seen today of Trump standing there, like, I don't know, it looked like he was standing by a gas pump, but it was probably just like wherever he was in some parking lot. But he's just standing out there in like next to the door of a vehicle. And out of nowhere, his legs collapse and falls to the ground. And the service member next to him like is like grabbing his arms, trying to like help him back up. And then the video cuts. That's it. It looks
like
a little,
AI.
It sounds a little propagandy, but I wasn't sure if anyone
Propagandy.
Yeah. Propagandish.
Propagandy. That's funny.
Propagand-esque, if you will.
Yeah. So
I bring it up because you never know. One of these days, he is going to fall and break his hip, and it's not going to be pretty.
what does that be? What publication?
Wait, why did we get in this conversation in the first place? I don't know.
I have no idea.
We're talking about civil
ADHD.
rights. We were talking that about voting and why would you find it important to vote, whether it's economics or civil rights? And we got down the road of
that's right.
Yeah.
I also think that if you voted for somebody and they do something very, very stupid, you bear responsibility for that, or you bear at least some responsibility for that.
I can agree with that.
From the Hindustan Times.
No, that's not a source.
So if I see two candidates and I'm like, I don't really like either of these candidates, I don't think that they're
I don't want to be somebody who voted for the person who's going to do X, Y, and Z that I think is going to be very, very bad. That's also me expressing my political views.
What do you think? What do you think that Harris was going to do? Bad.
I'm trying to remember all of her economic policies. I mean, she
wanted to give subsidies for people to buy homes. She wanted to give subsidies for people to start small businesses. She wanted to increase the number of homes that were being built by giving subsidies to builders to build more low-income housing, economic policies. She wanted to raise the corporate tax rate. She did want to do that.
Yeah, and she's wanting to spend a lot of money when we should be cutting spending.
Wait, but Democrats always spend less money than Republicans. And you know that by now. You have to know that by now.
I'd have to look at everything. The problem is the majority of federal spending is for social programs. And what party wants to increase social spending?
The majority of spending is for military.
The majority of our budget, the cash outflows, goes to social programs.
Yeah, if you count them all together, if you count Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, WIC, if you count all that stuff together, then it would be the majority. But if one single program, it would be the Department of Defense.
I don't even know if that's true.
It is. We spend $1.1 trillion on war today. That was the budget. 1.1 trillion.
Yeah, but I still don't know if it's the largest.
It is.
It might be now. I don't know.
All the social spending equals like 1.6 trillion, I think. That's all of it put together. And hell, I think we, how the fuck? Misinformation? Are you serious? I got a fucking restriction for misinformation? What the fuck did I say?
What?
Jesus Christ. TikTok sucks.
No, Social Security. It's not only Social Security, the interest on our debt.
We should probably change the subject, TJ, just because of I don't know, up to you, but.
No,
real quick.
I think what we're talking about right now is probably okay. I don't know what my restrictions for.
Real quick, it's just so TikTok. This is from fiscaldata.treasury.gov. So the interest on our debt is more than our entire national defense budget.
It's $1 trillion. It's about $1 trillion. I think we actually spend more on their defense budget right now.
Social Security makes up the 23% of spending. Then it's the interest on the debt. Then it's Medicare. Then
I thought we don't count Social Security and national debt.
I guess. Depending on how you want to look at it, I don't think it necessarily makes up the deficit because it has a source.
Oh, it's not counted at all, I thought, because it's self-funding.
No, I think
because
from an accounting standpoint,
there's a specific tax that goes to that specifically.
Yeah,
and it doesn't. Exactly. They have never had to borrow money, so it's not. It's funded specifically by a specific tax. We're not actually spending the money. We're collecting the money and then outlaying the money.
Yeah, but in terms of cash outflow, it is the largest expenditure.
But we pay for that.
Yeah, it's always paid for, though.
It's taken out of people's paychecks, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
It's always.
That's true. That's true for taxes in general. You could say that just in general for taxes.
Well, no,
taxes are taken out of your.
No, because we have a $2 trillion deficit this year. So you can't say that's true of taxes in general.
No. Sorry, I should have articulated that better. What I'm saying is that you could make. So she was saying that there's money that's taken out of your paycheck that's earmarked specifically for Social Security, but taxes are also taken out of your paycheck for those other programs.
They're not earmarked for anything.
No, I know. I'm just saying that we're still having to. We still pay a tax for those other programs. It's just that the taxes that we pay aren't sufficient to cover those programs. We still have to issue bonds.
Right, because the federal government has gutted those programs. But go ahead.
I'm I'm going to argue that we're in MMT, modern monetary theory, which means that we tax money out of existence and we spend money into existence. So the taxation is irrelevant. We're going to spend the money that we're going to spend anyway.
I'm not even going to go there. It contradicts something you said earlier, but I don't want to go down that road.
I don't know what I said earlier that it contradicts, but that's fine.
If
We
it
can
so
have a conversation some other time if you want to remember it.
okay.
I think that if you're worried about spending, you vote for Democrats. If you're worried about rights in this country, you vote for Democrats. If you're worried about making the country a better place, you vote for Democrats. If you're worried about small businesses, you vote for Democrats. I don't see a single reason to vote for Republicans. In all honesty, what reason would you have to vote for Republicans, unless of course you hate brown people? Then I guess you have a reason to vote for Republicans.
Why was the Republican Party founded? Just out of curiosity. Anybody know?
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. The party switched. The party switched.
Okay.
Yeah. They did. You know that. The entire South used to be Republican. Used to be Democratic. The entire South is now Republican. Obviously, the party switched.
I don't think it's entirely Republican.
It is.
Georgia was kind of, I mean, I don't know about recently, but prior to, I want to say 2004, Georgia was kind of like a purple state.
Where's the Mason-Dixon line?
Mojo,
What?
what gear do you use on Damien?
That's a whole thing. You need to find a Marnie's Hero musket, which is in one of the Marnie's factories. If you walk in there, it's behind a machine. There's a sword. There's a little island over in Garthic that has some weeds that you can burn away. There's a sword in a tunnel there, but there's also just west of that, there's also a little camp where you can walk in there, and there's another great sword in there.
Messi wants to come up.
I'm trying to figure out what the best. It's a rose rapier is the rapier that I was using, but otherwise most of the rapiers are relatively similar.
Okay, thank you.
So, I don't know. Sorry.
Hey, Messi.
Her great swords are pretty cool though. I mean, she's got some pretty cool moves with the great swords, but you're probably better off using the rapier because it gives you a lot more standard moves.
I'm announcing this and put the hat on, and it's still talking.
Oh, Lord.
What?
He's just fucking with you.
He sells that paraphernalia in the White House, Trump 2028.
Tennis, are you an attorney or am I thinking of somebody else?
I'm an attorney.
Okay.
And she's from New York, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct.
Does that automatically mean she's going to be an attorney?
No,
she's also Jewish.
It just means that she always tells people she's from New York.
She also always says she's Jewish. That's true.
I don't always say I'm Jewish.
Oh, actually, yeah, I don't know.
But I am Jewish.
I knew that. I don't even know that I knew that.
Yeah.
A lot of people in the New York, New Jersey area are, right?
That's where the most concentration of American Jews are, I think, is in New York.
Yeah, the majority of people that work for our New York office, I believe, are Jewish as well.
Oh, yeah.
Is that because of the Reubens? It's because of the Reubens, right? Because they make the best Reubens.
Bagels are the best.
Oh, the bagels.
The bagels are yum.
Do y'all see bagel? Like, I don't know. Whenever my boss says bagels, it sounds different than what I would do.
Yeah, how does he say it?
I can't. I'm the worst at imitating people. I couldn't do it. I'm not going to submit y'all to that.
Do you like plain bagels with plain cream cheese, or do you like fruity bagels with fruity
I
cream
like
cheese?
poppy seed bagels.
Why poppy seed?
Oh, they're delicious.
Hey, poppy seeds don't even have any flavor.
They do, Mojo.
What
yes,
do you
they
mean?
do.
Yeah.
They taste like grass and moss and shit.
Oh, they're so good.
My bad.
It's funny. Where are you from, TJ? Oh, you're from Ohio, right? Did you say?
I was born in Florida, born and raised in Florida. It's funny, both my parents are from Ohio, but they met in South Florida.
I gotcha.
So,
by the way, I was pretty surprised at how much damage you took on Christine's the other night and accepted it. Like you stayed there.
They kept muting me. If I wasn't being muted, I was interrupted. I could not respond.
I know. I was surprised you stayed there.
Yeah, I was like, why am I even up here?
Yeah.
What were they talking about?
They were just yelling at him.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess her was it her dad or grandfather?
Her dad.
Her dad, and he was a stoned lawyer, is how she described it to us.
I mean, she was pretty stoned.
She was on something for sure.
I mean, it was.
Is that Christine from Queens?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
I like her. She's pretty cool, but she's pretty wild too. And
she's like running on very high energy.
Yes. Yeah.
She's also constantly running around, door knocking and advocating, and
yes, she is.
If anyone's politically active, like in real life in this community, it's Christine.
Oh yeah,
that's definitely true. Absolutely true.
Yeah, she was really big canvassing for Mom Donnie.
Do you guys do?
Yeah, how's that going, by the way?
Thing?
It's going excellently.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
I was thinking about the bagel thing. Do you guys do any flavor cream cheese, or you guys just do normal cream cheese in New York?
Oh, I love scallion cream cheese. I love vegetable cream cheese, but if I'm just mostly plain, and I like jam, cream cheese and jam. Yum.
I typically do the Philadelphia cream cheese because they have a garlic herb one, which is actually not bad. It's pretty good. And then
what
I'll
is
put
it?
it on a plain baked garlic herb.
Garlic herb?
I'll start
garlic.
Garlic herb. I'll start eating cream cheese and bagels when they start putting the cream cheese in those easy cheese spray bottles.
No. It's not as good as just get that wrapper and open it up and slab it on there.
He's actually he's kind of cooking because I do this. I don't get the tubs of Daisy sour cream. I get the squeeze bottles because it's a lot easier to do it that way.
But isn't it not as firm?
That's the point.
I like it to be firm.
So Tennis, I got to ask. You're clearly not happy about Trump breaking the law, or
no, I particularly with regard to him going after private corporations and telling them what they should and should not do, and threatening them if they don't do what he wants them to do. For example.
So how do you feel about Mamdani kind of usurping the law as well? Are you going to apply that equally?
He's not.
I mean, he's talking about forcing homeowners to freeze their rent, which is clearly a breach of his authorization.
Anything he's doing it lawfully and through his legislature.
He doesn't have the legal authority to freeze rents.
Then he's not doing it.
Okay, so then I guess he's not going to be doing everything that he says he was going to do, is he?
He's going to do everything in his power to get the rents lowered for New Yorkers who are struggling to pay their rent and who are living in apartments that have disrepair.
I mean, he said he was going to freeze rents. That was one of the things
if he has the legal authority to do it, to just make the blanket statement that he's breaching the law to freeze rents,
Well, but that would be
I won't purport. I cannot get granular. I can't get granular on this. I'd have to do a deeper dive. But if you want to show me something where he's breaking the law,
Well, that's sort of along the lines of what I would say is like, TJ, what is your fundamental understanding of rent freeze? Because the way you frame it is A, it's not legal, and B, it's never happened.
Wait, you're asking me what my opinion is on freezing rents, or you're asking
what's your fundamental understanding? Because the way that you're framing your argument here is A, it's not legal, B, it's never happened.
My understanding is that it's not legal.
And New York's not the only state that has done this either.
I mean, I didn't say other states haven't done it.
5 off of the top of my head, Michigan being one of them.
I didn't say other states haven't done it. That didn't come out of my mouth.
He's also now making sure that the landlords keep their buildings up to code. And they haven't been. It's not been enforced. Now it will be. No one should have to live in the conditions some of those folks do, especially for the rent they pay.
So why are you focused on New York, the inner workings of the? So you don't like Mamdani? Is that what you're saying? I mean,
yeah, I'm not exactly.
I just think it's so interesting how people from like Arizona and Ohio are like so focused in on New York.
Are you from here, TJ?
Here is in the United States, or here's in New York?
Here is in the New York City, New York metro area.
No.
Ah, so why do you care?
Well, because he's advocating to do things that he doesn't have the authority to do.
But he does. We just told you. City council has a lot of power. And he's researching.
I'm sorry, I didn't press this.
I don't even know. Does city council actually have the legal authority to insert themselves into a legal contract?
I didn't press this before when you originally said this, but I'm going to press this now. If you understand that this thing has happened before, can you show me any of the criminal lawsuits that have occurred since it's such an illegal activity?
Well, I don't think it would be criminal. It would be civil, right?
If it's legal? What do you mean?
If it's against a regulation.
I'm so confused by your question. Repeat your question again.
If it's flat out illegal, okay, how would that not be criminal? Explain that part.
Well, you have criminal law and you have civil law, right?
You could. I would think that this would be.
Ask Tennis. She's an attorney.
This would be along the same lines as corruption or bribery.
I think it would be. I think it would be civil, JD.
Okay, so then yes, I was correct. It would be civil.
I think that's correct too.
But regardless, I mean, I think JD's point is well to note that if you have some indicia that he is somehow breaking the law and doing something outside of his power as mayor, please enlighten us.
Well, but that would be. I mean, I don't know about the situation with the city council. I don't even know if the city council
raised the freezing of rent, and by the way, I haven't done a deep dive into this either. So, but okay. You seem to say that freezing rent, the rent freezes are illegal or outside of his power. Do you have some proof of that?
Well, if it's a legal contract. I mean, I don't know if the government, just generally speaking, governments can't just come in and change perfectly legal contracts.
If a landlord is doing something that is improper maintenance, negligent security, things like that of a particular building or an apartment within a building, there may be some power that they have to freeze the rent. That makes sense to me.
In specific instances, yes, but they can. I don't think the government has the authority to just go in and change legal contracts just because they want to.
I think you might want to do some research before you make that.
I think it's a penalty for. I think what rent freeze is a penalty for doing something that is outside the law as a landlord.
Well, sure. If the landlord, you're an attorney, so you would know this better than me.
I don't do landlord tenant law. It is a whole
but
specific area of the law. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I know everything about, and I don't have the time to go researching.
Well, no, but like
law.
with contract law in general, like there's certain things that you can't do in a contract where the government could come in. Like you can't make a contract to like murder somebody. Like you can't say, I give you permission to unalive me intentionally.
Oh, obviously.
Yeah. So there are definitely areas of contract law where the government can't come in. But if it's a legal contract, again, my understanding is they don't have that authority.
My understanding is that, and this is broad because I'd have to do, and I will probably because we're talking about this, but it seems to me that where it comes to freezing rents, it has to do with the negligent maintenance of a building by a landlord, and that gives the authority to the city of New York to do something about it. Fee might know. Fee sounds like she has some knowledge about this.
It's a 0% hike applies exclusively to rent stabilized units, which make up 40% of the city's total rental housing stock. It was voted on 7-1 by the city council, the Rentline Guidelines Board, which sets out the standards, and the freeze will apply to both 1 and 2 year renewal leases to begin on or after October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. He also increased taxes 2% approved by the governor as well as the city council on any second home worth $5 million or more in New York City. Both are legal, both were approved.
I mean, I didn't say anything about the tax increase.
Well, okay. I'm just telling you the rental freeze.
More information
is approved, and so is the tax increase.
And New Yorkers seem to really, many New Yorkers like what's going on in New York.
Indeed.
New Yorkers.
You luck.
You got a special kind of accent on that word. I don't know.
I did. What did I say?
New Yorkers.
New Yorkers. I didn't say New Yorkers.
You did too.
I
Just that
did
time.
not.
You don't normally have that kind of heavy accent.
I do not have a New York accent, Mojo.
No, but you don't normally have a New York accent. But that word, when you just
did it come out like
said
that?
it that way. It
oh,
did.
That's crazy. Oh, okay.
When I get a little upset, you'll hear mine come out. I worked very hard to get rid of mine.
See, I wasn't born and raised in New York, so I'm from. I've been said to have a mid-Atlantic accent because I'm from Washington D.C. But
yeah, normally I couldn't tell. Normally
Okay.
I wouldn't be able to tell. But that particular word, when you just said that, it was that. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it with all of you Northeasterners trying to get rid of your accents? Like, see, I hear CS say the same thing. Like, oh, my mom taught me not to talk like Boston, and I just heard
from Dorchester. Don't talk like one of those people from Dorchester.
Dorchester.
Yeah. Where does that come from? Why not take pride in the way you speak?
Because she doesn't want to be known as somebody like Bourne, ultimate, like the Bourne guy. She doesn't want to be like that guy.
Okay, thanks for explaining. Mojo's not wrong. There are a lot of assumptions sometimes made about people in New York City. Jesus. And I would prefer, to get to know someone before they make an immediate, judgment, Ella.
The funny thing is about...
Accent.
Everyone I worked at...
I'm sorry, it's like the Southern accent. People try and get away from their Southern accent, too.
I remember when I worked at Home Depot, there's a customer that came from Boston, and he was like, and I was like, oh, you're from the East Coast? And he's like, how did you know? I was like, oh, yeah, you have that accent. He's like, no, it's everybody else that has an accent.
That's funny.
The funny thing about New York accents is that the people who are from Brooklyn and Queens and Manhattan, they all sound different. Like Brooklyn is so like, in the Bronx, they're very distinct.
I don't necessarily agree, but I think I'm sorry. Brooklyn and Staten Island, sure. Hudson County in New Jersey sounds more like lower east or west side. So I don't have that fine an ear for the difference between a Queens accent and, let's say, a Manhattan one. So.
Ella, there's a movie titled Leaves of Grass. It's called Leaves of Grass. It has Edward Norton and Susan Sarandon in it. Edward Norton.
them both.
Yeah, Edward Norton plays twins. And they're from the South, and there's one twin that moves to the city in New York and becomes educated, and he does everything he can to get rid of his accent. The other twin stays in the South and starts shoots himself in the butt with a crossbow and starts raising pot for a living. And Susan Sarandon's caught in the middle of these two worlds or whatever. And it's an interesting movie. It's really good. The acting's excellent. It's a great movie. If anybody ever
I've never heard of that movie. And how do you shoot yourself in the ass with a bow?
That will be
crossbow.
Ouch.
Oh yeah,
Mojo?
if you put it on your back, it'll yeah.
Mojo, please send me gift goal.
Yeah, I was gonna. A few mod things. We have someone in the queue that I don't know. CL Popeye TV.
I don't see anybody in the queue.
All right, Mojo, I need you to explain something to me like I'm 5. Are you ready?
I wasn't done yet, JD. Do you not see CL Popeye TV?
I do not.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I do. Then I guess it doesn't matter.
Yes,
and then the
taking
gift.
over my panel.
No. And then the gift goal, and then I am gonna drop because I've been sitting here yawning nonstop. So I bid you all adieu.
Good night.
Have a good night, Ella. I hope you're feeling well.
Ella.
See you
You're the
tomorrow.
best, Ella. You're the best.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir.
Holy cow.
What?
Seriously,
the coughing?
choking.
You okay? Was that JD?
Yeah. No, I think it was Ethan.
Yeah.
Maybe
Ethan,
something
do you
went.
know you're Ethan, do you know
You
you're
gotta
on
chew
the
your
panel?
water, Ethan.
Ethan, do you know you're on the panel?
I do, man. Sorry.
You okay?
You okay?
How's it going, guys?
I just want to ask.
Can I just say one thing?
Hold on, Ethan. TJ, are there any other questions you want to know about New York City?
Yeah, can you
Holy fuck.
Yeah, if you could send me what you're reading, because I'm looking this up, and yeah, I don't see that the New York City Council has the authority to just freeze all rent just because they want to.
I didn't say all rent. I mean, I don't understand what's wrong. 40% of New York's apartments are rent stabilized, and those are the ones that have the freezes on them. Okay, and the city council does have the right to do that. The New York Times is the source.
Holy cow.
If you go to nyc.gov, you'll see that they clearly list out that rent freezing is legal in New York. However, in 32 states, you're going to find that I can't. This fucking echo's going to. Thank you. In 32 states, you're going to find that rent freezing is not illegal. But this is going to be like the part where I need Mojo to explain this to me, like I'm a 5th grader hanging out with Jeff Foxworthy. So, in terms of state-level administrative impeachment, as I'm understanding it, not all states actually have that for mayors, and I want to know why. There are some states that do, but not all states.
Wow, crosstabs. Thank you.
All right, JD, when are you just going to come out and admit that you're blowing a kazoo with your butthole and it's not an actual
fucking question going to be answered? How about that? I just asked a fucking question. The first thing that comes out of someone's mouth is kazoo.
All we can hear is the kazoo. All we can hear is the kazoo.
All right, that's fine. I'll go again. No worries. Okay, so in most states, as I understand
This
it,
butt plug. Let's be
state
honest.
level administrative proceedings regarding impeachments for mayors is not applicable, but in some states it is. I wonder why this is. I'm hoping that you can explain it to me like I'm a fucking fifth grader.
How did we go from rent stabilization and cruises to your
Because I'm
question?
connecting. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get to it in a minute. I'm connecting this back. I just need this answered.
Wait, are you okay? So what you're saying is that some states don't allow the people to impeach a mayor or to.
Well, no. So some states have state level administrative hearings or procedures for impeaching the mayor of a city, but not every single state. I'd say that most states, as I understand it, don't have those. And I'm kind of wondering why that is. If like the mayor, and this is where we connect back, if the mayor decides to do something illegal, why that decides to go to just civil court? Because my fucking understanding of this was completely ass backwards. I thought this would have been a criminal thing.
Well, impeachment isn't a criminal thing either. That's just removal from office.
You could get impeached for a criminal thing, though, right?
You can, but you have to be tried for the criminal thing afterwards. The impeachment doesn't actually convict you of a crime. But that's just removal from office. And not every state wants you to be able to remove people from office. Some have recall elections, some don't. Some have impeachment processes, some don't.
I'm not gonna lie, that's stupid. You asked me, but
it's states' rights, dude. They get to run their state.
It is. It's the 10th Amendment, but that's also really dumb because if, let's say, Mayor, I don't know, fucking Ted Cruz, I know he's governor, okay, or senator. Don't call me out on this. But let's say, hypothetically, Mayor fucking Ted Cruz decides now every person must read the Bible. If you don't read the Bible, you're going to jail. We don't treat that as like an illegal thing. We don't have any process or proceeding for like something like that.
Well, what you do is you go to court and you move for an injunction or a TRO to stop it.
Yeah, that would be a civil case that would be brought up. You would bring a lawsuit against the city saying that that's unconstitutional.
Right, but let's say that state doesn't have those state level procedures to also impeach that person because they're doing the thing that's criminal. That's the part that I have a problem
that's not
with.
criminal.
I think we need to change that.
It's not criminal to do that.
Crimes in my hypothetical say that everyone has to read the Bible, and if they don't read the Bible, they go to jail?
Yeah, that's not a criminal act.
A criminal act is against a person or property. Right?
If you're doing your job and your job just simply happens to be unconstitutional for the action that you take particularly, you're not breaking a law by doing that. You are just trying to institute a law, and the courts will tell you that that law cannot be instituted because it's unconstitutional.
Like Trump does that all the time.
How do we come to find someone?
Right?
Okay, just using this logic. I understand you want to get into tennis because you're a lawyer, but just
no, it's fine. I was just saying that Trump does that shit all the time.
I'm trying to work through this. If this is the case, right, we apply this at the state level, then let's take it a step up. How do we say that like Trump is a criminal whenever he does things that are unconstitutional?
He's not a criminal for doing unconstitutional things.
He's just defying judicial orders.
He's just doing unconstitutional things. He's not
until he's prosecuted by the Senate and the House.
Yeah, but that only involves impeachment. He can be impeached for that, but he can't be charged with a crime for that.
Unless
but he can be referred to the judicial
criminal act.
Unless it's like bribery or something like that. Like it's
it would have to be bribery.
If the thing that he's doing is a crime. So bribery, for example, would be typical of an official that they would be charged. That would be a typical criminal charge.
Wait, so I'm Okay, so I think I'm wrong about that. Actually, he can't even be impeached for doing something unconstitutional or instituting a regulation for something unconstitutional. They can't
Yes,
even impeach him.
he can be impeached for that.
No, it has to be a high crime or misdemeanor. It has to be criminal an act for him to be
High
impeached.
crimes and misdemeanors. High crimes and misdemeanors.
Yeah, it has to be criminal.
Wait. Bill Clinton was impeached for the Lewinsky thing, wasn't he? Or no, he was impeached for lying about it or something like that.
Yeah, he was impeached for perjury,
never mind.
lying to Congress.
A president can technically be impeached. Well, actually, this is coming from. I don't know if I trust this face value, but a president can technically be impeached for passing or doing something unconstitutional, but it depends entirely on how Congress defines an abuse of power. The U.S. Constitution allows impeachment for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, which gives lawmakers wide political freedom to decide what counts as an impeachable offense.
Yes, JD, you're right. And an abuse of power can be defined as a high crime.
Really?
I think so.
What would be considered an abuse of power?
If you fucking call Zelensky and say we're not going to provide arms to you.
I have it under Library of Congress right here. Okay, so abuse of power. This is how Library of Congress is defining it.
I think an abuse
if
of
the president
power
acts with extreme bad faith, defies the Supreme Court, or intentionally violates their oath to destroy the system of government, Congress may view that severe abuse as an impeachable high crime.
Right, and that would be Congress.
That's like treason, though. I mean,
You guys are aware that the moment you do something like this, then the other side will do it as well. And
that's not even the issue. We're just talking about the mechanics of the laws
put a
act.
president in jail
Zach,
and
stop.
see what happens.
Zach, dude, we're not even talking about that. We're talking about the mechanics and the procedure of how you
want to put him in
proceed
jail
against officials. We're not
No,
even.
no. Zach. Okay, let's run back a few steps. So we were talking about like mayors, specifically Mamdani, whether or not rent freezing is a legal practice within the state of New York. And then I brought it to, okay, it's kind of weird that we don't have any actual state administrative process for whenever like a mayor does something that we would consider to be bad or unconstitutional. That in most states, that process is essentially non-existent. In some states it might be, but in most states it's not.
You guys are so funny with your adherence to the Constitution, as if it's not a document that was specifically built so that it could change, that it could evolve. And
What are
part of the
you?
evolution
This is
process.
a total red herring, Zach. I don't know why you're like. What are you talking about?
You're trying to find the depth.
You're not even in the context. You're out of context right now. I'm just going to.
Were you talking about Donald Trump? You didn't
No,
talking about Mamdani. You weren't talking about Mamdani.
Hold on. We were talking about Mamdani. This was all a conversation about Mamdani and whether Mamdani can be impeached for putting rent freezes in. And then it moved on to Donald Trump because we started talking about impeachment on a national level. That's it.
Right. I brought it to the federal level. What I was saying essentially was, okay, how do we define Trump as like a criminal whenever he does something that is unconstitutional? Because if the mayor, Mojo originally said that like doing an unconstitutional action does not automatically make you a criminal, I say, how does that apply to Trump then? Because oftentimes there are people on our side that do that say that like whenever he does something that's unconstitutional, that's also a criminal action. So how are we able to actually make that connection here?
Yeah,
It's not a criminal. There is no criminal action for not following the Constitution. The recompense for the response for doing something unconstitutional is for the other two branches to check it. It's in the Constitution, guys.
Yeah, that was my answer.
We understand that, Zach.
I said that, Zach.
And we could be talking about any president right now, quite frankly. We're just talking about procedure. We're talking about
So Zach, there's literally no reason why you need to
They're just talking about.
we're done. Okay.
They're talking about
the last episode of Euphoria, and I'm in a bad mood because that was sad.
They're talking about
you
the
just came in at the wrong
Hey,
time and you didn't have any context for the conversation and you decided we were talking about something we weren't talking about.
You literally were talking about it.
No, we were
gaslight me.
not.
Like when I said my piece, when I said my first piece, right before that, you guys were talking about what it would take to call Donald Trump high crimes and misdemeanors.
No,
Am I missing
any
that?
president.
Did I just not hear that?
Basically,
Zach?
any
No,
president.
you said
Any
Trump.
president.
Why are
No.
you being so argumentative?
And
Listen, go ahead, V. Go ahead, V.
you're also just being damn ignorant. So, Zach, you jumped into a middle of a conversation,
Not
made
ignorant.
a whole bunch of assumptions, and then you keep talking.
So you guys don't
it's
want to put
not,
Donald Trump
you're
in jail?
right, it's not ignorance.
Wait.
It's abrasive, obnoxious.
Okay, I want to be
There
I
you
want to be
go.
clear. I want to be clear here, Zach. I do want to put Donald Trump in jail because he was convicted of 34 felonies.
Good.
Because he still has felonies that in existence for the Florida case. He still has felonies in existence for the Georgia case. I think these cases should be tried as well. I don't necessarily think he's going to go to jail, but I definitely think he needs to be charged and convicted of those crimes too to make sure that it doesn't happen again. I think he's probably too old to go to jail.
Yeah.
I think your best political strategy is to just like.
Yeah, nobody cares about you, what you think about political strategy. You get that, right?
Well, your best political strategy, if you care about the union, is to not.
Yeah, but again, nobody cares about your political strategy.
He's the sitting president.
He's never been held accountable.
Two different people.
He's not going to go to jail.
You think when I'm talking about political strategy, you think I'm talking about saving Trump, or am I talking about saving the union?
You're not even talking about anything.
Saving the union?
I'm literally
Okay, so now you care about democracy, Zach?
I don't particularly like democracy, but I care about this
What
country.
do you like?
I like
monarchy.
I would like our government to work.
Israel.
If our government
so
suddenly
what form
started
of
working
government do you
tomorrow
like
and
to work?
actually
What form of
delivering,
government is that? What form of government
it
is
really,
that?
I actually do not. I don't care. What
You
I
don't
care about is that.
so you want to save the union, but you don't care. I get it.
He wants a dominatrix system.
What was it? Was it Winston Churchill? I think that said that democracy is a terrible system. It's just better than all the
worst
rest.
government, except for all the other ones.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't necessarily say that we've tried all forms of government.
Wait. Was that about democracy or was that about capitalism?
It was democracy.
Democracy, I think. Was that Winston Churchill? I think it was.
Do tell us
Democracy
that.
is the worst form of government, except for all the others.
Yes. So,
So you
Zach,
don't,
what is your
so you don't
solution?
believe in democracy? Is that what you're saying to the panel?
I think democracy is a idealistic.
Can you answer my question? It's idealistic. Yeah, it is. But it's government in the hands of the people. Is that something that you espouse or no?
No. Not today.
He wants an authoritarian government. Monarchy, dictatorship, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
Gotcha.
I think
he's basically the Zionist version of it.
We have monarchical systems that run entities that are as large as companies, and they work much better than any country.
Okay, Peter Thiel.
That's
That's
just
what
the
it
truth.
is. He is a Peter Thiel. He is.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
I'll take Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a brilliant man, and I would absolutely stand behind brilliant men making our country better.
You mean a guy that's hiding in fucking Argentina right now?
Wait, what's the dude's name? I never fucking remember his name. The guy that Peter Thiel got this whole idea from.
Curtis Yarvin.
There you go, Yarvin. Yeah, he's a Yarvin guy. That's what exactly Yarvin.
You know, I'd never heard of Yarvin before this, but I saw him speak recently, and he sounded very much like me. So,
I know.
So you want kings and serfs, basically. You don't want the masses to do well. You just want a few select capitalists to do well, and everybody else lives like a serf.
how is it that you can hear?
That's basically what they want.
No, it's not what they want. It's not what anyone wants. It's what literally zero people want. Certainly the people that you're talking about, and certainly me.
No, that is what you want. You just want to make sure their basic needs are met. Other than that, you don't give a fuck what happens to them.
I think
As long as they're good worker bees.
we should have a free market on top of a government that provides all of the basic needs for its citizenry effectively.
But they don't get to prosper. the basic citizenry,
What do you mean
they
they don't
don't get to prosper like all these freaking billionaires, right?
So just to be clear, you want to continue the system as it is, where most people are suffering because you're worried that some people might do better in life.
Absolutely not.
You,
What I
you just
want
describe a
is for
democratic
equality.
socialist fucking nation like a Denmark, and
How about
like
some
where
equality?
where fucking capitalism still exists. It's democratic taxation. Like that's what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about democratic is a very different thing. I'm talking about a government that works, and I'm talking
You're
about
talking about democratic taxation, where the government decides where your money's going.
I think the government should be able to take the money that it has right now and do a million times better at providing. If there was a company
That's democratic
that acted
taxation. That's
with
what
your
you
money,
all want.
if
That's
there was
the
a
side
company
you're on
that
right
acted,
now.
there was a company that acted in the way that our government acts with your money, they would all go to jail.
Yeah, but government can't go to jail unless they're committing fucking crimes and getting prosecuted by the justice
They are
department.
wasting your money, that they are stealing
No,
your
they're
money,
not.
and that they are wasting
Yes.
it on a massive scale. That is what
The military absolutely is. You're right there.
you're right.
The
Every other piece of our
military
government is just
budget
totally
is
on.
insane. But other than that, we don't want the government to run like a for-profit company. That is the worst
You
thing
don't want
that
the
could ever
government to have
happen.
you don't want the
That's
government to
not
have a
the role of
military.
government.
Is
Forget a
Donald Trump
military.
enriching himself, Zach?
Forget it.
I'm
Forget a
sorry.
Is
military.
Donald Trump
What
enriching himself on his presidency? Yes
I
or
think
no?
he's no. I don't think he's. I don't think he's in.
Okay, well,
I don't
okay,
think that's
so
the purpose. I think he's
can I
being
respond to that?
enriched.
Let me just
He is
do this
being
line of questioning.
enriched. He's being enriched by being president. 100%.
Okay, so with respect to the slush fund, where he sued himself effectively, sued the IRS, right? And he purported to have a controversy against himself by suing the IRS, and then settled that case, okay, before there was any, before they did submissions before the court. Do you have any, what's your perception of that?
Well, I think that it's pretty important that we make sure that our IRS is not acting.
You are full of
solo.
I'm sorry, I can't.
He had a case.
Mother of God. You are
How embarrassing that you guys have no principles when it comes to Donald Trump.
What are you talking about? The person was put in jail. It was illegal. The guy is in jail. He has to prove monetary damage. He can't settle with himself. It's that clear.
And not only that, the federal judge that was overseeing the case referred both attorneys in the purported conflict, the purported controversy, to their respective bar associations for doing a bad faith lawsuit.
Did you say both attorneys, as in one on either side?
As in Todd Blanche and the attorney that represented Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what happened. So I just can't with this.
You don't think his taxes were leaked? You don't think his taxes were leaked?
It's irrelevant.
No, it is 100%.
It's irrelevant whether. Let me just finish. Okay, let me put it
irrelevant that the crime that he was suing about happened or not.
Sued the IRS, Todd Blanche did not even put in an affirmative defense that the case was beyond the statute of limitations. Okay, why didn't he do that?
Now you guys care about the statute of limitations. I thought when the
here we
statute of
go.
limitations was a problem.
Let's pivot. Go ahead and pivot. You're showing you're telling on yourself. You're telling on yourself.
What am I telling on myself for?
Because now you're talking about statutes of limitations in general.
We're
talking about this case.
You don't care about statute of limitations.
Keep your eye on the donut. Zach, can you do that? Can you do it? Okay. So what happened was Trump, he sued himself because he's in control of the IRS. There was no controversy. There were not two parties that were opposing each other. And the judge looked at the case when the complaint was filed, and she said, "Hey guys, attorneys, come into my, come to the bench. What kind of case is this? You, Donald Trump, the attorney who represented him," and I think it was, what was the name of his personal attorney in that? I can't remember. He's represented him in other things. Todd Blanche was the opposing attorney. And she said, submit to me.
Todd Blanche is a personal attorney at some point, too.
Yeah, right. Yes, he was. So he had another attorney, and that attorney showed up in court against Todd Blanche. Okay. And the judge said, show me, tell me, submit to me. Why is this a controversy? Donald Trump, you have control of the IRS. You can't sue yourself. Submit to me, give me legal briefing on this issue. And the day before that those briefs were due, they settled the case for upwards of $2 billion. And where was that settlement money going to come from? Us, the taxpayers.
How much is going to Donald Trump?
It's irrelevant. Listen to me. The American people were going to pay.
He sued for $10 billion for himself.
Listen, no, you're interrupting me. You're telling on yourself. Let me land my plane, and then you can rebut. Okay, so upwards of $2 billion that the American taxpayers were to pay. Okay. In addition, there was an addendum to the settlement that said Donald Trump, his heirs, assigns, and corporations were exempt from any liability, tax liability, up until the date of this settlement. Okay. And a big controversy broke out about this, and it went before Congress, and Todd Blanche testified before Congress and said, oh, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. You know, he withdrew it. Okay. So give me a break. You can't see yourself and give yourself and say to, and he said, how much of it was going to go to him? No, he was going to give it to the Jan Sixers to make a claim into it. The people he already, excuse me, the people he already pardoned.
You got to finish your point. You got to finish your point.
No.
You can stop for a second.
I could go on, but go ahead, rebut.
Great. When this started, over and over and over again, 100 times, I heard, how dare Donald Trump enrich himself by suing the IRS for $10 billion, and then he's going to get it, he's going to take all of his money for himself. And then it's like, you guys didn't even skip a beat. He changed the whole thing. None of the money went to him. It all went to other people who would have been persecuted by the same fucking...
You are a fraud, Zach. You are an absolute fraud on this panel. Because you are, I know you are smarter than this. And you are spinning it, and you're full of baloney.
You know what I love is when people tell me I'm spinning something, that means that you don't have an answer.
Zach. How do you expect a justice system to work if you allow somebody to represent themselves at the same time they're suing themselves?
What?
How do you think a justice system is going to work if somebody can be on both sides of a particular issue on the taxpayer dime?
So let me just get this clear.
That's possible to work?
So just, you think this was collusion?
He colluded with himself to give himself a settlement.
I just want to get you to answer. You think this is collusion?
He colluded with himself.
He's trying to back you into a...
Then why did he
colluded with himself in order to settle with himself.
And then if his goal was to enrich himself, which is your other statement,
I didn't say
why didn't he just continue on with getting $10 billion?
I didn't say anything about enriching himself.
Okay. Well, that's fine. If you don't think he's in there
I asked
enriching
you about
himself,
a Justice Department. How does a Justice Department work if you can represent both sides of an argument?
every lawyer and every judge is supposed to be independent. Right. So
go.
you can claim that because of the closeness of Donald Trump and the Justice Department, that the Justice Department couldn't possibly be impartial, which
that
again,
is correct.
And if that is the case,
and the judge found that.
Wait, hold on.
Cool. So if it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to win whatever case he brought because he was fighting against himself, then why not just continue to make $10 billion for himself?
Okay, because what he should have done instead is appoint a special prosecutor, somebody that had nothing to do with him, didn't know who he was, had no personal interest in him. It should have been a special prosecutor that went through with this case.
But it doesn't matter. He was either going to win $10 billion or he could settle for $2 billion that he gave to other people.
May I? Let me just say this. He did gain something from it. He has the agreement that he will not be held liable.
I thought you
for
said
his
Tom Blanche
tax
said that wasn't the
Let me
thing.
finish, Zach. For his tax liabilities, nor will his corporations, his family, his heirs, or his assigns from the time of the controversy and when he sued in 2020 from the 2019 until the date of the agreement. So he did gain something. He
And
did.
there's also an assumption
You
here,
mean
Zach, one moment. There's also an assumption that he deserved those damages. He has to prove why 10 billion was an acceptable number.
I'm not
He,
talking
it
about
wasn't even, I could
and it
say
wasn't
was
even
100
litigated.
billion.
I'm not talking
And
about the validity of the
then
case.
he
I just don't
tried
understand
to
how you can
settle
both say he's trying to enrich
with
himself, and then he settled a case he was going to win automatically for
No, he
no
was
money
not.
for himself.
How was he going to win it automatically?
What about, how about just, if he had
Wait, how
settled
was
for
he? Wait,
500 million
stop.
for
How was he
himself,
going
would
to
that have
win
been
it
more money than he
automatically
made?
without? How was he going to win that automatically without litigating it?
Because first off, he didn't have to win it automatically. He could have taken a
You
$1
said he
billion settlement
was
for
going
himself.
to.
1 second.
You
Why
said he
didn't he
was
take
going
a
to
$1
win it
billion settlement for
automatically,
himself?
Zach. Back
Why
that
didn't he
up.
why did he not take a $1 billion settlement for himself? That would have
Same
been less than he
issue.
got,
The
but it
same
would have made
issue.
him money.
Same issue.
What's
The
the same
judge,
issue?
there's no, you can't sue you can't be on both sides.
Guys, I understand why you think it's a problem. I'm asking if you
It
think
is
that
a legal problem. The judge said it's a legal problem. The judge already said
I know
that
you
he
guys are smart
cannot
enough
be on
to
Did you
understand the
read her
question I'm asking.
opinion? Did you even read her opinion? It was like a
Really
60-page opinion.
does not matter
You
at
should go and
all.
read it and then come back and you can
Does
make
not
your
matter
arguments.
at all.
It does
Doesn't matter
matter.
because I'm not arguing the
He's a
validity of the
federal
case.
judge,
Not
and she
arguing the
was the
validity of the
judge
case.
sitting on the case, and they tried to bring a bad faith lawsuit
What
and
he's trying to
tried
tell
to
you, what
settle
he's
it.
trying to tell you is that it doesn't matter because he wasn't asking for anything for himself. But the problem is that he was asking for something for himself to start out with. He was asking for that money specifically for him. He was found out. He knew that he wasn't going to be able to do that, so he tried to redirect it. And instead, he used the case to make sure that he and his family cannot be indicted on fucking tax fraud like forever.
Thank you. I've said that 9 ways to Sunday.
I understand that you guys think that that must mean that he's getting away with something as opposed to lawfare not being able to continue to try to dig up dirt to put him in jail, which has been this whole fucking thing.
Oh my god. Dude, you're pivoting so fucking hard.
But do you not agree that he gained something out of it?
I think that it is 100% correct that anyone would say, hey, listen, I know that you guys have been trying to put me in jail for like 8 years now.
Is that why he brought that?
So you agree that he gained
part of,
something out of it?
part of that, part of the destruction and the lawfare and the intense like persecution of Donald Trump includes leaking his taxes.
So you agree that he gained something out of that?
I don't think it's a gain would mean that it's something that he didn't have before or shouldn't have had.
He's absolved from tax liability. That's not a gain?
From the past. It's not like he can do things in the future with taxes and not be held liable.
No, but
it's just
but
that you can't
but if
continue
he
to try
knows
to
that
dig up dirt
but if
from
he
the
knows
past.
but if he knows that he and his family have committed tax fraud in the last fucking 10 years, then he has gained something out of this, right?
He can't be sued.
I don't think you guys understand that when the federal
No,
government
I don't
wants
think
to
you're
go
answering
after
a
you.
question, Zach.
What am I
You
not
refuse
answering?
to answer the question.
What am I not answering?
Did he gain something? Should Mojo
Of course
state
he
it
gained.
again?
Sure, there was a gain.
He's absolved from tax
I
liability.
don't call
That's
it
all
a
you were
gain.
worried
I don't
about.
call it a gain.
Of course it's a gain to not be able to be prosecuted for committing crimes.
A gain in invincibility, basically.
He gains.
I gotta correct Zach on something. Like, we're talking about, do you think the IRS leaked his returns?
Yes.
No, that was an individual. He went to jail and got prosecuted. It wasn't the
It was a
IRS.
third party.
So to be clear, it's 100% proven that they leaked his taxes.
A former IRS
That's a
contractor
crime.
named
Okay, I understand,
Charles
but
E.
if
Littlejohn.
somebody
Hold on,
convinces-
Zach. Let me read it to you. Pled guilty for leaking his confidential tax data to the media organizations. Then they were released by the House Ways and Means Committee in 2022.
if a policeman beats you within an inch of your life and you sue the police department, the police department
you're
pays
just
you, not the
pivoting away from the
guy.
conversation.
And the bad police officer can still go to jail, and you can still sue the government.
Hold
Why?
on.
Because an act
It's also
happened
not Donald
against
Trump.
you, and that is what damages are. And
But
what
you
you guys
can't
just
sue
proved,
yourself,
what you
Zach.
guys
You
just
can't.
said
You can't
is that it's already
sue
been
yourself.
proven that
He's in
damages.
control of the IRS, and that's what the judge found. It was not a
It's
real
wild that you guys are just
controversy.
going
It was
to.
a fraudulent
Really,
case. It was a fraudulent
how is it a
case.
fraudulent case if you've already
Why
admitted that
don't
the
you
guy who
read?
did
Why
it
don't you
went to
read the
jail?
opinion? Educate yourself.
Again, I really don't care what some judge has to say about a politicized event attempting to put a president in, like.
Okay, Zach, let's try to loop this back into like our previous conversation before you decide to have this conversation with us. If the Supreme Court rules, let's say in 2020, that the president does not have absolute immunity from state criminal subpoenas, and the president at the time decides to continue doing the thing that the Supreme Court ruled they do not have absolute immunity on, can the president be impeached for that?
I assume yes. I'm not fully following.
That would be a yes. So at this point, when Trump is trying to create legislation through other members of his cabinet or his soon-to-be AG, Todd Blanche, that says that he cannot be liable for any future tax endeavors, is that an impeachable thing?
Is it impeachable that he's trying to create legislation that would make him not prosecuted? It's no.
Dude,
it's, why would
what
that
is?
be,
I'm sorry.
why
What
would
is that
be,
noise?
Why would that be a crime? Don't
The
pass
matter of the fact that the Supreme Court, this is a high crime. This is what we were just talking about, like the conversation we were having beforehand, that you decide to fucking butt in and make 30 minutes of this conversation about yourself, was whether or not, like, the mayor or the governor or the president can be held as though they are criminals.
Okay, and I would generally say it's not good for our country, and so I would support us not creating a situation where we try to put opponent politicians in jail all the time. That's a very, very.
Oh, so do you think that
that's not bad?
How about like James Comey and Letitia James?
I know you guys think that, and then when the Republicans are following the law, quote unquote, and they're putting your politicians in jail,
they aren't though.
That is not, no. That's not bad optics. That's us following the law to a T. If the Supreme Court decides, hey, you cannot do this thing, and then the president continues to do that thing, we should treat that as a criminal action. They should be impeached for that and then prosecuted for that. That is us literally following what the founding fathers set up for us to
except in 2020, they did say the thing, didn't they?
Yes, and Trump is still trying to fucking go against the thing. So can we call him a criminal now? Can we say he can be impeached?
Again, you guys will do whatever you want to do. I'm telling you that whatever you do, if you end up putting a president and your main political opponent in jail, that will be bad for our country. It's why, by the way, Ford pardoned Nixon.
How is that bad optics?
Because he thought it was so bad. He thought it would be so bad for our country that he pardoned Nixon, making him basically ineligible to win the next election.
Because he wouldn't be able to. Because he wouldn't be able to get anything done. Why does somebody have flatulence at a very perfect tempo?
It's treason for me to do the thing the Supreme Court just told me not to fucking do. How is it bad optics that I, as the person who is doing the illegal thing, that I'm getting prosecuted?
Why does somebody have flatulence at a perfect tempo?
It's not somebody's.
Shut the fuck up. Just answer the question. Holy shit. How is that bad optics that I, who is still continuing to do the illegal thing, that I get prosecuted?
JD is too fucking cheap to go get his fucking computer fixed, and that would be a fan inside of his computer that's making that noise.
Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking jump. Can we answer the question, please? God's sakes, you fucking
I understand. I understand.
I, as the person in question here, who is committing the fucking illegal action, even though the Supreme Court has said, no, you can't do this, no, they gave me a slap on the wrist, they nulled out that action that I tried to do, and I'm still fucking doing it. How is it bad optics that I'm getting prosecuted for that?
again, you guys can decide on the optics. It really has nothing to do with optics.
You're saying it's bad optics. So define to me how it's bad optics.
I didn't say optics. I didn't say optics.
Oh my God!
Bad precedent. It's a bad precedent that will destroy our union.
That's optics, dude.
How is it bad precedent? No, stop. How is it bad precedent? We'll fucking redefine the word here. I'm still gonna hold you to the fire. How is that bad precedent?
Because you will do it because you feel that it is just to do. And then the other side will do it to you. We will devolve.
The laws to be followed.
We will devolve into a nation that tries to invent reasons to put their political opponents in jail, which is what
they tried to do that with Joe Biden.
Yeah, we're already there.
They didn't try to put Joe Biden in jail.
Zach.
Joe Biden tried to put Donald Trump in jail.
Zach. We're already there. We're already at this place where we are.
Yes, you guys are trying to put a president in jail.
Shut the fuck up. Are you only talking about the president? Are you only talking about doing this to the president or to any political opponent?
I think if a congressman, unalived his wife, right? I don't think there would be any question that they should go to jail, right? If a congressman was found to have embezzled $100 million, sure, we should put them in jail. But again, what you're saying is he's attempting to change laws.
If an ex-president commits fraud against the nation and is convicted of that crime, should that ex-president be in jail?
I don't think so. I don't think that's good for our country. No.
That's fucking wild. So you're saying presidents are above the law?
Yeah, that's
even when they leave office.
Right. Yeah, 100%. I grew up where my favorite president straight up lied to Congress under oath in front of the entire world and then did zero.
You lied.
About Clinton, dude. I want you to understand, Zach, the path
he's been on the stage at the DNC every year since then.
Zach, I want you to understand the path that you and me just took. I told you that in 2020, the Supreme Court ruled that the President of the United States of America does not have absolute immunity from tax shit, okay? And I told you that even though this was the declaration of the Supreme Court, this was the opinion that they held, that President Trump is still trying to do everything within his power to fuck with the tax shit. That should be an impeachable crime that we follow the law to the T on making sure he gets impeached and fucking prosecuted for. And you're telling me that if we do that, that's bad precedent, that we should not follow the law?
The Supreme Court decision was that the president does not have ultimate immunity, right? It wasn't just
immunity for his presidential action.
It's partial immunity.
I got it.
For the actions
they do not have. You're right. They do not have immunity for actions that they take as president. Is that what?
No, they do.
No, that's not what it says.
Well, they do.
Oh, so they said
have immunity.
So what are we talking about 2020 then?
Wait, January 2020 ruling, the Supreme Court ruled 7-2 that the president, any president, not Trump, any president, does not have absolute immunity from state criminal subpoenas, which applies to this fucking tax shit that he was trying to do and is still trying to do, allowing Manhattan prosecutors access to his financial and tax records.
Okay, you guys are... I'm sorry. Answer me why is he not in jail?
Wait, I want to let.
This is.
Thank you. I listen. I just wanted to ask 2 quick questions, and then I will drop down to make room for an op. You guys are letting him off the hook. This is very simple. Zach, if an individual sues the federal government, whether it's you or me or Donald Trump, does the administration owe us as taxpayers a vigorous defense? Yes or no? That's question 1 of 2. Yes or no?
Yes.
Did we get a vigorous defense?
Yeah, I think that's a very subjective measure.
The judge did not think we got a vigorous defense. Okay. 2 people were referred to the bar for not preparing a vigorous defense. No matter what the benefit was to Donald Trump, it doesn't matter. The administration failed on its responsibilities, whether Trump pocketed a penny or whether his family gets to get off tax-free forever. Thank you. Okay, that's it. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you, Tennis.
Can-
Wait. Tennis, you're great. I love you, Tennis. You're fucking nailing this shit. Good night, everyone.
Can you repeat the first
I'm sorry,
question again?
Crosstabs came up here to fucking demolish my fucking shit as though I wasn't holding this bitch to the fire? Okay, Crosstabs. I saw
No, just that one point. Just that one point. Just that one point. That's it. You were doing good too, JD.
No, that's
just
fine.
that one.
Go make another
you
AI song, you fuck. I'll
You
see
guys
you
like
later,
this
Daddy.
this masturbatory little fucking.
Okay, motherfucker. We're gonna talk about that one. I'll see you later.
Your farting computer damaged your arguments. I'm sorry. And it's still doing it. Drives me crazy.
I just wonder what kind of precedents it sets to allow a president to get away with committing crimes. What kind of future presidents will commit crimes, and what kinds of crimes will future presidents commit if we allow them to commit crimes?
This is also
May I ask a question, please? Do you
Mojo
think that
just asked a question that wasn't answered, Stephanie?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like if we're going down this rabbit hole of future presidents, it's basically a president can do anything while he's in office with official action to commit crimes, and it doesn't matter what it is because it's official action.
You guys are so funny. You think that when regimes get rid of their political opponents, you don't know that they always put them in jail with actual crimes, right? Like they don't just call them up and say, "We don't like this guy." Okay, no, they put him through. They put him through some sort of
that's a fallacy.
justice thing. They send them
what
through.
you're doing right now is fallacious.
That's a fallacy.
You 100% know that's the truth.
It's a fallacy.
In regimes,
what you're doing right now is a logical
that
fallacy.
prosecute their. How is it a logical fallacy?
Because it's a slippery slope, because you have absolutely no idea what's going to happen from here on out. But what you are suggesting right now is that you want it to be okay for presidents to break the law. And if you're going to be okay with presidents breaking the law, future presidents will break the law.
No, you're pivoting.
Mr. Mojo, do you think President Bush or Clinton or Obama or Biden, do you not think that they broke the law at all?
None of them.
This is not the subject of the conversation. Please don't.
Also, too, just looping it back into our earlier conversation, Mojo, this is why I say it's kind of
all of us.
This is why I say it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird that we don't have
on this panel is ridiculous.
I know. It's kind of weird that we don't have the system set up to where these people literally just can be classified as criminals, where we have to go through a whole bunch of fucking loopholes in order to declare these people criminals. I don't get that. Even on a local level, the matter of the fact that it takes a state Supreme Court to deny someone's actions, and then they continue to do the actions, so therefore now they're a criminal. That's weird to me.
Well,
the matter of the fact that they're doing the illegal thing in the first place, that should be the criminal part.
Well,
and honestly,
wait a second.
No, hold on a minute. The Epstein files.
Oh God.
Showed a ton.
Oh God, we're pivoting to this. Fuck Christ.
Wait a second. Can I just respond to JD Mojo?
No, you cannot. Bill Clinton.
Are you a mod?
Excuse me?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to respond to JD. JD, we do have the U.S. we have criminal codes in all the states, and prosecutors should be prosecuting crimes based on those codes, right? And to the extent that any official or individual who's a civilian commits a crime, if you're indicted for that and you can make out a case, then that's how they're prosecuted. I don't understand why you're having a problem.
On the level that we're talking about mayors, governors, even the president, that you have to go through a fuck ton. I mean, we even said it ourselves that it starts out as a civil lawsuit, and then if the mayor or the president continues to do the thing, then that becomes a criminal action.
I think you're a little confused.
That's the inherent problem that I have here, is that we can't just then and there, if they're committing the illegal action, if the illegal action that we were discussing prior was whether or not, please don't interrupt me. That's all I ask. Okay, I'll give you your 3-4 minutes, whatever the fuck you want. The illegal action we were discussing was whether or not rent freezing in New York City was fucking legal. If that was illegal and Mamdani was doing the thing, that should be considered criminal and he should be prosecuted then and there. But if it was illegal and he was going against that, then that would go to a civil court, which the civil court would say, hey, now your action is null.
It's not a crime. It's not a crime for a mayor to institute a policy. It's not a crime. I mean, if you can show me a criminal code in New York that he violated, he might be wrong about it, and it can be, and you can bring a civil action to stop it, but it's not a crime. It doesn't constitute a crime.
That's
There is
we're on
no
the same
crime
page here, but I'm
associated.
saying it should be a crime if the mayor in question
Well, then-
here, okay,
then-
that's why I
then
brought
you
up the Ted
address
Cruz
that with the
hypothetical.
legislature.
If the mayor in question here, okay, hypothetically speaking, was Ted Cruz, and his policy that he tried to institute was either you read the Bible or you go to jail, that should be unconstitutional. That should be a criminal action.
It's not though. JD,
It depends on the city law. It depends
No,
on.
it's not. It's never a criminal action to do something unconstitutional. It's just not
now,
a
if
criminal
the
action.
court, but if the court rules like they did in Abrego Garcia and said bring him back, and they're like, no, we can't do it. Eventually, he had no choice. He did it, JD. Because
I don't
then
think you guys are trying to still explain this to me as though I'm a fifth grader. I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm saying that we should treat these as criminal activities. The matter of the fact that it takes Trump the fucking full 4 years of Biden's presidency for even a single fucking Supreme Court ruling, and then after the matter of fact, he still tries to do the shit. So now we have to consider it criminal. That's crazy to me.
Okay, here, I'm going to tell you. Hold on. I'm going to tell you why. It's not criminal. It's not criminal because these are the people that make the laws. These are the people that uphold the laws. These are the people that protect the laws. You cannot tell them that if they do something or if they misinterpret a statute or misinterpret a law or misinterpret the Constitution, that they are doing something illegal. Because this is their job. They are quite literally doing their job, and you're telling them that them doing their job is illegal, which means they will never pass another fucking law again. Nobody's going to pass a law because they're all going to be afraid of. They're all going to be afraid of going to jail if they are found to be doing something unconstitutional.
This is where the subjective part comes in, though. So if I make a law now that is people who are black can no longer drink from the same water fountains as white people. Okay, we're going back to segregation. We all understand that's a very bad thing, probably even criminal, but they're going to get a slap on the wrist. They're not actually going to be prosecuted for that.
It's not criminal to do that. You would just be ruled against, and you would have to be forced.
That is the problem I have! Yes!
That is not a problem. That is a necessity for the exact reason I just said. Because then nobody passes laws if you're going to put people in jail.
They're just misinterpreting the law.
Nobody passes laws if you're going to put people in jail for passing laws.
For passing laws that could be harmful to everyone around them? Yes, absolutely, 100%. Maybe that makes me more of a fucking socialist or commie than you guys, but yes.
It just makes you an idiot. It makes you an idiot. It makes you a person who wants to
that live in
it makes you a person who wants. It makes you. I'm going to fucking.
JD, your law would get superseded by court cases that would work its way up to the Supreme Court, where that law would be overturned, or if a state overturns that law by not following it.
Can I give him an example? Can I, Legend, really
No,
quick?
he's willfully
Wait a second,
ignorant.
please, Fee. No, I'm just trying to, this is really quick.
No, ma'am.
We've been going down this rabbit hole for the last fucking hour now.
Yeah, but don't change the subject real quick. I mean,
I'm not
Dennis,
changing
go ahead
the subject.
No. I didn't want Steph to change the subject right now.
I wasn't going to change the subject. I was just going to.
You were going to start talking about Epstein.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to let Tennis be quiet for a second.
No,
wasn't
Tennis
hardly
wanted to
talking.
respond to JD specifically.
All I wanted to give is one example. I know you don't like what I say, Steph, but that's okay. We're sticks and stones. But
Go ahead, Dennis. Just go ahead.
I just wanted to give JD an example of a situation where, like when
like in order to just like win the election, right? So from a logistical standpoint, the easier it is to prosecute politicians, the more likely you're going to have a situation where politicians are constantly accusing the other person of committing a crime.
Mendez went to jail for
Which you're probably going to say
fucking
leads us
gold
closer to
bars.
fascism, which I would argue we're already at a point of fascism through the legal system that we have set up. Yes. Maybe
But again, Republicans would say the same thing about you.
More of a socialist. Maybe this makes me more of a socialist or tanky or commie, however you want to coin me, than you guys, even though I'm a fucking sock-dumb capitalist. But what I'm saying to you is, in even just fucking Tennessee example of Brown v. Board of Education, there was a Supreme Court decision that said, hey, the South can no longer have segregated schools, and some Southern governors decided to not follow this. That is a criminal action in which they should be prosecuted.
It is not.
But even then, prior to that, the matter of the fact that it took the Supreme Court to decide that like that was not a legal action, that is the crazy part to me. I think that if you, as mayor, are doing an illegal action, that should be considered a criminal action. You shouldn't have to go through fucking 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 steps in order to get to the point where it's now considered a criminal action.
It is not illegal. That's where you went wrong.
And you've been told this now for the last hour. JD, you have to have
because you guys are copying forward. You don't understand that what I'm saying
understand.
Is if I am doing the bad thing in the first place, it shouldn't be considered a civil violation. In the first place, it should be considered
you're not like here's real quick.
Hold on. You're not understanding the difference between civil law and criminal law. You are not understanding the difference between criminal law and constitutional law. That's where you're losing it here, JD.
Donald Trump was getting prosecuted for being a fucking criminal.
You're just wrong, JD. There's
tax evasion, tax fraud, anything regarding tax. Is that just?
I'm done with that. Go ahead, anybody else.
Like the whole premise behind what he's trying to get. Like Trump was being prosecuted for being a fucking criminal. Like the documents case was a criminal case. They had to wait on the immunity. As president, when he was leaving, of putting documents with fucking magazines, with pictures, with other shit. Was it a presidential act? Or was it thing? And it went through the fucking court cases. It went through judicial system to the point they had to fucking go to his house and search it. Like, he was a fucking criminal.
It's also
I'm sorry, go ahead, TJ.
I was just going to say,
I don't know why we're going to argue about the same thing JD was arguing about. JD was the only one making that argument. There's no reason to argue about it unless I bring him back up on the panel, but I don't want to fucking talk about that shit anymore. It's a stupid argument.
I know, but it's like Trump was being prosecuted.
Stupid argument. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I know, but like he was thinking about somebody at it's just mind blowing like how he was approaching it. It's just like you're contradicting.
Just stop. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Or does anybody else want to change it? I don't want to talk about JD anymore.
Yes, sir. So, I mean, I don't know if it's really changing it, but okay, so Trump and all of this stuff that he was brought to court about and blah, blah, and that I don't know, he became president again. But if you look at what he's done now, as far as insider trading, as far as going against the Constitution with this war, I mean, he's facing a lot more crap than he was back in the day. That's just my opinion.
I think it's a continued criminal activity from the word go, from the time that he was illegally renting apartments in New York City It's all criminal, and it's a continuing line of criminality that is mind-bending, and it's not going to stop until he's out.
He has always been a thug. No, seriously. Donald Trump has always been a thug. He had over 4,000 civil cases. He's an adjudicated rapist. He is an absolute 34 times felon, and yet people still voted for him. I'll never understand other than they could not vote for a woman. I just will never, and Joe Biden made a huge mistake by not being a one-term president. So I'll admit that, but that doesn't excuse Trump's criminality. He should be held accountable. There is always presidential immunity, regardless of which party is in power, and that should be respected. But paying off a porn star and having illegal campaign contributions and fuddling with the money, that's illegal. It wasn't lawfare.
Well, I think his documents case was more solid than people actually expected, because Jack Smith has been adamant about what he's been saying in Congress about, why the fuck you guys hiding the grand jury reports or any of the information that basically he did that was supposed to be released to the public, because that shit's fucking damning.
The documents case was pretty open and shut, in all fairness. But again, he's currently the president. I do not think the Democrats should impeach him this time. I think we need to move on. He can be criminally investigated and prosecuted if that's the decision. I want the Democrats to come forward with policies and changes, because I don't know what the GOP stands for anymore, other than racism, controlling a woman's body, and anti any immigration, legal or undocumented.
I think it's a twofold approach that he's getting investigated. Those take time, and by the time, if 2028 rolls around and a Democrat's in office, then those should be referred to the DOJ, along with anybody else that's in his cabinet that has committed criminal offenses.
He'll pardon all of them, so the only person we'll be able to go after is him.
Unless he decides to step down and then get pardoned by J.D. Vance.
Hey, just like Biden did?
That's ridiculous. We already see what Trump has done to Comey, to James, to...
He's
making stuff left
what
and
happened?
right.
What happened to Comey?
He's being prosecuted for seashells, a picture of seashells.
Was he convicted?
No.
The case got thrown out.
No, it has not been thrown out.
It's not been thrown out yet. It's expected to be, but not yet.
Oh, the Letitia James one did get thrown out. That's the one that got thrown out.
Yeah, and the first Comey case got thrown out too. There was another Comey case as well, but this one is still waiting to be started, I guess. I don't know.
Mojo, now they've opened an investigation against Jack Smith.
Yes,
what is What is the Comey case about?
Taking a picture of shells that said 8647.
They're saying he threatened the president.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, he did.
I don't give a rat's ass about that.
Exactly. What's going on today? That's minimal. I mean, it's straws you're grabbing out. That's nothing.
Oh, you mean they're grasping at straws? You're right there, Steph. They are definitely. This is not anything like Biden did. And I will hold Merrick Garland forever guilty of being the worst AG in my lifetime.
Comey was 100% a leaker, but I could give two rats' asses if he took a picture of something that says 8647.
I agree. And so you think Biden is totally innocent and never did anything illegal ever?
Yep. I do not think he did
My
anything illegal.
my
So
goodness. Okay, look
I
at
know.
Hunter Biden and
Look at him.
China and
Oh
his
God.
painted pictures and
Mm-hmm.
explain that to me.
How is that Joe Biden's fault or have anything to do with Joe Biden?
Who cares? Biden is fucking Weekend at Bernie's. We don't even know if that dude still exists. Like, who gives a shit at this point? Why are we
He's
talking
going
about
through
Biden?
stage 4 cancer right now.
I agree 100%. We should move on. They're all corrupt.
No, they're not. They are not all corrupt. It's so silly. Oh my God. Thank you. Whoever just gifted me a galaxy. Wow.
Rebel.
Wow, Rebel.
Revel, thank you. That's amazing.
Wait, it's
Rebel
too
must.
late. Oh my God, you did it like 1 minute too late.
I
Oh,
guess it
Mojo.
Oh no, you didn't. Oh no, you didn't. That was perfect, actually.
depends on
Oh no,
how
it
you
wasn't.
define corrupt, whether if you're using the definition or your definition. Because if
What I'm saying is,
you're using the definition, I would agree that you couldn't make a case for them all being corrupt. But if you're using your definition, quote unquote, I could probably make a case for them all being corrupt because they've all definitely engaged in insider trading.
I don't agree.
among other things. But yes, we'll go with it. And Mojo, I am so sorry that gift was a little late.
Oh no, no. The clock switches over at 10 o'clock, and so it was 10:01 when he sent those, and that could have given me an extra fragment if he'd have sent it 2 minutes earlier. That's all it was. It's not that big of a deal.
My gifts have been on point.
Thank you.
And guess what?
Don't say it. Somebody start talking real quick, please.
Are we still in war with Iran?
No.
Over what? We don't really know.
We came to peace today.
Are you sure?
They surrendered. Yeah, they surrendered.
Are you sure? Because I think Trump just tacoed out again because it's Friday.
For the 17th time.
Wow, that's a laugh.
I'm sorry. That's hilarious. Trump tacos a lot.
I mean, I wish he would. Like, I don't really give a shit at this point. Like, just fucking end the bleeding. I don't need to pay $6 a fucking gallon for diesel fuel. Let's figure this shit out.
I agree.
Yeah, so abandon this whole war thing because it's not going to work out the way you think it is.
Nope. It never was going to work out the way they think it was. And I still don't know to this day whether he got blackmailed into it, rage baited into it, or was just actually dumb enough to think it was a good plan, or was just riding a high horse after Venezuela worked worked out how he thought it was going to, and he thought that he could do the same thing there. I don't really know. It doesn't really matter. If you ask the State Department, Marco Rubio, and Donald Trump why we're there, you'll get 3 different fucking answers. So who fucking knows?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of things.
It was Israel.
I just think it's so funny that we come to a peace agreement every Friday right before futures markets close, and then we pick it back up as soon as future markets open.
Which is
that's really strange to me.
Anyone that thought that the MOU was going to hold is fucking insane. That was the worst goddamn deal that anyone has ever drawn up ever.
No, the MOU is bullshit.
It was a complete and total scam.
Yeah, they should have missiles because Saudi Arabia has missiles. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I 100% agree. The MOU was a joke, and it was just to buy time for us to go back into war, and we will not win. That is the God honest truth. We cannot win.
They're playing the
It's
stock
that baby in the
market.
sky.
Like look at the numbers, look at the dips, look at what happens every time these deals get signed, every time we say that the fucking strait is back open, every time we say that the oil's flowing, what happens in the stock market? Goes up and down and up and down and up and down, and they know exactly what's gonna happen based on what they say, and they're playing the fucking stock market. That's all that's going on.
Yep. Exactly. Look at the crack spread compared to like what
Did you just say the crack spread?
I was going to say, can you explain that strategy to me?
What the fuck? The crack spread.
I got to try this out.
What the fuck?
I think that's on the hub.
Oh my goodness. There's a crack spread, there's a future spread.
Stop saying that.
The crack spread. That's bad.
I got to try this strategy out Monday. I'm sorry.
My goodness, look it up.
Spread your crack.
Bend over and
there's a
grab
there's
your
a
cheeks
credit
and
spread.
spread them wide.
Do you mean a credit spread?
No, it's the crack spread.
We've tried for years.
Stop.
This is my favorite thing in the world.
What the
I dare y'all.
I haven't heard that one.
I am not stupid. Look it up.
I mean, I don't know.
Just bend over so you can take it.
I'm not about to Google crack spread.
You'll definitely end up on the hub. No two ways about it.
I'm pretty sure that was a page in the Kama Sutra. I think you're reading the wrong book.
Mojo, would you like to make a bet on that?
No, but if that's what it's called, there's
seriously.
some fucking crazy bastard out there that called it that.
It's called the crack spread.
It is actually a thing for futures.
Shut up. Are you serious?
Yeah, it's in
What's
futures.
wrong with people?
Some Wall Street guy thought it'd be funny.
If that dude's still alive, he chuckles every time they write about it.
I know, right?
For petroleum.
Yeah, this is like Beavis and Butthead. She said
Thank
crack.
you, legend. You actually know exactly what I'm talking about.
I just looked it up because I wanted to make sure it was a real fucking thing.
Is there a cheese spread too, or like cheese in a can, or?
That's called Cheese Whiz. Let's be honest. That shit's good. That should be on every platter.
I hate ignorance.
Is there a powder spread? I just want to know if there's a powder spread now. No.
So, did anyone hear this?
Crack cocaine, powder cocaine.
Oh, cheese mojo.
There's some.
You're such a degenerate.
So, like, there's another kind of funky sounding strategy. I mean, I now that I think about it, there's some weird lingo in finance.
No shit.
Like you can have a naked position in a security.
A naked position.
You could. Yep. Yes. That I've heard of.
Next, he's going to tell me about doggy style.
Could you have a naked position in a crack spread?
I am firmly convinced that it's a bunch of fucking little kids making up these fucking terms.
They are.
Wall Street
giggling.
Children on cocaine.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could sell a call option without holding the shares. So if you get assigned and you don't have the shares, yeah, you can call that a naked position in options.
Is there a Fent spread too? And not
A
the
what
trackers. Fent?
Fent spread?
Yeah.
Not that I'm aware of, but I mean, I've never heard of crack spread either, so.
If there's a crack spread, there should be a Fent spread to go with it, shouldn't there?
What's going on?
Did anyone see or listen to Trump's speech at the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Can we stop talking about Donald Trump?
We've been on this live. I think it was like a rally speech, wasn't it?
I don't know. That's why I was asking.
Yes.
Did he make any good jokes this time? Like that, the White House Correspondents' Dinner is the only fucking thing he's good at.
He does
He's never been. This is his first time as president.
Yeah, but
This is the first one he's attended.
accidentally saying funny shit because you're stupid is not very funny, especially when you're the leader of the free world, right?
Well, he kicked all the comedians out of the actual event, which
It's supposed to be a night where we celebrate our First Amendment rights and the press, the Fourth Estate. And considering they also had to be embarrassed and withdraw their subpoenas against the New York Times. Bad lawyering again. He hasn't had many legal wins.
No, our
Yeah, but he
courts are the
doesn't
only
care.
thing that are protecting us right now.
Tennis, going back to what we were talking about a little earlier, you asked me if if I thought that there were threats, and I talked about like Iran. There's actually a case, where'd it go? Recently where we convicted an Iranian agent for murder for hire to
What
on a lot
state?
of U.S. politicians.
Yeah,
What
that was the
state?
guy. That was the guy in New York.
I'm reading the U.S. Justice Department.
He was hired. Well, he was sent here by the IRGC. He was sent here, trained, and sent here by the IRGC. He had a list of names. It was Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and I want to say like a labor secretary or some shit. I don't remember who the other person was. But.
So yeah, that sounds like a threat.
I don't know if there is.
Do we need the National Guard for that?
No, I'm not saying it's like. I feel like most like internal threats are probably going to be handled by like the FBI, not like the National Guard. But
correct.
I was just pointing out that there are threats within the United States.
Of course, there are threats. That's true. Historically, there are threats, but that's why we have the FBI, right?
I mean, if it was actually against the president, it should be Secret Service jurisdiction at that point.
I think they work together. Well, and they have enough staff.
Well,
Our new DNI or
we
acting
had a
DNI
debate.
has laid off over 200 people.
Steve, we had a debate earlier as to whether or not we need National Guard on our streets
For what?
and active military. And
No, why would we?
Right, we don't. But that's what I was asking TJ about, his perception of the National Guard that's been deployed in Portland, Oregon, in Chicago, LA, and Washington, D.C.
They're all still there? I thought the LA ones.
No, they're in Washington
Oh, okay.
because he has the right to do that in Washington, D.C. But the Supreme Court ruled that he did not have the right in those other places. But they were deployed for quite some time. It was a mess in Chicago.
Like, they didn't actually do anything. Like that was the best part about it. Like, it was a total ruse, and all it did was rile a bunch of people up over nothing. All he did was stand around and look like, soldiers on our streets. They didn't fucking accomplish anything.
But it is terrorizing.
Not only that, he only deployed like 10% of them. It was just a fucking power jerk off move.
Yeah, it was a ruse. It literally did nothing.
But in LA, like Mojo brought this up earlier, they did like this drill, the National Guard, where they kind of stormed MacArthur Park. There was like a children's camp there, summer camp, and freaked everybody out. I mean, I don't think we need military on our streets, folks. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but that was a display of power, though. I mean, after Newsom came out, strongly talking against all this shit, Trump is just trying to show him this place.
What is it that Donovan says? A vulgar display of power?
I don't know.
Like, you're the one.
Ideologically speaking, I'm against
it. Yeah, that's the one.
If they actually didn't do anything, like if you want to put National Guard on the street so they can stand around and jerk off, like, oh well. I guess I don't. I got bigger things to care about.
But in addition, the ICE is acts like military.
Yep.
With their body armor and their masks, they don't identify. They don't wear badges.
Well, I mean, the police act like they have
not
No,
necessarily masks,
the
but
police come to your house, they have a badge. You know, if an ICE officer assaulted me, I couldn't report who it was because I don't know who they are. I don't see their face. I don't see a badge number. I don't see a name.
I mean, that's also true for all FBI agents, for all of Secret Service, and all undercover cops across the country. So
okay, but
they can't arrest you without probable cause. So if you're talking about law enforcement, they have to have probable cause to arrest you.
no, but they can certainly assault you in the street.
No, they can't.
What do you mean? They do it all the time.
Well, that's illegal, right?
Well, sure, but what's your recourse? If you're assaulted by an FBI agent in the street that does not identify himself as an FBI agent, that has no badge, that has a mask on, what's your recourse? You don't know who he is. You don't know where he's from. You don't know what he's doing. It's no different than ICE. We see this all the time. I'm not saying we should be for it, but
no, we don't, Steve. We do not see that all the time.
FBI
We
agents
have a
don't wear
big
masks.
problem. What are you talking about? Police do not, writ large, go out and just assault civilians. What are you talking about?
they don't. I thought that was like all of the anti-police stuff was part of the agenda.
That's
no,
the police.
You're talking
not the
about
FBI.
targeting people of color? Is that what you're talking about?
Sure, or anybody else. Pick
Yeah,
your poison.
Not anybody else.
Here we go. People of color.
No, it's true. Well, you don't think that there is an endemic in this country and has been for years and years and decades of police officers going after people of color?
I mean, sure, but if that's true, wouldn't that speak to my point that if there's undercover cops and agents that are doing that and going after people of color, it would be the same thing as ICE going after people that look like they're Mexican?
No.
And we've been doing that forever, especially in the 60s?
No.
Did you say no?
I said no.
How's it different?
It's different because...
Okay, can you tell me why, please?
Well, I'm trying to, Steph. Are you okay?
Tell me why.
Are you okay?
Joe.
That's how you talk. I'm trying, Steph.
I'm screaming.
This is
you guys. You sound ridiculous, but let's go with it.
Whatever. You seem to be saying that the FBI or detectives in the FBI go after American citizens and assault them the same way that ICE assaults brown people in this country, undocumented workers. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah,
they actually.
I mean, I'm not. They certainly have, or undercover cops. I guess there's a whole lot more undercover cops. You'd be a lot more likely to run into an undercover cop, like anybody that's not a beat cop in a uniform wearing a badge with a badge number, which there's a lot of them.
Have you seen American citizens complaining that undercover FBI agents are assaulting them without probable cause?
Well, if your argument 30 seconds ago was that
please,
they were
Steve.
unfair,
Answer my
if your
question.
argument, I'm trying to, if you let me finish.
No, but you're not.
If your argument 30 seconds ago was that they're unfairly targeting brown people, then that's absolutely happening to them via undercover cops. You can't have it both ways.
I mean, I would make the argument that it's not even undercover cops. There's a lot of citizens every day that just get the shit kicked out of them by beat cops.
Yeah, I agree, but at least at that point you have proof and recourse.
Hold on. I totally agree with Tennis. I think she is.
No, you don't get to do that.
She's
You
so right.
You don't get to do that. No.
Why, sir?
Because you hate her.
I don't hate her. I don't hate anybody. I am just telling you how wrong she is. And I'll tell you, I completely disagree with ICE. I think that is leading our country into a surveillance state that we can all be controlled under. So I am not saying that she is wrong. Just give her a minute, and she's going to tell you how it is.
Okay. I've already stated my piece. I haven't heard anybody rebut what I'm asking them. Not yet. So I'm waiting for Steve.
I asked you what the difference was, and you couldn't articulate it in any way,
No,
shape, or
I
form.
asked you a question and you pivoted.
No, I answered your question.
On a different note, real quick, just a little bit of info. Newest polling after Marsha Blackburn's well thought out fucking fortune cookie commercial. She's lost 35 points in Republican primary polling. She was ahead by 50%. She is now only ahead by 15% from John Rose in the Republican primary.
Amen, sir. I am not voting for Blackburn or Rose.
I bet you're hold on. I bet you're fucking voting for Monty Fritz, aren't you?
I'm what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I bet you're voting for Monty Fritz, aren't you?
I am not voting, sir.
Oh, you're not going to vote in there? Okay, sweet.
No.
Awesome.
No, I'm not going to vote because it's a uniparty. John Rose, Blackburn, any Democrat running, and my vote wouldn't matter in Tennessee because we are gonna vote Republican regardless. So it wouldn't matter, it would not matter.
I think Jerry Green has a very good chance of winning in Tennessee, specifically with how much people hate Marsha Blackburn. If Marsha Blackburn's nominated, I would not be surprised if there was a Democratic governor in Tennessee. I would not be surprised in the slightest.
You want to put your money up on that?
Yeah.
All right. What you want to bet? I'll bet you $500 right now that I'm not joking. Of $500. Everybody take this note. $500 that a Democrat will never run Tennessee ever, and they will not win in Tennessee.
Hold on, so you're betting me $500 that a Democrat will never, at any point ever, have run Tennessee?
Okay, yes, but I'm telling you, this year I'm putting up $500 that a Democrat will not win.
Hold on, you said yes though at first, so you are betting me what I just said.
Let's reframe that.
Hold on, then reframe it.
A Democrat will not win in Tennessee in 2026 or 2028, and I'll put up both those years. Ever. My vote does not matter. I'm not going to vote for a Democrat anyway. But
okay, so your bet for $500 is that a Democrat will not win an election in the state of Tennessee.
Correct. This year or next.
100%. I'll take that. Hold on. Everybody, shut up. I'll take that right now. Clock it, chat. A Democrat will not win an election in Tennessee.
That's not fair.
No, hold on.
Clock it, chat.
The next two.
Okay.
Said in the next two elections.
Yeah. Okay. 100%. A Democrat. I will bet that a Democrat will win an election in 2026 or 2028.
Okay. I am talking about governor and Senate and Congress or governor. In the next two elections, it will not happen. Bring it.
Cool. Correct. Yeah. Okay. I'll bet 500 that a Democrat will not win a Congress position in the state of Tennessee. Yes, I will take that bet for 500. Alex.
Deal.
Bet. Okay. So when one of the Tennessee House members that's a Dem wins again out of Memphis, you gonna pay me my 500? Like when Gloria Johnson wins her seat again, are you gonna pay up?
I'm gonna pay up. Yep. And I think
U.S. currency or TikTok coins?
I'm just gonna send it to you on TikTok. I'll just gift you.
Okay,
that's actually
Hey, that was a joke, man.
I just want to point out that she said Congress. She did not specify U.S. Congress or Tennessee Congress, but she's already agreed to it. So,
okay, are you saying there's a difference between Congress and U.S. Congress?
Yes,
there is a Tennessee House of Representatives, is there not?
Okay, yes, absolutely. But you're saying that a Democrat is going to win in either Congress?
Yes, there are Democrats currently in the state legislature.
This bet brought to you by Burnett's Vodka.
Okay.
What the fuck is that?
That's the
cheap, and it comes in a plastic bottle.
Plastic bottle fucking vodka.
That's why I love y'all. And actually, I drink box wine.
I don't doubt that. Not at all.
No, it's all good. When Justin Jones wins his extremely safe seat again, I'll come knocking stuff.
Hey, Mogan David's pretty good. I'm just saying.
What up,
David?
Mogan David? You know what Mogan David is?
I don't.
It's
you just said what up.
El Cheapo Concord
Vince?
grape wine.
I said what's up.
It comes in 2-liter bottles.
That's
the debate.
Did you win?
I mean, I feel like I did, but I'll tell y'all, it is quite interesting meeting a lot of people, especially, there was a lot of people there, Mojo.
Oh, was
from
it in
that,
person?
It was in person.
Oh shit, I didn't know that either.
There was quite a few people from like early Twitch poll days that it was kind of a weird like reunion of like seeing everybody in person, because we'd never seen each other in person. We'd seen each other online.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not gonna say too much, but Andrew Wilson showed up, so that was pretty cool. I say cool, but I mean, to each their own. But I mean, these events for me are more professional than they are about politics, if that makes any sense. So it's not about like trying to start beefs and shit like that. It's like, hey, you know, you're a creator, I'm a creator, we have our opinion, you have your opinion.
Wouldn't you like to be a creator too?
But it was interesting. It was really cool to kind of see everybody. Rob Noor was there. Obviously Gibbs was there. But doing these debates IRL is different. It's just different. And it's like, sorry, doing debates in real life. It's just different. Trying to like, you sit there and you're like having a good conversation. Like me and Average Debate Enjoyer were having a good conversation before our debate. And then you go in and you start slinging mud. So me and him both talked before, and I said, look, this is going to be entertaining. There's going to be some emotion. I'm going to get a little antsy and stuff. Don't take offense to it. And he didn't. We shook hands. We were cool, and we just continued to chat afterwards and stuff like that. So it was a really good time. A really good time and a really good debate. It's up on Grid One Motorsports. That's the name of the channel that hosted it. So if you want to watch the debate, you can go there and watch the debate. So
cool. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, it was about, is Trump the most corrupt president since Reagan? And I was nervous that Tyler was going to bring up stuff from Reagan, as Tyler Average Debate Enjoyer. I was worried he was going to bring up stuff from like Reagan or Bush. We didn't even get into any of those presidents. I prepared for it just in case, but none of that got brought up. Like it was strictly Obama, Biden, and Trump. Those are only three to be touched. So,
what were they urging was the corruption of Obama?
I believe a lot of it had to do with the Russiagate stuff. I probably shouldn't have said it on TikTok, but the stuff to do with Russia in 2016. So, which
that was corruption.
Well, that was the thing, is he kept saying that like it's weird because he would tell me his standard. He told me that his standard of proof, when I brought up, for example, Trump telling Pam Bondi to investigate Letitia James, he would say, well, Pam Bondi doesn't have True Social. I'm like, okay, so then I was like, your standard of proof is that I have to have Trump on video saying, give me the money for this and I will do this.
Show me the money.
And he actually said, yes, that's my standard of proof. But then he would go into Burisma and like point to 15 different data points. And I'm like, but that's your version of corruption. Well, yeah, that's corruption. I'm like, make that make sense. I'm like, because you're telling me that I have to show that Trump explicitly wanted this done in this manner, but you're telling me that you can point to 15 pins on a board. I just didn't understand it. And at the very end, I just kind of said, look, he gave you 15 points on a board. I'm giving you 15 actual scandals. Like that's the thing that you have to understand is that just by the sheer number of scandals, and that's not even getting into the depths of these scandals, like Qatar or America 250 versus Freedom 250, there's J6 slush fund, like all of these individual things can be hyper dug into, but we're not digging into them. I'm just trying to give you the quick synopsis of each one of these and why they're corrupt.
So you do understand that Biden funded Ukraine against, for the Russia war. You do know that, right?
That
So did
Biden
Trump.
funded.
So did
Doesn't say Trump and Obama both funded Ukraine.
Yeah, so did the majority of Republicans in the House and Senate. Were also on board with that.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to debate you on that, but we'll go with it. We'll go with what you think.
The strongest one I was able to find for Biden when it came to corruption was the IRS whistleblower with Hunter Biden, in which they tried to allegedly stop the investigation. But then what's weird is as I was digging into it, the person who they alleged to have stopped the investigation, I believe, was something like David Weiss, I think, and he was a Trump appointed special, like a Trump appointed district attorney for Delaware. So it's like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then I found out that whistleblower, the IRS whistleblower, ended up getting a job. I did not know this. Got a job in the Trump administration under Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and wrote a book afterwards. So like his credibility is like very thin at this point.
All right, who's not here?
And I 100% agree with you. Like, the Trump administration.
That added a lot.
But yeah, Mojo, it's wild to like get into these debates with people so passionately online and like through a webcam, but then to like see them in person, it's just like weird. It's just totally different.
The problem with that entire debate is exactly like you weren't here, but we were talking about corruption and different things like 20 minutes ago. And I said it depends on whether you use your definition of corruption or the definition of corruption, because everybody defines it differently. And the term is so widely used for so many different things that aren't necessarily corruption based on the actual definition of it.
I mean, where do you pull because see, here's the thing. When I was looking up the definition of corruption, you can get it from like 3 or 4 or quite a few different reputable sources that have a lot of authority. But the problem is that like each one of them have a general theme. And that was what I kind of curated my definition towards. I want to say one of them was like a Transparency International or something like that. But basically, it was this, the idea of somebody with entrusted power abusing that power for private gain is the thing. So you'd have to prove the 3 pillars there would be that you have to have, authority, which Trump certainly had authority. You also have to have the abuse of that authority for private gain. And so that private gain would be, like I said, I brought up the stock trade. That was one of the ones I brought up was that stuff. And
yeah, but then you get into, is that, does political points count as private gain, or are we only talking monetarily?
you could probably argue politically. I'm sure there's some political gain to it. Like I could see a situation in which Trump would, well, this is a good point. Trump trying to send his DOJ to remove Lisa Cook so that he could get a more favorable Trump Fed board governor in place of Lisa Cook. That's not really going to benefit him financially, but it's going to benefit him politically in terms of interest rates. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but that's kind of my point. Like, you almost muddy the waters in what you consider corruption, because, like, I consider corruption using a your place of power for monetary gain, whereas I don't necessarily consider it for political points or for points in the court of public opinion. I think more of it as monetarily speaking. So you kind of muddy the waters when you talk about the definition of it.
Yeah, I mean, the qualm seems to be the private gain aspect. And I mean, even if you were to do something to the effect of like monetary versus political points, and we were to use that definition, Trump still fits that. I mean, I can point to, again, his ticker symbols that he's used, or the Dell Corporation, or things of that nature, or his Trump organization where his kids are in that blind, or manage the blind trust, right? Like, so I can still point to the financial gain aspect of it as well, The problem is Tyler's definition was even more strict than that. He said it had to be a criminal quid pro quo. And I'm like, that is I've never heard of it being in that extent. Now, there can be a criminal aspect to corruption via bribery, fraud, things like that. But like, quid pro quos aren't inherently in and of themselves, as far as I understand, necessarily criminal. It's like, I'm giving you it's the whole idea behind lobbying, right? Like, you lobby politicians into their campaign so that they can give you political favors. And I would argue that some of the lobbying is pretty corrupt as well.
Well, I would argue against you on that.
Do I?
I would argue against you on that.
Which one? Lobbying being corrupt?
Yeah.
Do you think Obama was corrupt at all?
Yeah, and I conceded that point a little bit. Like, I when I usually do these debates, I try to hold a consistent principle, and by using my own definition, I'm willing to concede that there may have been some aspects that you could point to under the Obama administration that were potentially corrupt. But the question of the debate wasn't whether Obama was corrupt or not corrupt, right? The question is whether Trump is the most corrupt.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? So we could have gone into like the nuances of Obama corruption, and there could be a debate to be had about that. But for the sake of the debate, I'm willing to concede that point based on my own definition. And it's not like I have any like stake in that,
Right.
So, do you think Trump is the most corrupt ever?
Ever is a great question. I have not done a long historical analysis on that, but I could say that based upon the research I have done so far with Trump, I'm sure he's at least in the top 5, if not the top 3.
Yep.
And I'm using that right now. Yeah.
I totally agree.
And that's me at starting at top 3, to be clear. Like, if I were to do my historic analysis, I'm sure I'd get to the top, he would be the top, but I'd be willing to bet it's top 3.
Brennan Rose, Warren Harding, that's my alma mater, my high school. And he was corrupt.
Well, and that's an actually interesting point Steve just brought up too, was that like I focused in just in the year and a half. Like, this is the crazy part about this whole thing too that I didn't even think about until just now. I've been focusing in on a year and a half worth of Trump's second term. I wasn't even looking at some of Trump's first term, right? And the corruption in that particular administration. So like, that's the crazy thing, is like all of those examples that I brought up in the debate were strictly from his second term. And we're a year and a half into this thing. A year and a half
so far, right?
And I've got like 15 different corrupt scandals that you can look at.
So,
but do any of them end in gate?
Okay, so honestly, what do you think about his first term compared to his second term?
I think it's, dare I say, it was much more reserved, only because the cogs in the machine were doing what they were supposed to do. But now the cogs have been taken out and replaced with red hats, and that's yeah.
I think it's more along the lines of like you had to be careful in the first term because you were still buying for re-election, whereas now you got nothing to lose. You might as well grift max as much as you can.
I don't believe that's
What
true.
the fuck? Did you just
The
say grift max?
midterms.
Yo, Griffmax is an awesome term. I might use that in future. That's
That's
actually pretty
fucked
Hey,
awesome.
up.
don't be stealing my words.
That's
But
awesome.
the midterms are coming up, and he could definitely be looking at impeachment.
I don't. Hot take, maybe.
He's
Like
unimpeachable.
I was gonna say, like hot take. I think that like we should do investigations. To be very clear, we should do congressional investigations. Do I think that us like impeaching them is worth the time and effort? And not unless you have enough in the Senate. And I don't think you have enough in the Senate. And even if you did, I warn people all the time. I think JD Vance is probably, if not worse than Donald Trump. Maybe not to the extent of corruption, but there's probably some good argument there of corruption as well. But he's kind of the snake in the grass that you can't really trust.
Vince, I agree
Oh,
with
he's
you
already been
100%.
impeached twice.
Just because we were talking about the term grift maxing, I literally invented that term because of JD Vance. And the only reason that he is VP is it makes Trump unimpeachable because he's fucking worse in every way. That's the reason he's VP. The guy was a never Trumper. Like there's 0% chance that Trump would have ever picked that guy just because he hitched his wagon to the horse somewhere along the way when the only reason is because it makes Trump unimpeachable in the eyes of a lot of Democrats on Capitol Hill. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
I think that it's. Did you guys ever read his article in the Atlantic, like calling Trump an opioid?
You talking about Vance?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing about I didn't see that article, but I saw the thing about Joe Rogan, where he went on Joe Rogan and was like trying to distance himself super hard from Trump.
Oh yeah, but no, like during his like junior, like when he was a junior senator, yeah, he wrote an entire article for the Atlantic called, like I think it was like Trump the opioid of America or some shit like that. And also, by the way, JD Vance is also not a fucking hillbilly, nor is he Appalachian. But just pointing that out.
He built his entire political career on being a never Trumper. Like he was the never Trump wing of the Republican Party. That was his entire identity. And then he fucking flip flopped when he found it necessary to hitch his wagon to the horse to get him to where he wanted to go.
Same thing with Rubio. Rubio went on long tangents about how he's a strong man and it would be terrible.
Well, Rubio kind of had to do something because he was running against him in the primary. So I don't know if he's quite as bad, but nevertheless, like Trump's unimpeachable.
Yeah, I think that what's going to happen in the midterms, I think the Dems take back the House for pretty certain at this point. Senate looks like it's a toss-up, which I'll take. But the House is what I'm more concerned about because I want to be able to make sure we have the ability to initiate investigations. Do I think they're going to be futile in the end? Of course. But I would still like to get, some answers, make them sit down in the hot seat, continue to answer these questions. Do I think that any of charges are going to come of any of this? No. I'm actually kind of concerned about that aspect as well. Like, I have a feeling that Trump's last day in office in 2028, if that is his last day in office, because I think that he's going to probably serve a third term, or try to serve a third. I think he's going to try to run for a third term. but I don't think he's going to be successful at the end of the day. But nonetheless,
could he put off elections due to the war and stay in power?
I don't see that
there's
happening.
there's no path for him to try and quote unquote run for a third term. The only path would be for him to stay elections and keep power, and even that's not even going to happen.
Well, Steve, I'll give you the blueprint because damn, I wanted to say Roger Goodell. I don't know why. That was so dumb. Steve Bannon. He kind of revealed a little bit of the playbook. He said that they have ways of trying to get Trump on the ballot for a third term. And the way in which I believe they are going to try to argue, I'm not saying it's a good argument, to be clear, is they're going to argue on the basis of what 2 terms is. And they're going to try to piece part what that actual part of the, was it the 22nd Amendment or whatever? They're going to try to piece through that and try to argue on that. And it's going to be the same playbook they did with the 14th Amendment, by the way. Look how we thought well, it probably won't fly. And that's why I said, I think ultimately it's going to fail in the Supreme Court because I have a teeny bit of faith that they'll have the wherewithal to actually, do the right thing. But
they've already ruled against him how many times?
I don't know the exact number.
On almost every occurrence.
I don't know if it's almost every occurrence. I don't know if it's that high. I think it's definitely been more in his favor than against him. But I'd have to look at the exact number. I can't tell you that for sure.
I think it's the other way around. I think it's more against him than for him. Or at least the major ones.
They've been kind of half and half, right? There's been times where, for example, with Lisa Cook, they said that he can't, and they've done some, and I know that there's some legal nuance to this whole thing, but they've said where Lisa Cook can't be fired, but then the next ruling, they go, well, Trump can fire anybody within the independent agencies and because they're part of the executive branch or whatever. And so Trump then went and fired some, I think that's when he ended up firing some of the people from one of the boards or something that has to do with integrity and stuff or whatever.
The two big important ones were Obrego and the tariffs. Those were the 2 big important ones where you would have expected, quote unquote, a conservative court to rule in his favor, and they didn't. So,
yeah, and that's. Yeah, and the thing about the tariffs, though, is that I think, and if my memory serves me correctly, they kind of do this thing, or at least the conservative justices have done this, where they kind of give Trump the path to do these things within the actual rulings. And this is one thing we're seeing when it comes to his new tariffs that he's put in place. They're implementing tariffs across the globe again because of the idea of forced labor. And then they're trying to implement, I think it was announced today, maybe, where he announced that he's going to, it was today, because he said he was going to put tariffs on Texas and he meant Mexico, which was weird. And then he's also going to put tariffs on Canada because of the smoke. And it's
that's the only tariff I could actually get behind. Or for the geese, I'm down for that too. But those 2, other than that, I'm out.
I just think it's crazy to me how, and it's funny because every time, he's literally proving how, everything that they complain about, for example, Biden in the Abbey-gate, where 13 soldiers were unalived, and I think there was a few people who had some other concussions and things like that. But then we look at Trump's Iran war, and we have 18 troops that are unalived and hundreds that have been casualties. Now we look at this one with the tariffs. It's similar to the argument they made when it comes to Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness, right? Because Biden came in, he got rejected by the Supreme Court, and Joe Biden found I think it was lesser. I forgot the whole student loan forgiveness thing, but it was essentially he went down another route that was legal or whatever that he could do, but it was for a lesser amount or something. And so that's the same thing that's happening here with Trump. He got rejected at the Supreme Court for IEEPA tariffs, and now he's trying to go around and declare a new national emergency or say, oh, well, these are forced labor things, and going down a whole different thing. So it's just interesting how he's kind of doing the same shit they complain about.
Or was the forced labor thing just an attempt to get the court of public opinion on board and people to say, oh, well, it's for slavery, that's bad?
Yeah. I mean, it also kind of is weird because they've also said that in the argument for immigration that that California has forced labor via the undocumented migrants going into California fields. So I don't know why we're like punishing other countries when we have, and matter of fact, you gave me a look at like prison labor as well. I mean, there's probably forced labor in that as well, but you know,
there's no probably about it. Definitely.
Well, no, there is. There is. Yeah.
I mean, whether it's justified or not is a different conversation, but it definitely exists.
Yeah. So
it's a debt to society that a criminal has to pay.
I want to be clear too. Not every state requires, or rather, should I put this? I don't think every state requires prisoners to work. I think there's a few that, like, you know, if you have like certain medical exemptions or things like that, you can get by without having to work. But generally, they do try to put you in it. And their argument is that it's for work and rehabilitation programs and shit. But yeah, it's still forced labor at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've seen it before. As a matter of fact, sometimes when it comes down to like an argument to whether or not to execute a criminal or to allow him life in prison, quite often the apparatus of the state will argue, no, absolutely not. We should not execute this person because of the amount of work we can get out of them. Have you ever seen any of these testimonies? I'm sure Tennis has.
I would argue that, like, isn't the national average to keep a prisoner in prison like $120,000 a year? Like, I'm calling bullshit on the fact that what their work that they're doing is equal to $120,000 a year.
You think it costs $120,000 a year to keep one prisoner?
I mean, yeah, that's what the national average is.
Okay, so what are you objecting to exactly? That there isn't testimony to that effect? Because I could pull it up pretty easy.
Testimony to what effect?
That
Guys,
the prison
I'm really having a good
system
time.
says that they would rather keep them alive rather than execute them because of the amount of labor that they could extract from this person. They call it sweat equity.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna dip out, guys. I'm really exhausted. I've been going since 2:00, and I am way
You're a
over.
maniac.
No, listen, Brendan. From 2 to 10, I have been like doing that whole thing where you're like forced to socialize with people when you like are not a very social kind of person, and you know
that sucks.
You know exactly what that's like. It's like, bro, it's just it takes every bit of energy out of you to just sit there and bullshit for 8 hours. So I'm gonna bounce out, guys, but it was awesome catching up with you guys afterwards. So you'll have a good night.
Whatever, go away.
No, I'm not arguing the fact that the prisons say that. I'm arguing the fact that the sweat equity, because that's what you called it, is worth $120,000 a year. I'm calling bullshit on that fact.
Not talking about. Wait. You understand what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah, no,
a person who is young and has committed a crime can do lots of stuff. They have prisoners doing wild shit right now, up to and including, I think I've seen in California, working them as fucking firefighters, like they fight wildfires. They do this to prisoners.
Netflix show about that.
I wasn't aware. I don't watch Netflix, but I heard about the practice.
It's called Fire Country.
Was it any good?
It's all right. I mean, okay, it's so obviously it's not a It's not a documentary. It's a, you know, it's fiction, but it's still about that.
Still happens though.
Correct.
Yeah. So the reason I came up, you maniacs, is because Trump 2028 is not because Donald J. Trump is going to run for president in 2028. It's one of his kids. Trump is how old now? Like 88? Some shit like that? 86? He is old as fuck. He's not gonna, he can't accomplish the rigors of another campaign. And why would he want to? It'll be one of his kids. That's why the merch is out there. So, who should you ultimately be afraid of?
Which kid is qualified for that
The
position?
answer will shock you. You ready, Fee?
Oh, here we go.
Ivanka.
Well, it would be a very interesting run for her then.
Ivanka Trump will run for president. Jared Kushner will be the first gentleman. And Donald Trump will be running the Board of Peace.
I thought they were about to move to like Italy or some shit. Like
or Albania.
Aren't they building a house in fucking Sicily currently?
A lot of billionaires are building bunkers. That's almost a tongue twister. They expect large-scale political and, upheaval, I mean, blame it on climate change, whatever you want to do. There's going to be upheaval, right? But yeah.
Aren't we all supposed to like unalive in like 5 years or something?
It was 2012. Before that, it was 2000. But I can't help but notice that every Democrat leader has a beach house. Isn't that interesting? Joe Biden flaunted it right in your face.
Versus having to fly either the whole winter down to Florida every weekend or up to New Jersey in the summer.
Hey, you're right. Trump has a beach house. He's totally proud of it, but he calls bullshit. So that's the difference.
According to Al Gore, said beach houses were supposed to be underwater with the entire state of Florida like 20 years ago.
With that, I will say good night. Have a great evening. Thank you, Mojo.
Good night.
There's so much happening in the news right now, Mojo, but it still feels still and quiet. It's wild.
Do neither one of you like believe that climate change, like human-made climate change, is real, or?
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing weather patterns that are unnatural, especially when it comes to, storm patterns and rain in the Midwest. I mean, the amount of rain that we've gotten here this year is fucking unheard of, and we've seen it, continually increasing throughout the years. But I don't think that Florida is going to float off into the ocean anytime soon.
Well, no, I don't think that's true either. Like, my biggest thing when it comes to, like, when talking about, like, climate change, I think our biggest issue is more pollution than, I think that, like, humanity can, for the most part, survive, like, in most places with climate change. But, like, there is, like, I think that water wars are going to start within the next, like, 50 years.
They
like,
already have.
Not, well, yeah. Like, not
in Nevada.
States, I think, like, specifically in, like, parts of sub-Saharan Africa, I think that within the next 50 years, we'll start seeing, like, open conflicts about water shortages. There are a lot of metropolitan areas, like, around the world that are approaching, like, day zero of having no water.
Guys in ag have been fighting over water rights for fucking eons.
Is the pollution you're talking about, Pallet, is it carbon dioxide?
No, I'm talking about, like, fucking, like, industrial runoff. Like, shit that makes water not drinkable.
Didn't Mr. Beast just go to Africa and, like, dig 50 or 75 wells? Something like that? They said, they called him a white savior. What a bad man.
I mean, yeah, you can dig as many wells as you want. Like, the aquifer isn't going to make more water faster than it naturally can. Like, in the United States right now, the main aquifer that feeds the Midwest, all humans would have to leave the Midwest for 80 years for it to completely replenish.
Hey,
They
Pallet,
have
you
the
think
Great
it'd be,
Lakes.
Pallet,
It's
you
gonna be
think it would be a
fine.
good
Mojo says
idea?
desalinization will save the world. We're good.
Maybe. Yeah, that'd be good. Pallet, you think it'd be a good idea if Western powers took, maybe some of those governments in hand and showed them the best way to protect the earth that we all live on? You think that'd be a good idea?
Yeah, but the Western powers don't do that.
Well, should we? Do we have the right to? Do we have the right to contradict the government of a foreign country in furthering the idea that they're destroying the planet? We have to stop them.
Well, I mean, I don't think by subjugating them, which is what we have been doing, it would be helping them with the climate. Because, like, the Western powers don't give a fuck about the climate.
Mm-hmm. You think we do it using sanctions today?
No, sanctions don't help people; they just hurt governments.
Right? Yeah, that's the point.
People. Sanctions hurt people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What about you, Mojo? You think we should be able to take a country in hand to stop them from destroying the planet?
No, but I think we should provide them help with that. I think we should go ahead and give them the technology we have for solar, for wind, for all that shit. We can help them build that shit, all that stuff.
You see where the logical conclusion comes with the rhetoric of the left, yes?
No, you're just throwing out a non sequitur because you're assuming that every other, quote, like how you view every other third world country as being savage, that we would have to do that by gunpoint. That's what you're insinuating.
No, I'm not saying they're all savage. I'm saying they're sloppy. I'm saying if some country, say, agreed to buy the nuclear waste of another country and didn't store it properly, and if an accident occurs, it could send radiological material all over a continent that would unalive millions, then you have an argument. But it seems to me that you would rather call me a racist.
I think
can't help but notice.
I think you think that you're 10 times smarter than you actually are.
Okay,
you make a lot of us. You make a lot of assumptions.
Attack me personally. Go ahead.
You make a lot of assumptions about what you think liberals think. Yet when liberals tell you that they don't think that way, you insist that they think that way.
The only thing I objected to is him trying to say I was racist. That's it, Mojo. And you said you're not as smart as you think you are. Thanks for that.
When did I ever say anything about racism?
You said that my objection was to the fact that these other countries were savages.
Yeah. What
say that on a regular basis.
What was that supposed to mean?
Yeah. What does that have to do with race? You were the one that brought race into it.
What? I didn't say race. You said no. I'm saying that.
You 100% said race, Donovan.
For fuck's sake. No, I'm saying you're calling me racist. Because you said you're just objecting to the fact that they're savages. It has nothing to do with them being savages.
It's exactly what
it has to do with them being unsophisticated specifically.
You just want to be called racist so badly that you just invent people calling you racist.
The fuck? I get called racist on this panel daily. What the hell are you talking about?
No, you don't.
Yes, you did yesterday, Mojo. That's why I left the panel.
No, you left the panel because
you
left the panel because I muted you.
No, that was not yesterday, Mojo.
Oh, well then I don't give a shit why you leave.
Right. I didn't think so. That's why I don't say bye.
I don't think I've ever called you. I don't think I've ever called you a racist.
Oh, well, you absolutely have. And he does get called that on a daily basis.
Every day. Yeah. I guess Mojo doesn't read the comments. There you go.
I mean, it's probably me once a week. I mean, I know other people.
So, yeah, what I was talking about is a country's sophistication with regards to accidents like that. I mean, look at Chernobyl, for God's sakes. They almost unalived millions of people.
Every time I see you, then.
That'll certainly encourage me to leave the panel.
All right.
Anywho, it's so funny too because you guys have no shortage of people that will come up and full-throatedly declare that they are racist. It's crazy. Y'all are always like, you're trying to pick at me and try to like find some. It's gross. Just because I'm not afraid to call out pattern recognition in some
Who
cases.
has
What's
called
that?
you a racist tonight? And you're just going on a tirade about how much of a victim.
Let's go back to the topic at hand.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
It's Donovan Snowflake hour.
We have the answer to clean energy. It's fucking nuclear. Like, we're too busy building fucking wind turbines that don't pay for themselves and putting solar panels on cash flowing farm ground because everybody says, not in my backyard, every time you talk about nuclear. But that is the answer.
It's quite poetic that it could be the answer to all of our problems, and it could also be our demise.
Like, we already have this technology. Like, we've been using it to power naval ships for fucking decades. Why are we not using it more to power ourselves instead of putting fucking solar panels on cash flowing farm ground that we have less of every year?
Steve, you didn't hear? We're putting them inside bunker busters so they can penetrate the ground enough.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. I don't care about blowing up brown people to fucking prevent hyperinflation.
I agree with you about like nuclear power. I advocate for. I think that like we should, at a baseline for the United States, like have enough nuclear power to sustain the entire United States electric grid at any point in time.
There's literally no reason not to.
Yeah, I 100% agree. The shit that I'm mainly talking about is like waterways. Like we have polluted worldwide. Humanity has polluted the fuck out of the waterways, and specifically with the invention of plastics, it's only getting worse.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that, but
that's why I asked you if the main pollutant was carbon dioxide, because we're not making any more coal-fired power plants. China's making 6 every year. So if the issue is the planet and the amount of carbon dioxide, if we're going to do anything meaningfully with regards to climate catastrophe, then we have to bring India and China to heel. If not, you're just shooting yourself in the foot economically and allowing them to destroy the planet. Unless it's all a scam.
I don't disagree with that sentiment either. But at the same time, I have zero desire to listen to people run around and yell about cows and solar. Run around and yell about cows and solar.
The solution is, if we're getting choked out by secondhand smoke, your solution shouldn't be to start smoking 3 packs a day as well. Like, just because fucking China and India, like, I think that there should be, like, some UN resolutions about this, even though, like, we all know the UN doesn't really do shit. But, like, I don't think just because, like, well, they're doing it, that means that I can too. I think that's just a fucking really bad and middle school argument to have.
No, it's not. It's just another place where the left's narratives don't fit together.
It's not necessarily as simple as they're doing it, we should too. It's they're doing it, how much should we disenfranchise ourselves in the world market to not do it when they're going to do it anyways?
Well, I mean, yeah, like, you guys can all have $100,000 in your bank accounts and get cancer every time you drink water.
Did you see what China was doing? Go ahead, Pallet. I'm sorry.
Probably something bad, Donovan. What were they doing?
All right, so I think it was 2 weeks ago, there was that heat wave in Great Britain, and everyone was talking about how no one in Great Britain or a lot of Western Europe has air conditioning. So what the Chinese were doing is they were clowning Europe by going on TikTok and putting videos up of them giving air condition to their livestock. Like pigs and goats and cats and dogs and shit. It was fucking hilarious. Did any of you see that?
Oh, that's not good, though.
Right, it's not. It just goes to show not only do they don't believe you, but they're making fun of the leftists in the West, too, which I think is
I'm sure all of you
really
are going
funny.
to be laughing your asses off when your grandkids are asking if they can have a drink of water and why can't they drink the water right now. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure all of you are going to be laughing about it.
Yeah, thank you for your scary prognostication. Hey, Pallet, is there air conditioning in Western European prisons?
I don't know. I've never been sent to one.
It just helps with perspective, is all I'm saying.
Donovan, why do you have to be such a flagrant fucking racist?
Oh, there it is. Thanks, JD. Did a couple things there. That was actually funny, JD. Normally you have trouble with comedy. That was a good one. You said multiple things at one time. One, you wanted me off the panel. You've already heard that I said, if someone calls me a racist, it's a good way to get me off the panel. You also enjoy calling me a racist. So there it is. You maybe even think I am. Well done. Care to attack into my points or just me personally?
Oh, just you personally. I just want to know why you're such a racist.
Do you recognize that white people are the global minority? Do you recognize that point, JD?
Donovan, my question is though,
Most amount of power, sure.
Whether they have the most amount of power right now is irrelevant. I asked you if you recognize that we're the global minority.
Super important. It doesn't matter if I'm the minority or the majority. If I have the most amount of power,
but you do recognize it, right?
Effectuating all the decisions, right?
But you do recognize it, right, JD? I'm going somewhere with this. If you do recognize it,
irrelevant within the scope of the conversation that we're having here. Even if I'm
it's not. You just don't see it coming.
The power is what matters.
What do you have against minorities, JD?
The white people who are the minority are the ones with the
that's
power.
Right.
That is what makes them racist.
What do you have against science, Donovan? Like, you're talking about fear-mongering. Like, what do you have against science?
Who's fear-mongering?
How's it? What percentage of U.S. waterways are drinkable right now?
Oh gosh, 8, 9% off the top of my head.
0% of U.S. waterways are drinkable.
Was that because of beaver fever, Giardia, that kind of shit?
It's because of over fucking industrialization. It's because of dumping waste into the fucking riverways.
I think Giardia has a lot to do with it too.
I don't think beaver fever is what you think it is.
Where does most fucking bacteriological contamination come from? In waterways?
Fecal coliform.
Yes, 100%. You are correct.
Thanks. Mojo says I'm not half as smart as I think I am.
How am I fear-mongering when what I am saying is the truth?
Well, your objection is to pollution.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty safe objection there, Pallet. That's why I was asking you if what you thought was, if carbon dioxide was a legitimate
pollutant. But you just hand waved me of saying that I was fear-mongering about fucking drinkable water in the United States.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking largely more about the fear-mongering that the left engages in with regards to carbon dioxide pollution and its effect on the
climate.
Then
you're talking about something that we were not talking about. You're just fucking...
Well, you want to talk about the stream in the back of your house. I kind of like to talk about politics.
Are waterways not part of the fucking climate?
Wouldn't that fall under flora?
Which is part of like the climate, the ecosystem.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're digging for a win here, buddy. You can have it. There you go. I mean, pollution is bad. Thanks. I mean, where are we going with this? I'm talking about
wait a second. The entire fucking conversation that we were having, where you were just like, well, look at what China's doing. And then I made the allegory about, like, you shouldn't smoke 3 packs of cigarettes just because somebody's giving you secondhand smoke. And you're just like, well, fucking China's cooling off cows. That was your response. Then you hand waved it away and called it fear mongering. And now you're saying, like, yeah, never mind. That's fucking true.
God, that really hit you between the eyes, Pallet. I didn't mean for it to offend you that greatly. What I said was the objection that we get is specifically for cow flatulence. I asked Stephen to finish the sentence.
Did you or did you not say that there were Chinese people posting fucking videos on the internet?
Yes.
Of people putting AC on their cows.
AC on their livestock. Correct.
In response to me talking about pollution in U.S. waterways.
No, you're getting them all mixed up. You're getting the timeline mixed up. Sweet objection, though.
Get another win in here.
This is what like I don't fucking understand this. Like we've gotten to the point of discourse where like they're unironically saying nuh-uh and then just denying what happened 5 minutes prior. Like that is where we've gotten to on fucking TikTok at this point.
You're arguing about the argument, Pallet. I just want to point that out.
It is what it is. Hey, just for another win, because I love wins too, just like Pallet. What happens if we give the majority here being anyone who's not white, the power? Do they suddenly just do a G-side amongst all the white people?
What the fuck? Are you okay?
I'm just asking you to speculate what happens if we were to give them power to all the...
You want me to speculate on Schmurder? That's what you want me to do?
I know. I'm not asking you to speculate on Schmurder. I'm asking you to speculate what happens if we give the majority of the power. Because obviously,
who is we?
White people are the minority.
Who is we? JD, pinched leftist communists? Is that what you're asking me? Usually, when pinched leftist communists get power, they unalive all the intellectuals that fucking got them there in the first place.
Yeah, I know you like to keep going. You're a flabbergaster. You got macaroni and cheese salad fucking words coming out of your mouth right now. Okay, what happens if society
macaroni and
all
cheese?
The power because you wanted to bring up how white people are a minority across the globe? What happens if we decide that all that power goes to the majority now? What do they do with that power?
What does
That's
that
what I'm asking you
mean?
to speculate on.
Well, okay, so it sounds like you're talking about decolonization. Is that what you're talking about, JD?
I'm just simply asking you, and this isn't
right, but I'm trying to crystallize your argument for you.
What happens if
you're having trouble
as the white person with the most amount of power, even though I'm the minority, decide to give that power to the majority, which is not white?
Right. So again, we can look at examples of where that has happened. Right. This would be the phenomenon referred to as decolonization. Right, where a small minority like white people come in and do shit. And then the majority of the country takes power and removes the minority. We've seen examples of this, right? There's an example happening right now in South Africa, right?
This is actually why.
How is South Africa doing right now?
This is actually why you are racist. There's no other way.
How is this? You asked me a question.
Inherently racist.
I gave you an example.
There's no way to duck around.
And you immediately started screeching racist like that blue-haired guy that complains about his pronouns.
You go to is fucking South Africa.
How is anything I just said racist? You silly leftist. Go ahead and articulate. Go ahead.
The first example you go to fucking South Africa.
Is it true or false?
Sucking off Elon Musk as we speak. Like you were giving them an HJ.
There's the degeneracy that pokes out when they take a W.
It's funny. It is. It's fucking hilarious how the first thing you can.
How is anything I said racist, JD? Go ahead. I'll wait.
What was the question? Go ahead.
I said, how was anything I said racist?
The matter of the fact that you can say that white people are the minority, which automatically you're assuming that we should be afraid since we are the minority. What happens whenever black people or Hispanic people or Muslims
that doesn't mean be afraid, JD.
And then B, you're giving the historical example of fucking South Africa, which is just non-existent.
Given a current example.
That propaganda. You've been fed that propaganda by fucking Elon Musk.
What propaganda?
They're literally sucking him off in real time.
What the fuck? And it all culminates into getting a BJ. You are a gross little troll. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm an effective little troll.
You think you identify as effective. You think you're effective. You're not. You asked me a very specific. You asked me a question.
Identify however he wants.
Right, exactly. And that's what I'm up against 9 times out of 10. So you asked me what happens when the minority has a whole bunch of power and then the majority takes the power back.
Speculate.
Are you afraid that everyone will get on the line?
Well, then by thing, which is white people
I'll wait till you're done. I'm sure it'll have some type of
have all the power and they're using all that power against the black people within that area, but somehow the black people are responsible for everything that's happening within that area.
JD, you're not having a conversation. You get that right. Right?
We could use Zimbabwe.
What do you want to talk about when it comes to Zimbabwe? It's weird too how like the first thing you can think of is African countries.
Well, isn't this a perfect example of what you're asking me about?
I'm asking you as a broad sense, what happens whenever we get the majority of people? We understand this country isn't just made up of black and white people, right? There are other ethnicities here, like Japanese Americans.
Yep. Love the Japanese.
So what
they
happens
are
when we
so
give
cool.
all these people as a collective, the majority, the power?
They have all the best anime and manga. God, they're just killing it. I wish
They're
you know
doing
what
so much better than us. That
if
is
a
true,
country
actually.
became so awesome after dropping a nuke on them, I'd have considered Poland a long time ago.
That is also the racism.
Yeah, that's not racist. That's just funny.
It is racism.
Polish isn't
the fact that
racist.
you can only derive that anime came from us dropping nukes, that is inherently racism. And I hope
No,
you recognize that.
that's inherently comedy, and we've already established that you have an issue with comedy. That's all right, bud.
I know.
Wait, hold on.
Comedy is subjective.
Wait,
so
hold
anything
on.
that
Hold
I
on.
find
Hold on.
offensive, you
He's
find
right.
funny.
By the
Anything
way,
I find funny,
by the
you find
way,
offensive.
anime and manga did come from dropping the nukes. That would not have come if the nukes weren't dropped. It was the post-apocalyptic world that was created after the nukes were dropped. That's exactly where that shit came from. That's the history of it.
Godzilla?
No, manga does not come from nuclear bombs.
It does.
Japanese
Look it up.
sequential
Look up
art
the
has
origins.
roots tracing back. Japanese sequential art has roots tracing back centuries through animal scrolls and Edo period comic prints. However, the modern manga industry was heavily shaped in pop. So read that. You can make like a halfway art. No. You're not gonna fucking get me on this.
I
You can
already
make, like,
got
a halfway
you. I already got
argument
you
that the
on this.
modern version. No, you're not gonna. Because you
I already
didn't hear
got
the
you,
first
JD.
part. No, you're not gonna get me because you didn't hear the first part, you dipshit. And this is the
The
same
first
thing
part
that
didn't
happens
read
a lot
the
of
last
times, is
part.
You just don't want to listen to people. You don't want to ask them clarifying questions. You don't want to fucking actually elaborate.
Well, I
their
don't have
positions
to.
for
You
them.
insisted that
You
it
don't do
didn't
any of
occur
these
because
things.
of that. I
sit here and
told
just
you
say
it
no
occurred
because
exactly
no.
because of that.
You are doing the exact thing that Pollock said that fucking Donovan was doing, which is the nuh-uh in real time. So again, you probably
That's the
make like
guy
a
who's
half-assed
saying
argument
nuh-uh.
that modern manga industry
He's gonna crash out for
was
sure on
shaped
this
by
one.
post-World War II cultural and social landscape. But even then, there's still fucking manga or roots of manga that existed far beyond that, dating back to the 12th century.
I love how you deal with being
Are you
wrong.
fucking stupid? Are you actually?
I love how you
Did you
deal
hear
with being
anything that I
proven
just
wrong.
said?
I love how you
Did
deal
you
with being
actually hear
proven wrong.
anything that I just said? Did you hear anything that I just said?
I love how you deal with being
Exactly.
proven wrong.
You didn't hear anything I just said. That is the problem with you, Mojo. In real fucking time.
Donovan, did you know that? Did you know that it came from post-apocalyptic World War II?
Well, yeah, it changed their culture
Visual storytelling
completely.
styles date back to 12th
and it
century
even
schools like Choju
yeah,
Giga.
okay. It even changed a culture that's foundation was amazing. I mean, Japanese culture is amazing for so many reasons. You know, they don't use nails. They use complex wooden joints to join their wood together. Like the Bushido code, Shinto, like all the honor, and even though there's a caste system that can be kind of icky, it's still so regal and noble. You know, but it got perverted
Mythology goes crazy.
into a warlike culture. Well, yeah, I mean that's culture. You know, is a people's mythology, and it's all right for people to be different. Shit, it's good for people to be different. I like it.
Okay, so what they
But
actually do have.
that same culture can be perverted. That same type of Jesus Christ, you are
you going to
okay.
tell
I'm
me
stupid.
in real time manga as a collective
Tell us about some
idea
other type
does
of
not exist
sex act,
without nukes?
JD.
What's cool about it is that they actually do have a long historical culture, something that stood up for a long time and still exists today. I mean, obviously, we don't have that in the U.S. because we've been a melting pot and we are very young as compared to.
Mojo, I want to see in real time how stupid you are. Are you going to actually pause it for a second time now? That manga can only exist because of nukes.
Did I say that?
You said the nukes were the reason why manga exists. Yes.
Thank you.
Super influential on their culture. I mean,
so wait, hold on.
like
What did I just say that was different from what you said?
Akira.
No.
We wouldn't have Akira without
Stop.
the box.
We can get your
You have
racism
issues,
after
JD.
this.
JD, you have issues.
I know you have issues too, but we don't talk about your issues because every time we try to talk about your issues, you shut it down. That's why so many people left you.
Are you fucking serious right now?
I'm dead serious.
Expound on that?
I'm dead fucking serious. However you want to handle it, we can handle it. But I'm just saying, the matter of the fact that you're unable to recognize that what I just said,
tell me how you feel, son.
We're virtually indifferent from one another, and you're just pretending to walk past that.
I love that you say virtually.
That's fucking crazy.
I love that you say virtually. I love that you try and
attack me like
you
So now that you said that in real time,
I love that you have
manga
issues.
only exists because of Nuke. Do you acknowledge that 12th century scrolls such as Choju Giga exist, which were the foundation for manga?
I'm just gonna tell you that you're fucking dumb. And it was
I'm just
great.
Gonna tell you,
it was
don't
great.
Fucking read.
It was
you just
great
read Marxist propaganda and think that somehow fucking validates everything that you believe in.
It was really great to hear you stop, literally, when you were being proven wrong or when you were proving yourself wrong. It was so fucking great to hear you just stop in your tracks.
Meanwhile, you're breathing so fucking hard. Holy shit.
I'm smoking a cigarette, dumbass.
Says you. Anyways.
Sitting on the front porch smoking a cigarette.
So did you see the Japanese 6th gen fighter, or what they're calling it, JD?
Yeah, speaking of which, let's go back to your racism, Donovan. Why are you such an inherent racist?
They're calling it Godzilla.